Chapter 21, The 100 Secrets Hall Part 2. As Uchiha Itachi and his companion stepped into the 100 Secrets Hall, they were greeted by a spacious lobby featuring a circular dais approximately 3 meters in height. Upon this platform rested a square table accompanied by a long bench. Surrounding the dais were several similar tables, each furnished with 4 long benches. Indeed, this establishment was designed by M.O. one in the style reminiscent of ancient entertainment venues. Esteemed guests, do you require any intelligence? Having sensed this inquiry as they descended the stairs, Itachi and his companion were not taken aback by the voice they heard. However, upon observing M.O. one's attire, Itachi's pupils involuntarily constricted, for he recognized that the style bore a striking resemblance to that of the individual he had encountered on the night of the massacre. Quickly, Itachi signaled to Kisame, urging him to refrain from any rash actions. He then turned his attention to M.O.1, feigning confusion as he inquired, "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" At that moment, M.O.1 had already descended to the lower level. Yet, instead of responding immediately to Itachi, he ascended the dais and took his seat upon the bench. Just as M.O.1 settled down, he noticed 2 more individuals entering the lobby, one of whom was leaning on a cane and limping. Did I ask that Kakashi and my guy? How intriguing. Kakashi and his companion were equally captivated by the unique arrangement of the establishment. M.O.1 regarded the 4 individuals. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. A few more guests are expected to arrive shortly. M.O.1 had sensed several formidable presences approaching from outside, presumably high-ranking officials from Konoha. The 4 individuals found the manner in which he addressed them rather peculiar. While they understood the term guest, esteemed guest was unfamiliar to them. Outside, Sarutobi Hisashi warned his close friend, "Danzō, do not cause any trouble once you enter. Understand?" Though Shimura Danzō was displeased by his friend's tone, he retorted, "Humph, Hisashi, you remain as feeble as ever." The 4 clan leaders behind them had grown accustomed to the affectionate banter between the 2 friends. With a resigned expression, Sarutobi Hisashi sighed and proceeded to enter the 100 Secrets Hall. Inside, the 4 individuals were taken aback to find that the newcomers were Konoha's elite. Upon noticing that Sarutobi Hisashi was missing an arm, Itachi furrowed his brow, recalling the chasm that had divided the Death Forest. Initially puzzled by the design of the establishment, the group was momentarily stunned upon seeing the 5 newcomers. Once everyone had arrived, M.O.1 waved his hand, and the front door of the lobby promptly closed. What? Everyone was startled, particularly the Hokage and the Mizukage, who, with a swift body flicker technique, found themselves at the door's edge. Their fright was palpable ever since the harrowing experience in the Death Forest. They had become increasingly wary. The others were not as dramatically affected, but regarded M.O.1 on the dais with caution. Observing their reactions, M.O.1 donned a courteous smile. "Dear guests, please remain calm. I merely wish to prevent eavesdropping from outside." The 4 clan leaders of Konoha exchanged glances and then looked toward the unreliable elderly duo, internally exclaiming in exasperation. Hyuga Hayashi, noting that M.O.1 exhibited no hostility, stepped forward and inquired with curiosity, "What is your intention, esteemed sir?" M.O.1 cast a glance at Hinata Hisashi, before addressing the gathering with a warm smile. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats. I shall provide answers to each of your inquiries." As the tension subsided, the attendees perceived an air of elegance and amiability about M.O.1, and upon hearing his words, they collectively exhaled in relief. They then sought out familiar companions and settled at various tables. Shao and his companion occupied one table, while Kakashi and Might Guy took another. The 3 clan leaders of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi shared a table with Hinata Hisashi. Noticing that only the elderly duo remained standing while everyone else was seated, the group instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance, where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō stood, appearing as if facing an imminent threat. That moment, an unexpected hush fell over the room, punctuated only by the sound of heartbeats. Realizing that everyone was staring in their direction, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō came to the realization that their reactions may have been overly dramatic. "Ahem, Danzō, let's take our seats as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that as long as he maintained his composure, any awkwardness would fall upon others. Thus, he confidently joined Danzō in finding a spot to sit. Once everyone was seated, M.O.1 revealed a professional smile. "First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Bai Xiaosheng, the head of Bai Xiaotang, which is affiliated with the Tianji sect. Bai Xiaotang specializes in selling any information and secrets of the world, while the Tianji sect can predict the fortunes and misfortunes that await any individual. Today marks the official entry of Bai Xiaotang into the world. Should any of you wish to acquire knowledge, feel free to visit Bai Xiaotang for information. Since today is the inaugural day of Byakugan's worldly engagement, I am pleased to offer each table one complimentary question. Please be advised, I am referring to one question per table, not per individual. Therefore, I encourage you to deliberate amongst yourselves, as this opportunity is indeed rare. From this point onward, he would no longer be referred to as MO1, but solely as Byakugan, regardless of any future roles he might assume. The others? Was it merely a figment of my imagination, or was I being deceived? Any information? Foreseeing the future? This is absurd. I am not a child. Byakugan, noting the skepticism etched on the faces around him, remained unfazed. However, as silence lingered from one or two individuals, he was disinclined to waste time. Since no one has any inquiries, I shall proceed by asking according to the order in which you entered by shouting. Should there be no questions, it will be considered a forfeiture. After speaking, Byakugan turned his gaze toward Itachi Uchiha and his companion, smiling. Do either of you have a question? Anything at all? Kisame Hashigaki glanced at Itachi Uchiha. Mr. Itachi, while I harbor doubts, it is free of charge. Do you have anything you wish to ask? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi Uchiha stole a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before directing his attention to Byakugan on the high platform. Chapter 22, Byakugan. Sir, I would like to inquire who severed the third Hokage's hand. The others? Is this person truly that formidable? How audacious to pose such a question. The faces of the four clan leaders of Konoha reflected a mix of astonishment. They, too, were eager to know. Previously, they had inquired about Sarutobi Hiruzen, to which he only divulged that a mysterious individual had inflicted the injury. The reason Uchiha Itachi posed this question was that he had discerned that Byakugan was not from Konoha. If Byakugan possessed knowledge of such information, it would lend a degree of credibility to his earlier statements. Byakugan, taken aback by Itachi's inquiry, nonetheless welcomed the opportunity. Itachi fixed his gaze upon Byakugan, who began to speak slowly. The right arm of the third Hokage was ostensibly severed by Uzumaki Naruto. What? Except for Kisame Hashigaki, the others wore expressions of disbelief. Who among the inhabitants of Konoha could be unaware of Uzumaki Naruto? He was merely a child still attending the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were astonished that the other party possessed such knowledge. Initially suspecting Kakashi, they soon realized he too appeared shocked, casting doubt on the notion that he had leaked information. As the shock subsided, everyone turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his silence only deepened their astonishment. Silence, after all, could be construed as tacit agreement. Unperturbed by the collective astonishment, Byakugan shifted his gaze to Kakashi and Might Guy. And what about you two? Do you have inquiries? Might Guy recognized Kakashi's superior intellect, and thus remained silent, patiently awaiting Kakashi's response. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi turned to Byakugan. Sir, you just stated that it was Uzumaki Naruto who was responsible on the surface. I would like to inquire about the true mastermind behind all of this. Upon Kakashi's question, all eyes turned to the elevated Byakugan, eager to hear his response. Byakugan chuckled softly. That is indeed an intriguing question. How should I put it? There are, in fact, two culprits. At this revelation, the others looked perplexed. Byakugan continued, consider this. If someone attempts to kill you, but ultimately finds themselves outmatched and injured, who then is the true perpetrator? In my understanding, the term culprit typically refers to the instigator. This left everyone pondering, their thoughts tangled. Thus, the first true culprit is none other than the third Hokage himself brought about his own demise. The second culprit could be considered a certain token. This token harbored a unique energy left by a powerful individual that by a stroke of fortune. Uzumaki Naruto came into possession of this token. So, I find myself uncertain whether the true culprit is the token or that formidable individual. What do you all think? The others were left in a state of confusion. To suggest that the true culprit was that powerful figure seemed unreasonable, as they had not acted directly, much like slipping on a banana peel and falling. Who could one blame? Everyone bore some responsibility, after all. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of terrifyingly strong individual could incapacitate Sarutobi Hiruzen without lifting a finger. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi stepped forward. Sir, I wish to inquire about this powerful individual. Byakugan looked at Hizashi with a bemused expression. Leader of the Hyuga clan, your question encompasses more than a single inquiry. Are you seeking his name, gender, age, hobbies? Or perhaps you wish to know if he has dined recently? Hinata Hizashi forced a smile, then respectfully inquired, Sir, I wish to ask why we have never heard of the existence of Byakugan in the Shinobi world. Byakugan pondered for a moment. The last time Byakugan existed, the Shinobi world was not yet known by that name. Hence it is not surprising that you have not heard of it. Everyone stared wide-eyed, with Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Hisashi nearly shocked into disbelief. They found it hard to accept. They would rather believe they had been deceived. Was there truly another existence prior to the shinobi world? Wasn't that absurd? Imoen paid them no mind and turned his gaze to the still astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. What do you wish to ask? As the focus shifted to them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō quickly regained their composure. Danzō looked at Hiruzen, frowning as he said, "Hiruzen, it seems this world is far more complex than we imagined, filled with numerous secrets." Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "What do you think we should inquire about, Danzō?" After a moment of contemplation, Danzō sighed. "Hiruzen, do you believe there is anything more important than life itself?" Hiruzen understood, realizing that his close friend shared his sentiments. He then turned his hopeful gaze towards Bai Shaoxing. "Sir, I wish to ask, if one offends two children of fate, is there still a chance of salvation?" Bai Shaoxing was momentarily taken aback before he reacted. "Uft. Ha ha, goodness. I can't contain myself. Third Hokage, you are quite the comedian." "Huh." The others were baffled. Was that truly amusing? How had they missed it? Seeing everyone staring at him, Bai Shaoxing ceased his theatrics and gazed meaningfully at the two. To be frank, offending children of fate leaves little room for survival, especially when two are involved. However, nothing is absolute. There may still be a way out. Hiruzen and Danzō appeared ecstatic, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. "Sir, could you elaborate?" Bai Shaoxing looked at the two, shaking his head. "Third Hokage, that is already the second question." The mirthful expressions of the two stiffened. Danzō hastily interjected, "Sir, how might one procure information here?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoxing surveyed the group. "In the future, Byakugan will manifest once a month. The current location is here. At that time, I will establish a barrier at the entrance, allowing only those fated to enter. Once inside, I will collect appropriate tokens based on your inquiries, be it wealth, ninjutsu, or assistance in tasks within my capabilities." After Bai Shaoxing spoke, noticing the group still deep in thought, he simply snapped his fingers, Byakugan, and he vanished as if they had never existed, disappearing in an instant. All that remained were the bewildered faces of the crowd and the puzzled onlookers. Chapter 23. Akatsuki Organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō exchanged deep glances with Uchiha Itachi before departing with the leaders of the four noble clans of Konoha and Kakashi. As he observed the figures vanishing down the street, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow as he realized that the two individuals had recognized him. Is Sasuke no longer in the village? From the lack of communication from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had already surmised that Uchiha Sasuke had departed from Konoha. In many respects, Uchiha Sasuke served as a pawn in his covert operations within the Akatsuki organization. With Sasuke in Konoha, the higher-ups would place their trust in Uchiha Itachi. Now that Sasuke was absent, their unwavering faith in Itachi would inevitably wane. Uchiha Itachi was willing to slaughter his own clan for the sake of the village, yet he spared Uchiha Sasuke. This made it abundantly clear that, in Itachi's heart, Sasuke held greater significance than the village itself. Otherwise, he would not have left Sasuke alive. Of course, this was merely the perception of Konoha. Perhaps only Uchiha Itachi truly understood the reality. "Itachi-san, the leader has instructed us to hunt down Orochimaru. Should we proceed with this mission?" Kisame Hoshigaki believed that the matter concerning the Hundred Eyes Pavilion was of greater importance, and he wished to report back to his clandestine superior. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "Orochimaru can be dealt with at any time. Let us return to the organization and report on the affairs of the Hundred Eyes Pavilion first." In a certain village within the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke watched with discomfort as Yi Guqing conversed with Ximen Chui Xue in the pavilion. They had finally grasped the reason behind the friendship of these two. Over the past month, they had discovered that both Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue were sword enthusiasts regardless of the task at hand. A sword was always in their possession. Their discussions invariably revolved around swords. Moreover, both of them were solitary, proud, and aloof individuals. The sole silver lining was that Yi Guqing was relatively easy to approach. At the very least, he spoke more than Ximen Chui Xue, who wore a perpetually stoic expression. Noticing the three of them lurking, Yi Guqing frowned slightly. "You three, come in." At his command, the trio hurriedly approached the two. Ximen Chui Xue, stroking his sword, seemed oblivious to their arrival. Yi Guqing cast a glance at the three of them. "Have you all determined your paths of cultivation?" Orochimaru revealed a peculiar smile. "That of course, it's the sword." Uchiha Sasuke first glanced at Ximen Chui Xue, who was caressing his sword, then turned to Yi Guqing, declaring resolutely, "I too am a swordsman." Uzumaki Naruto eagerly chimed in. I'm as well. I'm also a swordsman. Yi Guqing, pleased with their unanimous choice of the sword, responded. Excellent. I shall grant you 3 years after this period. I expect you to reach a state of mastery. At that time, I will require the 3 of you to undertake a task in Shuiwa City on behalf of myself and Ximen Chui Xue. Uzumaki Naruto, filled with curiosity, promptly inquired. Master, where is Shuiwa City? What will we be doing there? The other 2 cast puzzled glances at Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing picked up his sword and exited the pavilion. The trio observed the silhouette of Yi Guqing, silently counting in their minds. 1, 2, 3 indeed. Just as they reached the count of 3, Yi Guqing's voice resonated once more. When you set foot in the realm of freedom, I shall, of course, enlighten you. In the Rain Shinobi village, the lair of the Akatsuki, Scorpion, the immortal duo, Nagato, and Konan gazed at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki with expressions of skepticism. Both Itachi and Kisame wore looks of resignation, for they spoke nothing but the truth. Yet, the expressions on their companions' faces suggested a sense of disbelief, as if to say, I may not be well-read, but do not attempt to deceive me. Uchiha Itachi let out a weary sigh. If you do not believe me, you may visit Konoha next month to witness it for yourselves. However, I must caution you. When you go, do not forget to explore the Death Forest and that canyon. Otherwise, should you provoke those who ought not to be disturbed, do not be surprised if we suffer first, even in a world devoid of pain. Nagato, what does Uchiha Itachi mean by this? Does he harbor disdain for the divine? Xiaonan observed that the 2 individuals did not appear to be jesting, her brow furrowed in concern. Next month, I will accompany you both once more. Although Pain remained skeptical, the prospect of Xiaonan's potential peril if her intentions were genuine weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, surrounded by others, he found it unseemly to openly dissuade her and resolved to counsel her privately once the crowd dispersed. Pain cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. This matter was still a month away. There was no need for haste. Yun, Zhuke, Nandu, a dangerous figure has recently emerged from the bounty office. He possesses the ability to create explosive clay. I require you to assess whether he qualifies for membership in the Akatsuki organization. If he does, recruit him. Itachi and his companions nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in a certain chamber of the Rain Village, Kurozetsu and Uchiha Obito were deliberating matters concerning Konoha. Upon hearing the report from Shirazetsu, their expressions were rife with skepticism. Ultimately, Obito resorted to his Kamui ability, transporting himself to the Forest of Death in order to personally verify the scenes described by Shirazetsu. Subsequently, the puppet master, the love-stricken Obito, found himself in a state of alarm. When did such a formidable individual emerge within the ninja world? He yearned to summon Uchiha Madara from the Pure Land to aid him, feeling that he could not manage the situation alone. If Obito was somewhat apprehensive, then Kurozetsu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did the ninja world truly harbor such powerhouses? Had he inadvertently succeeded in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Was everything merely an illusion? Obito, caught in a web of indecision, contemplated visiting Konoha in a month's time, yet feared he might be unable to confront that formidable adversary. Sensing Obito's trepidation, Kurozetsu inwardly chastised him for his naivety. Indeed, Obito was too easily deceived. Did the ninja world not possess a technique known as the shadow clone technique? Under Kurozetsu's subtle guidance, Obito finally realized that he could employ such a strategy. He hastily asserted that it was not his lack of intelligence, but rather the disdain of a true warrior that prevented him from resorting to such methods. Kurozetsu retorted, "If you possess such courage, then refrain from using clones a month from now." Obito replied, "If you take this seriously, you shall lose." Kurozetsu. Chapter 24. The reappearance of the 100 Eyes Hall. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, the entrance of the Ichiraka ramen shop was teeming with ninjas. They hailed from various esteemed clans of Konoha. Yet among them were 5 individuals who did not belong to the Leaf Village. 3 of them were Xiaonan, Itachi, and Kisame, who had utilized transformation techniques and were present together. The other 2 were the lovesick Obito and the bewildered Kurozetsu, both of whom had assumed new identities. As Obito gazed at the empty space beside the Ichiraku ramen shop, he wore an expression of skepticism. However, witnessing the high-ranking individuals of Konoha standing at the ready, he felt reassured of their authenticity. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the 100 Eyes Hall materialized without warning. Nanny. Those who were caught off guard were taken aback, although they had heard a vague explanation from their clan leader. The dramatic entrance of the 100 Knowledge Hall elicited an involuntary gasp. At this moment, how could the Hokage of Konohagakure not step forward? Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the entrance of the 100 Knowledge Hall, turned around, and displayed a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Everyone, please remain calm. In a moment, I ask each of you to enter through the main door, one by one, as instructed by your clan leaders. If you have not yet entered, please wait patiently outside. Those who do enter should find a place to sit. Now let us begin. I kindly invite the clan leaders to usher in their people to the 100 Knowledge Hall. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he entered the hall accompanied by Shimura Danzō and Konohagakure's talents, Mito Kamen and Tanshin Kobayashi. By the way, Mito is known as the Sleeping Dragon, and Kobayashi is referred to as the Phoenix Chick. Once the four entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō gazed up at the high platform, where indeed, Bai Shaoxing was already seated. Meanwhile, Mito and Kobayashi curiously surveyed their surroundings, their expressions reminiscent of eager children. Bai Shaoxing greeted the four with a professional smile, but remained silent. Recognizing his discretion, the four promptly chose seats near the high platform. 5 minutes later, observing the 20 individuals who had filled a quarter of the first-floor hall, Bai Shaoxing smiled with satisfaction. Well then, since everyone is gathered, let us commence. As soon as he uttered these words, a box resembling a lottery container appeared before him. Bai Shaoxing explained, due to the large number of participants, I can only allow half of you to respond. Within this box are numbers ranging from 1 to 20. The individuals who draw numbers 1 through 10 will have the opportunity to pose a question to me. Questions will be addressed in the order of the drawn numbers. Please note that the inquiries will be made publicly. Therefore, you must consider your questions carefully. Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows, sensing a peculiar apprehension akin to covering for someone else's bill. Bai Shaoxing wasted no time for contemplation. With a snap of his fingers, the box appeared on the table of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. To everyone, this seemed merely a routine occurrence. After all, if the grand structure of the 100 Knowledge Hall could materialize out of thin air, what significance did a small box hold? Before long, everyone had drawn their numbers. Half of the attendees were elated, while the other half wore expressions of dismay. Naturally, the joyous ones were those who had drawn numbers within the first 10. Bai Shaoxing regarded the scene with a subtle smile. Let us commence with number 1. Who among you is number 1? You may begin your inquiry. The audience exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the proceedings. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi rose to his feet. As others witnessed the scene, they realized that Hyuga Hizashi was indeed the first. Rising to his feet, he first bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing, then inquired earnestly, Sir, I wish to ask how the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can evolve to the next stage. A collective buzz of astonishment filled the air. What had they just heard? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could still evolve? Hadn't it always appeared as a mere ocular affliction? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 companions stared blankly at Hyuga Hizashi, evidently as bewildered as the others regarding this matter. Bai Shaoxing, too, was taken aback, but he understood Hyuga Hizashi's intentions. It seemed he had already discerned the reason behind the demise of the Uchiha clan, which undoubtedly stemmed from their prideful nature intertwined with their ocular prowess. As members of one of the 2 great ocular clans, could one not be proud? Not to mention that within this world, hierarchies were rigidly defined. With few exceptions, those in positions of power perpetually looked down upon those beneath them. Returning to the moment, Bai Shaoxing smiled and regarded Hyuga Hizashi. Noticing the anticipation etched upon his face, Bai Shaoxing slowly spoke, Clan leader Hyuga, your question comes at a considerable cost. Given your status as the first, I shall offer you a slight concession. Should you possess an S-rank ninjutsu or 3 A-rank ninjutsu, I will reveal the answer to your query. He added, by the way, let me remind you, clan leader, that your current bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is merely A-rank. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Could it be that the Hyuga clan had concealed such depths? Did this imply that the evolution of their Byakugan was S-rank? Hyuga Hizashi understood this all too well. Therefore, despite the substantial cost, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. After all, if he were to uncover the method, would it not signify the Hyuga clan's ascendance to an S-rank bloodline limit family? Sir, I offer 3 A-rank ninjutsu in exchange for this information. Others cast another glance at Hyuga Hizashi, acknowledging his noble status and considerable wealth. Upon making his declaration, Hyuga Hizashi retrieved 3 ninjutsu scrolls from his storage scroll. Bai Shaoxing, noticing the scrolls in his hands, snapped his fingers, and the scrolls in Hyuga Hizashi's grasp materialized in his own. He merely glanced at the titles inscribed on the scrolls, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams 128 palms, and 8 trigrams defensive 64 palms. Bai Shaoxing nodded before turning his gaze back to Hyuga Hisashi. In chapter 25, the dialogue continued. Bai Shaoxing nodded and then addressed Hyuga Hisashi. On the moon exists a clan known as the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki clan inherently possesses the Byakugan, and your Hyuga clan descends from them. However, your bloodline has become so diluted that one must engage in relentless training to awaken the Byakugan. The audience was incredulous. Was it truly possible that there were inhabitants on the moon? Yet, witnessing Bai Shaoxing's calm demeanor, they could not dismiss his claims as mere fabrications. The members of the Akatsuki organization were equally astonished, with even Kaguya expressing disbelief at how Bai Shaoxing had come to know about the Akatsuki clan. Hinata Hisashi, upon hearing these words, realized that his family harbored such a secret. He refrained from interrupting Bai Shaoxing, instead awaiting his explanation with eager anticipation. Bai Shaoxing observed the reactions of the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then continued, members of the Akatsuki clan are born with the Byakugan. Should an individual possess exceptional talent, they may awaken the Rinnegan. You may not fully comprehend the magnitude of the Rinnegan's power. To put it simply, the Rinnegan is comparable to the Sharingan. As of now, only 4 individuals in the ninja world have ever possessed the Rinnegan. Strictly speaking, there have been only 3. Imoen spoke, casting a glance at Uchiha Obito. The first 3 possessed their own Rinnegan, while the 4th was an implantation from the 3rd. Bai Shaoxing scanned the audience below, revealing a benevolent smile. Allow me to share a piece of information with you all. The second individual to possess the Rinnegan is none other than the Sage of 6 Paths. A chorus of disbelief erupted. What the hell? This is certainly not the ninja world I am familiar with. How is the Sage of 6 Paths even here? Moreover, he is merely the second. The filial Black Zetsu was in a state of panic. How does this person know everything? Uchiha Obito was not only alarmed. He was utterly astonished. Today was the first time he had learned of the existence of the Rinnegan. Konan was anxious, as Nagato possessed a pair of Rinnegan. She feared that Nagato's eyes were not his own. Time passed, and it took a while for Konan to regain her composure. With a glimmer of hope, she glanced at the number tag in her hand. Hyuga Hisashi's mind was also buzzing. He had envisioned the Rinnegan to be formidable, but he never imagined its prowess soaring to such heights. He gazed fervently at Bai Shaoxing, imploring, "Sir, how can the Hyuga clan awaken the Rinnegan?" Bai Shaoxing responded with a subtle smile. Your Hyuga clan can achieve this by merging the chakra of the Akatsuki clan with the Byakugan of your clan, or by fusing numerous Byakugan from the Akatsuki clan to evolve into the Rinnegan. However, this path is no longer viable. In the past, the Akatsuki main family and branch family fell into conflict over differing ideologies, leading to war, where the branch family utilized the Rinnegan to annihilate the main family. Ultimately, only a few from the branch family survived. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi's spirits plummeted. Observing his despondent expression, Bai Shaoxing delivered a piece of good news. Since you have paid the price, I shall naturally reveal the method to you. Hyuga Hisashi felt a renewed sense of hope. The others, too, awaited with curiosity for Bai Shaoxing to unveil the secret. There are 2 Rinnegan on the moon. One is a spherical stone formed from the countless Byakugan of the Akatsuki branch family, adorned with the Akatsuki family crest and emanating a purple glow. The other is a gigantic yellow orb located within the Kamikaze shrine. If your Hyuga clan seeks these 2 eyes, awakening the Rinnegan will be within your grasp. Suddenly, Bai Shaoxing recalled something amusing and addressed the audience. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there are powerful Akatsuki clan guardians watching over those. As for their strength, it should be comparable to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. The others did not dwell on this revelation. Even if they were aware of the formidable eyes on the moon, they had no means to reach it. They were, however, taken aback by the terrifying existence that resided there. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, who had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to acquire the 2 Rinnegan, now wore expressions of dismay, expressing their reluctance to become mere fodder. Seeing Hyuga Hisashi retreat into despair once more, Bai Shaoxing decided to share another piece of news with him. Today, however, I find myself in quite a good mood, so allow me to share a piece of free information. It appears that within the esteemed Hyuga clan, there exists an individual with the potential for an autonomous awakening of the reincarnation eye. Regrettably, she has been overlooked, preventing her from realizing this potential. Upon receiving this revelation, everyone turned to Hyuga Hisashi with incredulity. Could it be that the Hyuga clan possesses such formidable capabilities? A member of their lineage could indeed harbor such extraordinary power, comparable to the legendary Rinnegan. Even members of the Akatsuki organization, who were observing the Hyuga clan, wore expressions of disbelief. They began to ponder if pain was no longer invincible. The four great ninja of Konoha also cast astonished glances at Hyuga Hisashi, not anticipating that the Hyuga clan held such a terrifying legacy, nor that they had members capable of awakening the reincarnation eye. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzō, while shocked, gazed at Hyuga Hisashi with a deep-seated greed shimmering in his eyes. Hisashi felt that his clan was on the brink of ascendance, especially with the prospect of having an individual capable of awakening the reincarnation eye, akin to the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. He yearned to inquire of Bai Shaoxing about this individual, but he was left with only one question, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed he would need to return and investigate thoroughly. After a considerable time, Bai Shaoxing noticed that everyone had regained their composure. Now, I would like to invite the second participant. With that proclamation, a stunning girl with blue hair rose to her feet. Conan bowed gracefully to Bai Shaoxing. The two shadowy figures were taken aback by her standing. They had not anticipated Conan to be the second participant. However, once she posed her question, the initial surprise transformed into a sense of urgency. Sir, may I inquire what happens if one does not possess the Rinnegan? Bai Shaoxing, upon hearing Conan's inquiry, glanced at the two shadowy figures, finding the unfolding narrative increasingly intriguing. A smile graced his lips. The answer to this question required merely a B-rank jutsu. My dear lady, would you like to purchase it? Without hesitation, Conan produced a scroll. After Bai Shaoxing verified its authenticity, he replied, typically, if an ordinary individual, even one of Hokage level, attempts to fuse with the Rinnegan, they would merely be drained of chakra, resulting in a lifeless husk. However, there are two clans in the ninja world that are rather exceptional, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Should a member of the Senju clan awaken would release, they can barely utilize the Rinnegan, but it is only a tenuous grasp. Conversely, members of the Uzumaki clan naturally possess a greater chakra reserve than ordinary ninjas. Therefore, if they were to adopt the Rinnegan, they could use it normally. Yet, the Rinnegan would continuously siphon their life force, rendering them incapable of even the most basic movements. Relying solely on one of the abilities contained within the Rinnegan to act in an alternative manner. However, this is not a sustainable solution, for life is finite. Thus, death is not far off. The words of Bai Shaoxing struck Xiao Nen like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in a state of numbness. Her eyes devoid of light. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki exchanged glances, already discerning the predicament of their leader. As for the duo behind the scenes, they felt as if Bai Shaoxing had seen through them entirely. They began contemplating how they might eliminate him. Chapter 26. Questions and answers. After providing answers to three individuals, Bai Shaoxing turned his attention to Uchiha Obito, who had risen to his feet. Obito, feigning deference, bowed slightly to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, I noticed that you lack any chakra fluctuations. May I inquire about the system of cultivation you practice? Others had long harbored curiosity about this question, but due to the limitation of asking but one question, they hesitated to squander their opportunity. Now, witnessing Obito's inquiry, their intrigue intensified. Bai Shaoxing first requested an B-rank ninjutsu from Obito before continuing. Last month, I mentioned to the esteemed members of Konoha that my era is not known as the ninja world. At that time, chakra, this energy, had yet to be born. Forgive me, esteemed guests, for my verbosity. Down below, someone wondered if they should voice their thoughts. The system I cultivate is martial arts. The owner of the token in Naruto Uzumaki's possession is indeed a martial artist. Today, I am in good spirits. So allow me to elucidate what a martial artist truly is. Martial artists are classified into four stages: the gold and iron realm, the free and easy realm, the carefree heaven realm, and the divine wanderer realm. Each stage is further divided into early, mid, and perfected phases. You may not grasp the extent of the martial arts system's prowess, but allow me to clarify. The Sage of Six Paths' strength was merely at the mid-stage of the divine wanderer realm, and that was during his peak. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed among the listeners. The martial arts were indeed formidable. Kakashi suddenly stood, disbelief etched across his face, exclaiming, Sir, did you just imply that the Sage of Six Paths still exists? While others were still reeling from the formidable nature of martial arts, they turned their astonished gazes toward Bai Shaoxing upon hearing Kakashi's words. Bai Shaoxing, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, a look of "I've said too much" on his face. He then regarded Kakashi, praising, "Your insight is truly remarkable. I spoke a bit too freely, yet you discerned it immediately. Impressive. Goodness. The Sage of Six Paths is still alive? My word. Must you be so shocking?" Kurozetsu was equally startled. The brother he had never met was, astonishingly, still alive. Panic ensued within him, as he felt like a mere pawn in this game. As for Uchiha Obito, he now solely desires to resurrect Uchiha Madara, allowing him to witness this world. How infuriating. The Sage of Six Paths is still alive. How can he possibly play? By Xiaoxing, is this the sensation of mocking the world? Kurozetsu, I finally understand the pleasure you derived from deceiving Uchiha Madara. Although the four heavenly kings of Konoha were astonished by the news of the Sage of Six Paths' survival, they could reluctantly accept it. After all, they had already offended two beings destined to surpass the sage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his number tag and exchanged a knowing look with his three close friends. "Sir, I am number 7. What must I do to survive the hands of the Child of Destiny?" The others, having returned to their senses from the shocking revelation of the sage's survival, frowned at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once again, it is the Child of Destiny, the last time he inquired. It was also related to the same entity. The members of Akatsuki wore expressions of confusion. Through Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, they had learned about the previous incident involving the Baishaodang. Why does the Child of Destiny instill such fear in Sarutobi Hiruzen? Baishaoshin's lips curled into a faint smile as he tilted his head back, seemingly reminiscing. Upon witnessing Baishaoshin display this unusual demeanor for the first time, everyone sensed that the matter was far from simple. After a long pause, Baishaoshin refocused his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. To inquire about this, 2 S-rank ninjutsu are required, which need to be purchased. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the demeanor of a wealthy individual, promptly handed Baishaoshin 2 scrolls. After confirming the scrolls, he let out a deep sigh. The Child of Destiny truly is an unreasonable entity. My Tianshu sect has passed through several eras, and we only know of a few instances where individuals have survived after offending the Child of Destiny. A grave expression enveloped everyone. The Child of Destiny is terrifying indeed. The children of Destiny are generally divided into 2 categories, the righteous Child of Destiny and the villainous Child of Destiny. These 2 types are fated rivals, with only one able to survive. Typically, it is the righteous Child of Destiny who prevails. Currently, there are 3 children of Destiny in the ninja world, 2 righteous ones. The very 2 you have offended, and 1 villainous Child of Destiny. If you wish to save yourselves, you may seek allegiance with the villainous Child of Destiny. Shimura Danzō could no longer contain his impatience and exclaimed, "Sir, where is that villainous Child of Destiny?" Baishaoshin first glanced at Kurozetsu, revealing a mysterious smile. "Kurozetsu? Why is this person smiling at me?" Then Baishaoshin turned his attention to the 4 heavenly kings of Konoha. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly. This villainous Child of Destiny possesses a unique background. She has already clashed with the previous Child of Destiny, but ultimately faced defeat. However, she did not perish. Instead, she outlasted the 2 righteous children of Destiny. Although she survived, she was sealed away. If no one rescues her beforehand, she will eventually break free from her seal. At that moment, fate would guide the 2 children of Destiny from the Shinobi world to confront her in a battle of life and death." The 4 great kings of Konoha, upon hearing this, were visibly elated. What was it but a seal? After all, who were they, if not Konoha, the great elder of the Shinobi world? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with excitement, "Sir, where is the Child of Destiny from the dark side sealed?" Baishaoshin pointed to the sky and, amidst the puzzled expressions of everyone present, uttered a terrifying revelation: the moon. The Child of Destiny from the dark side is sealed upon the moon. Or rather, the very existence of the moon in the Shinobi world was a consequence of sealing this dark Child of Destiny. Everyone fell into a stunned silence for 10 seconds. Holy smokes! How is that even possible? That is the moon we are talking about. It exists solely to seal someone, exclaimed one individual in disbelief. Goodness! This world is far too perilous. We must be cautious and develop quietly. We cannot afford to be reckless. Heijue was flabbergasted. He had been merely an observer, not realizing he would be drawn into this revelation. Did Baishaoshin know even this hidden secret? Moreover, according to Baishaoshin, his mother was the very Child of Destiny from the dark side. Oh, no. Whether it was his mother or the dark Child of Destiny, ultimately, they would be targeted. In that moment, Heijue felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Chapter 27. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the four great kings of Konoha felt as though they had ridden a roller coaster. Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence, eager to unseal the dark child of destiny. But now, Bai Shaoxing had informed them that this being was sealed upon the moon. Goodness! Not only did they question their ability to unseal it, but they also realized they could not even ascend to that celestial body. The members of Akatsuki were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the moon itself served as a seal. What kind of formidable entity was trapped within? Their imaginations could hardly fathom it. After a lengthy pause, the group finally began to process the enormity of this revelation. Such a monumental truth required time to digest. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi rose to his feet. Following tradition, he bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, I am number 8, and I wish to inquire, what is a child of destiny? Upon hearing Itachi's question, the others became fully attentive. After all, the mere fact that one could be sealed upon the moon without perishing was a testament to the extraordinary prowess of a child of destiny. In response, Bai Shaoxing first requested an A-rank ninjutsu from Uchiha Itachi before elaborating. Let me explain what destiny is. For instance, if you frequently win at gambling or find money while walking, it indicates a strong fortune. Of course, this kind of luck is only temporary. However, a child of destiny possesses fortune that lasts a lifetime. To illustrate further, consider that if an ordinary person were to fall into a bottomless abyss, they would typically face a certain death. But if it were a child of destiny, not only would they survive, but they would also likely encounter extraordinary adventures, acquiring A-rank or even S-rank ninjutsu as a regular occurrence. If fortune smiles upon them, they might even meet an unparalleled master and take them as a mentor. One can imagine that the third Hokage might have some inkling of this. Initially, all were taken aback by the unreasonable nature of the child of destiny. Before their gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were acutely aware that Hiruzen had offended two such children of fate. Could it be that Hiruzen's misdeeds had inadvertently granted those two extraordinary encounters? Bai Shaoxing surveyed the crowd and remarked, essentially, a child of destiny cannot be slain by anyone other than another child of destiny. It is reminiscent of the third Hokage. Should an ordinary individual offend him, even a Nin, he possesses countless methods to eliminate them. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, I possess none, do not speak recklessly. Yet, he has offended precisely the children of destiny, and one of them is but a mere child, not even a Genin. Nevertheless, even so, the third Hokage lost an arm. Of course, had the third not pursued the children of destiny himself, but merely sent his subordinates, well, in that case, those subordinates would have merely become the experience fodder for the children of destiny. Such individuals might inexplicably perish due to the children of destiny. They could fall prey to internal strife, engage in mutual slaughter, or inadvertently trigger traps, such as explosive tags. Once they are dead, the children of destiny would inherit their jutsu, thus growing stronger. In conclusion, the children of destiny grow ever more powerful through slaughter, and even without it, they are formidable. The children of destiny are truly unreasonable. Now, their gazes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, imbued with pity. Uchiha Itachi looked towards Bai Shaoxing and asked, Sir, do the children of destiny possess any other characteristics? Bai Shaoxing nodded and replied, in essence, the child of destiny is akin to a favored child of heaven. The heavens are indifferent to all but him. To expedite his growth, the heavens have bestowed upon the child of destiny a unique trait, an innate ability to attract animosity. For only by opposing the child of destiny can others serve as stepping stones for his ascent. Furthermore, due to this trait, most children of destiny harbor deep-seated grudges from a young age. We have a saying in the Tiangong Pavilion, when kin are sacrificed to the heavens, boundless power is unleashed. This aptly describes the child of destiny. If one were to kill his kin before him, he would inexplicably grow stronger. Perhaps in one moment he is no match for you, yet in the next, he surpasses you. Lastly, I must inform you all that every era invariably witnesses the rise of a child of destiny, often at least two, one of righteous alignment and one of nefarious intent, for they are fated adversaries. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the crowd no longer envied the children of destiny. After all, their childhoods were steeped in sorrow and blood-soaked vengeance, which they expressed a desire to avoid. To further convince them, Bai Shaoxing elaborated on how Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were half-children of destiny themselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended. No wonder those two had once appeared so overwhelmingly powerful. It turned out they truly were favored by destiny. Observing the contemplative crowd, Bai Shaoxing added, Senju Hashirama can be regarded as a child of the righteous fate, while Uchiha Madara embodies the essence of a villainous fate. Moreover, their secrets are far from trivial. Should anyone be intrigued, they may procure them from me. Other individuals present felt a sense of irritation. How could he so shamelessly entice others' curiosity only to depart unscathed? Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, Uchiha Itachi had already deduced the identities of the two fated children, his beloved younger brother and Uzumaki Naruto. The others too had surmised that Naruto was indeed one of the fated ones. They resolved to instruct their clans to avoid offending Naruto, as well as those harboring deep-seated vendettas. Subsequently, Bai Shaoxing addressed an inconsequential query from number 9. Finally, it was number 10. To their astonishment, it turned out to be the dutiful Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu rose, feigning decorum by bowing to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the Sage of Six Paths? Gasp. The others gasped. Yet another significant revelation that they could not afford to miss. Bai Shaoxing glanced at Black Zetsu, a knowing look in his eyes, and remarked, this question comes at a steep price. It involves 2 secrets and requires 3 S-rank ninjutsu. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Bai Shaoxing sensed that the air in the Bai Shaodang was being depleted by their astonishment. Upon hearing that 3 S-rank ninjutsu were needed, the others resigned themselves to the belief that they would not uncover this mystery today. After all, possessing even a single S-rank ninjutsu is a stroke of extraordinary luck for any clan, let alone 3. But who was Black Zetsu? The life mentor of Uchiha Madara. Though not particularly formidable, his collection was vast. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Black Zetsu produced 3 scrolls. In that moment, everyone suddenly felt that every individual around them might harbor an extraordinary secret. Surely, only someone exceptional could possess 3 S-rank ninjutsu and remain among them. It is worth noting that the Konoha sealing scroll contained but a handful of S-rank ninjutsu. The 4 heavenly kings of Konoha exchanged glances, placing Black Zetsu on their list of individuals to avoid provoking. They had discerned that he was indeed a mystery, willing to trade 3 S-rank ninjutsu for the location of the Sage of Six Paths. It seemed implausible that one would squander such resources merely to inquire about a single individual S whereabouts. It reeked of frivolity. Chapter 28. The gathering dissipates. Bai Shaoxing regarded the 3 fire-released ninjutsu scrolls in his possession with great satisfaction. These scrolls had never appeared in the original narrative and were likely Black Zetsu's prized collection. He then surveyed the expectant faces in the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The location of the Sage of Six Paths? He resides in the Pure Land. The assembly was left in utter bewilderment. They contemplated various answers, even pondering beyond the sun, yet they never anticipated that the truth would lie in the Pure Land. Kaguya felt as though she was being toyed with by Bai Shaoxing, yet she could not decipher his intentions. Thus, she had no choice but to endure, forcing a smile. Sir, please do not jest. Isn't the Pure Land a realm for the deceased? If the Sage of Six Paths is still alive, how could he possibly reside there? Bai Shaoxing shook his head, explaining, I mentioned there are 2 secrets. The other secret is. He paused, surveying the crowd. The others felt a surge of irritation. If only they could confront him without fear of defeat. Bai Shaoxing relished the sight of their frustration, yet he knew to temper his amusement, lest his loyal followers be deterred. The other secret is that the Pure Land was created by the Sage of Six Paths, so he can indeed dwell within it. Boom. It was as if an earthquake of magnitude 8. It had struck their minds. The Pure Land was created by the Sage of Six Paths? How terrifying was this revelation? Was this knowledge meant for them? The astute among them began to consider further implications. Why did the Sage of Six Paths create the Pure Land? Would he encounter his deceased loved ones there? Kaguya, however, pondered whether her elder brother had fashioned the Pure Land to gather souls to confront their mother. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing this, felt unworthy of being the puppet master. In comparison to the Sage of Six Paths, he felt as if he were merely playing house. He could not comprehend why the Sage of Six Paths remained alive, but one thing was certain. The sage had a purpose in creating the Pure Land. Alas, Madara, why did you leave? The depths of this world are too profound for me to navigate. Uchiha Obito chided himself and turned once more to the refined Bai Shaoxing. He felt like a mere jester in the eyes of the latter. The man knew of the Sage of Six Paths, so surely he was aware of Obito's dreams woven around the Moon Eye plan. Lin, what am I to do? I long to exist in a world with you. No. The Pure Land? Obito suddenly recalled that his Lin had already passed on. the deceased would inevitably journey to the domain of the Sage of Six Paths. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. If the sage harbored any schemes, would his Lin be in danger? The members of Akatsuki were equally troubled. They had incessantly called for the world to experience pain, to achieve peace. Yet what did all this signify in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Konan had already labeled the sage as a villain. She questioned why, if he was still alive, he allowed wars to persist. Wait, war? The Pure Land. Konan felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. A profound sense of terror surged within. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki were momentarily taken aback by Konan's expression of sheer fear. Just as they were about to inquire further, the Hundred Eyes Pavilion vanished once more. However, this time, it elicited little concern. After all, they had just unearthed several secrets that would remain forever beyond their grasp, enough to astonish them for a lifetime. Konan, regaining her composure from her reverie, hastily summoned the two, and they hurried back to the Akatsuki organization. The clandestine duo, now in a state of disarray, were each lost in their own thoughts. Ultimately, it was the dutiful son who first regained his senses, leading the dazed Uchiha Obito away. As for the inhabitants of Konoha, each noble family returned to their respective homes. Yet, before departing, they cast envious glances at Hinata Hizashi, whose face was alight with excitement. The four heavenly kings of Konoha also noticed Hinata's exuberance. In times past, they would have felt apprehensive and perhaps even taken action. Yet now, they were indifferent, after all. Could the members of the Hyuga clan rival the Son of Destiny? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his three troubled friends. You should return and reassure your families. This evening, the three of you come to my residence, and we shall deliberate further. The three friends nodded in agreement before dispersing to their respective homes. Later that night at the Akatsuki base, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, all members had gathered. In the conference room, the young Deidara listened intently as Konan, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hoshigaki recounted the events at the Hundred Eyes Pavilion, noting the astonished expressions of the others. Deidara felt as though he had stumbled into a cult. What was this talk of the Son of Destiny? What of the Sage of Six Paths still being alive? Why not mention that the sage had a mother as well? While some remained skeptical, Pain had already come to believe a significant portion of the revelations. The moment Konan returned, she had informed him of the renegade's significance. He was acutely aware of his own body, and thus, despite the shocking nature of the news, he no longer found himself doubting as he once did. Nor did he blindly accept it. Pain regarded the contemplative Konan and Uchiha Itachi and inquired, Baihu, Shike, what are your thoughts? The others turned their gazes towards the two. Konan, returning to the moment, sighed deeply. Alas, had I not ventured to the Hundred Eyes Pavilion, I too would have found these claims hard to believe. Yet now, I find it impossible to dismiss them. Uchiha Itachi concurred, indeed. To speak of the Son of Destiny, the matter concerning Uzumaki Naruto is undeniably real. My brother, upon my estimation, is also a Son of Destiny. He disappeared alongside Naruto. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself mentioned offending two Sons of Destiny. Thus, it stands to reason that my brother is one of them. They possess nothing to gain from us. Byakugan could not have conjured the notion of a Son of Destiny merely to deceive us. As for the individual known as Number 10, he undoubtedly harbors monumental secrets. It is evident he has placed his faith in Byakugan's words. Thus, he exchanged 3 S-rank ninjutsu for information regarding the Sage of Six Paths. This at least indicates that this individual possesses an extraordinary identity, perhaps even a connection to the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing this, Konan abruptly stood up, having been preoccupied with thoughts about the sage, only to overlook this enigmatic figure known as Number 10. Chapter 29. Sherlock Holmes seeing Conan's sudden agitation. Itachi and the others turned their gazes toward her. What is it, Baihu? Is there any inaccuracy in what Juke has stated? Konan shook her head at Pain. I believe Itachi is correct. This Number 10 must harbor significant secrets. He undoubtedly knows something about the Sage of Six Paths. I have pondered extensively on why the Sage of Six Paths established the Pure Land. The most straightforward explanation is to provide a refuge for the souls of the deceased. Upon reflection, I even considered the sage to be a benevolent figure. But have you ever contemplated why, despite his immense power, the sage allowed the ninja world to remain embroiled in conflict? Wouldn't that lead to even greater loss of life? If the sage could create the Pure Land, how could he possibly fail to achieve mere peace? What do you all think? The Pure Land is akin to an alternative ninja world. With such power, attaining peace should be a trivial endeavor, should it not? The others listened, their expressions thoughtful. Conan continued. I am convinced that any good-hearted individual with the power of the Sage of Six Paths would strive for peace in the ninja world. Yet, the sage has chosen not to do so, and that leaves us with only one explanation. With an air of certainty, Conan declared, the Sage of Six Paths does not desire peace. He deliberately wishes for the ninja world to remain in turmoil. Upon hearing this, the others were left speechless. After a moment, as they regained their composure, they found Conan's assertions to be quite compelling. If they possessed the sage's power, they would be free to act as they wished. Anything they opted not to do would stem from unwillingness. Conan surveyed the contemplative faces around her. I now suspect that the sage's reluctance for peace is tied to the souls of the departed. If he truly wished for the souls of the deceased to find repose, he would not permit wars to erupt in the ninja world. Therefore, the only rationale for establishing the Pure Land is that he requires a multitude of souls to populate it. I now even suspect that the persistent warfare in the ninja world may be subtly orchestrated by the sage himself. Is it truly that horrifying? The others found Conan's speculation to be audacious. Yet, upon reflection, they realized her reasoning was quite sound. Kakuzu, having witnessed the eras of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, found these revelations somewhat credible. He snapped back to reality and regarded the dazed crowd with a calm expression, stating, So we are now opposing the Sage of Six Paths? We seek peace, while he does not. Should we then disband? The others responded in unison, indeed. Opposing the Sage of Six Paths is akin to searching for excrement with a lantern. Disbanding may indeed be the better option. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the dazed Pain, hesitating for a moment. Leader, I have two inquiries I wish to pose, if I may, he ventured. The others turned their attention towards Itachi, intrigued by his questions. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Pain regained his composure and nodded in acknowledgement. Itachi gathered his thoughts. I recall you once stated that only through suffering can one truly appreciate the value of peace. Thus, you intend to make the 5 great nations experience pain, compelling the Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts as a means of intimidation. Everyone is aware that I hail from Konoha. Do you understand why, in nearly every ninja war, it is predominantly other villages that unite to assault Konoha? Without hesitation, Pain replied, because Konoha is the strongest, they would have no chance unless they band together. Itachi nodded in agreement with his assertion. You speak the truth. Konoha is rich in resources and boasts numerous formidable ninjas, which necessitates their alliance. But have you ever contemplated that if your intimidation fails, you risk assuming Konoha's position? At that point, the 5 great nations would undoubtedly unite against you. Based on my understanding of you, leader, you would not fear them. A great war would be inevitable. After all that has been said, I wish to inquire, is this notion of yours a product of your own conception, or has it been imparted to you by another? Furthermore, is the Rinnegan truly yours? Gasp. The others were taken aback. Was Itachi truly so audacious? Just as Pain was about to express his anger, Conan suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Itachi, what do you mean? But how could this be? Her expression reflected a dawning realization, disbelief etched upon her features. Pain, initially poised to erupt, found himself momentarily stunned by Conan's fearful demeanor. The others, observing her reaction, sensed the gravity of the situation. Pain turned his gaze to Itachi, his tone icy. What do you imply? Understanding the weight of Conan's reaction, Itachi looked back at Pain. I recall that the last individual to possess the Rinnegan did not bear it by birthright. Judging from the reaction of the white tiger, it appears your eyes do not belong to you. I am unaware of the origins of your eyes, but it has been said that the Sage of the Six Paths possessed the Rinnegan. You now share his eyes, which leads me to believe you are already aware of your predicament. What I meant to inquire was whether the notion of capturing the tailed beasts originated from your own mind or was imparted to you by another. If it was the latter, coupled with the words of the white tiger, I have reason to believe, leader, that you have been ensnared by the Sage of the Six Paths, reduced to a mere instrument for inciting war. The others were left in shock. What now? Their own leader was merely a pawn. What did that make them? The immortal duo exchanged glances, feeling that remaining in this organization might lead to their own demise. To either become the pawn of the Sage of Six Paths or oppose him, what favorable outcome could possibly await? Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Pain fell into a state of bewilderment. Alternatively, the figure of Nagato in the secret chamber found himself equally astonished. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Pain finally regained his composure and surveyed the others. Please return for now. I have come to a conclusion. We shall reconvene here in half a month's time. At that point, I will seek further intelligence from Bai Shaoxing. If it truly aligns with what Itachi has said, I will ensure none of you are implicated. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent as they departed the conference room. Deidara pondered, so I arrive only to find that the organization may be on the verge of dissolution? Once all had left, Conan activated a concealed door and entered the inner chamber. Upon gazing at the gaunt figure of Nagato, tears welled in her eyes. Nagato, what if we were to exchange the Rinnegan? I believe Itachi is right. This must be the Sage of Six Paths' sinister scheme. Yahiko is no longer with us, and these eyes have become a harbinger of doom. Let us forego them and find a place to hide, shall we? Nagato let out a heavy sigh. Conan, aside from Naruto Uzumaki, I am the last of the Uzumaki clan. No one from the Senju clan has awakened would release. Thus, I alone can wield these eyes. The Sage of Six Paths will not spare me. Conan understood all too well. After a moment, she recalled the enigmatic Bai Shaoxing. His audacity to divulge information regarding the Sage of Six Paths indicated he was unafraid of him. Excitedly, she exclaimed, let us seek out Bai Shaoxing. He must possess a means to save you. At the very least, he will surely know how to break the impasse. Nagato nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts. Therefore, next month, Devapath Pain will accompany you to Bai Shaoxing's abode. Chapter 30. The Disappearance of Bai Shaoxing. That evening, the three great leaders of Konoha arrived as scheduled at Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. In the study, Sarutobi observed the troubled expressions on his three dear friends and took the initiative to break the silence. Let me share my perspective. There remains some time before Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha fully mature. It would be prudent for us to rescue the child of the villainous fate during this interval. This would render our task of eliminating Naruto and Sasuke effortlessly attainable. What do you think? Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Wulong and Fengchu nodded in agreement, having arrived at the same conclusion. However, Shimura Danzō furrowed his brow. Hiruzen, but how shall we lift the seal on the child of the villainous fate? That is the moon we are speaking of. The other three members remained at a loss, their expressions mirroring that of constipation, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Just as the four found themselves in a predicament, a light-hearted voice suddenly echoed through the room. I possess a method to unseal the child of fate. The four were startled by the unexpected sound. With a swift movement, the four individuals quickly huddled together, adopting a posture of vigilance. Sarutobi Hisashi glanced around the room, but found no sign of anyone. He coldly called out, "Who goes there? Step forward." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadowy humanoid figure emerged from the ground. It was none other than Kurozetsu. Having been present for some time, Kurozetsu had overheard the conversation about rescuing his mother and deemed it prudent to collaborate with the four. The sight of Kurozetsu startled the group once more. Shimura Danzō, known for his audacity, questioned, "What manner of creature are you?" Kurozetsu shot Danzō a glance, remembering the old man's audacity in calling him a creature. Though displeased, Kurozetsu managed to smile and introduced himself. "I am Kurozetsu, also known as the number 10 of the Hundred Tails Hall." The four were once again taken aback. They had sensed something extraordinary about number 10 earlier that day at the Hundred Tails Hall, and now, before them stood a figure that confirmed their suspicions. Sarutobi Hisashi studied Kurozetsu closely, noting the absence of hostility, and inquired curiously, "Might I ask why you wish to assist us? Furthermore, what is your true identity?" Kurozetsu, feeling quite at home, casually took a seat in the spot previously occupied by Danzō. He then addressed the four, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurozetsu, the son of the villainous son of fate you intend to ally with. You may refer to me as young master." The four gasped collectively, astonishment washing over them. They had anticipated that Kurozetsu's identity was significant, but they had not foreseen it to such an extent. The suspicious Danzō scoffed, "Humph, why should we trust you?" Kurozetsu, dismissing Danzō entirely, adopted an air of superiority. "What do you have to offer that might entice me? I could effortlessly demonstrate 3 S-rank jutsus. Is that not proof enough?" The four contemplated this, realizing the truth in his words. While the Hidden Leaf possessed the most S-rank jutsus among the 5 great shinobi villages, they would not easily expend such resources for a mere piece of information. Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly broke into a warm smile. "Young master, could you elaborate? What must we do to rescue the esteemed individual?" Kurozetsu hesitated, weighing whether to divulge the truth. However, recalling the nature of the Hundred Tails Hall, he felt that any falsehood would inevitably be unraveled. Moreover, with the Akatsuki and Ibido proving unreliable, he resolved to share his intentions. Thus, He engaged in discussion with the four prominent figures of the leaf for a considerable time. As Kurozetsu departed, he wore a contented smile. Yet, once he was gone, the expressions of the four shifted from delight to cold seriousness. Shimura Danzō turned to Sarutobi Hisashi, asking, "Do you truly believe his words?" Setting aside whether he is indeed the son of the villainous son of fate, if he is, capturing all the tailed beasts would antagonize the four great shinobi villages. Have you thought this through? Sarutobi Hisashi glanced at his close friends, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, how could I not comprehend? Yet, do you possess any alternatives? The three shook their heads in unison. Hisashi revealed a bitter smile. In truth, if it were merely the case of offending Uzumaki Naruto, I would not be concerned. Even if he were to threaten my life, I would not resort to capturing any tailed beasts. However, offending Uchiha Sasuke is a different matter entirely. Uchiha Sasuke harbors a deeply ingrained sense of vengeance. He would certainly not spare any of us from the four great clans. And he might not even show mercy to Konoha itself. Thus, we are left with but one path, one that leads to our demise. I hope you free grasp this. Wulong and Fengchu promptly expressed their agreement. Hisashi, we are all in accord with you. The three then turned their gazes towards Shimura Danzō, awaiting his stance. Danzō, seeing his three dear friends looking at him, maintained an aloof demeanor, saying nothing. Hisashi understood that Danzō had tacitly consented, and he could not help but reflect on the loyalty of his dearest friends. A month quietly passed. Beside the Ichiraku ramen shop, a new sign appeared. Upon reading the words inscribed on it, the members of Konoha and Akatsuki were taken aback. The sign read, "Apologies to all. I have just received an invitation. My friend has recently attained the mid-stage of the realm of divine travel, and he wishes to engage in philosophical discourse with me. I shall heed this call. And this journey will last 3 years, until we meet again on this day 3 years hence." After reading the words, everyone inhaled sharply. The mid-stage of the realm of divine travel. That equates to the strength of the peak sage of 6 paths. Bai Shaoxing's friend has actually progressed to such a level. They then pondered about Bai Shaoxing himself. If he possesses such formidable friends, surely he cannot be weak. Moreover, Bai Shaoxing is embarking on a philosophical discourse. While they were unaware of the precise meaning of such discourse, they could surmise. It is merely an exchange of cultivation insights, is it not? To converse with someone at the realm of divine travel, one must be at least of comparable strength, right? Kurozetsu and Uchiha Obito, upon reading Bai Shaoxing's message, discreetly wiped the sweat from their brows. Both had resolved that they must seize the opportunity to eliminate Bai Shaoxing. Yet, upon seeing the message, they felt they might merely be delivering their own heads on a platter. All members of Akatsuki, hidden among the crowd, had also come to understand the significance of the realm of divine travel. They had not anticipated Bai Shaoxing's formidable prowess. Konan, while astonished, felt a sense of relief. She quietly spoke to Pain. No wonder Bai Shaoxing dared to reveal information about the Sage of 6 Paths. It seems his strength is on par with the sage himself. Pain, I am increasingly convinced that Bai Shaoxing can help us break the impasse. Pain, in agreement, nodded vigorously. He turned to the members of Akatsuki. Bai Shaoxing will return only after 3 years. Do you intend to remain with Akatsuki, or shall you choose to depart? Upon their arrival, they had already deliberated. They resolved to determine their fates based on Bai Shaoxing's response. Yet now, with Bai Shaoxing set to depart for 3 years, they were filled with uncertainty, unsure of their next steps. Itachi Uchiha rarely smiled, since they had agreed to wait for Bai Shaoxing's return to decide their course. He would naturally wait the full 3 years. Hence, he remained a member of the Suzaku. Similarly, Kisame Hashigaki echoed, "My decision aligns with that of Mr. Itachi." The others, after some contemplation, also chose to wait for 3 years. Chapter 31. Naruto abandons the sword for the blade in the Akatsuki conference room. Itachi Uchiha approached Pain and Konan. Pain cast a puzzled glance at Itachi. "Itachi, what brings you to me?" Itachi met Pain's renegade gaze unwaveringly. "Leader, do you know the true identity of the individual known as Tobi, who initially brought me into the Akatsuki?" Pain, unsure of Itachi's intent, felt there was little left to conceal. He had introduced himself as Uchiha Madara, and it was indeed due to him that the Akatsuki had come into existence. Itachi understood. Glancing between the two, "During the massacre of my clan, it was the Uchiha Madara you mentioned who assisted me. However, since joining the Akatsuki, I have seldom encountered him. Have you seen him recently, leader?" Pain shook his head slightly. "Typically, he is the one who seeks us out. It has been quite some time since we last laid eyes on him." Itachi then turned to Konan. Sister Conan, do you recall the individual known as Number 10 from the By Shouting? Conan had already grasped Itachi's line of thought. Itachi, are you suggesting that he is Uchiha Madara? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi responded, in this shinobi world, there are few capable of executing 3 S-rank jutsu simultaneously. After much consideration, the likelihood of it being Uchiha Madara seems the greatest. With that declaration, a profound silence enveloped the trio. After a lengthy pause, Conan addressed the two. I have conceived a possibility. Uchiha Madara may have discerned through By Xiaodong's intelligence that he is but a pawn of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, he inquired about the sage's whereabouts. Itachi appeared to be deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a village within the Land of Fire, Iguching, Ximen Chui Xue, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto Uzumaki had just concluded their meeting. Their discussions also revolved around By Shouting. Iguching turned to Orochimaru and the others. I share a certain rapport with By Shouting. He is a man who thrives on chaos. He has mastered a secret technique known as the art of heavenly mechanisms. There are few secrets in the world that he remains unaware of. You 3 ought to train diligently. In 3 years, you must visit By Shouting. Provided you mention my name, he will offer you a solution to one of your queries at no cost. Orochimaru displayed a keen interest, licking his lips with anticipation. Hee. I can hardly contain myself. For the first time, 3 years feel unbearably long. Upon hearing that they were to travel to Konoha to seek the 100 Eyes Pavilion, Uchiha Sasuke immediately donned a countenance of resentment. He then cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the dazed Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, it's merely 3 years. After this span, I must avenge my clan's blood debt. I am aware of your kindness, but you must contemplate how your parents truly met their end. Observing the hesitation in Naruto's expression, Iguching furrowed his brow and spoke. Naruto, I have received word that the higher-ups of Konoha have devised a means to deal with both of you. I shall not assist you on your path. Should you perish, do not claim to be my disciple, Iguching. With that, Iguching rose and departed, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Moreover, if you cannot avenge your parents, you are unworthy of being a son. No matter how talented you may be, you do not deserve to be my disciple. Uchiha Sasuke wished to interject, but the cold voice of Ximen Chui Xue interrupted. Sasuke, come train with me. If my disciple cannot become the foremost of the younger generation, he is unworthy to be my disciple. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder with a resigned sigh. Alas, even the gentle Mo Wengu would not forget his enmity. You must not disappoint him. With that, Uchiha Sasuke followed Ximen Chui Xue out of the conference room. Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Naruto before vanishing in an instant, leaving Naruto in a state of bewilderment. Mo Wengu, what has happened to me? Why do I not wish to avenge my parents' deaths? Naruto scoffed at himself and left, disheartened. Once all had departed, Imoen appeared at the spot where Naruto had been, surveying the empty conference room with a furrowed brow. Is this due to the influence of Ashura's reincarnation? Or has the Sage of Six Paths meddled in secret? After a moment, Imoen's expression shifted to a chilling smile. Hee, how intriguing. I refuse to believe that I cannot pull Naruto Uzumaki into the abyss of hatred within 3 years. As time passed, half a month went by, and Imoen drew a new character. He quickly transformed into Iguching and summoned Orochimaru and the others once more. Observing the genuine energy fluctuations emanating from Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, Iguching nodded in satisfaction. However, upon glancing at the still unchanged Naruto Uzumaki, disappointment washed over his face. Seeing Iguching's expression, Naruto felt a pang of self-reproach. Simultaneously, there lingered a fear within Iguching that he might no longer recognize his disciple. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru were indeed as Naruto Uzumaki had surmised. Iguching and Ximen Chui Xue were excessively proud, undoubtedly unwilling to accept a disciple lacking merit. Observing Orochimaru's indifferent demeanor while Naruto and Sasuke wore expressions of concern, he could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, Naruto, if you cannot master your heart, you shall never become a true swordsman. Naruto immediately knelt, his face awash with sorrow. Master, I cannot fathom why. I am perpetually restless. I apologize for disappointing you. Iguching shook his head. You should abandon the pursuit of swordsmanship. With your current state of mind, you are incapable of grasping my sword techniques. Though I hold little affection for the path of the blade, I must concede that it is the only path fitting for you at present. Believing Iguching had forsaken him, Naruto was overtaken by despair, repeatedly bowing his head in earnest supplication. Master, I shall strive diligently to learn the sword. Please grant me a little more time. Yiguching did not deter Naruto's pleas. Instead, he retrieved a tome from his robes and cast it before Naruto. Although I am not versed in the ways of the blade, our Zhonghua Pavilion boasts formidable sword cultivators. This tome, titled Demon Blade, is a technique devised by a venerable master of the ethereal realm. From this day forth, forsake the sword and embrace the blade. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall not abandon you. You must strive to bring me honor. At this juncture, Yiguching let out a self-deprecating smile. A swordsman like myself must now cultivate a disciple of the blade. If you remain unaccomplished, I shall have no face to return to Zhonghua Pavilion. Upon realizing that Yiguching had not cast him aside, Naruto instantly ceased his weeping and fervently assured, I shall diligently study the blade technique and will not disappoint your expectations. At this declaration, Yiguching rarely smiled. You too may leave. Orochimaru, stay behind. Once Naruto and Sasuke departed, Yiguching turned his gaze toward the puzzled Orochimaru. Naruto's indecisiveness suggests that the Sage of Six Paths has left a lingering influence upon him. The technique I have bestowed upon him, Demon Blade, is a merciless and emotionless art. Its practice will lead one toward the path of darkness. This technique, barring unforeseen circumstances, can counterbalance the influence left by the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. What do you require of me, Master Yiguching? Yiguching fixed a piercing gaze upon Orochimaru's sinister countenance. I need you to instill a sense of killing intent in Naruto daily. This will expedite his comprehension of the Demon Blade. Orochimaru displayed a cruel, chilling smile. Interesting. Quite intriguing. The disciple will certainly fulfill this task diligently. Chapter 32. Encounter. 3 years have swiftly passed. In 2 months, Imoen will turn 14, while Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha will soon reach the age of 12. Once the two protagonists turn 12, the narrative of Naruto will commence. My apologies. The story of Naruto has already concluded. In the Land of Fire. Within the village of Konoha, the Akatsuki organization has seen the departure of its 2 shadowy members and White Zetsu. Currently, the members of Akatsuki include Pain, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakazu, Sasori, and Deidara. The 8 members of Akatsuki, now adorned with new visages, are relishing barbecue in Konoha. Except for Pain. The others seem to be enjoying their meal quite heartily. Just as the 8 are relishing their feast, 2 Konoha ninjas enter the barbecue establishment. Itachi Uchiha furrows his brow and quietly explains to his companions. Judging by their attire, they are members of the Sarutobi clan. Konan advises the others to observe the situation calmly, stating, there is still a week until the arrival of the 100 Eyes Hall. Let us not reveal our identities just yet. The others nod in understanding. Meanwhile, not far from them, the 2 Sarutobi clan members wear expressions of deep concern. 1. Filled with dread, urges, ear hook, perhaps we should just pack up and leave? I am terrified that that demon will come after us. Sarutobi ear hook shares the same troubled expression. Freya, it should be fine. Let's eat quickly and then head back. Otherwise, if we take it back, others will surely finish it all. Sarutobi Freya sighs in resignation. Sigh. Then let us eat swiftly. Pain gives Itachi a knowing glance, and Itachi comprehends immediately. Under the gaze of his companions, Itachi rises from his seat and reveals his 3-tomo Sharingan before the 2 Sarutobi clan members. They obediently return to their companions. Pain then signals the artistic duo, who promptly vacate their seats. Once Sarutobi Earhook and Sarutobi Freya are seated, Itachi inquires of Earhook. What is this demon you speak of? Sarutobi Earhook, with a vacant expression, replies, a week ago, Advisor Mito get in and Advisor Tanshin Kohara went missing. When we found them, their faces were distorted and their eyes had been gouged out. They were likely alive when it happened, which explains the distortion of their faces. Since that day, members of both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have been dying one after another. We have lost 56 individuals now. All the deceased had their eyes gouged out and faces twisted. The clan leader claims it is the work of a demon. After Sarutobi Earhook finishes speaking, Itachi allows the 2 to return to their previous positions. They devour the barbecue voraciously, as if nothing had occurred, and hastily leave the establishment. Once they depart, the remaining 7 turn their attention to Itachi, whose brow is furrowed in concern. Pain inquires, Itachi, what troubles you? Uchiha Itachi sighed. Alas, 3 years ago, when I paid homage to my clan, I discovered that many graves bore signs of disturbance. Upon further investigation, I found that the eyes of all my kin had been excavated. Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha clan, would never desecrate the graves of our ancestors in such a manner. Thus, I surmised that another was responsible. The signs of grave disturbance must have been left by Sasuke during his inquiries. He must have already uncovered the identity of the perpetrator who had stolen the eyes of all my clan. Konan instantly understood. Itachi, are you suggesting that the demon is Uchiha Sasuke, returned to exact vengeance? Uchiha Itachi could only nod in resignation. At that moment, aside from pain, the 7 others suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They immediately directed their astonished gazes towards the entrance, where 3 figures, tall and short, emerged. Konan could not help but exclaim, "What an overwhelming aura of killing intent." Who were these 3? The trio comprised the transformed Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. They, too, noticed the intense scrutiny from the 8 members of Akatsuki. Upon seeing one of them, Uchiha Sasuke's expression twisted with hatred. He quickly advanced, followed closely by Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru. The Akatsuki members, noting the peculiar long blade carried by one and the strange long swords at the waists of the other 2, braced themselves for confrontation. Haiden swiftly drew his weapon, and the others adopted a stance of readiness for battle. Uchiha Sasuke stood before Uchiha Itachi, fixating on him with a cold stare, and spoke in a chilling tone. "Uchiha Itachi, do you believe that by changing your appearance, I would fail to recognize you?" Hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Itachi, in disbelief, gasped, "Sasuke? Is it truly you?" Before Uchiha Sasuke could respond, the tall Orochimaru let out a chilling, raspy laugh. He cackled. "It has been quite a while, my friends." Upon hearing that familiar laughter, pain was poised to strike, but Konan quickly restrained him, her brow furrowed as she regarded Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I never expected it to be you." Sensing a flicker of murderous intent emanating from pain, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly turned crimson. He swiftly unsheathed the long blade from his back and slammed it down onto the floor, shattering it into countless fragments. In an instant, Naruto's bloodlust erupted, flooding the modest barbecue restaurant like a sea of crimson. With the ferocity of a beast, he fixed his gaze upon the trio, desperately stifling his excitement, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "What should I do? I desperately want to cut them down." This scene not only terrified the members of Akatsuki, but even Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke were taken aback. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly addressed Naruto. "Naruto, do not forget, we have a mission. Do you wish to disappoint your brother, Emon?" Upon hearing the name Mo1, Naruto Uzumaki's crimson eyes swiftly returned to their normal state. However, his expression now radiated a chill surpassing that of Orochimaru. Observing Naruto's composure, both Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha exhaled a sigh of relief. They were eager to inquire of Iguchi what terrifying technique he had imparted to Naruto. Goodness! They felt as though Naruto's long blade could descend upon them at any moment. As Sasuke noted Naruto's regained calmness, he cast a glance at the sweating Itachi Uchiha, tauntingly remarking, "My foolish brother, although you may be blissfully unaware that others view you as a mere tool, I am compelled to avenge our clan. I shall reserve you for last. You must hasten your ascent in strength. I fear that by then, you may not even possess the right to draw your sword." Upon finishing his words, Sasuke hastily seized Naruto and exited the barbecue restaurant. He was apprehensive that Naruto might once again spiral into madness, leaving him and Orochimaru with no choice but to flee. Orochimaru regarded the relieved individuals with an expression of disinterest. "Heh, the renegade? How dull." With that, he followed closely behind Sasuke and Naruto. Chapter 33. Itachi's secret time passed, and suddenly, Kisame Hoshigaki erupted with expletives. "What the hell? Is this what the child of destiny is like? So terrifying? I thought I was about to be cleaved in two." Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, responded solemnly. "Sasuke Uchiha is manageable. He likely possesses only the strength of a shadow. Orochimaru, however, is nearing the threshold of a half-step beyond shadow. Yet, that Naruto Uzumaki is the most formidable. His normal strength should be comparable to Sasuke's. But he is the only one among the three who instills in me a sense of danger." The others exchanged incredulous glances. Were not Sasuke and Naruto merely 12 years of age? How could they be so formidable? Could it be that the child of destiny truly possessed such overwhelming potential? Gazing at the composed Itachi Uchiha, they felt a surge of admiration for him. If they had a brother as terrifying as that, seeking their demise, They certainly would not remain as unfazed as Itachi appeared. Itachi suddenly spoke. The swords of Sasuke and Orochimaru resemble the blade of the figure I witnessed on the night of our clan's annihilation. It stands to reason that they have honed their martial prowess. Pain nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Itachi, what do you intend to do? I am aware of your purpose in joining the Akatsuki, now that our organization has become a mere shadow of its former self. Do you still wish to return to Konoha? Itachi, unfazed by being seen through, merely shook his head slightly. 3 years ago, I may have harbored affection for Konoha. However, I slaughtered my own kin for the sake of the village, only to witness Konoha desecrate the remains of my family. Henceforth, I shall be but the vermilion bird of the Akatsuki. On the day that Sasuke comes to seek me, I shall conclude my own existence to atone for my transgressions. Kakashi, the dry persimmon, wishes to articulate something yet finds himself at a loss for words. Over the past 3 years, perhaps due to the Akatsuki's members not actively striving for world peace or engaging in daily missions, they have spent more time together, gradually cultivating their bonds. Yet now, upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, they find themselves unable to rejoice. Konan gazes at the remarkably open-minded Itachi and contemplates before addressing him. Itachi, you claim that the Sage of Six Paths could create a pure land. Can you do the same? The others regard Konan with expressions of disbelief, as if she were uttering a grand jest. Undeterred, Konan continues, in the past, I would not have spoken of creating a pure land. However, I have come to realize that if one attains the power of the Sage of Six Paths, such a feat becomes possible. Even if there are unique circumstances preventing the creation of a pure land, if my strength were to match that of the sage, I would demand the return of my loved one's souls. If he refuses, I shall seize them by force. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the group at Konan's fierce declaration. It is as if they are seeing her in a new light. She dares to challenge even the Sage of Six Paths. Itachi's eyes momentarily sparkle with hope before dimming once more. He offers a wry smile, revealing a secret about his own condition that leaves them all in shock. I suffer from a bloodline illness. I do not have many years left to live. The group stares at him in disbelief, with Kakashi appearing especially incredulous. They understand that for those born into bloodline limit clans, such an illness is akin to a death sentence. Suddenly, they feel a wave of sympathy for Itachi. At such a tender age, he has already committed the grave act of slaughtering his own clan for the sake of Konoha, only to discover that Konoha has betrayed his trust. Now, not only must his brother seek to kill him, but he himself is afflicted with this dreadful illness. Konan, too, is taken aback by the revelation of Itachi's plight. Having finally forged bonds with a few companions, she is unwilling to lose any of them. Then a thought strikes her, and delight spreads across her face. The great sage. He must have a way to save Itachi. Furthermore, he surely possesses the means to enhance our abilities. Her excitement grows as she elaborates. Indeed, the great sage can surely assist us. If he could elevate Orochimaru's power so significantly, then surely we can improve as well. We can seek the great sage to inquire about the whereabouts of other warriors. We can embark on a journey to train in martial arts. Deidara, wearing a look of disdain, interjects, I have no interest in that. Art is an explosion. I refuse to learn martial arts. At that moment, Pain speaks up. Konan raises a valid point. From what we have gathered, the Tiangong sect appears to be a formidable force. Orochimaru and his companions now presumably belong to another martial arts faction. It appears that there are additional martial powers within the ninja world. Did not Bai Shaoxing have a friend who transcended the mid-stage of the godly travel profound realm? Perhaps that individual represents yet another faction. Moreover, it is evident that there are currently 3 individuals who stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of Six Paths. At least one member of the Akatsuki clan resides on the moon. Bai Shaoxing is one, and his friend is another. It is entirely possible that Orochimaru's faction harbors a similar strength. Thus, the prowess of the Sage of Six Paths is not as unattainable as one might think. The group was taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Pain. Their leader was actually contemplating matters and articulating them with such clarity. Pain of the Deva Path? I feel utterly insulted. Upon reflection, they realized their leader's assertions bore considerable merit. If their organization possessed the strength of a Sage of Six Paths, they would be free to act as they pleased. Konan wholeheartedly concurred with Pain's words. She surveyed her companions and proposed, let us deliberate on what information we should procure from Bai Shaoxing. The bloodline disease of Itachi is one matter, the issue with Pain's eyes is another, and the search for warriors is yet another. Can you think of any other inquiries we should make? Itachi Uchiha felt a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Konan would prioritize this issue. Noticing the silence, she turned her gaze towards Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame? I believe the White Tiger's assertion is indeed valid. Konan then looked at Sasori. Sasori? I find your statement to be quite astute. Haiden interjected. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Kakuzu added, feasible. Konan was aware that her companions were rather dim-witted. With a glimmer of hope, she observed Deidara, who appeared to be deep in thought. After a considerable pause, Deidara turned to Konan and earnestly suggested, I think we should inquire of Bai Shaoxing regarding the essence of art. Konan was momentarily taken aback, unsure if she had misheard. However, upon hearing Deidara's proposition, Sasori nodded in approval. This question can certainly be included. Konan? Pain of the Deva Path? Itachi Uchiha? Goodness. Are these individuals truly devoid of intellect? Chapter 34. Jiraiya returns to the village in the Hokage's office. Kagaya watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō appeared to have withered considerably, leaving him feeling rather despondent about the future. His team aimed at rescuing his mother had not yet formed, and he had already lost 2 key players. Now, these two seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Alas, my Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kagaya, who was seemingly deep in thought, and urgently inquired, Young master, have you devised a solution? If this continues, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans shall face extinction. Kagaya snapped back to reality, casting a disappointed glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it is not that the young master is unwilling to assist you. You have offended the child of destiny. Should I lend you aid, I would inevitably expose myself. In that moment, if mother cannot save them, all of you shall surely perish. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared as though he had lost a son upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzō cast a murderous glance at Kurozetsu, unable to suppress his animosity. This dark-haired fool only prattles on, utterly devoid of utility. Were it not for his status as the progeny of the villainous child of destiny, I would have incinerated him without hesitation. Kurozetsu, aware of the disappointment brewing in both men, pondered for a considerable time before finally devising a plan. I possess a solution to your pressing dilemma. Shimura Danzō quickly altered his demeanor, exclaiming with delight, Young master, what is your proposal? Kurozetsu stood tall, exuding confidence. You may disband your clan members. Allow them to forsake their lineage and adopt the guise of commoners. In this manner, Uchiha Sasuke shall be unable to locate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. As Hokage, to dissolve his own clan? What foolish jest is this? Shimura Danzō's expression turned frigid once more. I apologize. I was mistaken to harbor any expectations of you, Kurozetsu. Observing the 2 men's disapproval of his brilliant idea, Kurozetsu expressed his displeasure, remarking coolly, Do you truly possess a superior alternative? Perhaps you would consider fleeing from Konoha? That way, Uchiha Sasuke would find it challenging to track you down. The 2 comrades exchanged glances, seemingly conceding that Kurozetsu's suggestion was indeed the most viable. That very day, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans found their ancestral lands deserted. This event stirred a considerable uproar in Konoha, with many unaware believing the 2 clans had merely relocated. Yet, the families of Konoha were not so easily deceived. All the prominent clans were astonished that Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen could be driven to such extremes by the child of destiny. Alarmed, they swiftly amended their clan rules, placing the prohibition against provoking the child of destiny at the forefront. In the Hyuga clan, within the courtyard of Hyuga Hizashi, he gazed in the direction of the Hokage's office, sneering, Ah, this is the price for coveting another's eyes. At that moment, a 12-year-old girl approached Hyuga Hizashi, shyly stating, Father, I am hungry again. Hyuga Hizashi jolted, immediately returning to reality. Instantly, he donned a paternal smile. Hinata, if you are hungry, that is splendid. Father will have someone bring you food right away. You must stay in your room and not venture out. After speaking, he hurried off to arrange the meal, leaving an onlooker to mistakenly assume he was a doting father. Indeed, he had become one, ever since 3 years ago. Upon hearing from Bai Shaoxing that a member of his clan possessed the potential for spontaneous awakening of the Byakugan, he had been diligently investigating every clan member. However, despite his thorough search, he had yet to uncover the identity of that individual. Yet, could Hyuga Hizashi afford to give up? Absolutely not. After thoroughly investigating Hinata Hyuga's family without any results, Hayashi Hyuga began to secretly observe the daily habits of each clan member, scrutinizing even their most private moments. Providence smiled upon his diligent efforts, and a year ago, he uncovered the secret of his daughter, Hinata. To his astonishment, he realized that she possessed an extraordinary appetite. In the past, he might have dismissed her as simply a glutton, but after the counsel of the wise Byakugan, doubts began to plague his mind. Why would such a small girl have such an insatiable hunger, and how could she consume so much without gaining weight? Byakugan had pointed out his oversight regarding her condition. The revelation struck him. This must stem from her unique physique. Clearly, her energy was constantly being expended, which explained her incessant hunger. Awakening the Byakugan surely required a special physical condition, did it not? The more he pondered, the more he felt convinced that Hinata had likely never been adequately nourished in the past, which hindered her from awakening her Byakugan. In that moment of clarity, Hayashi struck himself several times in frustration. Had it not been for Byakugan, he feared he would have missed this crucial realization. Yet, the fact that it was his own daughter who possessed such potential filled him with immense joy, transforming him from a stern father into a devoted admirer of his daughter. Meanwhile, outside a certain bathhouse in Konoha, Kakashi observed a rather peculiar sight. An elderly man with white hair, his rear end comically elevated atop the roof, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Jiraiya-sama?" he exclaimed, startled. Jiraiya, taken aback, nearly toppled into the bathhouse. "Ah, the white devil is spying again. Sisters, attack. Drive him away. Oh dear, even grandmothers are not spared." 5 minutes later, at Kakashi's home, Jiraiya regarded Kakashi with a serious demeanor. "Kakashi, what is happening with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? Since my return to the village, there has been quite an uproar. Tell me the Haven Tea truly relocated?" Kakashi, equally solemn, countered with a question of his own. "Jiraiya-sama, may I inquire where you and the other Sannin were when Lord Minato and Lady Kushina perished? What were the 3 major advisors, the Hokage, and the heads of the prominent clans doing during that crisis?" Jiraiya, bewildered, struggled to grasp Kakashi's implication. Nevertheless, he replied, "I was in the ninja world searching for the Child of Destiny. As for the others, I am at a loss." "Why do you ask, Kakashi?" Kakashi's smile turned grim. "Is this truly Konoha? The 4th Hokage and his wife fell in battle, yet not a single high-ranking official appeared. I should have abandoned any illusions. One coincidence may be expected, 2 could be dismissed, but this is not merely 1 or 2. It is a multitude." Observing Kakashi's emotional turmoil, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "Kakashi, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 35. Upon Hokage Rock, Kakashi sighed deeply and then recounted the events of 3 years prior with utmost clarity. This included the words spoken by Uchiha Sasuke in the Death Forest, as well as the matters concerning the 100 Secrets Hall. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya wore an expression of disbelief. "It cannot be Sarutobi-sensei. It simply cannot." Kakashi regarded him with an indifferent gaze. "Is that so? If it were not, then why was the 4th Hokage left to fight alone?" "Jiraiya-sama, do not tell me that amidst the chaos wrought by the 9 Tails, the entire upper echelon of Konoha was in a deep slumber. If that is not the case, why did the 3rd Hokage pursue Naruto? He is, after all, the orphan of the 4th. I have conducted my own investigation, and every member of the Uchiha clan had their eyes gouged out. There was no reason for Itachi and Sasuke to harm their own kin." Jiraiya suddenly shouted, "I refuse to believe it. I must confront Sarutobi-sensei." As Jiraiya attempted to depart, Kakashi called out, "What will you do after questioning the 3rd Hokage? If he claims it was not his doing, will you merely accept his word? Or if he admits to it, will you seek to end his life?" "Jiraiya-sama, if a singular incident is deemed coincidental, does that imply that all events are mere coincidences? I have also investigated my father's death, and it too is linked to those individuals." Kakashi continued, "Do you know why the Senju clan has only Tsunade-sama remaining? Is it solely due to the policy permitting intermarriage between clan members and outsiders? Even so, how many years have passed? Has it not been 60 years since the founding of Konoha? If the Senju ninjas perished on the battlefield, what became of the infants? Where did they vanish? How could such a formidable clan as the Senju disappear, while the Shimura and Sarutobi families have solidified their positions as the foremost clans in Konoha? Have you contemplated these matters, Jiraiya-sama?" "I do not align myself with any particular perspective. I merely speak of the facts. Even during the 2 previous devastating wars in the ninja world, the number of Konoha's prodigies could be counted on one's fingers. Yet, why does the number of geniuses dwindle as time progresses? Has there been a reduction in talent? No, the talent has not diminished. For the talent that remains is either a rogue ninja or has perished. Orochimaru, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, my father Hatake Tsukumo, and Sensei Minato, are they not all prodigies? Kakashi fell silent for a moment before posing another question. Jiraiya-sama, I ask you this. How powerful must a ninja be to quietly annihilate the Uchiha clan in a single night without Konoha's notice? I pondered this, and I find no such individual exists. For utilizing ninjutsu inevitably causes disturbances, unless the Uchiha did not resist at all. But is that even plausible? Furthermore, why were all members of the Uchiha clan conveniently gathered at their clan grounds, even if they were conspiring to rebel? Surely the ordinary Uchiha clansmen would not have the standing to partake in such treachery, would they? Do you believe that Uchiha Itachi could achieve such heights on his own? Kakashi gazed at Jiraiya's retreating figure, a hint of resentment evident in his demeanor. Lord Jiraiya, cease this self-deception. I shall never forget that I am a citizen of Konoha. Yet I can no longer consider myself a ninja of Konoha. I am merely an ordinary civilian. Jiraiya departed, lost in despair. He dared not approach Hiruzen Sarutobi. As Kakashi had stated, what good would it do to inquire? Above the Hokage rock, Jiraiya beheld familiar faces beneath him and was overcome with grief, weeping openly. Minato, what am I to do? What am I to do? I am so sorry. I apologize. Just as Jiraiya clutched his head in sorrow, a chilling, mocking voice resonated from behind him. Well, if it isn't Jiraiya, why are you weeping at this late hour? Startled, Jiraiya swiftly turned around. Orochimaru? What brings you here? Upon noticing the tall figure accompanied by two shorter ones, Jiraiya instantly recognized Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow and addressed the two beside him, pleading. My sword insists this individual is disturbing it. May I slay him? What should I do? I truly wish to strike him down. Sasuke, Uchiha, and Orochimaru exchanged exasperated glances. Sasuke forced a smile, responding, Naruto, now is not the time. In a few days, you may do as you please. Hearing Naruto's name filled Jiraiya with joy, and he hastily approached. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Before Jiraiya could finish, a 10-meter-long crimson blade of light surged towards him. In a moment of peril, he narrowly evaded it. Landing several dozen meters away, Jiraiya observed as the young boy had unsheathed a long sword, noticing the chasm ahead that stretched over 20 meters. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he watched Naruto prepare to strike again. Orochimaru interjected, Naruto, did we not intend to visit your brother's cabin? Let us not squander time here. Upon hearing this, Naruto's fierce demeanor dissipated. He glanced at Jiraiya, still reluctant, and muttered, I feel it wouldn't take long to finish him off. Orochimaru exchanged a knowing look with Sasuke, who promptly grasped Naruto's hand. Come, Naruto. We have yet to see your brother's cabin. A rare flicker of delight illuminated Naruto's eyes. All right, Sasuke. I can hardly wait. As he watched the two figures vanish, Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his brow. Orochimaru, what on earth is happening with Naruto? Jiraiya inquired hastily, watching as Naruto and Sasuke departed. Orochimaru scrutinized his former friend, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Jiraiya, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Do not approach Naruto Uzumaki again. Currently, in this ninja world, only 3 individuals can keep him grounded, and you certainly do not belong among them. Jiraiya, deeply concerned, urgently inquired, what on earth is happening? Please clarify. Orochimaru, momentarily appearing in his human guise, replied, Jiraiya, this world is not as simple as you perceive. In the eyes of certain individuals, the wars of our ninja world were akin to children frolicking in a ninja academy. He reiterated, stay away from Naruto Uzumaki. Even I fear the day he might strike me down. With that, Orochimaru vanished. Jiraiya's pupils involuntarily contracted. Orochimaru had disappeared right before his eyes. Yet he could not fathom how it was accomplished. Was it not a body flicker technique? After a moment of bewilderment, Jiraiya turned his gaze to the deep gash over 20 meters behind him, contemplating Naruto's cold, emotionless gaze, his heart heavy with unease. Minato, I am sorry. I have failed to protect Naruto. Chapter 36. The God of Death, Naruto in the Hokage's office, Tsuchikage Inoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Kazekage Gaara, and Raikage observed the one-armed Hiruzen Sarutobi with furrowed brows. They had only heard reports indicating that Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost an arm, along with some gossip from the intelligence division. They had dismissed such rumors as nonsense. Yet, now, witnessing the aged Hokage, even older than Inoki, they felt as though they were dreaming. Raikage was the first to speak. Hokage, What is your purpose in summoning the 4 great ninja villages? Hiruzen Tsurutobi replied, though he did not voice it aloud. I have summoned you to share the burden of combat. With a serious demeanor, he recounted the events concerning the intelligence division and shared some critical reports with them. As the others listened, they gazed at him incredulously, suspecting that his loss of an arm had driven him to madness. Hiruzen Tsurutobi welcomed their disbelief, as he merely needed them to help shoulder the animosity directed towards the child of destiny. Another day passed. Today marked the return of the intelligence division. Early in the morning, the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen was thronged with ninjas from the 5 villages, numbering no less than 500. Among the crowd, the 8 members of Akatsuki observed the 4 village leaders, who were seated in their respective camps with eyes closed in meditation. The 8 were expressions of confusion. Pain turned to his 2 most astute comrades in the organization, inquiring, Itachi, Conan, why have the representatives from the 4 villages gathered here? Has Konoha leaked information? Just as the 2 were about to respond, all the Kage-level figures felt a sudden tension, their brows furrowing in unison. The 4th Raikage, sensing the heavy air of impending conflict, growled, "Who dares hide in the shadows? Step forward." Just as the 4th Raikage's words echoed through the air, within a mere 3 meters of him, a boy of approximately 12 years, with golden hair and crimson eyes, suddenly appeared. In his hand, he wielded a long blade, slightly shorter than his own stature. The moment Naruto Uzumaki made his entrance, he revealed a voice that was cold, hoarse, and deep. "Were you calling me?" His sudden utterance startled everyone present. The Raikage, closest to Naruto, broke into a cold sweat. Instantly, his entire being crackled with lightning, and with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he hurled a punch towards the origin of the voice. He was fast, but Naruto was faster. At the very instant the Raikage launched his attack, a murderous intent emanated from Naruto, erupting like a torrent. A dark crimson aura of death enveloped the entire street in an instant. The unsuspecting Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas, caught off guard, foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, lifeless and unresponsive. Clearly, they were in a state of oblivion. The Raikage, closest to Naruto, trembled upon encountering the aura of death. Years of battle instinct urged him to retreat. Just as his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, a towering blade of light, 30 zhang long, cleaved through his phantom. A chilling wail echoed forth, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Seeing that his first strike had not dispatched the Raikage, Naruto swiftly turned his gaze to a figure, panting atop a nearby 2-story building, a humanoid entity crackling with lightning. Naruto's crimson eyes were shrouded in dark mist as he swiftly slashed towards the Raikage again, unleashing a blade of red light, 50 zhang in length, that soared forth with the power to cleave mountains. Still reeling from the shock of narrowly escaping the previous strike, the Raikage felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his previous location. The next instant, the blade of light struck where he had just stood. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. The blade sliced through the air as if it were cutting through tofu, cleaving all structures within a 500-meter radius in twain. After severing the buildings, the momentum of the blade did not wane, leaving a chasm 7 meters deep in its wake. In the shadows, Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha observed as Naruto threatened to spiral out of control, their expressions tinged with bitterness. In the next moment, Sasuke vanished from sight. Noticing the Raikage had once again evaded his strike, Naruto's demeanor grew even more malevolent, and he raised his blade once more, poised to strike. Just as the weapon was lifted above his head, Sasuke grasped Naruto's hands. "Enough, Naruto, we must focus on the matter at hand." Upon hearing Sasuke's voice and feeling the warmth of his touch, Naruto hastily reined in his murderous intent, his eyes returning to normal. In that instant of restoration, Orochimaru also appeared beside them. Once calm returned, the street, which had been teeming with over 500 individuals, now held only about 50 standing, all elite ninjas of Jonin rank or higher. These ninjas regarded Naruto as if he were a demon, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Naruto Uzumaki moved from action to cessation in merely a few breaths. Yet, within that fleeting span, every individual enveloped in murderous intent felt as though they had endured an entire century. The malice and demonic aura emanating from the cursed blade were far beyond the endurance of ordinary souls. Observing the deep gorges left by Naruto's 2 strikes, the crowd instinctively retreated to a safe distance. Among them, Jiraiya shielded Tsunade, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he helped her up from the ground. Tsunade, are you alright? Tsunade, gasping for air, glanced at the unconscious Shizune and exclaimed, "We must check on Shizune." The members of Akatsuki, witnessing the diminutive figure, gasped in shock. They finally comprehended Pain's assertion that Naruto could embody a perilous aura. The immortal duo exchanged glances, resolutely vowing to keep their distance from Naruto in the future. Goodness, he is a harbinger of death. He draws his blade at the slightest provocation. The other four Kage had not anticipated that a battle could erupt so swiftly. Positioned farther from the Raikage, they had clearly observed the recent events. The group hastily congregated, seeking solace in numbers. As their composure returned, they began searching for the Raikage's whereabouts. Inoki surveyed the surroundings, incredulous. Surely the Raikage hasn't he perished? Chapter 37. An uncommon confrontation. Just as Inoki finished speaking, a flash of lightning materialized before them. It was none other than the Raikage. However, at that moment, the Raikage was panting heavily, his complexion pale. His face contorted in agony, and drenched in cold sweat. Moreover, he was missing an entire arm. His left arm had been cleanly severed from the shoulder. The sight of the Raikage's wound, oozing dark energy, sent a chill down their spines. Just by observing, they could sense the ferocity of that malevolent aura. The Raikage, gasping for breath, addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must return to the inn to seek medical ninjas for my injuries." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. This scene nearly terrified the others into submission. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who first regained his senses, urgently instructing someone to take the Raikage for treatment. At that moment, Orochimaru and his companions had not yet transformed and retained their original forms. Thus, Sarutobi and Shimura Danzō dared not cast their gazes upon Naruto and his companions. Fear was evident on their faces as they exchanged glances. Is this the capability of the child of destiny to attract enmity? It is utterly terrifying. While Sarutobi and Danzō attempted to avoid Naruto and his companions, Uchiha Sasuke and his team showed no intention of retreating. Sasuke first surveyed the members of Akatsuki before striding towards Sarutobi and his group. Naruto and Orochimaru followed closely behind. The prominent figures of the ninja world instinctively took a step back as the trio approached. They do not believe they can defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Rather, it is the overwhelming dread he instills in them that paralyzes their resolve. To their eyes, Naruto appears as a merciless beast devoid of emotions. Uchiha Sasuke, observing the averted gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, sneered, "You old thieves, you owe a debt to the Uchiha clan, and I shall extract it from you, one blade at a time." At this juncture, Sasuke displayed a cruel, mocking smile. "Rest assured, I will first send your kin to the afterlife. As for the two of you, hehehe, I trust you will find your twilight years quite enjoyable." Naruto gazed at the group, his fervor palpable, as he slowly unsheathed his long blade, murmuring incessantly, "I long to slay them, I long to slay them. What to do? I can hardly contain myself." The four shadows and Danzō nearly lost their composure upon hearing Naruto's words. What the hell? Is this man insane? How utterly terrifying. No, both of these individuals are mad. One desires to annihilate an entire clan, while the other is eager to spill their blood. What else could they be but lunatics? Sasuke restrained Naruto's hand as he drew his blade, offering him a radiant smile. "Naruto, there's no rush. To end them swiftly would be too merciful. I intend for them to remember this agony even in the afterlife." Naruto, upon hearing this, hesitated momentarily, revealing a look of regret. "Very well. Since Sasuke does not wish for me to kill them, I shall refrain for now." Sasuke nodded in agreement. "Let us go have some ramen." With that, he grasped Naruto and headed towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Upon hearing the mention of ramen, Naruto's previously indifferent expression brightened. Orochimaru, observing the scene, extended his long tongue to lick his lips, emanating a sinister laugh. "Hehehe. Teacher Sarutobi, Lord Danzō, you two had better give it your all. I am most eager to see how you struggle." With that, Orochimaru trailed behind the two. The Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage quickly grasped the situation and distanced themselves from the Leaf's main camp. Raza, filled with indignation, glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I wondered why Hiruzen invited us here for no reason. That bastard is trying to set us up." They regarded the trio enjoying their ramen. Recalling the fate of the Raikage, and their animosity towards Sarutobi intensified. Kakashi had somehow appeared beside Jiraiya and Tsunade, letting out a sigh. "Alas, have you both noticed? Those three were once Leaf villagers. Why do they now conspire against us?" Is the will of fire truly the will of fire for the leaf, or merely a reflection of those two's ambitions? Tsunade, having long seen through the machinations of the leaf's higher-ups, chose to distance herself from it all. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, she exhibited little emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya gazed at his mentor, Sarutobi, unable to restrain the tears of disappointment that welled in his eyes. Konan, observing Orochimaru and his companions, found herself beset by a headache. These three were remarkably similar, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was incomprehensible to her what sort of martial artist could cultivate such ruthless individuals. Upon hearing Konan's remarks, Itachi Uchiha was once again reminded of Ximen Chui Xue. Even after more than 4 years had passed, he could not forget the chilling gaze of Ximen Chui Xue. The individual who trained them was truly devoid of compassion. The depths of his eyes bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, unlike the eyes of Sasuke and his companions. Pain felt a flicker of curiosity. Amidst the crowd, two figures furrowed their brows as they observed Orochimaru and his companions indulging in ramen. No, it should be said, for individuals. Kurozetsu and Obito Uchiha were taken aback by the terrifying potential of these two fated children. Even Obito found himself unsettled at the sight of Naruto Uzumaki. Kurozetsu, regarding the ramen chef, spoke in a low voice. Is this chef not an ordinary person? How can he withstand Naruto's murderous aura? Even a jonin should not maintain such an unperturbed expression. Obito was also plagued by a headache. He increasingly felt that everyone around him harbored unspeakable secrets. As for Orochimaru and Sasuke, they exchanged a meaningful glance with the chef. They had already noticed something unusual about him when Naruto unleashed his killing intent. The two recalled the words of Yi Guqing. The secrets of the ninja world are far from simple. If one day you encounter an incomprehensible person, rest assured, that individual will be vastly stronger than you. Orochimaru, feigning normalcy, turned to the chef and inquired, "Boss, are you not afraid of us?" The chef was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Orochimaru. Then, narrowing his eyes, he revealed a warm smile. "Lord Orochimaru, you have fought valiantly for Konoha countless times. You are a hero in my eyes. Why would I fear you?" As for Naruto and Sasuke, they were regular patrons of my small establishment years ago. If I were to fear my customers, my ramen shop would surely face bankruptcy. As soon as the chef finished speaking, he cast a glance towards the empty space nearby. In the next moment, the Hundred Tails Hall reappeared. Chapter 38, Art? The unique manner of the Hundred Tails Hall's appearance astonished those who encountered it for the first time. Many had only heard of the name, yet had never witnessed it, much like Jiraiya and Tsunade. Gazing upon such an extraordinary structure, the two were filled with astonishment. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Indeed, it resembled none of the buildings in the ninja world. As Kakashi noticed that several individuals had already entered the Hundred Secrets Pavilion, he promptly called upon the trio. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, Shizune, let us proceed inside." The three nodded in agreement. Approaching the entrance, they gazed at the luminous barrier. Tsunade expressing her intrigue. Is this the enchantment that selects those fated to enter? The energy here is unlike anything I have encountered before. The methods of martial artists are indeed fascinating. Once they stepped inside, they marveled at the unique arrangement. Their curiosity piqued. Observing that nearly half the seats were occupied, Kakashi beckoned a few more individuals to find a place to sit. Jiraiya, eyeing the vacant high platform, inquired curiously, "Kakashi, has Hundred Secrets Sage not yet arrived?" Kakashi glanced towards the second floor. He should be up there. Perhaps he is awaiting the gathering of everyone before descending. It was then that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō noticed Jiraiya and his companions from afar, exchanging puzzled glances. 10 minutes later, as no one else entered, the crowd instinctively turned their attention towards the high platform. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in white robes materialized seemingly out of thin air. The female attendees below couldn't help but swoon over the long-haired, sword-browed, starry-eyed Hundred Secrets Sage, who, when he smiled, radiated elegance and grace. Most of the Akatsuki members, visiting the Hundred Secrets Pavilion for the first time, scrutinized him with keen interest. Uchiha Itachi turned to Pain and asked, "Leader, what do you make of him? Any insights?" Pain shook his head. "Nothing discernible. He appears to be an ordinary individual." Orochimaru and his companions continued to appraise Hundred Secrets Sage, struggling to fathom how he could befriend those two cold-hearted men. As he surveyed the crowd of over 50, Hundred Secrets Sage offered a gentle smile. "Esteemed guests, it has been 3 years since our last meeting, yet your charm remains undiminished. Upon hearing his voice, Deidara sprang to his feet. The others accompanying him were momentarily taken aback, but Deidara boldly proclaimed, "You are 100 Secrets Sage? I must admit, you possess a certain charm akin to mine. Could you enlighten me on the nature of art?" The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, akin to that of Kurozetsu. What an absurdity! Is this fool truly serious? They thought, regarding Deidara with incredulity. 100 Secrets Sage, taken by surprise at the sudden inquiry, recognized the group as members of Akatsuki. He turned his gaze to Deidara, offering a refined smile. Normally, it is not customary for me to respond to inquiries from guests. However, your question pertains not to any secrets or intelligence, but rather to a matter of personal interest. Therefore, I shall make an exception and share my understanding of art with you. Relieved that 100 Secrets Sage did not take offense, the Akatsuki members exhaled in relief. Deidara, eager to hear his thoughts, urged, "Please, do enlighten me swiftly. I am keen to hear your perspective." Bai Shaosheng smiled gracefully. "Art, you ask? To answer this question, one must first comprehend the essence of art. I believe that art springs from life itself. For instance, if someone takes pleasure in painting, they perceive their creations as art. If another finds joy in hand-carving, they regard their sculpted items as art. Even those who delight in culinary pursuits can transform a dish into a work of art. There are also those with unique interpretations of art. For example, some might equate art with eternal life, while others may even view destruction as a form of artistry." Bai Shaosheng appeared slightly exasperated. Thus, when one inquires what art is, I cannot provide a singular answer. However, I am aware that each artist inhabits their own world. While some may be quite obsessive, I find such individuals endearing, for their thoughts always diverge from the ordinary. Bai Shaosheng smiled at Deidara. "I offer you a saying. Others may laugh at my madness, yet I chuckle at their inability to perceive. One need not concern themselves with the opinions of others. Humanity exists solely to pursue its own art, indifferent to the views of others." Upon hearing Bai Shaosheng's words, Deidara murmured, "Do others laugh at my madness, while I laugh at their blindness?" Soon, he seemed to grasp something, revealing a joyful smile. "I understand now. I no longer require the validation of others for my art. It suffices that I recognize my own artistry. Thank you, Bai Shaosheng. Remember, my art is explosion." The members of Akatsuki. Deidara, you need not utter that last phrase. However, after listening to Bai Shaosheng's discourse on art, the others began to perceive it in a new light. Previously, Deidara and Sasori had incessantly bickered over what art truly is, thinking the two were somewhat eccentric. Yet now, after hearing Bai Shaosheng speak, they suddenly found individuals with artistic inclinations to be rather impressive. The other women, captivated by Bai Shaosheng's eloquence, began to swoon. Ino gazed at the dashing Bai Shaosheng, unable to tear her eyes away. He is so handsome. He possesses such knowledge, and his thoughts are distinct from others. Truly, he is incredibly charming. Tsunade nodded in approval, recognizing Bai Shaosheng as a person of profound thought. A simple concept of art, when articulated by him, takes on an entirely different resonance. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's nod, mistakenly believed she found Bai Shaosheng attractive too. He pouted, "I possess artistry as well. I am a novelist." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, disdainfully remarking, "I perceive you as a voyeur." Kakashi, I concur with that statement. Orochimaru gazed at Bai Shaosheng with gleaming eyes, believing that Bai Shaosheng understood him, for what he pursued was the essence of eternal life. Upon the elevated platform, Bai Shaosheng waved his arm, and beside him appeared a lottery box identical to the one from before. As per the established rules, due to the increased number of participants this time, I shall select only the first 25 individuals to address their inquiries. Today, we shall respond to 10, and tomorrow, the remaining 15. If there are no objections, let us commence. Chapter 39. The prodigy Kakashi Hitaki. Seeing that all had drawn their lots, Bai Shaosheng wore a smile. "Who among you is the first guest?" he inquired. As soon as he posed the question, the crowd below turned to their neighbors. After 5 seconds of silence, no one stood up, prompting Bai Shaosheng to frown and prepare to speak. At that moment, Tsunade rose, startling the 3 individuals beside her. Jiraiya, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Tsunade, you are actually number 1? Aren't you the big prize? How fortunate you are." The others quickly recognized Tsunade, as her presence was unmistakable. Ignoring Jiraiya, Tsunade cast a bold gaze at Bai Shaosheng. Upon recognizing Tsunade, Bai Shaosheng feigned exasperation. "Princess, if you do not inquire, I shall assume you forfeit." Tsunade, taken aback by his formality, felt a strange mix of emotions. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on Bai Shaoxing and articulated slowly, I wish to know, why have I never won when gambling? Silence fell. The others were bewildered. What a peculiar question. Who would dare to ask such a thing? Even Jiraiya and the others were caught off guard by Tsunade's inquiry. Yet, Bai Shaoxing reacted differently. He donned a knowing smile, recognizing that this question was far from trivial. It required an S-rank ninjutsu. Did Princess Tsunade wish to acquire this secret? Gasped. No one anticipated the opening to be so explosive. They assumed it was merely a matter of luck, unaware that it entailed an S-rank ninjutsu. Tsunade was stunned. She had intended to challenge Bai Shaoxing playfully, not realizing that the answer involved such a formidable technique. Her first instinct was to feel deceived. As Tsunade contemplated expressing her frustration, Kakashi suddenly interjected, Lady Tsunade, do you possess S-rank ninjutsu? If not, I shall procure it for you. This secret must be of utmost importance. Seeing Kakashi's serious demeanor, Tsunade could only reply in exasperation, Kakashi, you can't possibly believe him, can you? However, Bai Shaoxing, unwilling to squander time, adopted a stern expression. After 5 seconds, he declared her forfeit. Kakashi sensed the urgency and hastily retrieved a scroll from his pocket. Sir, may I offer this as compensation for Lady Tsunade? Just as Tsunade was about to protest Kakashi's actions, the scroll vanished from his grasp. Instinctively, she looked towards the elevated platform and saw Bai Shaoxing examining the scroll in his hand. Tsunade, do not act impulsively. With so many witnesses, do you think they are all fools? Jiraiya, noticing that Tsunade was still inclined to take action, hurriedly whispered to her. He was genuinely concerned that Tsunade might offend someone. He had just cast a glance at Naruto and his companions, realizing that they were all quite earnest. It was evident that Bai Shaoxing was no ordinary person. Tsunade clenched her fists, genuinely wishing to deliver a decisive blow to the individual on stage. As for Bai Shaoxing, after examining the lightning release scroll in his possession, he could not help but sigh alas. Kakashi, if it were not for that Sharingan weighing you down, you would undoubtedly surpass your father and, in your lifetime, might even reach the heights of those two individuals from the past. A low hum resonated in everyone's minds. It was the first time they had heard Bai Shaoxing extolling someone in such a manner. Naturally, they understood who the two individuals he referred to were. They were astonished that Kakashi Hatake could receive such high praise from Bai Shaoxing. Kakashi himself was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Bai Shaoxing to hold him in such esteem. Sir, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person, Kakashi replied modestly. Bai Shaoxing shook his head, seemingly unconvinced by his words. You have independently created an S-rank lightning release technique, which warrants this praise. Moreover, this is no ordinary S-rank technique. I firmly believe that in the future, you will derive even more S-rank lightning release techniques from this one, and you may even surpass the S-rank level. Gasp. After hearing Bai Shaoxing's explanation, everyone regarded Kakashi as if he were a marvel. Truly, he was a figure who had attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. According to Bai Shaoxing, was Kakashi's lack of progress due to the burden of that Sharingan? Just as everyone was still in awe of Kakashi's genius, Bai Shaoxing's next statement left them utterly astounded. Kakashi, join my Bai Shaodang. As long as you become a part of Bai Shaodang, I am 100% confident that within 10 years, I can cultivate you into a being of 6 paths caliber. Goodness. If Bai Shaoxing had earlier suggested that Kakashi could rival the likes of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, they might have thought it possible with hard work. But now, what did this mean? Was Kakashi truly capable of achieving the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths? Figures like Black Zetsu, Obito Uchiha, Pain, and Orochimaru could not help but reassess Kakashi. Obito, who recognized Kakashi's talent, was nonetheless astonished by the extent of that talent. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally bewildered. Was this junior truly that remarkable? Bai Shaoxing observed the dazed Kakashi and said, there is no need to rush your answer. Take your time to consider. The doors of Bai Shaodang will always remain open for you. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly regained his composure and solemnly bowed deeply to Bai Shaoxing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Kakashi will return only after careful consideration before providing you with a response. Bai Shaoxing nodded and then turned to Tsunade, speaking in a calm yet solemn tone. Originally, an S-rank ninjutsu could merely reveal the reason behind your continuous losses in gambling. However, out of respect for Kakashi, I shall disclose to you the deeper secrets that lie within. Others, it cannot be mistaken. It is indeed a significant revelation. Chapter 40. The secret of the necklace. Tsunade felt a surge of tension from Bai Shaoxing's icy demeanor. The reason for your misfortune is connected to the crystal necklace around your neck. Not only Tsunade, but everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Bai Shaoxing continued. This necklace not only reacts to the chakra of the first Hokage's would release, but also restrains the power of the Jinchuriki. It can be regarded as a rare treasure left to you by the first Hokage. Subsequently, you gifted this necklace to two individuals, your brother Senju Rope Tree and your former lover, Dan Kato. Yet, shortly after receiving this necklace, both met their tragic ends in battle. Bai Shaoxing asserted, the root cause lies in the fact that this is a cursed necklace. This is the secret worth an entire S-rank ninjutsu. This secret could prevent you from indirectly causing harm to others in the future. Do you consider it worthy of an S-rank ninjutsu? Tsunade fixated on the latter part of his statement, her soul seemingly lost. It was I who caused the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan. It was I who brought about their demise. Suddenly, Tsunade cradled her head and collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. Jiraiya and the others looked on, alarmed, while Shizen rushed to embrace Tsunade, repeatedly calling her name. Bai Shaoxing furrowed his brow. With a swift motion of his arm, a cup of tea appeared before Kakashi's desk. Kakashi, serve her this calming tea. Once she drinks it, she shall regain her composure. Upon hearing this, Kakashi did not hesitate. However, Jiraiya, filled with skepticism towards Bai Shaoxing, attempted to intervene. Yet, before he could grasp Kakashi's hand, Bai Shaoxing's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, manifesting as a white wave that surged toward Jiraiya. The sound of a thud resonated as the floor was shattered beneath Jiraiya's knee. Bai Shaoxing spoke calmly, I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. If you do not believe in Bai Shaoxing, I shall send you on your way right now. The others, witnessing this scene, dared not breathe a word, although Bai Shaoxing's aura was not directed at them. Seeing Jiraiya drenched in cold sweat, and his knee stained crimson made it evident that this pressure was beyond their capacity to endure. Shimura Danzō wiped the cold sweat from his brow, secretly relieved that he had not caused a commotion during his first visit. How terrifying it is to see Bai Shaoxing, who appears so refined and gentle, unleash such fury. Kakashi felt a tremor in his heart as he hastily handed the tea to Shizen, instructing her to offer it to Tsunade. Then, Kakashi feigned an intention to kneel before Bai Shaoxing. However, halfway down, it felt as though an unseen force held him back, preventing him from completing the gesture. Bai Shaoxing's tone softened slightly as he addressed Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, they are no longer children. There is no need for you to bear the consequences of their actions. Should it have been a practitioner of the dark arts, you must understand that standing forth for such a reckless individual would only lead to a dead end. Kakashi could only lower his head and implore, Sir, I beseech you to forgive Lord Jiraiya this once. I do not seek your tutelage, but I am at your service for any task you may require. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoxing nodded and lifted the pressure weighing upon Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya found himself unable to rise. This scene sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Jiraiya's knee was shattered. Bai Shaoxing merely sighed, alas. Kakashi, your value cannot be measured by a mere act of kneeling. After speaking, he directed a sphere of white light, the size of a grape, towards Jiraiya's knee. The ethereal glow settled upon Jiraiya's knee, and within the otherwise silent hall, the faint sound of bones grinding against each other could be heard. Gradually, Jiraiya managed to stand, clearly indicating that his shattered knee had healed. Rising to his feet, Jiraiya, breathless and weary, bowed deeply to Bai Shaoxing, saying, My apologies, sir, I exhibited a petty mindset. Bai Shaoxing waved his hand dismissively, sit down. Princess Tsunade will return to normal within a minute. Do not take offense. In time, you will realize I am far more amiable than other warriors. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya sat down, his gaze settling on Tsunade, whose emotions had stabilized, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As for the others, they pondered Bai Shaoxing's words, thinking, when Bai Shaoxing is amiable, he is indeed agreeable. But when he is not, he is utterly unyielding. If we heard correctly, he mentioned sending away Jiraiya and Tsunade. Surely, that implies they were to be killed? Is this what he calls being agreeable? They merely squandered a bit of his time, and he wishes to take their lives. How have they encountered such an accommodating person? A minute later, Tsunade did indeed regain her composure. She stared in confusion at Jiraiya's crimson knee. Perplexed by the events that had transpired, Jiraiya simply shook his head at her, signaling her to sit. Observing Tsunade's recovery, Bai Shaoxing continued, Now, let me proceed. The necklace worn by Princess Tsunade is an artifact of the first Hokage. Did she ever witness the first Hokage wearing this necklace in her youth? Tsunade pondered for a moment before replying, I have never seen my great-granduncle wear this necklace. Bai Shaoxing revealed a smile once more. Yet, this time, even this genteel expression failed to resonate with the onlookers. They could only perceive him as capricious. This necklace bears a curse, one cast by the heavenly Tao, or as it is colloquially known, the heavens themselves. Do not take this too literally. The existence of the heavenly Tao merely serves to imbue the narrative with a grander backdrop. Bai Shaoxing regarded the crowd. Although the first generation was merely a half-blood child of fortune, he was nonetheless a progeny of the heavens. As previously mentioned, the heavens, in their desire for their offspring to mature swiftly, would endow the child of fortune with the ability to attract enmity. While the first generation was but a half-blood child of fortune, he nonetheless drew the attention of the heavens, albeit not to the extreme extent reserved for a true child of fortune. The heavenly Tao had merely placed a curse upon this necklace. Anyone who donned it would inexplicably meet their demise at the hands of others. After all, it is only when the kin of a child of fortune perishes that the child's growth accelerates. Bai Shaoxing sighed. Fortunately, the first generation was merely a half-blood child of fortune, which deterred the heavens from allowing him to wear this necklace. For had he worn it, his fortune would have been suppressed, rendering him susceptible to being slain by others. Bai Shaoxing's gaze returned to Tsunade. Regarding Princess Tsunade's predicament, the reason you continuously lose is that your fortune has negated this curse. As for your survival, it is due to your close kinship with the first generation, which bestows upon you a robust fortune. When your fortune is exhausted, that will be the moment of your life and death. Bai Shaoxing cautioned, Princess Tsunade, you currently suffer from hemophobia. Even an ordinary person could extinguish your life. Thus, it would be wise for you to venture out sparingly. Your fortune is dwindling. Hiss. Is it truly so grievous to be a relative of a child of fortune? The members of the Akatsuki instinctively glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, to be a relative of a child of fortune is most lamentable. Compared to the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan has enjoyed far greater fortune. Over the years, the Senju clan has gradually faded away, while the Uchiha clan, at the tender age of 7, Uchiha Sasuke had already brought about the demise of his own kin. Observing Tsunade's bewildered expression, Bai Shaoxing continued, if you do not believe, you may inquire with the third Hokage. Those two true children of fortune have endured far worse than your Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen? What does that have to do with me? Chapter 41. Can warriors achieve longevity? Kakashi approached Tsunade and whispered, the two children of fortune mentioned by the teacher are Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Their fates are indeed tragic, especially Uchiha Sasuke, whose family was annihilated when he was only 7. Hiss. Tsunade and her companions felt a sense of profound realization. The trio then cast their gazes towards the cold figures of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. These two, so young yet so powerful, could it be the handiwork of the heavens? Heavens, this is utterly terrifying. The atmosphere in the grand hall was thick with tension as Bai Shaoxing's voice resonated. Now, may I invite contestant number 2? As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame Hoshigaki rose promptly. He first bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing and then inquired earnestly, Sir, I would like to ask if there is any method to cure my companion's bloodline disease. He gestured towards Itachi Uchiha. The members of Akatsuki had already exchanged their numbers, and they all looked at Bai Shaoxing with eager anticipation, hoping for a favorable response. Meanwhile, the others in the hall turned their curious gazes towards Itachi Uchiha. Although he had disguised himself, a few still recognized him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were equally astonished to learn that Itachi had contracted a bloodline disease. Sasuke Uchiha was also taken aback. He had not expected his brother to suffer from such an affliction. Bloodline diseases are effectively untreatable in the ninja world. Thus, as realization dawned upon everyone, they all turned their attention to Bai Shaoxing, awaiting his explanation. Bai Shaoxing glanced at Itachi and slowly began, a B-rank ninjutsu. Would the esteemed guest care to purchase it? The audience was taken aback. The troublesome bloodline disease seemed to be merely worth a B-rank ninjutsu in Bai Shaoxing's eyes. The members of Akatsuki felt a surge of relief. Itachi was their Sherlock Holmes, and they certainly did not wish for his demise. Bai Shaoxing retrieved the scroll from Itachi's hand and confirmed, the bloodline disease refers to the bodily ailments and exhaustion caused by the excessive use of bloodline limits. It is difficult to treat in the ninja world because it is not a conventional disease. There is no basis for treatment. Moreover, each clan's bloodline disease varies, and cases are rare. This is why you perceive bloodline diseases as so terrifying. He then turned his gaze towards Kisame. Your friend is now nearly 18. If left untreated, he should have about 8 years left to live. Before he turns 20, Princess Tsunade of Konoha and Lord Orochimaru can cure him. After 20, aside from a warrior, there will be no one in the ninja world capable of saving him. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at Orochimaru and Tsunade, astonished at their prowess, realizing that even a bloodline disease could be within their capabilities to treat. The members of Akatsuki furrowed their brows. There was no doubt that Orochimaru would not aid Itachi. Their eyes then shifted towards Tsunade. Konoha Tsunade was taken aback by the high praise bestowed upon her medical skills by Xiaoxing, causing her to glance at him a few more times. Observing the troubled expressions on the faces of Akatsuki's members, Xiaoxing proposed an alternative solution. In light of their frequent patronage of his establishment, he offered to share a piece of intelligence. The expressions of Kisame and Itachi brightened at his words, and they promptly expressed their gratitude. If you find yourselves unable to persuade Princess Tsunade and Orochimaru, you may venture to a place in the land of Earth known as Butterfly Valley, where you can seek an individual named Qingyo. He is a divine healer of the demon sect, capable of saving even those who have one foot in the afterlife. A collective gasp escaped everyone's lips. Such prowess, able to rescue those on the brink of the netherworld, truly warranted the title of a divine healer. However, the members of Akatsuki were not as optimistic. Upon hearing the mention of the demon sect, they understood that Qingyo was unlikely to be a benevolent figure. Whether he would assist Itachi was questionable at best. As anticipated, Xiaoxing's voice continued, revealing a critical stipulation. Qingyo adhered to a grim rule. Saving one life necessitated the sacrifice of another. Thus, whether Qingyo would save their friend hinged upon their capabilities. The principle of life for a life was a stark reality. Yet, given Qingyo's connections to the demon sect, this stipulation seemed to align with the sect's narrative. It was also likely that future character details would be subtly altered. Initially, others had considered seeking out Qingyo should they or their friends fall gravely ill, but Xiaoxing's revelation extinguished that notion. Who would willingly engage in such a trade? Kisame, upon hearing Xiaoxing's conclusion, expressed his thanks once more. Tsunade, reflecting on Xiaoxing's words, turned to Shizen beside her. Shizen, what do you think? Should I establish a similar rule? Since Xiaoxing has effectively advertised my services, I anticipate an influx of patients seeking my care. Perhaps we should raise our consultation fees. What is your opinion? Shizen pondered seriously for a moment. I believe that could be feasible, Lady Tsunade. But do these two truly lack funds? Xiaoxing subsequently addressed the inquiries of the three individuals. As they turned their attention to the standing Anoki, they anticipated the question he would pose. Sir, I wish to inquire how many warriors possess strength akin to yours? The others silently applauded the old man, eager to hear the answer themselves. After accepting an B-rank ninjutsu from Anoki, Xiaoxing merely chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Well, your question resembles asking me how many jonin exist in the shinobi world. I cannot provide a precise answer. Unlike ninjas, we warriors experience an increase in lifespan with each realm we transcend. A practitioner of the mystic realm who lives for a millennium is still considered youthful. The elder generation of warriors has lived for at least 100,000 years. Therefore, I am unaware of how many warriors exist who resemble myself. Hiss. Goodness. A millennium? 10,000 years? Are they even human? The six-path sage would surely perish at your hands. They perceive warriors as fearsome. Yet they remain oblivious to the true extent of their terror. As the crowd regained their composure, rapid breaths filled the air. I must become a warrior, regardless of strength. Simply living for so long equates to immortality, does it not? Dino Kubo's face flushed with excitement. He considers himself among the longer-lived in the ninja world. As the saying goes, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. At this moment, he is indeed quite afraid of dying. Sir, how does one become a warrior? Others gazed intently at Xiaoxing, akin to a bridegroom's adoring audience. Xiaoxing calmly shook his head. A single individual may pose but one question. Do visitors not remember this? Others. How could such a rule exist? It's unbearable. The anticipation is excruciating. Chapter 42. The Secret of the 12 S-Class Ninjutsu. Excuse me, sir, I am number 7. May I inquire now? Before Xiaoxing could respond, Orochimaru eagerly stood up. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's rise, the others quickly settled their tumultuous emotions. They wished to ensure they did not overlook any secrets due to their excitement. Seeing Byakugan nod, Orochimaru hastily asked, "Sir, who exactly is Shouta?" "Huh." The others believed they must have misheard. What kind of question was that? Isn't Shouta merely a ramen vendor? Byakugan, already aware of the events that transpired outside, regarded Orochimaru and spoke astonishingly. To inquire about his surname requires an A-class ninjutsu. To ask about his strength demands an S-class ninjutsu. To uncover all information necessitates 3 S-class ninjutsu. Which one do you wish to ask, Mr. Orochimaru? Oh my goodness. The others were left utterly bewildered. And after the confusion came an overwhelming astonishment. Just who is Shouta? This is utterly terrifying. Orochimaru, anticipating the gravity of the situation, contemplated briefly before stating, "Sir, my teacher is Lord Iguchi." The others? Isn't Orochimaru's teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen? Who then is Iguchi? Byakugan, however, appeared unfazed by Orochimaru's identity, merely revealing an enigmatic smile. "The prestige of Iguchi is worth 1 S-class ninjutsu. Will you expend it?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Goodness. A mere reputation equates to an S-class ninjutsu. What kind of formidable figure is this? Orochimaru, taken aback by Iguchi's remarkable standing, quickly added, "Sir, I also have another teacher, Lord Ximen Chui Xue. Would he also be valued at 1 S-class ninjutsu?" The others. Orochimaru, how extraordinarily terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were both taken aback, bewildered by the formidable background of Orochimaru. Even Byakugan did not anticipate such a revelation from Orochimaru. After a brief moment, he remarked, "Logically speaking, Ximen Chui Xue's reputation should warrant an S-class ninjutsu, yet I feel somewhat disadvantaged in this exchange. How about this? Once I have completed my tasks, I shall divulge a piece of information of equal value to you, free of charge." Orochimaru, equally surprised by the magnitude of Ximen Chui Xue's influence, responded affirmatively, "Very well, esteemed sir. I shall inquire about the surname of the handbiter. Compared to his prowess, I am more intrigued by his familial lineage." Byakugan first glanced at the neighboring space, displaying a congenial smile, before turning his attention towards Orochimaru. "The handbiter's surname is Otsutsuki." Hyuga Hayashi involuntarily exclaimed, "What? He hails from the Otsutsuki clan?" The duo behind the scenes were left in a state of shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companion were equally stunned. The inhabitants of Konoha were bewildered, failing to realize that such a prominent figure was concealed among them. Others also expressed their astonishment, as they had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable proprietor belonged to the clan from the moon. No wonder a mere surname could command an A-class ninjutsu. After recovering from his astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of anxiety. It appeared he had dined at the ramen shop several times without settling the bill. He turned to his close friend, trembling as he inquired, "Danzō, I have partaken of ramen on several occasions without paying. Am I beyond redemption?" Danzō, exasperated, could only respond, "I am tired. Let it be obliterated." Subsequently, Byakugan addressed the inquiries of 2 lesser figures. Upon noticing the rising figure of the 10th, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet another significant client. Pain then stood, bowing respectfully to Byakugan, and inquired, "Sir, how might I extricate myself safely from the machinations of these eyes?" Upon speaking, Pain reverted to his original visage. Except for the Akatsuki members and the duo behind the scenes, the others gazed curiously at Pain's eyes. Was this also a bloodline limit related to the eyes? As for Jiraiya, he recognized the figure before him as his own disciple, yet he was further perplexed. How could Yahiko possess the Rinnegan? Was it not Nagato who bore the Rinnegan? Byakugan fixated on Pain's Rinnegan and uttered words that astonished the assembly. "Your inquiry may seem singular, yet it entangles several astonishing secrets, even touching upon the ultimate mysteries of this era in the shinobi world. Even should you offer this Rinnegan as the price for knowledge of these secrets, it would only suffice to cover half of the cost. You must understand what this pair of eyes represents behind the scenes." After Byakugan's statement, Pain appeared unfazed, merely returning to his seat with a stoic expression. The members of Akatsuki wore faces of despair, while Konan could no longer contain her tears. Observing this, Pain offered reassurance, "Konan, do not grieve. Did we not foresee this possibility? Rest assured, I am unscathed." As others listened to Byakugan's words, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Could it truly be the Rinnegan? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths had indeed manifested. Observing the helpless expressions of the few, Byakugan was preparing to conclude today's discourse. At that moment, Orochimaru, displaying an insatiable thirst for knowledge, promptly rose to his feet. Sir, may I exchange the favor of Lord Ximen Chui Xue for the answer regarding pain? Before Bai Xiaosheng could respond, the members of Akatsuki gazed incredulously at Orochimaru. Noticing their bewildered stares, Orochimaru revealed an intrigued smile. Hee, there is no need for such looks, my friends. I am merely fascinated by this secret. Upon uttering these words, he turned his expectant gaze back to Bai Xiaosheng. Orochimaru, allow me to inform you. The worth of an S-rank ninjutsu amounts to merely 1/6 of the rinnegan. Thus, your offered price is insufficient. A collective gasp echoed through the room. According to Bai Xiaosheng, a pair of rinnegan was valued at 6 S-rank ninjutsu. Yet the rinnegan could only contribute half the required stake. Did this imply that the inquiry was entangled with 12 S-rank ninjutsu? My goodness. What kind of profound secret was at play here? Black Zetsu was left dumbfounded. He felt that his scheme could hardly be worth 12 S-rank ninjutsu. Could there be an even deeper mystery hidden within? Uchiha Obito was equally perplexed. He had always assumed this was merely a collective dream, unaware of the depths involved. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The greater the price mentioned by Bai Xiaosheng, the more his curiosity was piqued. After a moment, Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya, who was in a daze, and remarked, Jiraiya, I know he is your disciple. Will you not assist him? I am prepared to offer 2 more S-rank ninjutsu. What say you? Jiraiya snapped back to reality, casting a gentle glance at Pain before bowing deeply to Tsunade. Tsunade, I possess only 2 S-rank ninjutsu. Can you lend me your support? Upon seeing Jiraiya's earnest demeanor, Tsunade let out a hearty laugh. Haha, I too am curious about the secrets within. Let me calculate. Your disciple equates to 6 S-rank ninjutsu. Orochimaru has 3, and you have 2. Thus, we still lack 1. I shall cover that one. Pain and Conan exchanged glances filled with mixed emotions. Pain, too, bowed to Jiraiya. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could respond, Bai Xiaosheng interrupted the gathering. Chapter 43. The second floor of By shouting my apologies, esteemed guests. But did you not clearly grasp the implications of my words? I stated that the rinnegan merely represents half the stake required to comprehend this secret. The esteemed guest desires to extricate himself from this vortex. The others? Bewildered. Bai Xiaosheng regarded the somewhat dim-witted assembly and pondered before elucidating. If we were to liken this vortex to a murderer, you are merely seeking to uncover information about this murderer, while this esteemed guest longs to escape from his relentless pursuit. The stakes are decidedly different. How outrageous. Indeed. Beyond the absurd, there lies an even greater absurdity. Observing the few individuals plummeting from paradise to hell, Bai Xiaosheng offered them a glimmer of hope. Very well. If you can present 2 S-rank ninjutsu, and subsequently assist me with a certain task, I shall reveal to you the secrets entwined in this matter, as well as the means to resolve it. Are you willing? Pain's lifeless gaze sparked with interest, and he hastily inquired, Sir, what is it that you require us to do? Bai Xiaosheng donned a radiant smile. Fear not, the task I assign you bears no peril, rather, it presents an opportunity for growth. At his words, the eyes of all present brightened with anticipation, as they speculated that this endeavor might pertain to their ascension as warriors. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment before producing a scroll from within his robes, directing his gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng. Sir, I possess an eye. What do you deem its worth? The others exhibited curiosity upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's query. Bai Xiaosheng accepted the scroll from a distance, examining it with a hint of surprise. Alas, it is merely one eye, and can be classified as a single S-rank ninjutsu. However, as Bai Xiaosheng paused, the others nearly succumbed to exasperation. How insufferably irritating. Bai Xiaosheng regarded them all with a faint smile. Nonetheless, considering your talent rivals that of Kakashi, I shall count it as 2 S-rank ninjutsu. The others gasped in astonishment. Could this individual, afflicted by a bloodline disease, truly be a future powerhouse? Upon hearing Bai Xiaosheng's words, the members of Akatsuki gazed at Uchiha Itachi with envy. Bai Xiaosheng had proclaimed that had he instructed Kakashi, Kakashi would undoubtedly have evolved into a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Did this not imply that Uchiha Itachi harbored similar potential? At that moment, the Akatsuki members felt as though they had struck gold. They were determined to cure Itachi's bloodline illness, a shared aspiration igniting within their hearts. Upon receiving such praise from Bai Xiaosheng, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy. He recalled Conan's words and found his purpose. He was resolute in his quest to reclaim the souls of his kin from the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke felt a twinge of discontent at Bai Xiaoxin's commendation of Itachi. He scoffed at his brother. Humph. Uchiha Itachi. My master has foretold that I shall transcend to the realm of the divine in but a few years, becoming a being as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths. You had better be prepared. I will undoubtedly eliminate you. Initially, the Akatsuki members reveled in Bai Xiaoxin's praise for Uchiha Itachi, akin to the joy of a beloved spouse bearing a child. Yet now, upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, they harbor a delusion that the child in their wife's womb is not their own. It is utterly devastating. The people of Konoha were not particularly astonished by Uchiha Sasuke's words, for they had already surmised that he was yet another child of destiny. However, they were somewhat taken aback by the speed at which Uchiha Sasuke had ascended to the realm of the divine. In contrast, the representatives from the other 4 ninja villages wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Is something amiss in this ninja world? Uchiha Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Sasuke, yet chose to remain silent. Bai Xiaoxin disregarded the affectionate banter between the two brothers. As for the secrets pertaining to Mr. Number 10, there are quite a few, so we shall discuss his matters tomorrow. The slots from number 11 to number 25 will be rendered void. As compensation, the 15 of you may enter and audit free of charge. Those who wish to uncover this secret must offer at least 2 B-rank ninjutsu as an entry fee. Do any of you have objections? If not, we shall conclude today's proceedings. The audience pondered for a moment and deemed that Bai Xiaoxin was not deceiving them. After all, to learn such earth-shattering secrets without incurring some cost would indeed be unreasonable. Noticing the silence, Bai Xiaoxin continued, in that case, aside from guests related to number 10, as well as those at the tables of Orochimaru and Kakashi, the rest may take their leave. Bai Xiaodang will resume operations at noon tomorrow. Though the others were puzzled as to why Bai Xiaoxin had chosen to retain these few individuals, they wisely refrained from inquiring further and departed from Bai Xiaodang. Once everyone had vacated, Bai Xiaoxin turned to the 4 tables filled with curious guests and smiled. The second floor boasts 15 guest rooms. The guest of No. 10 is a major client, and you may take your companions to find 5 rooms to settle in. As for Mr. Orochimaru and his companions, they may share 1 room. Kakashi is now under my employ. Feel free to choose from the available rooms upstairs. Kakashi? Indeed, his associates are quite exceptional. Feeling a bit sheepish, Kakashi scratched his head and inquired of Bai Xiaoxin, Sir, what is the significance of these guest rooms? The others also looked at Bai Xiaoxin in confusion. Sensing that there was more to it than met the eye, Bai Xiaoxin praised Kakashi, Truly, you are Kakashi. Precisely. The guest rooms upstairs are anything but ordinary. Each room is equipped with a row of bookshelves, containing numerous biographies of martial artists. Most importantly, each room is adorned with formations that can enhance a martial artist's cultivation speed. Of course, this will only be beneficial to Mr. Orochimaru and his companions, as you are not martial artists. Very well, Bai Xiaodang will not vanish today. You may all attend to your own matters. Just as Bai Xiaoxin was about to depart, he seemed to remember something and instructed Orochimaru, By the way, Mr. Orochimaru, please take it upon yourself to impart some martial knowledge to Kakashi, as compensation for your undue exploitation of Ximen Chui Xue's reputation. After Bai Xiaoxin finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Orochimaru with a face full of disbelief. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Bai Xiaoxin and Yi Guqing were friends. Indeed, both had a penchant for commanding others. Upon witnessing Bai Xiaoxin's disappearance, Jiraiya hastily sought out Pain and his companions, while Tsunade, accompanied by Kakashi and Shizune, approached Orochimaru with expressions of amusement. Chapter 44. The Demon Blade. Naruto on the 2nd floor of Bai Xiaodang. In Jiraiya's room, he was taken aback as he listened to Pain and Konan recount their experiences. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over him as he gazed at his 2 disciples. Alas, I never anticipated that such events would transpire in my absence. Yahiko, it is all my fault for not safeguarding you. Konan, observing Jiraiya's self-reproach, asserted resolutely, Do not worry, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato and I will surely rescue Yahiko from the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, could only muster a wry smile. Konan, retrieving a soul from the Pure Land is no simple feat. With determination etched on her face, Konan replied, No, now we have Itachi. He possesses potential of sage-level caliber. He surely can achieve this. Itachi, having been deceived and forced to annihilate his own clan, yearns more than anyone to reclaim his family from the Sage of Six Paths. I have faith in him. Pain nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too believe in Itachi. He is my most trusted companion. He will prevail. Witnessing the expressions of both as they mentioned Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya felt a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of their earlier discussions about Yahiko. He momentarily lost himself in thought. After a while, he regained his composure, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and smiled at the two. Let us head to Orochimaru's place to attend the lesson. In the room shared by Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shizen observed the meditating figures of Sasuke and Naruto with curious eyes. Tsunade shifted her gaze from the two back to Orochimaru, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Is this truly how one practices martial arts, Orochimaru? Before Orochimaru could respond, the door suddenly burst open with a loud crash, and a boisterous voice resonated throughout the second floor by shouting, "Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, I have come to attend the lesson." Startled by the uproar, Orochimaru inwardly lamented the impending chaos. As expected, in the next instant, a crimson figure darted past the group. "By the heavens!" Jiraiya exclaimed, his heart racing as he caught sight of the glimmering blade aimed at him, cold sweat instantly soaking his attire. "Haha, a demon blade. How intriguing." Bai Shaoxing had, at some point, appeared before Jiraiya and effortlessly grasped the blade's edge. Upon witnessing Bai Shaoxing's sudden appearance, Jiraiya finally reacted, hastily retreating. Had it been any other time, Jiraiya would have been quick to respond, but he had genuinely not anticipated an attack so soon after kicking open the door. The individuals on the second floor sensed an aura of impending violence in the air and hastily exited the room. Bai Shaoxing observed as Naruto Uzumaki's eyes transitioned from crimson to obsidian, the murderous intent within him escalating. He prepared to incapacitate him. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha materialized before Naruto, firmly grasping his hands, and gently urged, "Naruto, it's me, Sasuke. Please, calm down." Upon hearing Sasuke's name, the dark expression on Naruto's face faltered, gradually giving way to clarity. "Sasuke, what happened? Weren't we training?" As Sasuke appeared, Bai Shaoxing had already relaxed his grip on the weapon, watching the two with keen interest. His excitement unmistakable. How fascinating. Truly captivating. The others stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Bai Shaoxing's meaning, when suddenly he vanished from sight. Orochimaru emerged with a grim expression, casting a frosty glare at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, I warned you to keep your distance from Naruto. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave peril. Had it not been for Mr. Bai Shaoxing's timely intervention, you would have been left with but a few lives." Sasuke also shot a cold glance at Jiraiya before guiding Naruto back into the room and slamming the door shut with force. Jiraiya stared at the closed door, embodying the look of a survivor. At that moment, Tsunade and Shizen emerged, with Shizen ensuring the door was securely closed. Tsunade, slightly bewildered, turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, what on earth happened with Naruto?" I barely registered what occurred, but it seemed Jiraiya almost faced his demise. Orochimaru surveyed the group with a piercing gaze and, in an uncharacteristically serious tone, warned, "Since you are all present, I must caution you. If you wish to remain unscathed, it would be prudent to keep your distance from Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya has encountered him twice, and on both occasions, he nearly lost his life. Do you believe your own lives are resilient enough?" The others were left in stunned silence. Tsunade, driven by curiosity, pressed, "Orochimaru, please clarify what transpired." Reluctantly, Orochimaru regarded Tsunade and confessed, "Naruto possesses a technique bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths. His master, in an attempt to counterbalance the sage, instructed him in a forbidden tome known as the Demon Blade. However, Naruto's master misjudged the sage's capabilities, and as a result, Naruto became ensnared in a demonic transformation." Gasped. The group was taken aback. The Sage of Six Paths had made a move against Naruto, seemingly without advantage. Observing their expressions, Orochimaru anticipated their questions and interjected, "Do not inquire why the Sage of Six Paths acted against Naruto. That secret is one I cannot divulge, and you are unworthy of knowing." The others were left in stunned silence, feeling the sting of indignation. Jiraiya, however, was more concerned about the immediate issue at hand. "Orochimaru, what is this cursed blade? Why does mastering it transform one into a fiend?" The others appeared equally engrossed in the conversation. Orochimaru smirked, "Heh, the cursed blade? Let me tell you. The last practitioner of this blade cleaved his own son in half with a single stroke. If it weren't for Naruto Uzumaki's lingering attachments, I suspect he would have long since succumbed to madness. In the realm of chaos, such a blade is notorious, indeed. A son severed by its edge." Tsunade regarded Orochimaru with skepticism. "Orochimaru, are you deceiving us? Just a moment ago, Sasuke Uchiha's words brought Naruto back to his senses. Orochimaru felt an urge to dissect Tsunade's brain to uncover her reasoning. That is because Sasuke Uchiha holds great significance for him. In this ninja world, only 3 individuals possess the power to restore the deranged Naruto to normalcy. One is his master, another is Sasuke Uchiha, and the last one, I dare say, is someone you do not know. I warn you once more. If you wish to live, keep your distance from Naruto Uzumaki. Should he succumb to the darkness? Jiraiya swallowed hard, looking at Orochimaru. What would happen if he fell into darkness? Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. If Naruto fully succumbs to the abyss, pray that you possess the skills akin to the first Hokage. And mind you, that is merely the present state. In a few months, even the first Hokage may not withstand the onslaught of his demonic transformation. The group instinctively recalled the scene of the Raikage losing an arm and shivered involuntarily. Once they processed this unsettling revelation, Conan gazed at Pain with fervor. Pain, the sage of 6 paths, is not invincible. Once we become true warriors, we shall surely defeat him. Pain responded with a smile. Conan, I too believe we can vanquish him. Hearing their declarations, Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at the duo. Meanwhile, Shizune, Tsunade, and Kakashi wore expressions of disbelief. What are they saying? Defeating the Sage of 6 Paths? In the second-floor hall, Orochimaru, exasperated, observed everyone. I merely agreed to assist Mr. by Xiaoxing in enlightening Kakashi. What is the meaning of all this? Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Haha, well, Orochimaru, we're just here to listen. You focus on enlightening Kakashi, we want to interrupt. Tsunade, however, was less amiable than Jiraiya and appeared quite impatient. Orochimaru, stop your rambling and begin. Orochimaru, regarding Kakashi with a neutral expression, stated, you are already aware of the levels of martial artists. What else do you wish to know? Kakashi promptly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, what is the nature of the energy within the Forest of Death? Orochimaru replied, it is the essence of sword intent. Kakashi, what is the essence of the sword? Orochimaru, the essence of the sword embodies its intrinsic spirit. It reflects a swordsman's understanding of the sword and serves as an external manifestation of one's comprehension of the way of the sword. Kakashi, how can one distinguish the strength of sword essence? Orochimaru, sword essence is categorized into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfected. A practitioner of basic sword essence can manipulate objects, though the essence remains formless. An intermediate practitioner can cleave mountains. Their essence takes form, but remains invisible. As Orochimaru observed the doubtful expressions of the individuals around him, he couldn't help but reminisce about his first encounter with Ximen Chui Xue, recalling the same sense of existential doubt he experienced back then. In the mountains behind the Hokage rock in Konoha, Uchiha Obito gazed coldly at Kurozetsu. What secrets lie behind the Moon Eye plan? Are you and Madara manipulating me? Upon hearing this, Kurozetsu appeared deeply wounded. Obito, how could you suspect me? It was Uchiha Madara who entrusted me to assist you. Everything has been orchestrated by the 2 of you. Kurozetsu exclaimed, what could I possibly gain from manipulating you? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, visibly distressed. Madara claimed you are his will, a creation of his own. Do you think I would still trust you too? Obito's face contorted with hatred. It matters not what you say. Tomorrow, the truth will be revealed. If I discover that you have been using me, I, Uchiha Obito, shall ensure you pay dearly. After threatening Kurozetsu, Obito vanished using Kamui, leaving Kurozetsu's expression even darker. Damn you, Bai Xiaosheng. Kurozetsu now harbored a profound loathing for Bai Xiaosheng. Were it not for him, Kurozetsu would not have fallen out with his partner. Following his fury, a deep sense of despair replaced Kurozetsu's anger, despair towards Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was not only formidable but also possessed vast knowledge. Kurozetsu once believed himself an ancient relic of the ninja world, confident in his ability to deceive Uchiha Madara. Yet now, facing Bai Xiaosheng, he felt akin to a child confronted by an adult. Reflecting on these thoughts, Kurozetsu shed bitter tears as he gazed at the evening glow in the sky. Mother, please tell me, how can I save you? At the entrance of Bai Xiaotang, Hinata Niji, Hinata Hanabi, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka stood, gazing at the 2 ravines left by Naruto Uzumaki, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. The events that transpired outside Bai Xiaotang had already stirred a considerable uproar throughout Konoha. The 3 young girls, upon hearing that their beloved hero had returned to Konoha, sneaked out of their homes. Unexpectedly, a few individuals encountered each other at the entrance of the 100 Knowledge Hall. Hyuga Niji gazed at the plaque of the hall, gently caressing the caged bird upon his forehead. After a moment, he turned his attention to the three young ladies, adopting an air of aloofness. Lady Hinata, I advise you three against seeking out Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto any further. Have you not heard? Uzumaki Naruto nearly killed the Raikage, who now lies in a coma in the hospital. With that, Neji turned his back to the trio and added, those two are no longer who they once were. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead and pursue them. Without waiting for their reactions, he feigned an intent to enter the hall. However, as he approached the grand entrance, two familiar figures emerged from within the 100 Knowledge Hall. Upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were filled with delight, as if they had laid eyes on superstars. In contrast, Neji and Hinata did not share their exuberance. The moment Naruto and Sasuke appeared, their bodies instinctively tensed. They could sense the lethal aura emanating from both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke regarded the four with mild surprise, while Naruto displayed an expression of exhilaration, not from seeing them, but from an overwhelming urge to draw his blade. Sakura and Ino had already dismissed Neji's warning, their faces blooming with joy as they hurriedly approached the two. Sasuke, you're back. Before they could finish, they noticed Naruto's reddened blade was mere 30 centimeters from their heads. Sasuke initially sighed in relief, but was then taken aback by the sudden appearance of a figure before him. The figure, Hinata, pinched Naruto's blade between his fingers and turned to the stunned Neji and Hinata with a smile. Young Master Neji, Miss Hinata, please escort your friends to the side. Before Neji and Hinata could react, Naruto's eyes shifted from red to black, his murderous intent barely contained. Naruto, enough. We're leaving. Sasuke firmly placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, commanding him. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto's face flickered with conflict before he gradually calmed. Yet, his gaze remained filled with an insatiable bloodlust directed at Hinata and the others. Seeing Naruto regain his composure, Hinata released his grip on the blade. Sasuke cast a grave glance at Hinata before smirking at the four. Today has been fortunate for you. I hope someone can shield you from the blade next time. With that, Sasuke and Naruto vanished from sight. Only then did Sakura and Ino realize the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting to terror as their legs felt weak, causing them to collapse onto the ground. The two individuals on the ground, oblivious to their surroundings, cast serious glances towards Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga, issuing a stern warning. You two must never appear before Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, especially Naruto. In the absence of Uchiha Sasuke, he will indiscriminately eliminate all living beings before him. Neji wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, inadvertently revealing the mark of a caged bird. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, and I shall remember it. Hinata cast a complex glance at the mark on Neji's forehead, sighed, as if making a momentous decision. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. Without awaiting Neji's response, Hinata took him by the arm and vanished from the spot. Even after their departure, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino remained ensnared in a state of terror. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga stood in a daze, pondering, Naruto-kun, have you truly departed for good? Chapter 46. The annihilation of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans in the depths of the Forest of Death, beside a meandering stream. Neji Hyuga gazed in disbelief at his reflection in the water, feeling as if everything was but a fleeting dream. I am free. At long last, I am free. After a lengthy moment, Neji wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His gaze, ablaze with fervor, fixed upon Hinata, and suddenly he knelt. Thank you, ancestors, for aiding me in shattering the shackles of the caged bird curse. With that, Neji bowed deeply in gratitude. As night descended upon the encampment of the Sarutobi clan, a pristine Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the street in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a grinning Uzumaki Naruto, whose clothes were stained with blood, his expression resembling that of a demon. Sasuke wore a cruel smile. Let us pay a visit to the Shimura clan, Naruto. We shall proceed. Half an hour later, a leaf village Nin, sensing the metallic scent of blood in the air, arrived at the Sarutobi clan's encampment. Alarmed, he rushed into a building. Yet, as he stepped inside and beheld the gruesome scene, his expression morphed into one of horror, his eyes widening in shock, and he instinctively covered his mouth. The overwhelming stench of blood and the grotesque sight compelled him to retch. After a considerable time, he regained some composure, covering his mouth and nose as he surveyed the room. Blood splattered across the walls and furniture, while 7 dismembered bodies lay on the floor, each severed cleanly in half. The eyes of the fallen bore 2 crimson streaks, as if their eyeballs had been gouged out. Due to the swiftness of the blade, The 7 individuals had not succumbed immediately after being cleaved asunder. Only traces of crawling blood were visible on the ground, while the room was strewn with various human internal organs. This grim scene was the result of 7 individuals dragging their upper bodies across the floor. In the dead of night, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror, his face ashen as he beheld the macabre sight. How could this happen? The next moment, his murmurs ceased as the 3rd Hokage, unable to bear the grim reality, fainted. A similar scene unfolded at the Shimura clan's encampment. Though Shimura Danzō exhibited greater composure than his close friend Hiruzen, after a fit of rage, he managed to regain his calm. Half an hour later, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared even older, gazing at the equally despondent Shimura Danzō, who was oblivious to his friend sorrow. Danzō cast a predatory glare at Kagaya's Black Zetsu. What must we do to exact our revenge? Black Zetsu, feeling a headache coming on, sighed in resignation. Ah, Danzō, I advise you to bide your time. Let us not speak of whether you can contend with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Even Orochimaru is beyond your capacity to handle. Not to mention the formidable figures of Yagura and Ximen Chui Xue, along with the potential intervention of Bai Shaoxing. With such a lineup, it is not just us. I fear even the sage of 6 paths would hesitate to offend these 2 fated children. Danzō understood this all too well, but struggled to swallow his indignation. He traced the bandages wrapped around his arm, yearning to wield the eye of Uchiha Shursui. Yet, he knew he had but one chance. He feared he might lose control over Sasuke and Naruto, which would only invite their more ferocious retaliation. In the past, Danzō would not have been so hesitant. But he had witnessed how Bai Shaoxing had incapacitated Jiraiya with mere presence. He found himself devoid of confidence, believing no mere mortal could control the fated children and Bai Shaoxing. The following day, at dawn, the entrance of Bai Shaodang was once again teeming with over 100 ninjas from the 5 great Shinobi villages. The 4 major villages and the prominent clans of Konoha had already learned through their channels of the calamity that had befallen the Sarutobi and Shimura clans the previous night. Inoki, Raza, and Terumi May waited anxiously for the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, their feelings mixed. They were pleased that Konoha had lost 2 prominent clans, yet troubled that if Konoha could not contend with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, what hope did they have? Inside the Bai Xiaotong's 2nd floor hall, members of Akatsuki gathered alongside Kakashi. Pain observed Jiraiya, who wore an expression of deep anguish, feeling a tumult of emotions within himself. Jiraiya-sensei, you need not mourn for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. When they initially took action against the Uchiha clan, they had already sown the seeds of their present predicament. It can only be said that they brought this upon themselves and cannot blame others. Kakashi sighed and concurred, Lord Jiraiya, why must you be so disheartened? Perhaps this is not an end for Konoha, but rather a new beginning. As soon as Kakashi's words fell, Orochimaru and his companions emerged from the room. Itachi Uchiha and several members of Konoha gazed at Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki with complex expressions. Observing their countenance, Orochimaru revealed a smirk of delight in their misfortune. Ha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, what a pity you missed the splendid performance last night. It was truly remarkable. Jiraiya and Tsunade regarded Orochimaru with a look that suggested they were tempted to strike him. However, upon noticing the unfriendly gazes from Naruto and Sasuke, they stifled their displeasure. Oh, everyone is up so early. The enigmatic Bai Shaoxing also emerged from another room. Upon his appearance, the group greeted him with a bow. Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with Shizune, who promptly understood and hurriedly retrieved a portion of grilled meat for breakfast from a scroll, nervously glancing at Bai Shaoxing. Sir, this is the breakfast we have prepared for you. Bai Shaoxing's eyes lit up as he swiftly approached the dining table. He cast a satisfied glance at Kakashi and Shizune, praising, Haha, you two are quite considerate. Well done. I appreciate those who are thoughtful. Once today's tasks are complete, I shall present you both with a fortuitous opportunity. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the members of the Akatsuki felt they had missed a fortune. Kakashi and Shizune, however, were instantly beaming with joy, expressing their gratitude fervently. Tsunade shot a glare at Shizune. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you're already preparing for others. Shizune, appearing innocent, was left unbothered by Tsunade's reprimand and hurriedly went to vie for food with Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing disdainfully eyed Tsunade but made no effort to intervene. After finishing his meal, Bai Shaoxing looked contentedly at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you still remember the 2 lines left by the column of light on that fateful night 4 years ago? Kakashi pondered for a moment before respectfully responding, "Sir, you refer to the lines. The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. Upon encountering Naruto and Sasuke, they transform into dragons?" Chapter 47. The Fate of Naruto and Sasuke. Bai Shaoxing nodded in affirmation of Kakashi's words. He then turned his gaze to the Uchiha brothers, seemingly lost in a distant memory. My senior brother was a clay statue. By a twist of fate, he once met the grandfather of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Thus, it refers to Uchiha Fugaku's father, Uchiha Akiyama. I have been unable to ascertain the identity of Uchiha Fugaku's father. I can only speculate. If any knowledgeable friends could enlighten me, it would be appreciated. Upon hearing the words of Bai Shaoxing, the Uchiha brothers immediately retracted their indifferent expressions, their eyes fixated upon him. The others also appeared to be listening attentively. Bai Shaoxing sighed and continued, "Alas, my senior brother is a benevolent individual. Even if he foresaw the birth of two fateful children in Konoha, leading the village into a catastrophic turmoil, he intended to reveal everything to Uchiha Akiyama to prevent such a calamity. However, fate intervened, and he found himself unable to disclose the truth." Bai Shaoxing cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Sasuke. My senior brother informed Uchiha Akiyama that one of the fateful children was likely to be his future grandson. Yet, he did not divulge that this fateful child from the Uchiha clan was rather unique. Bai Shaoxing looked towards the curious crowd and unveiled the mystery. Generally, a fateful child is either a hero or a villain. However, the fateful child from the Uchiha clan, if aligned with a faction different from that of another heroic fateful child, would immediately transform into a villainous one. When that occurs, these two fateful children would unleash the most horrific battle in history. This conflict would obliterate the ninja world. Gasp! Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, considering that they were merely 12 years old and had already attained the strength of a Kage. If they continued to grow, it was indeed plausible that their confrontation could lead to the annihilation of the ninja realm. Observing Bai Shaoxing lost in reminiscence, Uchiha Itachi could not help but inquire, "Sir, what transpired next?" After a brief moment, Bai Shaoxing regained his composure. Subsequently, my senior brother presented Uchiha Akiyama with a box. Within this box lay a compass, concealing clues regarding another fateful child. Upon receiving the box, Uchiha Akiyama opened it once under my senior brother's guidance. Following that, Uchiha Akiyama left a letter inside. The next time the box was opened would coincide with the emergence of the two fateful children. Originally, the box was kept by Uchiha Fugaku. Once reopened, he would retrieve Uchiha Akiyama's letter and, through the compass, locate the other fateful child. The letter essentially conveyed Uchiha Akiyama's request for Uchiha Fugaku to nurture the two fateful children together from a young age, thereby averting the outbreak of a world-ending war. Regrettably, in the end, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and the contents of the letter fell into the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Bai Shaoxing regarded Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto with an expression that conveyed the gravity of the truth. Thus, 4 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to adopt both of you. With that, Bai Shaoxing cast his gaze towards several individuals in Konoha. And thus, the golden scales do not merely dwell in shallow waters. Upon encountering Naruto and Sasuke, they transform into dragons, which aptly describes the Uchiha clan and Konoha. If the Uchiha clan boasts Sasuke Uchiha and Konoha is represented by Naruto Uzumaki, their rapid ascendance is inevitable. This opportunity was bestowed upon the Uchiha clan and the rise of Konoha by the elder brother. Subsequently, Bai Shaoxing revealed a derisive smile. Alas, the people of Konoha exhibited a certain folly. Not only did they squander this monumental opportunity, but they also left the two fated children in a rather unfortunate predicament. Truly, their fortunes rise and fall with Naruto and Sasuke. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya wore expressions as if they had ingested something foul. A tremendous opportunity once lay before Konoha, yet the higher-ups failed to cherish it, leading to a profound sense of regret in the wake of its loss. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, finally comprehended why for the past 3 years, when consistently insisted that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha undertake tasks together. It was, after all, to deepen their bond and avert the onset of a cataclysmic war. Do not inquire, Orochimaru, your thoughts are excessive. I simply wished for their union. While everyone was still lost in their own imaginations, Bai Shaoxing glanced out the window, his brow furrowing momentarily before breaking into a broad smile. My friend, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the others quickly snapped back to reality, directing their gaze toward the place Bai Shaoxing was observing. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, the space before them began to distort. In the next moment, two figures materialized before everyone. One was clad in a traditional blue robe, his appearance unremarkable and seemingly around 25 years of age. His most distinguishing features were his thick eyebrows, lengthy eyelashes, and a pair of neatly trimmed mustaches adorning his lips. The other figure, however, was a striking youth of approximately 16 or 17, donned in garments as white as snow, with sharp brows and sparkling eyes. His lips curled into a smile, framing a handsome visage. In his right hand, he held a white fan, which, as he waved it, stirred the gentle breeze that tousled his cascading locks, resembling the soft caress of the wind through the willow fluff. What extraordinary beauty! Just as the crowd marveled at the youth's allure, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha suddenly transformed into fleeting shadows, appearing before the young man. The excitement and joy befitting their age radiated from them, their smiles uncontainable as they exclaimed, "Brother Mo1, why have you only just arrived?" Chapter 48. The bloodthirsty blade and the unparalleled sword. Do not inquire about the folded white fan. Gazing at the two youths, who are now nearly of shoulder height to himself, he instinctively reached out to pat their heads. Subsequently, a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze graced his lips. "Sasuke, Naruto, it has been half a year since we last met, and you have both grown taller. Do not inquire about this person's accomplishments, for they appear grander than they truly are. A dog's head preserves life." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke displayed an air of arrogance. "Indeed, in merely 2 years, I shall be as tall as Brother Mo1. Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously. I too, shall grow taller. Do not inquire about the light laughter. Indeed, I believe you shall surpass me in the future." Uchiha Itachi bore an expression of profound skepticism. This could not possibly be my younger brother, who often appeared rather foolish. Jiraiya and the others gazed in astonishment at the remarkably composed Naruto Uzumaki. Alas, is this truly the original visage of Naruto Uzumaki? He seems a tad simple-minded. Without acknowledging the bewildered crowd, Orochimaru approached the group of Mo1 and others. Amidst the expressions of sheer disbelief, Orochimaru revealed a smile akin to that of a neighborly boy. "Mo and Jun, Master Lu Xiaofeng, where have you two been indulging yourselves? It has been quite some time since your appearance." Lu Xiaofeng cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "Orochimaru, either refer to me as Lu Xiaofeng or address Mo Xiandi as Master Mo1. Kindly refrain from treating us differently, if you please." Before Orochimaru could respond, Mo1 jested, "Brother Lu, if you were to impart your exceptional skill, Lingxi Yiji, to Orochimaru, I believe he would not linger on thoughts of you." At this, Lu Xiaofeng pouted, choosing to ignore the two, and made his way directly to Bai Shaoxing, adopting a familiar demeanor. "Old Bai, tell me, who are the beauties in Konoha? Tsunade? Is this person blind?" Bai Shaoxing seemed oblivious to Lu Xiaofeng's presence, simply bypassing him. As Mo1 approached, he clasped his fists and boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha! Brother Mo, it has been a year since we last met, and your prowess has become even more unfathomable." Mo1 also returned the gesture with a bow, offering a wry smile. "Please, sir, spare me the sarcasm. A year ago, your debate with the valiant Yin nearly sent me to meet the six-path immortals." Bai Shaoxing initially chuckled softly before beckoning Kakashi, who was in a daze, to step forward. With a hint of pride, Bai Shaoxing boasted to Mo1, "Brother Mo, this is one of my own. What do you think? Quite the talent, isn't he?" Kakashi was taken aback by this unexpected side of Bai Shaoxing, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Mo1 cast a scrutinizing glance at the reserved Kakashi. Subsequently, he spread his left hand, and a gleaming silver spear materialized within his grasp. Witnessing the thunderous energy encircling the spear, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. Having perused the tomes in the guest room and absorbed the elucidations of Orochimaru, they were no longer novices in martial arts. They were well aware of the nature of such weaponry. Mo1, with a subtle smile, turned to Kakashi. "Logically, I should address you as Senior Kakashi. However, now that you have joined the 100 Scholars Hall, we are of equal standing, just like Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, I find myself a generation older than both of you. That being said, I sense the latent power of thunder within you. This thunder spear, which I discovered in a hidden realm, shall serve as a gift for our initial meeting." Hiss. Others. How envious. Kakashi was taken aback. This youth, who appeared even younger than himself, was offering him a gift. By Xiaoxing, observing Kakashi's astonishment, remarked, "Kakashi, you should accept it. This is a customary practice among warriors. When encountering the juniors of friends, it is customary to present them with gifts. Remember the kindness of Master Mo today, and in the future, you may repay him through his descendants." Upon hearing this, Kakashi finally comprehended the situation. After receiving the spear from Mo1, he promptly bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master Mo." Mo1 promptly assisted Kakashi to his feet, adopting an exaggeratedly courteous demeanor. "There is no need for such formality," he exclaimed. Turning around, Mo1 gazed at the envious faces of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, offering them a gentle smile. He then produced a long knife and a long sword once more. "Sasuke, this sword is named the Exquisite Blade. I have procured it for you. Take it." Uchiha Sasuke, overwhelmed with delight, eagerly accepted the Exquisite Blade. As a master swordsman himself, he recognized instantly that this was a weapon of divine quality. "Mo1, I am absolutely enamored with this sword," he declared. Mo1 merely smiled and turned his gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki. "Naruto, this blade is called the Bloodthirsty Blade, forged from celestial cold iron. It is not only a divine weapon but also possesses the ability to suppress demonic energy to a certain extent. This is a gift from my brother Mo1, bestowed upon you." Mo1's subtle suggestion, the Snow Drink Blade has been renamed to Blood Drink Mad Blade, which sounds more formidable. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely, utterly delighted. "Haha, I knew brother Mo1 would not forget me." By Xiaoxing, upon hearing Mo1's words, gasped in astonishment. "Hiss, brother Mo, you have actually acquired these two divine weapons." It was the first time the others had witnessed Bai Xiaoxing exhibit such a shocked expression, causing them to feel an inexplicable surprise as well. Kakashi quickly inquired, "Sir, what is the significance of these two divine weapons?" Bai Xiaoxing still seemed incredulous. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, explaining, "These two divine weapons are the innate weapons of the fated children from ancient times." Hiss. This time, it was the others who gasped in disbelief. They were unaware of what the ancient era entailed. But merely hearing that these swords and blades belonged to the fated children indicated their extraordinary nature. Before Bai Xiaoxing could finish his explanation, he continued, "Before their disappearance, these two fated children left behind their respective weapons. The master of the Blood Drink Mad Blade is named Niefeng, while the master of the Absolute Sword is Bu Jingyun. Before Niefeng vanished, he entrusted the Blood Drink Mad Blade to the Fire Qilin for safekeeping. Since this was not a well-guarded secret, countless warriors sought to obtain the Blood Drink Mad Blade during the first 100 years. However, all of them met their demise at the jaws of the Fire Qilin." Observing the astonished and somewhat puzzled expressions on the faces of the crowd, Bai Xiaoxing continued, "You may not comprehend what kind of creature the Fire Qilin is, but you should understand that it stands on par with the Dragon Clan. Its power is at least that of the initial stage of the divine travel profound realm." Wow. The group felt that this revelation was even more terrifying than the existence of the Six Paths Sage. They grasped Bai Xiaoxing's underlying meaning, that there indeed existed a dragon clan in this world. Bai Xiaoxing glanced at the Blood Drink Mad Blade in Naruto's hands, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Naruto cherished the Blood Drink Mad Blade. Its previous master, Niefeng, also practiced the Demon Blade technique. Yet he did not succumb to becoming a demon. Part of the reason lies within this blade. Uzumaki Naruto then understood the significance of this blade. Looking at the unperturbed Mo1 with a sense of gratitude, silently reflecting, "Brother Mo1 must have endured much suffering to seek this for me. He must have faced countless hardships." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, pressed further, "Sir, what about the Absolute Sword?" Bai Xiaoxing then turned his gaze to the Absolute Sword held by Uchiha Sasuke. Sighing once more, the Absolute Sword was later entrusted to the Tsangjin Mountain Villa for safekeeping. The Tsangjin Mountain Villa is indeed unfathomable. As far as I know, there are at least 2 experts in the divine travel profound realm. Even I would find it impossible to obtain the Absolute Sword. I truly cannot fathom how Brother Mo managed to seize it. Hiss. Everyone gasped again. They looked at the young boy before them in disbelief. 2 experts in the divine travel profound realm. These 2 are indeed the legendary Six Paths Sage. Is it possible that Mo is so terrifying? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke tightly gripped his unparalleled sword, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the composed Mo1. "Brother Mo1, you have worked hard." Mo1 gently stroked his head and bestowed upon him a warm smile. "It's all right, as long as you are happy." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Imowen gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, who was continuously wiping away his tears, and gently remarked, "A man should not shed tears lightly. Sasuke, Naruto will surely mock you." Upon hearing his name called, Uzumaki Naruto rushed to Imowen's side, weeping profusely. "Imowen, please don't leave for such a long time again. I missed you so much." Witnessing this, Imowen felt a surge of frustration. Over these 3 years, he had indulged them too much, causing both of his younger brothers to become overly imaginative. Despite his inner turmoil, Imowen maintained a smile and nodded. Yes. Next time I go out, I will definitely bring you and Sasuke along." Chapter 49. The appearance seeing Imowen in such a state. Jiraiya felt as though he had glimpsed a radiant light, blindingly bright. Alas, Minato, Naruto has such a wonderful brother. You can rest easy. Namake's Minato sighed. "I long to see if the Ninetales is still around. I wonder how it is faring." The Ninetales lamented, as a feeble creature. "I can only strive to survive amidst these formidable beings." Uchiha Itachi observed Imowen and his beloved brother, feeling as if his sibling had been taken away from him. "Alas, Sasuke, he seems to be better than I am, doesn't he?" Kakashi regarded Imowen alongside the two fortunate children. "I would gladly take a dozen such esteemed seniors." The members of Akatsuki looked towards Imowen, yearning, "Oh, how I wish to become one of those fortunate children." Tsunade cast her gaze upon Imowen, thinking, "This charming young man radiates warmth." Ino looked at Imowen, wondering, "Is he an angel? I feel utterly captivated." Do not question the heart's desires. This epitomizes the self-cultivation of an actor. After a considerable time, Bai Shaoxing observed that Imowen's two younger brothers had finally quieted down, and he addressed Imowen, "Brother Imo, I must attend to business today. Would you care to join me?" Suddenly, Lu Xiaofeng sprang forward. "Old Bai, I shall go." "I shall go?" Bai Shaoxing cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Xiaofeng before turning to the side, addressing Jiraiya. "Mr. Jiraiya, he is of your kind. Please entertain him." Jiraiya appeared utterly bewildered. "What kind?" Uchiha Sasuke looked at the two with disdain. "Huh, two old lechers." The others promptly distanced themselves from Lu Xiaofeng and Jiraiya. "Jiraiya? I've been caught in the crossfire." Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Jiraiya. "It turns out, my friend, you are indeed a kindred spirit. My apologies." In response, Konan, Shizune, and Tsunade regarded the two with evident disdain. Jiraiya, although feeling quite uncomfortable, could not muster any anger upon seeing Lu Xiaofeng's amiable demeanor. "Who are you, brother?" Lu Xiaofeng, initially grinning, instantly adopted a serious expression upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry. The others looked on, perplexed yet intrigued. Lu Xiaofeng puffed out his chest, surveying everyone. "I am Lu Xiaofeng, the one with 4 eyebrows. My friends include the refined young master of the Hua family, Hua Qisha, and Hua Manlu. There is also the renowned sword deity, Ximen Chui Xue, and the sword saint, Yi Guqing, the ruler of Baiyun City. Lastly, we have the exceptional Imo Xian, Imowen." Lu Xiaofeng cast a casual glance at Bai Shaoxing, and the unremarkable Bai Shaoxing. "Old Bai." Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's introduction, the others could barely suppress their amusement at the mention of his 4 eyebrows. Yet they suddenly felt an overwhelming admiration for the other 3 individuals. The refined Hua Manlu exuded an air of elegance. Merely hearing his name evoked a sense of grace. The sword deity Ximen Chui Xue and sword saint Yi Guqing were figures of immense prestige. As for the remarkable Imowen, they had indeed encountered him and could attest to his extraordinary presence. As for the unremarkable Bai Shaoxing, they could only surmise that such camaraderie allowed for such jest. Just as everyone was lost in their reverie, 2 figures clad in white suddenly appeared at the window on the 2nd floor. "Brother Bai, Lu Xiaojiji, junior disciple. Long time no see." Upon hearing Yi Guqing's words, the group finally noticed the presence of 2 unparalleled handsome men, and were once again struck with awe. Uchiha Itachi, upon encountering Ximen Chui Xue, was so astonished that he nearly activated his Sharingan. Bai Shaoxing, Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, Imowen, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto Uzumaki all stepped forward. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto hurriedly paid their respects to the two, exclaiming, "We greet our esteemed master." Ximen Chui Xue merely acknowledged them with a frigid nod. Yi Guqing, observing the blood drink Mad Blade in Naruto's possession, let out a sigh before clasping his fist toward Imowen. "Junior brother, I appreciate your efforts." Ximen Chui Xue also coldly uttered 2 words, Thank you. Imoen returned the greeting with a bow and smiled, saying, "You two esteemed brothers are too kind." Bai Shaoxing looked at the two with an expression of astonishment. "Brother Yi, Chui Xue, what brings you two deities here?" Yi Guqing glanced at the few individuals behind him before responding, "There's not much to it. I received word that the two leaders of the Yūka Palace might appear in Mai. I feared you might struggle alone. So I came with Chui Xue to check on you." Hiss. Both Bai Shaoxing and Lu Xiaofeng gasped in shock. Bai Shaoxing, initially incredulous, soon wore a look of relief. The Yūka Palace has actually entered the world. Thank goodness you both have come. Otherwise, I would have truly fled. The people behind them were bewildered, questioning if they had misheard. In their eyes, Bai Shaoxing was akin to a sage of six paths. Yet now, he was ready to flee upon hearing a mere piece of news. Just how formidable was the Yūka Palace? Once the conversation concluded, Orochimaru also performed a martial salute to the two. Hee, esteemed teachers, please refrain from making me follow Sasuke and Naruto next time. I fear I may perish on the way. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Yi Guqing smiled slightly. Orochimaru, there's no need for concern. With the bloodthirsty blade, Naruto will not easily succumb to madness. Orochimaru sighed in relief upon hearing this. Yi Guqing's voice continued, however, should Naruto fall into madness again. Even with the bloodthirsty blade's support, you would do well to keep your distance. Orochimaru. He knew all too well that neither of these two could be relied upon. Mo1, seemingly recalling something at this moment, addressed a few individuals. Esteemed gentlemen, elder brother, a year ago I inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden realm. Within, I encountered an exceedingly aloof woman. She introduced herself as the Grand Master of the Yūka Palace, named Yao Yu. Is she the one you have spoken of? At this point, Yi Guqing and the others gazed at Mo1 in disbelief. Junior brother, you actually encountered Yao Yu. Did she not trouble you? Mo1 hesitated, casting a glance at Bai Shaoxing, and spoke. Sir, may I borrow a room? I have a few matters to discuss with my two senior brothers. Bai Shaoxing nodded solemnly. Follow me then. Yi Guqing, noticing that Orochimaru and the others wished to accompany them, promptly interjected, you three shall remain outside. With that, Yi Guqing swiftly closed the door, leaving behind three sullen faces. Once Lu Xiaofeng, Yi Guqing, Ximen Chui Xue, Bai Shaoxing, and Mo1 entered the room. They gradually regained their composure amidst the myriad of news swirling in their minds. Jingyin, brimming with excitement, turned to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, are those the Sword Saint and the Sword God? They are simply too handsome. Mr. Bai, Mr. Mo, how can the Sword Saint and Sword God be so striking? Orochimaru cast a glance at the infatuated Jingyin, disregarding her entirely. Tsunade and Xiao Nan, however, nodded in agreement with Jingyin's remarks, finding the four dashing gentlemen in white attire utterly captivating. Deidara, equally exhilarated, looked at Pain and exclaimed, Leader, I believe we should change our attire to resemble Mr. Bai and the others. I want to wear white too. Pain's expression darkened with annoyance. Itachi Uchiha turned to Orochimaru, uncertainly inquiring, Orochimaru, are Mr. Yi Guqing and Mr. Ximen Chui Xue respectively the masters of Sasuke and Naruto? Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at him before replying, Indeed. Itachi, let me tell you. The gorge in the Death Forest is where Naruto's master once left a token. That token, known as the Sword Child token, was forged by Sasuke's master through the essence of sword intent. Jiraiya, growing increasingly curious about Mo1, felt a sense of familiarity akin to that of seeing Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru, who is this Mo1? Chapter 50. Midday. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, he sensed two icy glares directed at him. The owners of those glares were none other than Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya quickly forced an awkward smile at the two. Kakashi, oblivious to the trio's demeanor, looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Lord Orochimaru, why did Master Mo say he originally intended to address me as senior? Orochimaru first glanced at Sasuke and Naruto before responding, Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. Upon receiving Sasuke's tacit approval, Orochimaru revealed a playful smile. Hee, because Master Mo was once a member of Konoha. At this revelation, everyone's expressions turned remarkably vivid. The members of Akatsuki exchanged peculiar glances at Jiraiya and the others. In their eyes, even if Mo1 did not quite reach the caliber of the Sage of Six Paths, he was certainly not far from it. Yet, such a formidable figure hailed from Konoha, now seemingly estranged from the village. One could only imagine the dismay felt by the Konoha trio. Jiraiya appeared as though he were suffering from constipation, his countenance reflecting an unbearable displeasure as he gravely inquired, Orochimaru, what on earth is happening? Is Imo not a denizen of Konoha? How has he become the disciple of the Leaf's solitary city? Orochimaru smirked with a hint of mockery, exclaiming, this is all thanks to our esteemed teacher, Sarutobi, when Imo was merely 2 years old. Thereafter, Orochimaru recounted the events surrounding Imo. He paused only when he reached the incident involving Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's escape from Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's account, the reactions among the group varied. Initially, Jiraiya and his companions felt merely that Konoha had squandered an extraordinary talent of the Six Paths caliber. However, reflecting on such a multifaceted prodigy, they were appalled to realize that he had been turned into an adversary by the Sarutobi clan. The notion of wanting to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi began to take root in their hearts. The members of Akatsuki, upon hearing Orochimaru's tale, sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Imo truly was angelic, Sasuke Uchiha coldly surveyed the beleaguered expressions of Jiraiya and the others, scoffing, "How fortunate for you. Were it not for my brother Imo's disapproval, I would have undoubtedly annihilated the entirety of Konoha." Strangely enough, upon hearing Sasuke's words, the Konoha group found themselves inexplicably inclined to express gratitude towards Imo. Do not inquire about this youth. He is radiance itself. Uchiha Itachi cast a complex glance at his younger brother. He had never anticipated that his single-minded sibling would one day care so profoundly for another. As noon approached, Bai Xiaosheng and his companions emerged from their quarters. Upon exiting, Imo was taken aback to find the onlookers regarding him with fervent eyes, utterly perplexed by their intensity. Bai Xiaosheng, disregarding the reactions of others, spoke coldly. In a moment, the two masters from the Yūka Palace may appear at Bai Xiaodang. I advise you to keep your eyes in check, particularly the males among you. Those two masters are extraordinarily beautiful, yet they harbor a deep-seated disdain for men. Therefore, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, refrain from indiscreet glances. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. All the young men nodded vigorously, resembling chicks pecking at grain, indicating their understanding. Lu Xiaofeng approached Jiraiya and solemnly warned, "Brother, I know you have an appreciation for beauty, but do not dare to gaze at those from Yūka Palace indiscriminately. The repercussions could be exceedingly severe." Jiraiya felt an urge to contest the initial remark. Yet seeing Lu Xiaofeng's grave demeanor, especially as he directed his caution specifically toward him, stirred a flicker of gratitude within Jiraiya's heart. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Lu. I shall certainly refrain from indiscreet gazes." At midday, those entering Bai Xiaodang were astonished to behold Ximen Chui Xue, Yi Gu Cheng, and Imo seated together at a table. "What on earth? Who are these celestial beings? They are incredibly handsome," exclaimed one. "Are these three paragons? Have they entered the wrong scene?" Another lamented, "Father, I wish to marry all three of them." "Oh, do not pull me away," a nearby individual sighed. "I once thought my own beauty was unrivaled. Yet who are these three? They are even more striking. Alas, is this what they call love at first sight? It is so difficult to choose. Oh dear. Husband, forgive me, my thoughts have strayed. Let us part ways. Your appearance is far too lackluster." The onlookers exchanged sympathetic glances at the portly man, who was profusely bleeding from his mouth. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino stood beside Yamashita Hachi, gazing dreamily at Imo and his companions. "Forgive me, Sasuke, I have found new affections." Uchiha Sasuke retorted, "Bring your sword." Vortex Naruto looked begrudgingly at Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, and Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, why can't we sit at the same table as Brother Imo?" Uchiha Sasuke turned to Lu Xiaofeng with a puzzled expression. Lu Xiaofeng sighed. Brother Imo met Yaoyu a year ago. Whatever transpired then, it is best we maintain our distance. I fear it may bring calamity upon us." Uchiha Obito, mingling among the mist ninjas, regarded Ximen Chui Xue and his companions with a grave countenance. "Who are these three? Why do they instill such a sense of unease within me? Are they warriors?" Ximen Chui Xue seemed to sense a peculiar gaze and cast a cold glance at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, a mere plant. Upon meeting Ximen Chui Xue's frigid stare, Uchiha Obito nearly succumbed to the urge to activate Kimui and flee. The avatars of Kuroju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzō also regarded the trio with grave concern. Kuroju, with a scowl, raged internally. Who are these individuals? They exude an aura even more perilous than Madara's. Did Baiju not notice the unusual presence entering the 100 Knowledge Hall? Kuroju now felt fortunate to have accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion. Had he come in his true form, he might not have made it out of the 100 Knowledge Hall today. The news of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's return had already spread throughout Konoha. Thus, the 12 young ninjas, driven by curiosity, accompanied their elders to the 100 Knowledge Hall. Hinata Hanabi, beside Hyuga Hayashi, gazed with concern at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun, did you truly massacre the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? Just as most were still pondering the identities of Ximen Chui Xue and his companions, three figures stepped into the 100 Knowledge Hall. Bai Xiaosheng, Ximen Chui Xue, and their companions all directed their attention towards the entrance. The other attendees, noticing the collective focus, also turned their curious gazes in that direction. The next moment, hiss. It is Otsutsuki Hondan. How unexpected. And beside him stands Hyuga. Where is his caged bird? The newcomers were indeed Hondan, Hyuga, and Hondan's daughter, Ayam. The members of the Hyuga clan, witnessing the absence of Niji's caged bird, were equally astonished. However, upon seeing Niji in the company of Hondan, they quickly grasped the situation. Hyuga Hayashi promptly rose, respectfully approaching the trio. I have met the esteemed one before, though I was unaware of your identity at that time. Before Hayashi could finish his statement, Hondan coldly interrupted, in light of our shared bloodline. I offer you this counsel. Should you wish to avoid the path taken by the Otsutsuki clan, swiftly abolish the systems of the main and branch families. Hayashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a remark. Observing Hayashi's silence, Hondan shook his head in disappointment. The shinobi world will not see tranquility. As long as I perceive the existence of the caged bird, I shall refrain from aiding your clan. Ultimately, you shall meet the same fate as the branch family. After saying this, Hondan disregarded Hayashi and led his companions to find a place to sit. Naturally, the others overheard Hondan's words. They looked at the contemplative Hayashi, their expressions betraying a sense of anticipation. How do you suppose Hayashi will respond? Why has it not begun yet? Hasn't everyone arrived? Why does Bai Xiaosheng appear so grim? Hiss. I sense an ominous premonition. Hondan seemed to catch a whiff of something, his expression darkening. Lu Xiaofeng wore a grim expression, uttering two words. Here it comes. Beside him, Xiaoji and the others, along with Kakashi, also appeared to be on high alert, as if facing a formidable adversary. Imoen furrowed his brow slightly and lifted his gaze toward the roof above the high platform. Bai Xiaosheng's expression first turned sour. But then he looked up and laughed heartily. Huh? Since both palace masters have arrived, why not make your presence known? As soon as Bai Xiaosheng's words fell, everyone felt a bone-chilling gust of cold air descending from above. Hiss. What is happening? Why is it so cold? Has winter arrived? You must be a fool. How could winter come now? Silence. A powerful presence approaches. A voice cried out, and the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Boom. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a hole appeared in the roof of Bai Xiaodang. Following this, a beam of blue light shot towards the high platform. In the next moment, flurries of snowflakes began to cascade down through the opening. As the snow fell, two graceful figures clad in blue garments floated down from the sky. Beautiful. So breathtakingly beautiful. So stunning that it rendered everything else colorless. As all present beheld the captivating beauty of the two women, they felt as though their souls had been stolen. Forgetting to breathe. If earlier, Imoen and his companions had mesmerized the women in the hall, now it was the men who were utterly entranced by the two ladies. The onlookers stood frozen, for neither Yao Yu nor Lian Xing would tolerate the lewd gazes directed at them. Yao Yu, her delicate face icy, waved her jade hand. And in an instant, 1/5 of the people in the room were frozen solid. Most among them were merely innocent bystanders, caught in the misfortune of the moment. This scene abruptly roused everyone's spirits, replacing their dazed expressions with sheer terror. Dissatisfied with the lingering gazes of the crowd, Yao Yu waved her hand once more, unleashing a 3-zhang-long surge of blue energy toward the assembly below. The blue energy sliced through the air, leaving trails of snowflakes in its wake. Before the energy reached them, the crowd felt as though their very blood had turned to ice. Many had pale lips, their hair and eyebrows frosted white. Why are the most enchanting often the most perilous? This all transpired in the blink of an eye, just as the blue energy was about to descend upon the masses. Suddenly, a white fan began to whirl furiously, akin to the swift fluttering of leaves, cutting through the air with the speed of a released arrow, creating a whooshing sound as it intercepted the blue energy. To the astonishment of all, the white fan effortlessly dissipated the mist, shattering the blue energy above the crowd. Afterward, the fan returned along the same path, landing back in the hands of Mo1, who remained seated on the bench. Palace Master Yao Yu. Those who have offended you have already been dealt with. There is no need to involve the innocent. A gentle voice resonated, as if a soft glow had descended upon the hearts of all present. This luminescence instantaneously thawed their frozen pulses, restoring their previously pallid complexions to vibrant life. Humph. It is you again. Last time, I graciously bestowed upon you the Thunder Spear, yet you not only failed to express your gratitude but also departed without a word. Now, you dare to hinder my intent to take a life. Do you truly believe I would refrain from ending yours? A voice, ethereal and cool, yet imbued with an enchanting clarity, reached the ears of the assembly. Mo1 ceased his speech, merely furrowing his sword-like brows as he directed his gaze towards the two figures approaching him. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, two ethereal maidens descended gracefully beside Mo1. With each step, they left a trail of frost, eventually taking their seats on a long bench that had been left vacant at Mo1's table. Upon their settling, the entire bench became enveloped in a thick layer of ice, which swiftly spread across the floor, ensnaring several nearby ninjas in its chilling grasp. A few of them, caught off guard, were instantaneously transformed into frozen statues. The others, witnessing this spectacle, hastily executed a swift maneuver, retreating to a distant location. Hiss. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the remaining spectators. Indeed, the mere act of these two sitting down seemed to invoke death. What appeared to be celestial maidens were, in truth, enchantresses of malevolence. Mo1 gazed upon the independent avatars he had created, feeling a wave of bewilderment wash over him. After drawing the characters of Yao Yu and Lian Xing, he pondered how a man could possibly embody a woman. Thus, in a reckless act, he commanded the system to transform the two into a singular, autonomous entity, with memories intricately woven in by the system itself. This narrative design aimed to forge these characters into distinct individuals. Otherwise, as mere avatars, the experience felt rather lackluster. Mo1 desperately wishes to speak with the two individuals. Yet, how audacious they are, flaunting their mere dual manifestations. However, he does not dare to confront them. Mo1 sighed. Yao Yu, these individuals have never wronged you. Why have you taken their lives? Yi Gucheng and Ximen Chui Xue appeared oblivious to Yao Yu and Lian Xing, their expressions impassive as they caressed the swords in their hands. Lian Xing, however, surveyed the trio with a hint of curiosity. Her gaze ultimately settled on Mo1, her intrigue deepening. Yao Yu, too, seemed indifferent to Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Gucheng, casting a cool glance in Mo1's direction. Humph. I have never required a reason to take a life. The demon. Truly a demon. The others were struck with horror at Yao Yu's words. Although Bai Shaoxing had previously forewarned them about Yao Yu and her companions, witnessing her every move capable of extinguishing life sent chills down their spines. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Lu Xiaofeng. Had it not been for Lu's timely warning, he might well have met a frozen fate today. As for the other women, despite acknowledging Yao Yu's mercilessness, they found themselves inexplicably drawn to her formidable presence. Uchiha Obito sighed internally upon encountering such a ruthless woman. This is what it means to be a villain. What am I in comparison? Black Zetsu felt a tremor within. Mother, why is this world so perilous? Can I still rescue you? Upon hearing such words from Princess Yao Yu, Mo1 felt a profound sense of satisfaction within, yet his countenance betrayed a semblance of exasperation. Princess Yao Yu, this is the 100 Understanding Hall. Our esteemed teacher is preoccupied with pressing matters. I presume your visit is indeed for his sake. I shall not engage in a dispute with you. It would be prudent to heed the words of our teacher. Yao Yu huffed disdainfully, casting an irritable glance at Bai Shaoxing, and retorted, I detest being looked down upon from a position of superiority. Should you fail to provide the answers I seek, I shall undoubtedly dismantle your 100 Understanding Hall. Bai Shaoxing felt a pang of distress within. He was now inclined to question the essence of his own being. Must you conjure such an avatar? Is it not sufficient that this realm of ninjas is already rife with commotion? Do not inquire. Those who understand me are but reflections of myself. Bai Shaoxing cast aside his thoughts and gazed upward at the opening, letting out a sigh. He then turned to Pain, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and stated, Yesterday, I already discussed the price with you. This pair of renegades shall serve as one of the stakes, which I intend to reclaim. Do you have any objections? Pain quickly rose to his feet. Thank you, sir. I have no objections. Bai Shaoxing nodded, noticing that the crowd below had turned their gazes towards him. As I previously mentioned, This matter is of great significance. It involves the son of the villain residing on the moon, the Sage of Six Paths, his two brothers, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the two current champions of righteousness, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The others were left in a state of shock upon hearing by Xiaoxing's words. Is this the secret that holds the value of 12 S-rank ninjutsu? Truly terrifying. Chapter 52, The Great Filial Son to Self-Destruct? Uchiha Obito's expression darkened upon hearing this. He realized he might merely be a pawn, yet he never imagined he would not even qualify to be included in Bai Xiaoxing's list. The Great Filial Son, Black Zetsu. This is the end. Bai Xiaoxing paused for a moment before continuing. The villainous son of fate sealed upon the moon is named Kaguya Otsutsuki. She has 3 sons. The first 2 are Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Yui, while the last is Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Strictly speaking, only Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Kaguya are her sons, whereas Otsutsuki Black Zetsu is not. However, this is of little relevance to the matter at hand, so I shall not elaborate further. Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu was momentarily stunned, questioning whether there was an issue with his hearing. How can I not be considered my mother's son? Shimura Danzō and Yuan Fei Rizhan exchanged bewildered glances at the dazed Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito was left agape, his jaw nearly dropping. How could Black Zetsu be the son of Kaguya Otsutsuki? Was he not a creation of Uchiha Madara? The others were equally astonished. The son of fate for the villains was also of the Otsutsuki clan. What an extraordinarily fearsome lineage the Otsutsuki were. There was no end to their astonishment. Bai Xiaoxing then dropped another bombshell, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. The Sage of Six Paths originally bore the name Otsutsuki Yui. He and his brother Otsutsuki Kaguya were the previous champions of righteousness. The individuals below felt as though the world was spinning around them. The Sage of Six Paths, too, is of the Otsutsuki clan, and he was the former champion of righteousness. This Otsutsuki clan is simply beyond comprehension. The astute individuals quickly grasped the situation. So, are we to understand that the Sage of Six Paths and his brother sealed their mother within the moon? Bai Xiaoxing, undeterred by the crowd, continued to elaborate. The Hyuga clan, the Take-Torai clan of the Hidden Mist Village, and the Tsutsuki clan on the moon are all descendants of the Tsutsuki clan. Moreover, the progeny of Tsutsuki Kaguya is not scarce within the shinobi world. For instance, the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan are all descendants of Tsutsuki Kaguya, who is also known as the Sage of Six Paths. The listeners below were taken aback once more. So, the ancestors of those noble clans in the shinobi world were indeed the offspring of villainous fate? Goodness, I possess a trace of the Senju bloodline. Oh my, I am, in fact, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Huh, am I, Hinata Outyin, truly a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan? Am I to be proud of that? Uchiha Obito was filled with skepticism about his existence. Impossible. My partner, Kurozetsu, cannot possibly be a sibling of my ancestor. Would that not make him my forebear as well? The members of Akatsuki, upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, felt an even deeper disdain for the Sage of Six Paths. Conan coldly remarked, "This Sage of Six Paths is truly heartless," setting aside the reasons behind his decision to seal his mother with his brother. The fact remains that most families in the shinobi world are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. The Uzumaki clan, Uchiha clan, and Take-Torai clan have all perished, yet he has not made an appearance. Such a cold-hearted individual does not deserve to be called a sage. Others pondered deeply upon Conan's words. Bai Xiaoxing merely chuckled at this. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons. The elder, Tsutsuki Indra, inherited the sage's ocular powers, while the younger, Tsutsuki Azura, inherited the sage's physical prowess. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are descendants of Azura, whereas the Uchiha clan descends from Indra, the elder brother. This explains why the Senju and Uzumaki clans possess an abundance of chakra compared to ordinary shinobi, and why the Uchiha clan exhibits the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, everyone finally comprehended the depth of the Sage of Six Path strength. After all, the sage possessed not only ocular powers, but also extraordinary physical abilities. Bai Xiaoxing, observing the crowd's newfound calmness, dropped another bombshell. It seems that the shinobi world is indeed particularly fond of the Tsutsuki clan. The children of fate all originate from one family. Tsutsuki Kaguya is the child of villainous fate, while her 2 sons represent the children of righteous fate. Furthermore, the half-children of fate, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, are the reincarnations of the sage's 2 sons, Azura and Indra. Even today's two children of fate in the Shinobi world are reincarnations of Azura and Indra. Bai Shaoxing appeared somewhat contemplative. It must be said that the Shinobi world seems almost custom-made for the Tsutsuki clan. Goodness. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. These two, astonishingly, are the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons. Do they then count as our ancestors? Absolutely not. The loyal Black Zetsu was utterly flabbergasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, two close allies, were also taken aback. How can they engage in trivial matters when they are reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he looked at Black Zetsu. Young master, does this not imply that you are the uncle of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Perhaps you could consider establishing a familial connection with them? Black Zetsu, can I confess that I once caused the Sage of Six Paths family quite a bit of suffering? Orochimaru and his companions had long been apprised of these matters by Yiguching, so they were not surprised. The members of Akatsuki, however, were just beginning to comprehend why Orochimaru had previously mentioned that Naruto Uzumaki bore the Sage of Six Paths legacy. It turns out Naruto Uzumaki is the reincarnation of his son. Sasuke Uchiha, noticing the multitude of curious glances directed at him, felt quite perturbed. He snorted disdainfully, "Humph. What are you staring at? I, Sasuke Uchiha, am merely the son of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto is solely the son of the fourth Hokage and his wife. We have no connection to the Sage of Six Paths." Others remarked, as expected of the proud Sasuke, refusing to even embrace such a prestigious lineage. As the crowd began to digest this revelation, Bai Shaoxing continued, "All right, I have clarified the relationships among the characters. Now let us address the matter at hand. Were those not the main issues?" The members of Akatsuki felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. They had never anticipated that Pain's Rinnegan would be intertwined with so many secrets. Bai Shaoxing sighed, seemingly recalling something. In truth, Kaguya Otsutsuki is rather pitiable. Her origins are also shrouded in a complex mystery. Unfortunately, since you have not purchased this information, I shall refrain from elaborating. As for others, a particular plant, how I wish to vanquish it. Observing the expressions of those below, Bai Shaoxing rediscovered the joy reminiscent of the time before Yuue's arrival. When Kaguya Otsutsuki first entered the ninja world, there was no chakra, and the realm was not even known as the ninja world. Kaguya was merely an innocent and naive young girl. Eventually, she married a king. However, when she inadvertently revealed some of her abilities, the entire kingdom grew fearful of her, prompting even the king to send people to hunt her down. Kaguya had no choice but to flee with her attendant. Ultimately, the king caught up with them, killing the attendant and attempting to take Kaguya's life as well. In desperation, Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, gaining power. With this newfound strength, Kaguya was compelled to eliminate many in self-defense. Observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Bai Shaoxing scoffed disdainfully. Do not inquire about the nature of the chakra fruit. That is a separate matter entirely. Just as Bai Shaoxing was about to utter more, Yuue suddenly unleashed an overwhelming chill, and as the frigid air was on the verge of making contact with others, Mo swiftly formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a transparent barrier that enveloped the overwhelming aura radiating from Yao Yu. Good heavens! Is this doppelganger intent on annihilating my audience before feeling satisfied? The others, witnessing this scene, were nearly rendered soulless with fright. Unperturbed by their reactions, Yao Yu coldly fixed her gaze upon Bai Shaoxing. I always knew that no man could be trusted. Bai Shaoxing is the great Tsutsuki Kaguya sealed upon the moon? I shall go and rescue her. Do not inquire. For the enigmatic woman harbors intentions unknown. In the depths of Black Absolute's eyes, a flicker of brilliance emerged, swiftly followed by an expression of profound anguish and inner turmoil. His elder brother yet lives. This may indeed be the singular opportunity to rescue his mother. I cannot let this slip away. I shall give it my all. Black Absolute appeared to have reached a resolute decision. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, he rose from his seat, tears streaming down his face, and hastened towards Yao Yu and her companions. Yao Yu furrowed her delicate brows, poised to take action against Black Absolute. Suddenly, he knelt before her with a resounding thud, bowing his head fervently. His voice trembled with desperation as he implored, Chapter 53, The Kaguya Family. Oh, my lord, I beseech you, save my mother. As Black Absolute wept uncontrollably, he continued to bow fervently. The others were perplexed. What could this man possibly mean? Uchiha Obito interjected with a smirk, So you are indeed Otsutsuki Black Absolute. Jiraiya and the members of Akatsuki shared bewildered expressions. Suddenly, a few of the sharper minds began to connect the dots. Konan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "It is you, Black Absolute. You are truly Otsutsuki Black Absolute." The members of Akatsuki finally grasped the gravity of the revelation. Gazing at him in disbelief, wasn't Black Absolute supposed to be a scout and information gatherer? His concealment was remarkably profound. Upon hearing Konan's words, Yayu narrowed her elegant brows and inquired, "You are the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Black Absolute?" Wiping away his tears, Black Absolute sought to calm his racing heart. Though part of his display was feigned, his excitement was genuine. As Yayu now represented his only hope for his mother's salvation, he acknowledged to himself that he could never hope to rival his elder brother. "Yes, my lord. I am Otsutsuki Black Absolute. In the chaos when my mother was sealed by my two brothers, I was hastily brought into existence. My sole mission is to rescue her. I implore you to show compassion for my mother. My elder brother still lives, and he will surely prevent me from saving her." After speaking, he bowed his head once more with fervor. Gasp! The others were taken aback. Could it be that an ancient relic stood among them? All gazes were fixed upon Black Absolute in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that such a formidable figure was in their midst. One could hardly fathom that Kurozetsu would be cornered to such an extent. At that moment, the astonished Hinata slowly approached Kurozetsu, casting a glance in his direction. "Are you the son of Kagaya?" Kurozetsu was somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Hinata's intentions. Yayu merely observed the exchange between the two, having sensed Hinata's extraordinary nature upon her arrival. Hinata was beyond her current capabilities to contend with. Apart from Mo1 and a few of his male clones, the others were equally perplexed. As Hinata regarded the confused Kurozetsu, he unveiled a revelation that left everyone astounded. "I am Kagaya's father. My original name was Otsutsuki Ichiraku, but I prefer to be called Hinata." Good heavens! The others' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This revelation was far more terrifying than the prospect of Yaoi eliminating them. Surely, this was not the shinobi world. How long had this formidable being existed? Fearful, utterly terrifying. They had always assumed Hinata was merely a member of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, unaware that he was the true patriarch. Uchiha Obito was tempted to exclaim, "You all are out of your league." He had initially intended to take revenge on Kurozetsu later, but now, with the emergence of his grandfather, what could he do? Uchiha Obito felt utterly powerless. Hyuga Hisashi was nearly paralyzed with fear. This was it. He resolved to abolish the branch family system upon his return. He would cling to this powerful ally. He had spoken, "Do not inquire about the turmoil within my heart." What a loss. How could they unveil the identity of this formidable figure so swiftly? It means we have lost yet another piece of intelligence. That involves several S-rank ninjutsu. Kurozetsu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of realization, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him. Kurozetsu was positively elated. Grandfather, I am indeed. I am Kagaya Otsutsuki Kurozetsu. You must rescue my mother. And that scoundrel, Otsutsuki Yui, you must not let this unfilial child escape easily." Kurozetsu did not forget to chide his elder brother. Handa, however, disregarded Kurozetsu and bowed to Yayu. "Thank you, Fairy, for standing up for my daughter. I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding Kagaya. This old man shall not allow his daughter to be wronged. The millennia of sealing time can be considered a form of atonement for her past transgressions. Soon, I shall personally free her." Revelation. This transgression refers to Kagaya consuming the chakra fruit. Upon hearing the father's words, Yayu felt it inappropriate to interject. "It is of no concern. I simply cannot bear to see men bully women. If Kagaya requires assistance in the future, you may seek me at the Yūka Palace." Handa expressed his gratitude once more and then turned to Bai Shaoxing, bowing as well. "I also thank you, sir, for advocating for my daughter. I apologize for interrupting your words. I hope for your understanding." Bai Shaoxing waved his hand, smiling. "You are too kind, esteemed elder. I merely spoke on the matter at hand." Handa returned a smile. "Please, continue, sir. I have only been in the shinobi world for a few decades, and there are many secrets I am yet unaware of." Bai Shaoxing nodded. After a moment, he gazed down at the still dazed crowd and continued. "Although Kagaya Otsutsuki killed her treacherous husband, whom you refer to as her spouse, she was already with child. And her tragic fate did not conclude there. Upon gaining strength, people only grew more fearful of her. Through the eyes of humanity, she saw nothing but dread and loathing. Additionally, in her effort to resist her clan, she prepared to cast a technique upon humanity, known as the infinite Tsukuyomi. Bai Shaoxing pondered for a moment and briefly explained the infinite Tsukuyomi. As for why her family pursued her, that remains a secret. The infinite Tsukuyomi not only enables her to reclaim more power, but also transforms humanity into beings known as White Zetsu. Kagaya Otsutsuki intended to use this to counter the pursuit of the Otsutsuki clan. The crowd contemplated this revelation. Does this imply that the infinite Tsukuyomi is a dark art? Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths sealed his own mother for this reason? Uchiha Obito's expression darkened further, casting a venomous glance at Kurozetsu. Very well. Very well. You dare to exploit me in such a manner. Even if you have a grandfather, I shall ensure your demise. Otherwise, I would not be known as Uchiha Obito. I speak the truth. Bai Shaoxing sighed deeply. Alas, initially, I could not comprehend the situation. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya's thoughts were somewhat extreme, why did her two sons so easily betray her? Why did the Sage of Six Paths and his brother not persuade their mother? Why did they not aid her in escaping the relentless pursuit of their clan? Why must they seal her away for millennia? Did they not feel sorrow for their mother? The others fell into contemplation upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's remarks, coupled with the tragic events surrounding the Uchiha clans. They began to harbor the unsettling notion that the Sage of Six Paths was not a virtuous figure. Conan, however, wore a look of vindication. Humph. I always knew the Sage of Six Paths was no good. As for the others, is this little girl truly that formidable? The Sage of Six Paths is not yet dead. The Akatsuki members. It seems Conan's animosity towards the Sage of Six Paths has only intensified. Bai Shaoxing continued, later. I discovered that Kagaya sacrificed ordinary people to the divine tree to resist the persecution of the Otsutsuki clan, transforming them into White Zetsu. The girl whom the Sage of Six Paths adored was but an ordinary person. Upon realizing that his beloved had been sacrificed, he, in a fit of rage, incited his brother. Thus, the two joined forces to seal their own mother away. Bai Shaoxing's expression turned one of disdain. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother were oblivious to the fact that Kagaya's actions stemmed from a desire to protect her children from being captured by the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, these two failed to appreciate their mother's love and chose to seal her for over 1,000 years for the sake of a mere woman. Observing the diverse thoughts among the crowd, Bai Shaoxing lamented, perhaps this is the essence of maternal love. I believe that most women would make a similar decision as Kagaya when their children's lives are threatened. After hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, they thought, Kagaya is indeed cruel. Indeed, while the Sage of Six Paths may have acted excessively, his choices were still justified. Foolishness. In the ninja world, if one were to speak of cruelty, Kagaya was merely acting in self-preservation. Precisely. If the roles were reversed, you might even slay your own kin. Tsunade, filled with righteous indignation, stood up and exclaimed, this Sage of Six Paths is truly despicable. How could he disregard the love his mother bestowed upon him? And his foolish brother lacks any discernment whatsoever. What a farce of a destined child. Conan stood up in agreement, declaring, indeed, the Sage of Six Paths is nothing but a self-serving individual. Now that he has established a pure land, his beloved's soul should reside in his care. Yet he still cannot let go of his mother, displaying the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. You, with a cold snort, declared, I shall undoubtedly slay the Sage of Six Paths upon encountering him. Such a disloyal and unfilial wretch, devoid of benevolence and righteousness, does not deserve to exist. Upon hearing these words, the other men trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Heijue appeared utterly bewildered. Could it be that my method of rescuing my mother is flawed? Why do they seem even more incensed than I? Bai Shaoxing cast a peculiar glance at the trio and continued, Chapter 54, The Secret of Madara. In time, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect and fathered two sons. Perhaps due to his own childhood devoid of paternal affection, he was ill-equipped to be a good father. Indra, the elder brother, possessed superior talent in cultivation, far outstripping his younger brother Azura. Yet, the Sage of Six Paths deemed Indra's temperament unsuitable for inheriting the ninja sect, thus bequeathing the position of heir to Azura. Bai Shaoxing shifted his narrative. Of course, one cannot place the blame entirely upon the Sage of Six Paths. Indra's awakened Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit, influenced the sage's decision to select Azura instead. As for the peculiar nature of this bloodline limit, that remains a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed lightly. The others chimed in. What further secrets could this red eye ailment hold? It's rather simple. The Sharingan, the red eye ailment, originates from the Sage of Six Paths' own eyes. Is it true that the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan? Bai Shaoxing disregarded the crowd's speculation. Upon comprehending his father's choice, Indra was deeply dissatisfied and, in a fit of rage, departed from the ninja sect. Bai Shaoxing exchanged a meaningful glance with Heijue. However, returning to the subject, had the Sage of Six Paths paid more attention to Indra in his youth, he would not have allowed his hidden brother, Akatsuki Heijue, the opportunity to sow discord among them. It must be said, Heijue truly embodies the role of a dutiful son. To rescue his mother, brothers, and nephews, who possess overwhelming strength, would only hinder his path, thus he has no choice but to incite their mutual destruction. Heijue, is that a compliment? The others turned their gaze towards Heijue, who had become apparent to them as possessing lackluster talent and cultivation, explaining his inclination for clandestine machinations. After a moment, Bai Shaoxing continued. Eventually, Indra returned to the ninja sect, only to discover that Azura had not only inherited the ninja sect, but also the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Enraged, Indra challenged Azura to battle. Yet by that time, he was no match for his brother. Thus, he approached the seemingly dying Sage of Six Paths, declaring that he would reincarnate endlessly to prove the correctness of his path. Azura, a radiant young man, naturally wished to accompany his beloved brother in this cycle of rebirth. Little did they realize, the Sage of Six Paths, favoring Azura slightly more, had left behind a contingency plan within him. This would ultimately be the reason why Hashirama Senju would triumph over Madara Uchiha. Only those below can truly comprehend the intricacies of this situation. The Sage of Six Paths is undeniably biased. Indeed, even after reincarnation, favoritism still prevails. It is evident that he falls short as a father. Alas, what a pity for Indra. The Sage of Six Paths is no different from ordinary mortals. As Byakugan observed that the individuals below had processed this information, he continued. Then we entered the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I have previously mentioned these two, so I shall not elaborate further. However, there are still some secrets worth revealing. For instance, the name Konoha was actually conceived by Uchiha Madara. Additionally, Uchiha Madara's blood type is O, and he stands at a height of 1.79 meters, which is 6 centimeters shorter than Senju Hashirama. Hashirama always perceived Madara as gentle and favored him consistently. These are indeed secrets. Oh, and in their youth, they even competed to see who could urinate farther. As soon as Byakugan finished his statement, he felt a chilling intent directed at him. It was the ire of Yao. Byakugan felt a bit embarrassed and hastily cleared his throat. Ahem. Apologies, I digress. What about the others? Well, how does Byakugan know all these details? Haha, these two are truly childish. They consider themselves gods and Azuras. Though my strength may not match theirs, I believe I could certainly outdo them in that regard. Everyone, silence. With Yayue's commanding voice. All present immediately bowed their heads like ostriches. Byakugan, feeling flustered, quickly added, Uchiha Madara is quite arrogant and generally does not easily place trust in others. It was precisely this arrogance that Black Zetsu exploited. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama diverged in their views on achieving peace in the ninja world. Consequently, Madara sought out the Uchiha clan stone tablet. The tablet indeed recorded methods for peace, and since it was left by the Sage of Six Paths, Madara had no reason to doubt its authenticity. However, what he did not know was that the contents had long been altered by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu subtly modified the nearly unattainable infinite Tsukuyomi technique, leading Madara to mistakenly believe that merely executing the infinite Tsukuyomi would bring about peace in the ninja world. Byakugan looked towards Black Zetsu again, expressing admiration. Madara, in his exuberance, even named it the Eye of the Moon plan. Little did he realize that upon the plan's completion, it would also signify the moment Black Zetsu rescued Kaguya Otsutsuki. One cannot help but admire Black Zetsu. Although his strength is somewhat unimpressive, he possesses a certain cleverness. Black Zetsu, what exactly is Byakugan implying? Is he praising me or not? The others certainly did not view this as mere cleverness. Hiss. This Otsutsuki Black Zetsu is exceedingly treacherous. Indeed, how audacious it is for even Uchiha Madara to be toyed with. After all, he has dared to confront even the Sage of Six Paths and his kin. What, then, is a mere Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito suddenly felt an exhilarating rush. Madara, it seems you are nothing more than a jester. Uchiha Madara retorted, a mere Uchiha Madara? A jester? I shall make you dance. Bai Shaoxing then unveiled a shocking secret. Later, during the climactic battle at the Valley of the End, although Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama, he managed to bite off a piece of flesh from Hashirama. Subsequently, he feigned death to escape and went into hiding within the ninja world. Drawing upon the inscriptions on the stone tablet and his own deductions, he transplanted Shinja Hashirama's cells into himself, resulting in Uchiha Madara becoming the third individual to awaken the Rinnegan. Gasped. Others inhaled sharply, their astonishment directed towards Pain. To their shock, Pain's Rinnegan was, in fact, Uchiha Madara's. My goodness. This Pain appears to be in his 20s. Could it be that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Goodness. Do not frighten me. Black Zetsu's legs weakened, yet he feigned composure. I, Black Zetsu, am not afraid of your revelations, Bai Xiaosheng. I have connections. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. As time passed, Uchiha Madara aged further, aware that his days were numbered. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable successor, one easily deceived, to assist him in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. Finally, during the Third Great Ninja War, this fool emerged. He is none other than Uchiha Obito. Kakashi sprang to his feet, aghast. What? Obito? How can it be Obito? Uchiha Obito, infuriated at being labeled a fool, dared not retaliate, for his strength did not permit it. What does this Bai Xiaosheng intend? Am I truly foolish? The members of Konoha's various clans were equally bewildered. They had only the faintest recollection of Uchiha Obito. Who would have thought that the boy who once helped an elderly lady cross the street was still alive? Indeed, I was his classmate. He did seem somewhat naive. No wonder he could be easily swayed. I recall him being at the bottom of the class, was it not? Uchiha Obito? Humph. I shall remember you. Bai Xiaosheng turned to Kakashi, who appeared lost in thought, and explained. The incident at Kamino was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. They manipulated you into killing Rin Noera, allowing the concealed Uchiha Obito to witness it all, intending to lead him down the path of darkness. As it turned out, they succeeded. Uchiha Obito not only succumbed to darkness, but was also successfully deceived by Uchiha Madara, who promised that the infinite Tsukuyomi would allow one to live in a beautiful dream. If the infinite Tsukuyomi could be realized, not only would it usher in a world of peace, but it would also allow him to be with Rin Noera. Thus, Obito Uchiha embarked on the path of a shadowy puppeteer. Bai Xiaosheng cast a glance at Obito Uchiha and couldn't help but exclaim, I must commend him as a romantic idealist. For the sake of his beloved Rin, Obito Uchiha would go to any lengths. Obito Uchiha suppressed his murderous intent. Madara. Kagaya. I never imagined it was you who caused Rin's demise. I, Obito Uchiha, shall ensure that you pay dearly for this. As for the others, how could this Obito Uchiha be so easily deceived? Is he truly that Navi? Is this the essence of the Uchiha clan? So fervently impassioned. Indeed, if he wishes to see Rin Noera, he could simply have others cast illusions upon him. Why involve the entire shinobi world? Obito Uchiha? How did I not consider this possibility? Kagaya, do not be astonished. It is perfectly normal for you to not have thought of it. You and the others have a different perspective. She merely nodded slightly, exuding an air of admiration. This Obito Uchiha is quite remarkable. As for the others, indeed, Obito Uchiha is truly impressive. I concur. So do I. Pardon my impertinence, but in what way is he remarkable? Are you foolish? Even the fairies have spoken thus. It must be indisputable. Yes, 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 Obito has always been commendable. Do not inquire. This invitation to the moon is indeed terrifying. Bai Xiaosheng cast a silent glance at the group of opportunists, then continued. Later, as Uchiha Madara approached the end of his life, he tasked Uchiha Obito with deceiving the next fool. The mission of this next fool was to utilize Madara's Rinnegan to further the plan of the Eye of the Moon. As this fool's plan neared completion, Obito would retrieve the Rinnegan and employ one of its ocular techniques to resurrect Madara once more. Bai Xiaosheng displayed a sardonic demeanor. However, it seemed that Madara was aware of Obito's lack of intellect. Thus, he had already chosen this fool as his pawn. All Obito needed to do was to subtly guide this fool into executing the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Obito. How disrespectful can Bai Xiaosheng be? The members of Akatsuki were equally perplexed. What did Bai Xiaosheng mean? Why not simply refer to this person as Pain? Must he call him a fool? The others soon comprehended the entirety of the situation and recognized that Pain was indeed another fool. One must admit that Kagaya's Black Zetsu was quite remarkable. He managed to manipulate Uchiha Madara to orchestrate a series of events. Indeed, Black Zetsu was the true puppeteer. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Pain, all of them were but mere pawns in Black Zetsu's grand design. Ahem. When it comes to schemes and machinations, Hyuga Outyen, would gladly deem Black Zetsu the strongest. Have you not noticed? Uchiha Madara can be revived. Alas, the Rinnegan is truly formidable. Handwritten notes also led him to reassess his own impetuous descendant. Black Zetsu, the member of the Hyuga clan, possesses a striking resemblance to Madara's vision. Pain, on the other hand, was indifferent to Bai Shaoxing's taunts of foolishness. He had come to grasp most of the circumstances, yet he still pondered the role of the Sage of Six Paths in this intricate affair. Bai Shaoxing first cast a glance at the dazed Kakashi, then mockingly turned to the people of Konoha. After Madara's demise, Obito lived on under Madara's name. At this moment, Obito was solely focused on realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. However, to achieve such a grand design, sacrifices were inevitable. As the foremost power in the ninja world, Konoha naturally obstructed Obito's path to his dreams. Coupled with the hatred festering within him, he seized the opportunity during the fourth Hokage's wife's labor to unleash the Nine Tails. Igniting the Nine Tails incident, Bai Shaoxing then glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was listening intently. Subsequently, during the Uchiha clan massacre, he secretly allied not only with Itachi, but also with Shimura Danzō. Danzō, in turn, collaborated with others in Konoha. Together, they formed a coalition that could easily overpower not just a single Uchiha clan, but even two. After all, Uchiha Itachi has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and Uchiha Obito possesses one as well. Furthermore, Konoha holds another Manjiki Sharingan. Given Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, how could he possibly contend against four pairs of similarly formidable eyes? After Bai Shaoxing concluded, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. What the hell? The perpetrator behind the Nine Tails chaos was actually Uchiha Obito. Hiss. Wasn't he Minato Namake's teacher? How dare he? What astounds me further is that the Uchiha clan is not from Konoha. Why would the people of Konoha wish harm upon the Uchiha clan? This question, it delves into profound depths that elude my comprehension. Did you not hear? Konoha possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. Have you not pondered how they acquired it? Hiss. They wouldn't dare to covet Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, would they? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily bewildered, only to be engulfed by profound self-reproach. Did his father also awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Why did he not resist? Why? The prominent families of Konoha were equally unprepared for the depth of Uchiha Fugaku's concealment alongside the higher-ups of Konoha. The four great shinobi villages looked upon Konoha with derision. In truth, Shimura Danzō is an undercover agent from the Mist Village. No, Lord Danzō is clearly an advisor from the Sand Village. How could he possibly be your spy? Well, actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally named Sarutobi High-Eyes. He is the long-lost brother of the Tsuchikage, High-Eyes Noki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzō, do not hinder me. I must eliminate this insignificant IWA ninja J-Nin. Shimura Danzō, when did I ever impede you? After a brief moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized the crucial aspect of the situation and cast a disapproving glance at his close companion. He never anticipated that Danzō had secretly allied with Uchiha Obito, who even possessed a Manjiki Sharingan. However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely huffed in discontent, akin to a slighted lover. Jiraiya and Kakashi fell into a state of shock upon hearing the revelations. They could scarcely fathom that Minato Namake's demise was orchestrated by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were engulfed in unrestrained fury. Uchiha Sasuke swiftly rose, struggling to suppress his anger while attempting to maintain a tone of respect. Sir, where is Uchiha Obito? I must slay him. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes turned crimson as he drew his bloodied blade, exuding an aura of vengeance. I too seek retribution. I will kill him. The others? My goodness. Chapter 56. The Choice of Pain. Uchiha Obito observed the fierce demeanor of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. A chill coursing through his heart. His gaze remained fixed on Bai Shaoxing, ready to activate Kimui and make his escape at the slightest hint of danger. Bai Shaoxing forced a smile towards the duo, stating, even though we share some connections, Bai Shaoxing does not sell information so readily. Locating Uchiha Obito is no simple task. After all, with his Manjiki Sharingan, he possesses a space-time ninjutsu that allows for effortless evasion. Obito sighed in relief upon hearing this, fearing that Bai Shaoxing might betray him. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, yet chose to remain silent, casting a menacing glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi the old rogue, Danzō the old scoundrel. Should I ever lay eyes upon your true forms, I shall ensure you suffer in ways unimaginable. After delivering his threats, Sasuke took a seat beside Naruto. The others, realizing there was no spectacle to witness, redirected their attention to Bai Shaoxing atop the platform. Bai Shaoxing surveyed the crowd below and began to summarize. If pain resides on the first tier, then Uchiha Obito occupies the second. Uchiha Madara stands at the third, while Kurozetsu lurks on the fifth. Following that are the Sage of Six Paths on the seventh tier and the Deva Path on the 10th. Since the Warring States period, Kurozetsu has fancied himself flawless in his machinations. In truth, the Sage of Six Paths has been observing from the shadows all along. His apparent indifference stems from confidence that his younger brother cannot stir significant upheaval. In a certain sense, Kurozetsu acts on behalf of his elder brother, the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, the intricacies of this are another matter altogether, one that bears its own cost. As Bai Shaoxing concluded, a grand conspiracy resurfaced in the minds of all present. Hiss. What is this sensation? Why does it feel like a boss battle? Indeed, had we not listened to Bai Shaoxing, our initial thoughts would have led us to believe that Pain was the ultimate mastermind. But what of these individuals now? It's quite simple. Did you think I was the final boss? No, I merely inhabit the first layer. There are several more layers beyond. Bai Shaoxing directed his attention to Pain, stating, your mission is to capture all tailed beasts, for they are the key to the Eye of the Moon plan. Although Kurozetsu may have abandoned this plan due to the actions of the former sage, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths seeks to claim your Rinnegan. Bai Shaoxing cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito, continuing, furthermore, if my deductions are correct, Uchiha Madara may soon be resurrected, and he will undoubtedly seek to reclaim his eyes. Therefore, if you wish to escape this vortex, it is advisable to seek the allegiance of a ninja of the Six Paths or a martial artist who has transcended the realms. While others are curious about why Uchiha Madara has returned, upon considering the identities of Ten Tails and Black Zetsu, they feel that Uchiha Madara is rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, Pain's heart sank, yet he still awaited the forthcoming words of Bai Shaoxing, who had promised to reveal a solution. If it were merely this, they could have deduced it themselves. Indeed, the next moment, fortune descended upon him. I possess two propositions. First, you may join the Bai Shaoxing. Not only will I ensure your safety, but I shall also empower you. Second, I can provide you with a letter of recommendation, allowing you to seek refuge with a friend of mine who surpasses even me in strength. How will you choose? Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the members of Akatsuki collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The looming shadow of the Sage of Six Paths had finally lifted from their hearts. Pain, without soliciting the opinions of his companions, promptly replied, since you have aided me in evading this trap, I shall join Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing smiled and nodded, pleased with Pain's choice. He then turned to the others. Very well, the superficial causality of this matter has been clarified. However, many secrets remain, such as the untold truths between the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Why did Otsutsuki Kinshiki so readily agree to the sage's request to seal his own mother? Did Otsutsuki Kinshiki ultimately perish? What is the true origin of Black Zetsu? Why did the Sage of Six Paths establish the Shinobi sect, and what motivated him to create the Pure Land? What mysteries surround the nine-tailed beasts? What was the era before the Shinobi world like? There are countless secrets. I shall not elaborate further. For those intrigued, you may visit Bai Shaoxing in the future to purchase information. The others reacted in astonishment. What on earth? Is this never-ending? Could Otsutsuki Kinshiki still be alive? I had wondered why he would agree to seal his mother. Clearly, there are many secrets yet to uncover. I am particularly curious about the untold truths between the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. My inquisitive nature is ignited. This Black Zetsu must harbor other identities. Alas, I am curious about everything, yet I cannot afford a single secret. Bai Shaoxing was quite pleased with the crowd's reactions. Dear patrons, I await your inquiries for information. Just as Bai Shaoxing reveled in his satisfaction, he sensed an ominous gaze. A forced smile immediately adorned his face as he looked towards the two leaders, honorable lords. Do you require any information from me? Chapter 57. Fifth Hokage Yaoyu was rather displeased with Bai Shaoxing, merely snorting in disdain. Lian Xing then spoke with a melodious voice, Mr. Bai. My sister and I wish to inquire if there is anyone in the ninja world suitable to become the heir of our Yūka Palace. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoxing let out a sigh of relief and promptly replied, I actually do know of such a person. Moreover, that individual is currently within Bai Shaoxing. A collective tension gripped the room as everyone thought, Could that person be me? Seeing Bai Xiaosheng deliberately prolong the revelation, Yao Yu grew impatient. Enough with the theatrics. Disclose her identity. Bai Xiaosheng, maintaining his genial demeanor, responded, this person is none other than the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Additionally, her sister, Hanabi Hyuga, is also an excellent candidate. I assure you, both palace masters will be most satisfied. Upon this announcement, the others cast envious glances at Hinata's table. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, was overwhelmed with excitement, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Could it be that my Hyuga clan is about to soar to new heights? Yao Yu and her sister, observing the attention directed towards Hinata and her flustered demeanor, had already formed a conclusion. In a swift motion, Yao Yu appeared before Hinata and demanded coldly, extend your hand. Hinata, upon seeing Yao Yu, felt a surge of fear. She had just witnessed Yao Yu ruthlessly eliminate several individuals for minor provocations. Hayashi, noticing his daughter's trepidation, felt a pang of urgency. Lianxing, having appeared beside Yao Yu unnoticed, offered Hinata a gentle and affectionate smile. You are Hinata Hyuga, correct? Such a lovely name. Please, extend your hand. My sister wishes to ascertain if you possess the aptitude for practicing the Yūka Palace techniques. Encouraged by Lianxing's warmth, Hinata mustered her courage and extended her small hand. After a brief moment, Yao Yu regarded the apprehensive Hinata and softened her tone slightly. Aside from your somewhat timid disposition, your talent seems adequate. You have one day to settle your family affairs. Accompany me tomorrow. Yao Yu then turned her gaze to Hayashi. Have someone fetch Hanabi Hyuga. I wish to evaluate her talents as well. Hayashi nodded vigorously. Yes, my lady. I shall arrange it immediately. He glanced at a nearby clan member, who promptly understood the assignment and dashed out of Bai Xiaotang. Once matters settled, Bai Xiaosheng observed Kakashi still grappling with the news of Uchiha Obito and addressed his new subordinates, Pain, ensure that these ice-sculpted corpses are disposed of. As for the rest, you may disperse. The next time Bai Xiaotang appears, it shall no longer be in Konoha, but rather at a random location within the ninja realm. Whether one can once again step into the 100 Secrets Hall depends on the fortunes that await you. As the words of Bai Xiaosheng lingered in the air, Pain swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Scorpion. Scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, these were readily available puppets. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a scroll, disregarding the astonished expressions of the onlookers, and promptly collected the corpses. The members of several hidden villages dared not reclaim the bodies, reluctantly departing from the 100 Secrets Hall. Subsequently, Bai Xiaosheng appeared before the four with a flicker of movement. It seemed that the devoted child, Black Zetsu, having gained a grandfather, had forsaken his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Xiaosheng now held a black token in his hand. Esteemed senior, he proclaimed, when the 100 Secrets Hall next manifests, this token will resonate with you. Accept it as compensation for my previous indiscretion in revealing your information. Upon your next visit, you may inquire of me one question free of charge. Moreover, this token will allow you to locate the 100 Secrets Hall in the future. Handing over the token, Bai Xiaosheng smiled graciously. It is but a small gift, he added. Handing it over, the recipient was taken aback by Bai Xiaosheng's unexpected courtesy. I am truly grateful, sir, he replied with a smile. This token is indeed something I desperately need. I shall gladly accept it. Bai Xiaosheng returned the smile, affirming the gesture. After exchanging a few more words, Handing departed with his companions. As time passed, a member of the Hyuga clan returned with a 7-year-old girl, none other than Hinata Hanabi. As anticipated, she passed the test set by the two. Yao Yu and Lianxing regarded the two girls with an understanding smile. Hinata, Hanabi, you have one more day to bid farewell to your families. Today, my sister and I shall stay the night at the 100 Secrets Hall. Tomorrow, you may come here to find us, and we shall escort you back to the Flower Palace. The gentle Lianxing was well liked by the two. Young yet sharp-witted, Hanabi promptly vowed, rest assured, master, I will definitely bring my sister along tomorrow. Lianxing chuckled softly, leaving the members of the Hyuga clan in a state of bewilderment. However, before they could ponder for long, a chilling and bone-piercing aura surged towards them. Yao Yu exuded an icy killing intent. Mind your gazes. Were it not for your connection to Hinata and Hanabi, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The members of the Hyuga clan nearly lost their composure. Hyuga Hayashi quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly exchanged words with the two girls before leading his clan away. He feared that lingering any longer might inadvertently spell doom for many in the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Might Guy approached Tsunade and the others, his expression grave. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage has absconded with several Anbu and Danzō's aides. He has taken the Book of Seals with him. And Danzō has absconded with all members of the Root Division. This is a note left by the third Hokage. He instructs you both to manage Konoha on your own, for he shall no longer be a part of it. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They could hardly believe that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had actually forced Hiruzen Sarutobi to flee. Tsunade and Jiraiya appeared utterly exasperated. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and impatiently remarked, Jiraiya, Bai Shaoxing has promised to provide Shizen with an opportunity. Shizen's opportunity is my opportunity. Therefore, I have no time to manage Konoha. You will have to handle it yourself. Without waiting for the bewildered onlookers, Tsunade hastily ascended to the second floor of the Bai Shaodang. Jiraiya, with a resigned sigh, glanced at Might Guy and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Guy, I must also train with my disciple, Pain. I simply cannot manage Konoha at this time. From now on, you are my apprentice. Tonight, inform the heads of the various clans to convene at the Hokage office to meet with me and Tsunade. Shortly, I shall visit the daimyo's residence and decide to appoint you as the fifth Hokage. Might Guy was taken aback, feeling as though he had misheard. Lord Jiraiya, you want me to become the fifth Hokage? Jiraiya nodded firmly in affirmation. Suddenly, Might Guy erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! Indeed, you shall not betray those who strive. Kakashi, soon I shall be the fifth Hokage. Ha! To commemorate this historic moment, I shall run 100 laps around Konoha while in a handstand. With that declaration, he executed a handstand and dashed out of Bai Shaodang in a puff of smoke. Kakashi, who had been mired in sorrow over the loss of his teacher, Minato, at the hands of a friend, was jolted back to reality upon hearing such electrifying news. The crowd once again widened their eyes in disbelief as Deidara arrogantly proclaimed, This watermelon head can become Hokage? Then surely I can blow up the Sage of Six Paths. Imoen bore a ghastly expression, his mind conjuring images of those from Konoha, clad in green spandex and sporting bowl cuts, all performing inverted exercises under the guidance of Might Guy. This absurdity. This could not possibly be the Hokage I know. Jiraiya, however, displayed no surprise. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps it is Guy who shall transform Konoha. Handa gazed at the pitch-black form of Kurozetsu, sinking into a whirlpool of self-doubt. Chapter 58, Obito's Schemes. This grotesque creature cannot possibly be my grandson. My daughter is a beauty among our clan. How could she have birthed such an abomination? Kurozetsu observed his newly recognized grandfather lost in contemplation, utterly bewildered. Grandfather? What is the matter? Before Handa could respond, SHBU regarded Kurozetsu with skepticism. Are you truly my nephew? Yet, my father spoke of my sister's extraordinary beauty. You, on the other hand, are rather unappealing. Hinata Niji nodded, thinking to himself, this Kurozetsu ancestor bears no resemblance to humanity. Upon hearing such words from his aunt, Kurozetsu immediately fell into a deep melancholy. Handa recalled the words of Bai Shaoxing, turning to the despondent Kurozetsu and stating, Mr. Bai Shaoxing mentioned that you may not be Kagaya's son. There must be some hidden truth. Next month, we shall seek him out for clarification. Hearing his grandfather's words, Kurozetsu too became engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that I am truly not my mother's son? In a mountain range of the land of fire, Sarutobi Hizashi wore a grim expression, howling to the heavens. Kurozetsu, you wretched creature. Kurozetsu replied, Achu, who dares to insult this dutiful son? Shimura Danzō observed his friend's furious demeanor with a smirk. Hizashi, I warned you long ago. That charcoal-headed fellow is unreliable, but you wouldn't listen. Look, now he has been cast aside. At these words, Sarutobi Hizashi felt the weight of another year upon him. Alas! Danzō, what course should we take now? Danzō revealed the Sharingan on his arm, grinning ominously. We still possess Shirsue's eyes. If we cannot become Hokage, can we not aspire to be Mizukage, Kazekage, Raikage, or Tsuchikage? Initially stunned, Sarutobi Hizashi soon contemplated his predicament, gritting his teeth. Who do you propose we select? Danzō's arrogance was palpable. Naturally, it should be the Raikage. He has lost an arm to Uzumaki Naruto. To contend with him, one need only possess eyes. Just as Shimura Danzō finished speaking, an even more audacious voice echoed from behind the two friends. Ha! Danzō, do you still remember me? A sudden sound nearly startled the two elderly gentlemen. Akin to frightened birds, Several members concealed in the shadows, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, swiftly appeared before Shimura Danzō, their expressions one of grave concern. Upon recognizing the familiar swirling mask, Danzō gasped in astonishment. "It is you, Uchiha Madara." "No, you are Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Obito abruptly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, fixating his intense gaze upon Shimura Danzō. "Danzō, I am in a rather irritable mood and have no desire for idle chatter. I demand the Edo Tensei technique. Hand it over, and we shall owe each other nothing henceforth." The air grew heavy with tension as Danzō's expression darkened ominously. After a few moments of silence, Danzō retrieved a scroll and tossed it to Obito. "Remember your words." After confirming the authenticity of the scroll, Obito wasted no time and utilized Kimui to depart. Once he had vanished, a collective sigh of relief escaped from all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his close companion, harboring no anger, for he understood that Danzō must have had his reasons. "Danzō, why did you agree to his demands?" Danzō sighed deeply. Alas, 12 years ago, he could have evenly matched Minato. Now, he is no longer our equal. On the second floor of the Hundred Tails Hall, all members of Akatsuki, including Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizen, Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, and Bai Shaoxing, peered with concern from above at Mo1, who remained seated on the first floor. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling impatient, exclaimed, "Sasuke, why hasn't brother Mo1 come up yet? Shouldn't we go find him?" Uchiha Sasuke cast a helpless glance at Naruto. "Naruto, are you not afraid for your life?" With a look of skepticism, Uzumaki Naruto replied, "I am not afraid." At this, Sasuke felt a slight headache. It seemed that after training with the demon blade, Naruto had grown even more foolish. Suddenly, Bai Shaoxing's eyes lit up, and he whispered urgently, "You two, quiet down." There's movement below. Mo1 gazed at the two under the moonlight with a sense of helplessness. She yearned to inquire of the denizens of the shinobi world. If one's own clone were to fall in love, what would that signify? Narcissism, perhaps? "Yaoyu, I am but 14 years old, a mere child. Please, do not look at me in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Yaoyu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. You. Mo1 was at a loss for words. What on earth is going on? He turned to Yiguching and Ximen Chui Xue. "Brothers, shall we ascend?" Without paying any heed to the furious Yaoyu, Mo1, accompanied by Ximen Chui Xue, ascended to the second floor of Bai Shaotang. Lian Xing, initially bewildered, cast a glance at the retreating figures of the three, before turning to Yaoyu with an expression of peculiar curiosity. "Sister, he is merely 14. Far too young. What on earth are you thinking?" At this remark, Yaoyu's embarrassment and anger intensified. I refuse to believe he will forever remain 14. This is merely to align with the persona of Yaoyu. Do not overthink it." As they watched the three ascend the stairs, Bai Shaoxing and Lu Xiaofeng exchanged covert thumbs-ups for Mo1. "Truly, this is your true essence. How remarkable that you can conjure such antics." Mo1 cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals. "Do you think I desire this?" The others remained oblivious to the fact that the three could converse through body language. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha expressed their delight upon Mo1's arrival. "Brother Mo1, the old thief Sarutobi and the old rogue Danzō have already fled. Shall we pursue them?" Upon hearing Sasuke Uchiha's words, the members of Akatsuki instinctively took a step back. "How careless. I was so close to these two." Mo1 is quite pleased with Uchiha Sasuke's character. However, he must not undermine his image as a warm-hearted gentleman. Mo gently tapped Uchiha Sasuke's head with a fan. "Sasuke, those two are already in a dire situation. If they never appear before us again, let it be." Uchiha Sasuke pouted. "No, I must ensure their demise." Mo1 merely smiled helplessly without uttering a word. He turned to Kakashi and whispered, "Kakashi, it would be wise to refrain from displaying the thunder gun in front of those two individuals in the future. Do you understand?" Kakashi replied, "Master Mo." "May I ask why?" Without waiting for a response, Bai Shaoxing coldly remarked, "Could it be that your Master Mo would bring you harm? If you wish to avoid peril, it is prudent to heed your Master Mo's counsel." Kakashi felt a tremor in his heart, an overwhelming urge to return the thunder gun surfacing within him. At that moment, Yiguching fixed a serious gaze upon Naruto. "Naruto, come with me," he commanded. With that, Yiguching vanished in an instant from his position. Mo1 gazed upon the bewildered Naruto Uzumaki and elucidated, "You may go. Your senior is likely to assess your physical condition and evaluate your martial prowess." At that moment, Naruto comprehended the situation and swiftly vanished from sight. Ximen Chui Xue also cast a nonchalant glance at Sasuke Uchiha. uttering 3 words. Sasuke, come. The others seemed taken aback. Bai Xiaoxing, noticing their dazed expressions, admonished, what are you staring at? Pain, gather your companions and follow me. Kakashi and Shizen, you too, join us. With that, Bai Xiaoxing took the lead and entered his chamber. Tsunade? Tsunade observed Shizune's forlorn demeanor, feeling as if she had been forsaken. Shortly thereafter, Yue and Lingxing approached. Lingxing, noticing that only Mo1, Lu Xiaofeng, Orochimaru, and Tsunade remained upstairs, inquired curiously, young Master Mo, where are the others? Mo1 posed a question, and a smile immediately graced his lips. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yu felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. My 2 senior brothers had taken their disciples out, while the teacher had led others back to their rooms, presumably to discuss important matters with them. It was only then that Lianxing grasped the situation and returned a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Mo, for your explanation. Subsequently, the second floor was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Tsunade, with an inquisitive demeanor, cast her gaze back and forth among Mo1, Yao Yu, and Lianxing. Yao Yu and Lianxing found themselves momentarily entranced by Tsunade's imposing stature, which seemed to obscure her toes from view. Instinctively, they lowered their heads. They could see her shoes. Moreover, they could even catch a glimpse of her heels. Yao Yu and Lianxing exclaimed internally, how on earth does she manage that? Mo Win and the 3 others sat at a distant table, eyes closed in tranquility, entirely oblivious to the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within Yao Yu and Lianxing. Tsunade, never one to embrace silence, was the first to break the stillness as she could no longer contain herself. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Chapter 59, The Sword Cultivator Silence. With Tsunade's words, another wave of quiet descended upon the group. Do not inquire about the slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. I pondered, truly, you are remarkable, Tsunade. Are you not aware that you have a propensity to extinguish the conversation? Lu Xiaofeng merely cast a glance at Tsunade before resuming his meditative repose. His persona may be that of a dashing rogue, yet it does not imply he genuinely seeks to indulge in such a lifestyle. He merely needs to project the semblance of a libertine before many, and his progress will naturally enhance. As for Orochimaru, he was utterly disinclined to engage with Tsunade. Yayue seemed oblivious to Tsunade's words, merely casting a fleeting glance at the still meditating Mo1. Lianxing, noticing the silence among the group, rose to greet Tsunade. Greetings, young lady. I am Lianxing, and this is my sister, Yayue. Tsunade gazed at Lianxing's astonishing beauty paired with her gentle smile, momentarily entranced. You are both so exquisite. Are all warriors as striking as you? Lianxing chuckled softly. You are quite lovely as well. You are the most beautiful woman I have encountered, aside from my sister. Tsunade was taken aback by Lianxing's self-praise. She perceived the 2 sisters as embodiments of extremes, one cold like a demon, the other gentle like an angel. Just as Tsunade was about to respond, Byakugan emerged from the room, his face alight with excitement. However, upon spotting Yayue on the second floor, his smile faltered. Hurry and arrange 2 rooms for me and Lianxing, he exclaimed, gazing at the lofty Yayue, his veins bulging. That is also a manifestation of my true self. I shall endure. I can bear it. Byakugan managed to force a smile more grotesque than tears. Ladies, please follow me. Jingyin dashed excitedly to Tsunade's side. And before she could utter a word, Tsunade eagerly interjected. Jingyin, how is it? What treasures did Byakugan bestow upon you? Jingyin nodded with a smile, producing a volume of martial arts. This is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It encompasses not only sword techniques, but also inner cultivation methods. The master said it could lead to the initial stage of the carefree heavens. Without hesitation, she also tucked the Jade Maiden Sword technique into the mix. Tsunade swiftly seized the text from Jingyin's grasp, indifferent to the disdainful glances from Zhao's group, and began to peruse it in the hall. Jingyin seemed to have anticipated Tsunade's reaction and bore no resentment. Lady Tsunade, the master mentioned that if you can cure Uchiha Itachi's bloodline illness, you will be granted an even more formidable technique. Tsunade promptly diverted her gaze from the book, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Jingyin nodded affirmatively. Uchiha Itachi, standing beside them, bowed to Tsunade. I am grateful for your assistance, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade regarded Uchiha Itachi with a satisfied smile. Then, as if recalling something, her expression shifted to one of regret. Alas, if only all of you from Akatsuki had bloodline ailments. Uchiha Itachi, the other members of Akatsuki, what does this woman take us for? Just as a few were engaged in conversation, a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted into their nostrils. Deidara exclaimed, "What the hell? What happened to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto?" Kisame remarked, "Is this the work of their master?" Scorpion questioned, "Are they on the verge of death?" Upon seeing the bloodied state of the two, Tsunade collapsed to her knees in shock. "Ah, blood. It's blood." Ino quickly positioned herself in front of Tsunade, urging, "Lady Tsunade, do not look." Following the gazes of the Akatsuki members, they beheld Yūka and Ximen Chui Xue, one holding Uchiha Sasuke and the other grasping Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, both Sasuke and Naruto appeared pale, as though death were imminent. Their bodies were marred by countless sword wounds of varying depths, and their garments were tattered beyond recognition, with blood continuously dripping from the torn edges like raindrops. Imoen was momentarily taken aback, instantly displaying an expression of sheer panic. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, quickly, go see how they are faring." Such acting could rival that of an emperor. Orochimaru, seemingly accustomed to the theatrics, strolled over leisurely to assess the injuries of the two. A smirk of schadenfreude graced his features. "Sasuke, Naruto, you remain as stubborn as ever." Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, uninterested in Orochimaru's antics, offered Imoen a reassuring smile. Uchiha Sasuke, with a feeble tone, remarked, Imoen, do not worry. Master said that you are faring much worse than Naruto and me under the old master." Uzumaki Naruto, with great effort, chimed in, "Indeed. Sasuke and I are no worse off than you, Imoen." Imoen quickly wiped away the tears of heartache. "Alas, I have never been so wretched." Of course, he did not voice this thought. Instead, he forced a grim smile. "Let us refrain from speaking for now," allowing Orochimaru to observe closely. After Imoen finished speaking, he glanced at the impassive Ximen Chui Xue and the serene Yi Gu Cheng, his expression one of exasperation. "My two esteemed senior brothers. Could you not be a tad gentler? They are still but children." Yi Gu Cheng sighed. "Alas, junior brother, to you, they may appear as children. Yet in Master's eyes, have you ever been regarded as one? Moreover, I exercise considerably more restraint than Master does." Ximen Chui Xue added with a chilling tone, "Rest assured, it is merely superficial wounds." Imoen rubbed his temples, clearly suffering from a headache. "Orochimaru, please assist me in bringing Sasuke and Naruto back to the room." As Imoen and Orochimaru each carried one of the Uchiha brothers, Sasuke and Naruto, respectively, into the chamber shared by the three of them, the members of Akatsuki were left in a state of profound unease. The expression on Kisame's face was one of shock as he gazed at the bewildered Itachi. "Mr. Itachi, did you hear that? It seems this is how they teach their disciples." Konan sighed in response. No wonder Sasuke and Naruto exude such an aura of slaughter. After being subjected to such torment, it would be strange if they didn't wish to kill. Pain shook his head. According to Mr. Yiguchi, Imoen's plight is even more dire. Yet he maintains such an approachable demeanor, which speaks volumes of his inner strength. Bai Shaoxing appeared before the group, his presence commanding attention. Do you believe that becoming a formidable warrior is solely a matter of hard work?" Pain bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing. "Sir, might you elaborate?" Bai Shaoxing settled down near Ximen Chui Xue, Yi Guqing, and Lu Xiaofeng. After gesturing for everyone to take their seats, he began, "To become a powerful warrior, one must primarily rely on perception, innate talent, fortune, mindset, and willpower. Perception determines how swiftly one can grasp martial techniques. Talent dictates one's upper limits. Fortune, which can be likened to destiny, is something you are all aware of. As for mindset, it encompasses much more. For instance, a person with a restless heart, no matter how talented, is likely to lose their way during training. And then there is willpower. Allow me to speak of the sword cultivator." Bai Shaoxing suddenly rose, his demeanor serious, his voice elevating in intensity. The others, caught off guard by his fervor, felt their hearts race. A sword cultivator must embody the spirit of breaking through the heavens. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, a swordsman dares to unsheath their blade. A sword cultivator must possess the resolve to charge headlong into adversity. If there be an obstacle, they shall shatter it with their sword. A sword cultivator must harbor the relentless ambition to conquer the vast seas. If the heart remains unyielding, they shall evaporate the ocean itself. When the heart stirs, the sword moves. When the time comes to draw the blade and strike, there is no need to conceal it. A swordsman does not yield, does not falter, does not retreat. What remains is an unwavering advance and an indomitable resolve, willing to sacrifice everything, even at the cost of one's own existence. This is the essence of a sword cultivator's will. Gasp. The audience felt their blood surge. There was an undeniable allure in the concept of sword cultivation. I must agree. Sword cultivation is indeed an art, exclaimed Deidara. The others, who had been lost in thought, suddenly felt the stature of sword cultivation diminish in their eyes due to Deidara's remark. Pain inquired once more, "Sir, how is willpower manifested in a warrior?" Bai Shaoxing regarded him with an appreciative gaze. The strength of one's willpower determines the depth of their martial intent. But what is martial intent? Sword intent, knife intent, spear intent, killing intent, and fist intent all constitute the essence of martial will. Take, for instance, Brother Yi and Chui Xue. In this realm of ninjas, no illusion can stand against them. Among the various techniques of the ninja world, aside from the inherent illusions of the Manjiki Sharingan, the rest are mere trifles. Within the martial arts, illusions represent a profound mental assault. Their efficacy lies in inducing cognitive delusions within the mind, capable of conjuring illusions as minor as mere mirages, or as grave as extinguishing the very souls of martial artists without a trace. If the soul is obliterated, there is no chance of survival, nor even the possibility of reincarnation. Hiss. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing elucidate the nature of illusions, the listeners felt an even greater yearning for martial prowess. Bai Shaoxing, observing the twinkling eyes of the crowd, continued, "Yet, no matter how formidable the illusion, there exist counters to it, such as those who cultivate the sword. A swordsman's heart is solely devoted to the sword, and their unique sword intent is exceptional. Thus, before any phantoms can approach, they are cleaved to nothingness by the sword intent. Consider Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, although they currently stand at the nascent stage of the celestial realm, comparable to shadows. In a life-or-death struggle, with their martial will and indomitable spirit, even Pain, wielding the Rinnegan, could not survive their onslaught." Hiss. The members of Akatsuki felt a chill run down their spines. They resolved to steer clear of those two in the future. Kakashi, harboring a question of his own, inquired, "Sir, what level does Master Mo occupy?" Chapter 60. Who has sold heaven? The others, upon hearing Kakashi's query, perked up their ears attentively. Bai Shaoxing cast a meaningful glance over the group. Brother Mo, when composed, is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, which you might interpret as transcending the shadow level. However, should Brother Mo unleash his power? Hee. The listeners swallowed hard. Kakashi pressed on, "Sir, what would happen if Master Mo were to erupt with power?" Bai Shaoxing cast a nonchalant glance at him. "He can procure the blood drink Mad Blade from the Fire Qilin and obtain unparalleled swords from the Sanjian Villa. What do you think would happen if he were to unleash his full potential?" The audience, contemplating Bai Shaoxing's words, felt a shiver run through them. Hiss. Even the Sage of Six Paths would likely falter, right? Goodness. We must ensure that Mo never becomes enraged. Bai Shaoxing chuckled inwardly, realizing that the most lethal aspect lay in the unfounded imagination. As Lu Xiaofeng observed Bai Shaoxing finish speaking, he suddenly sported a roguish grin. "Old Bai, 3 years ago, news came from the Zhonghua Pavilion that Shuiyue City would revive in 7 days. Are you going to join the festivities?" Bai Shaoxing shot Lu Xiaofeng a disdainful glance. "Join the festivities? Are you not afraid of being cleaved in two by the Shuiyue Sword Immortal?" Lu Xiaofeng, appearing rather foolish, replied, "If anyone is to be cleaved, it should be Chui Xue and old Yi first. I am not in the line of fire." Bai Xiaoxing appeared startled by the news, incredulously glancing at Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Gucheng. "Could it be that you two intend to seek out a duel?" Yi Gucheng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he unsheathed his long sword, tenderly caressing its blade. "Ximen and I should have long since entered the realm of transcendent enlightenment. However, upon receiving news from the pavilion, we felt an insatiable itch within. Thus, we have chosen to suppress our cultivation at the pinnacle of the carefree celestial realm. After all, they are new to the world. I would not wish to win by an unfair advantage." Bai Xiaoxing, seemingly disheartened, replied, "Brother Yi, even if you both restrain your cultivation, the ordinary transcendent realm is not worthy of your swords. Why seek out the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, who has achieved only the carefree celestial realm, and moreover, is a woman?" Yi Gucheng fell silent for a moment, revealing a solitary gaze. The path of the sword knows no gender. Besides, she is not weak. A few individuals, including Xiao Ji and Kakashi, vaguely grasped the situation. They found it hard to understand Yi Gucheng and Ximen Chui Xue. Were these two truly willing to refrain from advancing merely for the sake of a duel? That was the realm of transcendent enlightenment, home to powerful beings. However, upon learning of their true cultivation levels, they gasped in astonishment. They had always assumed Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Gucheng were at the transcendent realm, only to discover they were merely at the pinnacle of the carefree celestial realm. What astonished them further was that even the ordinary transcendent realm could not compel them to draw their swords. Pain remarked, "Truly, they are worthy friends of the master." Uchiha Itachi added, "This is the essence of genius." Kakashi pondered his own Raijin spear, sensing that perhaps sword cultivators bore a certain elevated prestige. Konan, however, thought of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Mo1, pondering if they were all anomalies. Did the distinction of realms hold no significance for them? Byakugan, struck by a thought, inquired further, "Brother Yi, why do you not advance to the transcendent realm to seek out Luo Qingyang for a duel, instead of insisting on challenging Lihani?" Yi Gucheng rose, executing a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. He gazed out the window towards the distance, allowing a hint of sword intent to escape, causing the white fabric of his attire to flutter. "First, we shall seek Lihani, then pursue Luo Qingyang." Shizen exclaimed, "My goodness, how captivating." Konan remarked, "He truly is a sword immortal." Tsunade added, "There is something quite enchanting about him." The other young men chimed in, "Master, I wish to learn the way of the sword." Yet Byakugan, upon hearing Yi Gucheng's declaration, could only facepalm. "Impressive, truly impressive. I simply cannot fathom the thoughts of you sword cultivators. Why not focus on elevating your martial arts? Engaging in endless battles, I find the very thought exhausting." At that moment, Ximen Chui Xue, who had been resting with eyes closed, suddenly opened them and cast a fleeting glance at him. "You do not understand the sword." Byakugan, with a furrowed brow, was about to respond when he abruptly frowned and shouted, "Who goes there?" As Byakugan's words faded, the others had yet to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entire second floor. "Ha! Truly worthy of one of the twin prodigies of the Heavenly Machine sect. 7 days hence, in Shuyue City, the Celestial Auction House awaits the honorable arrival of 7 esteemed guests." Upon the conclusion of this proclamation, an invitation letter appeared before Yi Gucheng, Ximen Chui Xue, Lu Xiaofeng, and Byakugan. The others were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They were no ordinary individuals themselves. And upon noticing the calm demeanor of Byakugan and his companions, they too quickly regained their composure. Yet, their gazes continued to scan the surroundings, seemingly in search of the speaker. "Stop looking, the person has already departed." Upon hearing Byakugan's remark, the group turned their attention to him, their expressions filled with curiosity. Kakashi inquired with a furrowed brow, "Sir, who might this be?" Byakugan did not respond, but instead solemnly picked up the invitation letter from the table. After perusing its contents, he let out a sigh. Alas, who would have thought even the Celestial Auction House has revealed itself? One cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Mo1, Yao Yu, and Lian Xing each emerged from the chamber, holding an invitation letter. Byakugan, "Enlighten me regarding the nature of this Celestial Auction House," inquired Yao Yu. A wave of amusement washed over Byakugan. "After all, this was orchestrated by the original entity. Are you unaware? Ah, it seems you truly are oblivious. Such is the fate of one who has become an independent being." Suddenly, Byakugan grasped a profound truth. "Ah, Heijue, you merely deceived Uchiha Madara, yet I must ensnare even the avatar of the original. What joy you have yet to experience." Noticing Byakugan's momentary daze, Yao Yu grew impatient. "Byakugan, I am addressing you. What is the essence of this Celestial Auction House?" Regaining his composure, Byakugan revealed his signature smile. The Yūka Palace emerged during the medieval era, and indeed, the palace master is uninformed. However, I have gleaned knowledge about the Celestial Auction House from the Celestial Mechanism Sect's Scripture Pavilion. Yao Yu, do not flaunt your knowledge before me. Get to the point. Byakugan's expression darkened as he suppressed his burgeoning ire. Speaking in a tone devoid of joy or sorrow, the origins of the Celestial Auction House are shrouded in mystery. I know only that it has been present in the primordial, ancient, and distant epochs. The Celestial Auction House is, simply put, a venue for auctions. Yet the items at auctions are far from ordinary. Byakugan initially intended to pause for effect, but upon meeting Yao Yu's murderous gaze, he hastily continued. This Celestial Auction House once claimed to auction even the heavens themselves. A collective gasp echoed among all present, including Yao Yu and Lian Xing. Do not inquire. The surrounding air has grown even thinner. The others, including the knowledgeable by Xiaoxing, have cast aside the divisions of eras. The atmosphere is trembling with disbelief. How could this be possible? The face of the dry persimmon Kisame, tinted a pale blue, flushed slightly with excitement. Impossible, impossible. Is the sky not void? Conan also stood agape, astonished. Indeed, sir. How can the sky be auctioned? Upon realizing that this world still harbors martial artists, their worldview had already shattered. Yet now, hearing Bai Xiaoxing's proclamation, they felt as if their very souls were on the brink of annihilation. Bai Xiaoxing gazed at the dazed individuals and continued, I am unaware if the Celestial Auction House has ever sold the sky. However, I do know that the Celestial Auction House has indeed sold various rare treasures and mystical techniques. Bai Xiaoxing provided an example. In ancient times, the Sun and Moon sect was merely a small and insignificant faction. However, by a stroke of fortune, its leader acquired a unique magical technique at the Celestial Auction House. This led to the emergence of the first demonic sect in the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Thankfully, the sky has never been sold. After a moment, Uchiha Itachi, puzzled, remarked, Sir, isn't this a stroke of fortune? Why do you say it is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse? Bai Xiaoxing regarded them solemnly, then adopted a grave expression. Although this is an opportunity, not everyone can seize it. Murder and plunder for treasure are commonplace in the cultivation world. In ancient times, a powerful being who had achieved perfection in the transcendent realm acquired a method to attain immortality. Yet, as soon as he exited the auction house, he was immediately besieged by 15 martial artists of the same tier. The outcome was that before he could even grasp the technique, his life was extinguished. Bai Xiaoxing reflected for a moment, then added, and this is merely the beginning. As a result of this technique, nearly half of the powerful beings in the transcendent realm perished during the ancient era. That amounts to 50 individuals. Hiss. The others gasped in astonishment. 50 beings in the transcendent realm, equivalent to 50 celestial beings. Celestial being. When did I become the benchmark for others? First, I must clarify. Mon's strength is the accumulation of all his avatars. He employs the shadow clones from the Naruto world to embody characters. Astute individuals should grasp this. For instance, when Mon completes the persona of Ximen Chui Xue and subsequently draws Yi Guqing, the latter initially possesses strength because he is a manifestation of Mon. As long as the avatar of Yi Guqing continues to portray him, he can inherit the capabilities from the original work. This implies that any avatar connected to Mon can mutually enhance one another, growing ever stronger. Thus, in the future, should characters akin to Fu Hongxue emerge, their prowess shall undoubtedly be formidable, incomparable to that of the original narrative, nor to the nascent Ximen Chui Xue. Chapter 61. Do not question the eye of might. Gai Xiao Nin could not help but exclaim, alas. In the realm of martial artists, is fortune truly more significant than life itself? Upon hearing this, both Yao Yu and Ling Xing furrowed their brows. The two merely cast a profound glance at Bai Xiaoxing before retreating to their chamber. After a considerable time, Bai Xiaoxing turned his gaze towards the still dazed individuals, visibly displeased. Why are you all in a daze? Shouldn't you be cultivating? Do you not wish to visit the heavenly auction house and broaden your horizons? The following midday, Mo1, accompanied by Hinata, and Hanabi Hyuga, vanished into the 100 Knowledge Hall, his expression relaxing. Alas, beside him, Uchiha Sasuke, noticing Mo's displeasure towards the four, swiftly unsheathed his unparalleled sword from his back. Mo1, would you like me to eliminate them? In response, Uzumaki Naruto promptly drew his blood-drinking blade, startling the members of Akatsuki, who hastily retreated to a safe distance. Do not inquire. Could it be that I am the one who reigns supreme? Mo1 promptly displayed a smile befitting his character. No worries. I heard from Jiraiya-sensei that today marks Might Guy's inauguration as the 5th Hokage. Come, let me take you and Naruto to witness it. Upon hearing this, the previously fierce expressions of the two instantly transformed into joyful smiles. Let us go, Mo1G, I can hardly contain my excitement. The members of Akatsuki watched as the three disappeared from view, a wave of exasperation washing over them. Haiden remarked, are Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha demons? They seem ready to kill at any moment. Kakuzu agreed, indeed. Whenever Mo1 is displeased, those two appear as if they wish to conquer the world. Conan shook her head. You only see how they care for Mo1, yet you fail to recognize the sacrifices he has made for them. Kisame observed the complex expression on Itachi Uchiha's face. Itachi, what troubles you? Itachi replied, it's nothing. I just find it hard to believe that Sasuke has changed so much. Pain interjected, Itachi, you should be grateful for Mo1's presence. Otherwise, I fear your brother might be even more terrifying than Naruto Uzumaki. Deidara pondered. I still cannot fathom why that watermelon head could become Hokage. Perhaps he possesses a certain humor? Sasori suggested. That makes some sense. Aside from being amusing, I have yet to discover any other merits in that watermelon head. Conan felt embarrassed. I think you two are even more amusing. Deidara and Sasori looked at Conan with seriousness. Are we amusing? Conan retorted, you two fools. In the Hidden Leaf Village. On a street leading to the Hokage Succession Plaza, a girl exclaimed, wow, that boy holding a fan is so handsome. Gosh, how can someone be so good-looking? She sobbed, I must seize this opportunity. Are you out of your mind? Don't you see who those two beside him are? Isnt that Naruto Uzumaki, who nearly killed the Raikage. Oh no, run. What had once been a lively street was suddenly left quiet, with only Mo1 and his companions remaining. Do not inquire about the reactions of the crowd, for they are rather unexpected. Oh, Naruto, how is it that even ordinary people are aware of your confrontation with the Raikage? Moreover, it seems they recognize Sasuke as well. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion. I have no idea. There were no ordinary folks present that day. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, having discerned something, hurriedly approached a nearby telephone pole. Mauen, Naruto, come here quickly. The two swiftly joined Sasuke's side, where they beheld a poster resembling a missing person notice. Mauen mused, what talent? The advertisement featured illustrations of two figures, unmistakably Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, with their names thoughtfully inscribed beside them. In the space between them, a message read, Greetings, I am Rock Lee, the disciple of the Azure Beast of Konoha and the future 5th Hokage, Might Guy. All villagers of Konoha, please remember these two individuals. They have mastered a perilous technique that renders them unpredictably dangerous. The Raikage of the Cloud Village was nearly felled by a single strike from Uzumaki Naruto. Hence, dear villagers, cherish your lives and maintain a safe distance from them. The poster concluded with a signature from Rock Lee. As Mauen and Naruto continued to examine the contents, Sasuke's voice echoed from ahead. Mauen, Naruto, there are more here, and quite a few. The duo hurried to where Sasuke stood, observing that every household had posted identical notices. Mauen could not help but exclaim within, truly impressive, Lee. Just then, a 12-year-old boy clad in a green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon hairstyle, approached, clutching a stack of flyers. Goodness, it's the heartless Sasuke and the demonic Naruto. The boy, upon spotting the trio, dropped the flyers and vanished like a streak of green light down the road. Oh, heartless Sasuke? Demonic Naruto? Such grandeur. Mauen jested, eliciting a mix of awkwardness from Naruto and Sasuke, though inwardly they felt, indeed, quite fitting for our identities. At the Hokage Succession Plaza, Might Guy, adorned in the Hokage cloak, stood on the platform conversing with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Below, that Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage wore bewildered expressions, while the heads of Konoha's various clans appeared unfazed. Behind them stood a multitude of Konoha ninjas, with villagers gathered behind the shinobi. Kakashi, Mauen, and the others noted that all villagers kept their distance, yet they remained unfazed. Intriguing. Perhaps Jiraiya was correct. Might Guy is indeed the one destined to transform Konoha. Upon hearing Mo1's words, the individuals nearby were filled with confusion, although they wished to inquire further. The sight of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto flanking Mo1 like two vigilant sentinels rendered them hesitant to approach. Uchiha Sasuke, intrigued by Mo1's high praise for Might Guy, couldn't help but ask, Mo1, is Might Guy truly formidable? Mo1 remarked, the matter concerning Kai Huang transcends mere prowess. He is indeed the man who nearly brought the Naruto saga to a premature conclusion. Mo1 remarked with a hint of astonishment, if Might Guy were to unleash his full potential, he could suppress a 6 pads level ninja in a remarkably short time. Wouldn't you agree that he is formidable? The Akatsuki members were taken aback. Deidara wore an expression of disbelief. Is this watermelon-headed individual truly that powerful? Surely, you jest. Scorpion nodded in agreement. I too find it hard to believe. After all, we are speaking of the 6 paths. Kakuzu added, indeed, this watermelon-headed fellow appears utterly ordinary. One would never suspect him to be a powerhouse. Kakashi contemplated silently. Is the Eight Gates technique truly that potent? Meanwhile, Konan and Pain shared a profound sense of relief. Thank goodness we did not capture the tailed beasts ahead of time. Unlike the Akatsuki members, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were only slightly surprised, for in their eyes, their brother Mo1 and their two masters were the true embodiments of invincibility. Do not inquire about the reactions of the few present. Instead, let the fan slowly unfold, gently swaying before my chest. Haha. What captivates me is not the prowess of Might Guy, but rather the essence of his character. Upon hearing these words, the few present also came back to their senses from the incredulous news, their gazes fixed upon Mo1, awaiting his further elaboration. Do not inquire too deeply into thoughts. As I lament, among the ninjas of this realm, to my knowledge, each harbors a shadowy aspect within their hearts. Yet, Might Guy stands apart. All the virtues of positivity are manifest in him. He embodies enthusiasm, optimism, fearlessness, fervor, loyalty, discipline, rigor, confidence, kindness, justice, and generosity. He is an exemplary ninja master. He is a dependable companion, unflinching in the face of sacrifice for the sake of his comrades. Do not question the sorrowful clouds that drift above. If we were to liken the hidden leaf village to the darkness that envelopes the dawn, then Might Guy would undoubtedly be the very first ray of sunlight piercing through the morning. Chapter 62. The Secret of Guy and Hinata. Silence. It is uncertain how much time has passed. Kisame Hashigaki sighed. Might Guy, huh? I truly wish to meet him. Pain gazed at the man clad in the Hokage cloak above, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. Indeed. How long to know him? Kakashi felt a tumult of emotions within. Guy, I am unworthy to be compared to you. Deara appeared utterly perplexed. Does Watermelon Head possess so many virtues? How have I failed to notice even one? Scorpion nodded. I have not observed them either. Kakuzu, I too. Haiden, what a coincidence, I also. Konan, how on earth did I end up with this group of fools? Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Might Guy held such a special place in Mo1's heart. Uchiha Sasuke felt a sense of indignation. I believe these qualities also reside within Mo1, and indeed, they far exceed those of Might Guy. Uzumaki Naruto concurred. Yes, yes. Mo1 is even better than Might Guy. Do not inquire about the laughter of loss. It seems only the two of you perceive it this way. Uchiha Itachi, who has been silently observing this scene, sighs. Sasuke has transformed into someone else's brother. On the stage, Tsunade and Jiraiya, after conferring with Might Guy, descend from the elevated platform. Might Guy gazes at the throng of people below, revealing a dazzling smile that could outshine the sun. Is this the end for Konoha? Asks the onlooker. Indeed. This individual appears rather foolish. How could Konoha appoint him as the fifth Hokage? Replies Koharu. Anoki shakes his head, radiating wisdom. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not so naive. This Might Guy must possess remarkable depth. The prominent clans are well acquainted with Might Guy. Furthermore, they have convened and are aware of everything, hence their lack of astonishment. On stage, Might Guy suddenly scratches his head, seemingly in disbelief. Haha, I am the fifth Hokage? Haha. The crowd below erupts in laughter. Anoki exclaims, my apologies, I was mistaken. Konoha might truly be out of options. In the next moment, Might Guy abruptly conceals his smile, adopting a solemn demeanor. I apologize, everyone. It's my first time as Hokage, and I cannot help but feel overwhelmed. The air falls silent for a few seconds. To be honest, although becoming Hokage has always been my dream, I am self-aware enough to recognize that I am unworthy of this position. Whether it be the leaders of the great clans, my peers, or even the younger generations, they all surpass me in merit. After all, I am well aware of my limitations. In ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and even intellect, I do not measure up to the students of the Ninja Academy. My only somewhat commendable trait is my proficiency in taijutsu. Regarding my inadequacies, I am perplexed as to why Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya would recommend me for the position of fifth Hokage. At this juncture, Might Guy's expression turns slightly melancholic. After a prolonged pause, he resumes his serious countenance. Although I do not comprehend the reasons, becoming Hokage has been a cherished dream since my childhood. Therefore, now that I, Might Guy, occupy this esteemed position, I vow, I shall pull Konoha from the shadows and allow its lotus to bloom anew. His voice rises in fervor. The disappearance of the Senju clan, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the extinction of the Shimura clan, and the destruction of the Yamanaka clan. No matter the cost to my life, I shall not permit such tragedies to befall us again. I may be foolish, and I do not grasp what the will of fire truly signifies. What I do know is that Konoha is my home, my roots, the legacy of my ancestors, and a place that must be safeguarded. Tears glisten in the corners of Might Guy's eyes. I understand that, like me, you all possess a profound love for Konoha. The air fell into a brief silence. Might Guy swept his gaze over all those below, his expression and tone imbued with a plea. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha, I implore each of you to cherish every individual by your side, to honor every blade of grass and tree left by our predecessors, and to hold dear this precious and rare land beneath our feet. I beg of you all. Upon uttering the final 5 words, Might Guy gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to everyone present. Imowen gazed calmly at Might Guy, lost in thought, softly murmuring, "Guy, you truly are an anomaly in the ninja world." Upon finishing his words, Imowen folded the fan in his hand and began to applaud with fervor. Kakashi wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and joined in the applause. Following suit were Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, members of various clans, and all the villagers. Hinata Hizashi rose from his seat and bowed respectfully towards Might Guy on the platform. "Greetings, Hokage-sama." With Hinata Hizashi's words, the same phrase echoed once more in the skies above Konoha. "Greetings, Hokage-sama." The harmonious and resonant voices seemed poised to pierce the heavens above Konoha. Below the stage, the trio of Rasha, Terumi Mei, and Inoki appeared dissonant amidst the surrounding jubilation. They exchanged solemn glances, pondering why fate seemed to favor Konoha above all else, a shared thought that lingered in their minds at that moment. On the way back to the Hundred Eyes Hall, Deidara wore an expression of disbelief. "This can't be that watermelon-headed guy, can it? It's making me want to return and protect a Wagakure." Scorpion nodded in agreement. "I believe those words cannot possibly reflect his true thoughts." As Kakuzu and Haiden began to voice their opinions, Konan, unable to contain her frustration any longer, pointed an accusatory finger at the four and exclaimed, "Can you four not aspire to greater things? It's been days since you accomplished anything significant. Yet all you do is criticize others. And what about you? A bunch of good-for-nothings." Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, fearing collateral damage, promptly distanced themselves from the four. "Kakuzu, Haiden, I didn't say anything." Deidara and Scorpion were taken aback. "What in the world? Has Konan consumed explosive tags?" At the Ichiraku ramen shop, after finishing his meal, Imowen elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. Noticing Hinata Niji's wary expression, he glanced over at Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who were still relishing their ramen. Imowen revealed a smile of intrigue. "Ah, my friend, you are none other than the prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga?" Upon hearing Imowen's address, Niji Hyuga cautiously glanced at Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Noticing their lack of hostility, he turned his attention back to Imowen. In Niji's eyes, Imowen's prowess was akin to that of the legendary Moon Inviter. He displayed a respectful demeanor, feeling unworthy to be called a genius. In comparison to Lord Imowen, Niji felt he fell significantly short. Imowen shook his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are truly a genius. Previously, you were like a bird confined in a cage, restricted by your clan from fully utilizing the Byakugan. Yet, through your innate talent, you have mastered the body techniques such as reinforcement that are exclusive to your clan. This alone is a testament to your brilliance." Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Niji could not help but exclaim, "How do you know this? I have never used reinforcement in front of outsiders." At that moment, Shouta, Chongpu, and Kuroju, having overheard their conversation, emerged from the kitchen. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Mo1. "Do not inquire about what is not asked. I wonder if you have heard of it." He recounted the tale of the clay Buddha and the venerable Uchiha Fugaku. Observing the astonished expressions of the four, Imowen continued unabated. "Each individual possesses their own unique force of destiny. The distinction lies merely in its abundance or scarcity. The external manifestation of a robust force of destiny can be reflected in a person's fortune." The four pondered this deeply. Noticing Imowen had paused, one of them inquired, "Young friend, why do you share these thoughts with us? Do not inquire about the laughter of the returning. Esteemed elder, please allow me to finish my tale. The clay Buddha is a senior disciple of Master Bai Shaoxing, and also a close acquaintance of my two senior brothers, Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue. 2 years ago, I had the fortunate opportunity to hear the three of them recount the past events between the clay Buddha and Uchiha Akiyama." Imowen cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Sasuke before redirecting his gaze towards Hyuga Niji. In the past, the Mud Bodhisattva had not only discerned a profound force of destiny emanating from Uchiha Aochi, but also detected a potent current of fate within the Hyuga clan. Niji's pupils constricted, yet he refrained from interrupting Mo Wen's discourse. However, the peculiar nature of the Hyuga clan's destiny was intriguing. While the fate surrounding Uchiha Aochi was rapidly intensifying, the destiny of the Hyuga lineage was inexplicably dissipating. The Mud Bodhisattva, perplexed by this phenomenon, ventured to investigate further within the Hyuga clan. As anticipated, he unearthed the source of this enigmatic force, which traced back to the previous clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi. Niji gasped in astonishment. My grandfather? But wait, didn't Mr. Bai Shaoxing assert that there were only 2 children of fortune in the ninja world? Chapter 63. 2 Pairs of Good Friends. The group remained bewildered by Mo Wen's intentions. Mo Wen sighed, alas. I do not imply that the Hinata clan will give rise to another child of destiny. Do not inquire how many can retort. Are you aware of what it signifies when one's fortune completely dissipates? After a moment of contemplation, I responded, is it your implication, young friend, that if a person's fortune fades, they shall meet their demise? Do not inquire further. The elder speaks the truth. In those days, the Mud Buddha disowned 2 currents of fortune within Hinata. The lesser current belonged to Hinata himself, while the greater one remained inseparably linked to him. Although both currents of fortune were gradually dissipating, the Mud Buddha observed that the larger current would take at least another 44 years to fully dissipate. Yet now, only 5 years remain until that fateful mark. The protagonist has grasped the implications of this revelation, though disbelief lingers. The young friend suggests that one among Hinata Hanabi, and Niji may meet their demise in 5 years' time. Do not question further. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this is indeed the case. The 3 of them knitted their brows in contemplation. From Mo Wen's words, they discerned that the clay Buddha was the elder brother of Bai Shaoxing, and he was even more enigmatic than Bai Shaoxing himself. Coupled with Bai Shaoxing's demeanor, they had little reason to doubt Mo Wen's assertions. Mo Wen observed the 3 individuals deep in contemplation and exchanged a glance with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Subsequently, Mo Wen rose alongside the others to depart, leaving behind a poignant remark. The essence of the Mud Buddha carries an additional implication. Among Hinata Hisashi, Hinata Hanabi, and Hinata Niji, one individual's identity is not as straightforward as it appears. Otherwise, Hinata Hayashi would not harbor such tremendous fortune. I have heard from my master that next month, the Mud Buddha will visit the 100 Wisdom Hall. Should you have any queries, feel free to seek him out. In the Hokage office, the 5th Hokage, Might Guy, sat in the Hokage's seat, gazing eagerly at his closest friend. Kakashi, if you will not lead the route, why not serve as an advisor to the Hokage? I believe your extensive experience in the Umbu would garner no opposition. Kakashi shook his head, his gaze drifting beyond the window to the distant horizon. Guy, this is a world where power reigns supreme. To protect what I hold dear, I must acquire the requisite strength. Remaining in Konoha would hinder my rapid growth. Having encountered my master at long last, this is not merely my opportunity, it is also Konoha's. With you at the helm, I hold great expectations for Konoha's future. I do not wish for a day to come when I am powerless, as was the case with Lord Minato. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. Thus, I must grow stronger, for myself, for you, and for Konoha. Might Guy exclaimed, Oh Kakashi, I am profoundly moved. You truly are my lifelong confidant. Kakashi, witnessing this, revealed a long-awaited smile. All right, Guy, you are now Hokage. Such tears and lamentations are hardly befitting. Might Guy was about to respond when, unexpectedly, an invitation letter materialized on the Hokage's desk. Its surface bore 8 resplendent golden characters. Invitation from the Celestial Auction House. 2 days later. With 4 days remaining until the Snow Moon City event, in the Raikage's office within the Hidden Cloud Village, Shimura Danzō, adopting the form of Raikage, sat at his desk. Beside him sat his best friend, Sarutobi Hizen, who had also assumed a different appearance. At that moment, the true Raikage knelt before Shimura Danzō, clutching his bleeding severed arm, displaying a demeanor of reverence. Master, the appointment letter from the daimyo has arrived. Your current public identity is that of an advisor to the Hidden Cloud Village. Danzō furrowed his brow. Do not address me as master. When we are alone, refer to me as Lord Raikage. The true Raikage appeared anxious. As you command, Lord Raikage. Danzō then revealed a satisfied smile. Very well, you should tend to your injuries. As Sarutobi Hizen observed the true Raikage departure, he immediately questioned his close companion. Danzō, what about me? Previously, you visited the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Thunder without arranging my identity? Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly and spoke earnestly. Hizashi, the Sarutobi clan now consists only of you, Asuma, and Konohamaru. If one day your hiding place is discovered by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the Sarutobi clan will be left with only you. Therefore, if you do not take responsibility for continuing the lineage, how can you honor our ancestors? Sarutobi Hizashi's face flushed with embarrassment. How do you know I haven't? He retorted. You, Danzō, I secretly sent away Asuma and Konohamaru back in the day. What about you? Are you preparing for the Shimura clan to become extinct? Unbeknownst to him, Danzō had taken to smoking a pipe. After inhaling and exhaling a cloud of smoke, he leisurely replied, I have already instructed my root members to research cloning techniques. Once developed, the Shimura clan can have as many members as we desire. A look of envy crossed Sarutobi Hizashi's face. He had merely 5 Umbu subordinates, feeling utterly powerless. Seeing his good friend display such an expression, Danzō consoled him. Do not worry, once it is researched, I will not forget you. A wave of gratitude washed over Hizashi. With a friend like Danzō, he felt he had never experienced loneliness in his life. However, just as he felt touched, his expression darkened once more. So, Danzō, have you not arranged a position for me in the Hidden Cloud Village? Danzō's demeanor also grew stern. Hizashi, I am doing this for your own good. You bear the responsibility of saving the Sarutobi clan. Hizashi would not be easily swayed by his good friend. He was genuinely furious. Danzō, you witnessing his friend's distress, Danzō remained unfazed, resembling a figure of authority. Hizashi, I am the Raikage. Hizashi's anger intensified, and he shot Danzō a fierce glare. Without my assistance, you will regret this. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After some time, the laughter of Shimura Danzō echoed through the Raikage's office. Ha ha, I have become the Raikage. Ha ha ha, Might Guy remarked, That sounds quite familiar in the Land of Earth, aside from Uchiha Itachi, MO1. Accompanied by the members of Akatsuki and Jiraiya, appeared in the desolate expanse of the Land of Earth. Conan, seeing the desolation around them, curiously asked, Master Amo, is this truly the Valley of Butterflies? Why is there nothing here? The others also appeared bewildered. Chapter 64, The Valley of Butterflies and Ruthlessness. Do not inquire into the enigmatic smile. Amidst the curious gazes of all present, he formed a complex seal with his hands. Suddenly, a translucent portal materialized before the crowd. Through this ethereal gateway, they beheld a towering peak, nearly 1,000 zhang in height. Etched upon the mountainside were the 3 grand characters, Butterfly Valley. Imoen explained, We warriors reside in another dimension. Otherwise, you would not have remained unaware of our existence until now. The others nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about Imoen's words. After all, if even the Sage of 6 Paths could create a Pure Land, how much more could a warrior achieve? Imo glanced at the emaciated Nagato seated in the wheelchair. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you to Butterfly Valley. If you wish for Huchinyo to resolve your issues, it will depend on your own capabilities. Nagato replied weakly, cough. Thank you, Mr. Imo. If I can preserve the Rinnegan, I shall certainly not forget your kindness today. Imoen smiled and said, There is no need for such formality, by now. I could be considered your master's uncle. Should Huchinyo refuse to treat you, you might inform him that the demonic sect is about to emerge. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Chongmin wished to speak further, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, prompting his companion, Xiao Nan, to immediately understand the situation. I extend my gratitude to Master Imo on behalf of Chongmin. Imoen appeared quite helpless. After a moment, Nagato finally managed to speak, saying, Ahem, Master Imo. I kindly ask you to convey a message to the esteemed teacher on my behalf. Although I have yet to meet the teacher in person, I am profoundly grateful that he did not take away my Rinnegan. Even if I am unable to cure my frail body, I shall dedicate my life to serving the teacher with unwavering loyalty. Imoen nodded seriously. I will certainly convey your message. After which, Imoen exchanged a few more words with several individuals before vanishing from sight. Jiraiya cast a sympathetic glance at his apprentice. Come, let us enter Butterfly Valley. Outside the valley, several individuals gazed around with curiosity. From their vantage point, Butterfly Valley appeared to be enveloped by a glass dome, rendering the view beyond a vast expanse of white, ethereal void. Dry Persimmon Zabuza looked up at the sky. How peculiar. Although the sun shines outside, there is none here. Jiraiya concurred. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Although devoid of sunlight, it resembles broad daylight. Konan, however, was not preoccupied with the surrounding scenery. She directed her gaze towards the path leading into the valley and urged the others, "Stop dawdling. Let us hurry and find Huqingyo." Approximately half an hour later, they beheld 3 wooden cabins nestled within a copse, surrounded by a wooden fence that enclosed a yard of about 100 meters, adorned with a plethora of exotic flora. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, eliciting varied expressions among the group. Konan appeared elated. "This must be where Huqingyo resides." Deidara expressed disdain. "How could Huqingyo live in a place like this? It's not even as good as the 100 Tails Pavilion." Scorpion nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is quite unexpected." Dry Persimmon Zabuza pondered thoughtfully. "It seems Mr. Huqingyo is quite passionate about the art of healing." As the group focused their thoughts on the yard of the wooden cabins, a melodious, yet somewhat aloof female voice drifted from behind them. "Who are you? How did you enter Butterfly Valley?" Startled by the sudden voice, they quickly turned around. "Wow!" Jiraiya exclaimed, eyes widening. He had thought that Yaoyue and Lianxing were unparalleled in beauty, yet this woman, a subordinate of whom he knew not, was breathtakingly enchanting. The others were not as astonished as Jiraiya, for apart from Nagato and Konan, the other males had seldom encountered women. The ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial maiden from the dragon realm, wore simple gray attire and sat in a wooden wheelchair. She first glanced at Nagato, who sat in a similar wheelchair, appearing frail, before sweeping her gaze over the others. Seeing the ethereal beauty scrutinizing them, Nagato sighed inwardly. "Alas, Huqingyo is also disabled. Must I only extract the Rinnegan?" Konan felt perplexed. "Isn't Huqingyo a male name? How could it belong to a girl?" Deidara contemplated. "I wonder if my ultimate art could obliterate Huqingyo." Scorpion remarked. If Huqingyo were to be made into a puppet to combat the other males, it should be quite effortless." Kisame, I wonder how Itachi's bloodline illness is faring under Tsunade's care. Kakuzu, I hope that Huqingyo does not charge for his medical services. Haiden, oh, so Huqingyo is actually a male. Jiraiya, hiss. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful. What a pity she is a bit young. Wuqing? Wuqing's expression suddenly turned frightfully cold. A tempest raged behind her, and a multitude of floating stones and broken wood seemed to be controlled by her will, suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Wuqing fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiraiya, exuding a terrifying murderous intent rivaling that of Naruto Uzumaki. You better rid yourself of those sordid thoughts, or I shall end your life here and now. What the hell? The others were taken aback by Wuqing's abrupt transformation. Jiraiya was drenched in cold sweat. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya quickly grasped the situation upon hearing Wuqing's words. My apologies, my lady. I did not mean to offend. I implore your forgiveness just this once. Wuqing scrutinized him for several seconds. Upon realizing that Jiraiya genuinely harbored no more strange thoughts, she retracted her murderous intent. Subsequently, the floating stones and wood behind her cascaded down like rain. The others were also drenched in sweat, bewildered by the turn of events. Wuqing coldly regarded Deidara and Sasori, stating, You two, one wishes to blow me up, and the other seeks to turn me into a puppet. Shall I send you both on your way now? As Wuqing's words fell, a glimmering flying knife appeared in her hand, seemingly from nowhere. Upon hearing her words, Kisame, Konan, and Nagato instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Huqingyo possesses the ability to read minds. Konan's expression darkened ominously. Under normal circumstances, it would be one thing, but now they were in dire need of his assistance. She glared at Jiraiya, Deidara, and Sasori, unable to contain her rising fury. With a trembling finger, she pointed at the three of them. You are all quite something. The three, sensing the imminent threat in Konan's demeanor, instinctively retreated. Her eyes reddened, noticing Nagato's worsening expression. She immediately bellowed at Jiraiya and the others. You three, come here and kneel before me. Without hesitation, the trio swiftly appeared before Konan. However, the next moment, the air fell into a profound silence. Jiraiya knelt before Wuqing, embodying a repentant demeanor. Meanwhile, Deidara and Sasori, utterly bewildered, knelt before Konan without fully grasping the situation. They only understood that Huqingyo had suddenly threatened their lives, and Konan was angrier than they had ever seen. The two had already faced severe repercussions from Konan for their reluctance to train in martial arts. And the thought of the countless explosive tags densely covering her body sent shivers down their spines. Upon hearing Shinnan's command to kneel, the two immediately complied. albeit in a daze, following her words without question. Xiaonan, weary and despondent, appeared on the brink of collapse. With a gaze filled with despair, she produced 2 thick stacks of explosive tags seemingly from nowhere. Even if there were not thousands, there were certainly hundreds of these tags. Upon witnessing this, Deidara and Scorpion were nearly paralyzed with fear, their faces paling significantly. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Jiraiya, ever reliable in critical moments, quickly reminded them. You two are on my side. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang to their feet, positioning themselves resolutely before the relentless foe, and then, with a thud, knelt down. The atmosphere fell into an extended silence once more. Hiden Kakazu, can someone please elucidate what exactly is transpiring here? Chapter 65. The Medicine Master Kabuto and the Mysterious Forces. It turns out we are dealing with a few troublesome children. Upon hearing the thoughts of Xiaonan, Nagato, and Kisame, Wuxin gained some understanding of Deidara and his companions. She chose to disregard the 3 on the ground and addressed Xiaonan with a slightly softened tone, saying, I am not Huqingyo. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. Indifference is but a detached manifestation. Henceforth, the connections to the main entity will be few. Apart from the troublemaking factions such as the Zhonghua Pavilion, the Tianji Pavilion, and the Multiverse Auction House, other powers will only arrange one representative at a high level. In the courtyard, the figure of Kankuro, with a face of disdain, cast a glance at Deidara, Scorpion, Hiden, Kakazu, and Jiraiya. Keep your distance from me. I fear the contagion of your foolishness. Upon uttering these words, Kankuro swiftly distanced himself from them, clearly looking down upon their company. Who do you think you are, Kankuro, to express disdain towards me? Inside the wooden house, the nearly 60-year-old Huqingyo furrowed his slightly graying brows, regarding Conan with suspicion. You say that the 100 Secrets Hall, the flower-transferring palace, and the Zhonghua Pavilion have all entered the world? Conan nodded with certainty. Indeed, senior. Moreover, we have all joined the 100 Secrets Hall. Led here to Butterfly Valley by Master Mo of the Zhonghua Pavilion. Huqingyo appeared quite astonished. Mo? Why have I not heard of such a swordsman within the Zhonghua Pavilion? Conan respectfully replied. Master Mo has only been with the Zhonghua Pavilion for less than 4 years. Thus, it is natural that you have not heard of him. Suddenly recalling something, she continued. Master Mo instructed me to inform you that the demon sect is also preparing to enter the world. Seated in a wheelchair, Wuqing had already perceived Conan's thoughts, rendering her unfazed. However, Huqingyo was slightly taken aback and hastily turned to Wuqing. Lady Wuqing, is it true that the demon sect is indeed entering the world? Wuqing nodded. She indeed harbored such thoughts and did not deceive him. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the visibly anxious Conan and Nagato. I understand your intentions. Ordinarily, Huqingyo has his own principles regarding whom to save or eliminate, and I would not interfere. However, considering the Tianji Pavilion and the news you have brought, I shall permit Huqingyo an exception this once. Upon hearing this, the two were filled with delight. Conan eagerly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lady Wuqing, and thank you. Senior Hu. Nagato, seated in the wheelchair, also bowed slightly. Thank you both, esteemed ones. Wuqing nodded. Conan, let us step outside. This matter can be entrusted to Huqingyo. After speaking, the wheelchair astonishingly levitated off the ground. Seeing this, Conan was not surprised, as they had witnessed such phenomena outside earlier. The few individuals within the room, fixated on them, quickly averted their gazes as Wuqing emerged first. They now wished to distance themselves from her. Not only was Wuqing immensely skilled in martial arts, but she also possessed telepathic abilities. More terrifyingly, she could hear the thoughts of others. Who knew what other extraordinary powers she might possess? Conan noticed the others remaining as still as statues and felt a surge of anger. Deidara and Scorpion, upon our return, I shall deal with both of you. As for my teacher, Jiraiya, in the future, keep your distance from them. I fear you might lead them astray. Deidara and Sasori, it seems they are preparing to flee. Jiraiya felt as though there was something amiss with his ears. Have I corrupted them? Would they still require my guidance? A group of rogue ninjas, which one of them is not a villain? Coldly, she cast a glance at Conan, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Subsequently, she pointed at Deidara and Sasori, reporting, Miss Conan, those two are about to make their escape. You must keep a close watch on them. Deidara and Sasori? Goodness, how could this be? Upon hearing this, Conan's blood pressure surged once more. She retrieved 2 stacks of explosive tags, advancing towards the two with a fierce aura. Without uttering a word, Deidara and Sasori, in perfect synchrony, knelt down with a sense of understanding, exclaiming in unison, "Conan, Conan, I won't run away, I promise." Kisame, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. A bamboo pole strikes a snake. One creature subdues another. In a certain mountain range of the land of lightning, Mo1 and Orochimaru gazed at the figure kneeling before them, the dubious-looking Yakushi Kabuto, who, in the presence of his superiors, had chosen not to don his mask. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face. "Hee, you have performed admirably this time. I never anticipated that Danzō and Lord Hiruzen would be hiding in the village hidden in the clouds." Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing his characteristic grin. "I stumbled upon this information quite by accident. Recently, a number of civilians have mysteriously vanished from the village hidden in the clouds, and even some shinobi have gone missing. Thus, I dispatched all my listening serpents. By a fortunate coincidence, I discovered a laboratory where I overheard a conversation between Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzō." Imo1 exhibited a peculiar expression. "Truly remarkable are those two. Wherever they go, individuals seem to vanish." Orochimaru and Kabuto also wore strange expressions upon hearing this. Noticing Imo1's silence, Orochimaru gestured for Kabuto to continue. "It appears that Uchiha Obito sought out the ninjas of the Cloud Village in pursuit of mastering the Edo Tensei technique, while Shimura Danzō was abducting civilians from the Cloud Village to further his research on cloning technology. Do not inquire about the early speculations." He folded the fan in his hand and cast a glance at the medicine master. Haha, how intriguing, how fascinating. Uchiha Obito has always struggled with his academic studies since childhood. Relying on his intellect to master the reanimation technique seems an endeavor destined for a distant future. Imo1 gazed at Yakushi Kabuto. "I am already aware of Uchiha Obito's intentions. Kabuto, go and locate Uchiha Obito, and employ the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to resurrect the individual he desires." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yakushi Kabuto turned his attention to the affable Imo1. "As you wish. Might I inquire, dear Imo1, whom Uchiha Obito seeks to bring back to life?" Imo1 did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, who was also deep in thought. After a moment, it seemed that Orochimaru had come to a realization. Regarding the matter of Byakugan, he understood that Uchiha Obito must have been entangled in it. It was likely that his sole focus now was on seeking vengeance against Kaguya. However, with Kaguya currently by Otsutsuki Ishiki's side, he found himself powerless. Although Uchiha Madara had also wronged Uchiha Obito, he too was a victim of Kaguya. Given Uchiha Madara's character, once he learned the full story, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Kaguya as well. Both were adversaries of Uchiha Obito. It appeared that he intended to resurrect Uchiha Madara, allowing him to confront Kaguya in a battle of life and death. Mo1 remarked, "You are absolutely correct. Uchiha Obito harbors such thoughts." The air fell silent for a few moments. Imo1 could not help but recall the concluding moments of Naruto, where the legendary figures Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama reconciled. He remarked to Kabuto Yakushi, "In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the only outsider who does not regard him with disdain is Senju Hashirama. Conversely, Madara holds a uniquely special place in Hashirama's heart. Had Madara refrained from extreme actions, Hashirama would have merely embraced him, standing resolutely by his side." Kabuto Yakushi, uncertain, inquired, "Does Lord Imo1 wish for me to also resurrect Senju Hashirama through the reanimation jutsu?" "Do not inquire further. A mere Uchiha Madara cannot stir significant waves within the ninja world. Moreover, the prowess of these two is exceptionally suited to serve as sparring partners for the current Orochimaru. In due time, Sasuke and Naruto will also require training companions. Thus, it would be prudent to resurrect them all together using the impure world reincarnation technique." Orochimaru could never have anticipated that Imo1's motivation for summoning Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama through this technique stemmed from the presence of these three. Imo1. This is truly the most formidable illusion. Orochimaru initially sighed inwardly, then revealed a glint of eager anticipation in his eyes. He chuckled softly, pondering, "The Shura of the ninja world and the god of ninjas. I wonder how many of my blades they can withstand." Imo1 let out a soft chuckle before presenting a secret manual to Yaoshido. This was a technique of light-footed movement, known as Lingbo Weibo. Not only could it be employed in combat, but it also served as an expedient means for travel and escape. With your current level as a ninja and your mastery of martial arts, your overall prowess has reached the status of an elite J-nin. Once you have mastered Lingbo Weibo, there lies a chance to turn the tide against a shadow-level opponent. Yaoshiro solemnly accepted the manual, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Imowen. Do not inquire about a mere smile. As of now, how many members have you successfully recruited for your nefarious crew? Chapter 66, Killer Bee. The esteemed medical ninjas responded with respect. Aside from Gaara, whom you have previously encountered, the members I have managed to recruit based on your instructions include Kinshiki, the Vortex clans Karen, Suigetsu, and Haku, while neither J-Nin nor Killer Bee has been enlisted as of yet. Imowen appeared quite pleased and remarked, excellent. There's no need for haste. As for Kurabi's words, you might adopt the approach of Uchiha Ibito towards Uchiha Itachi. Just as it happens, Shimura Danzō and his associates are in the Hidden Cloud Village. Let them bear this burden once more. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes brightened. Truly remarkable, my lord. This idea is splendid. Meanwhile, Orochimaru could hardly contain his amusement. Ha ha ha, how delightful, simply delightful. Do not inquire or concern yourself with the reactions of the two individuals. Where has Gaara reached now? After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto replied, at the pace Gaara is moving, he shall arrive in the land of lightning by tomorrow morning. Indeed, Kabuto proved to be a trustworthy subordinate, and Imowen felt he was nothing short of perfect. Tomorrow evening, bring Gaara and Kimimaro here to meet me. A day passed. In a certain forest of the Land of Fire, Might Guy, Hinata Hizashi, and Nara Shikaki were leading a covert team at a swift pace through the woods. Let us rest for half an hour. Upon hearing Gaia's command, everyone came to an immediate halt. Nara clan leader, how long until we reach the Land of Waves? Nara Shikaku respectfully responded, according to Lord Hokage, we shall arrive in the Land of Waves by tomorrow morning. Might Guy nodded in acknowledgement. According to the invitation, Snowmoon City would appear within the borders of the Land of Waves in less than 3 days. Its form remained unknown. Nara Shikamaru pondered about the auction house of all heavens and expressed his concerns. Alas, I hope this journey does not bring unforeseen complications. Hinata Hizashi, exuding confidence, reassured. Do not worry, clan leader Nara. We have Kakashi in the 100 Eyes Pavilion, and my 2 daughters are at the Flower Moving Palace. Furthermore, I have abolished the caged bird system, and the ancestor Otsutsuki Yuki stands with us. Snow Moon City is merely governed by 3 lords. The advantage lies with us. So there should be no significant issues. Nara Shikaku remarked, you seem rather overconfident, Hizashi. In another part of the forest, Raza wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon the kneeling sand shinobi. Repeat that for me. The shinobi, trembling, replied, Lord Kazekage. News has reached the village that Lord Gaara colluded with Zabuza and assassinated 5 elite shinobi before defecting. Raza nearly erupted with fury. Incompetent fools. Utterly useless. In an inn within the Land of Waves, Terumi May took a hearty swig of her drink and subsequently smiled with satisfaction. As expected of this Mizukage. Several miles away, Jur and a group of mist shinobi lay exhausted on the ground. The Mizukage is incredibly swift. As dusk descended upon the village of Cloud Shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from a pharmacy, appearing rather lethargic. He gazed at the evening glow in the sky, filled with sentiment. Alas, I am growing old. I hope little Hana can bear a child for Uchiha Sasuke. Just then, a fleeting figure darted across the rooftop ahead, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to nearly lose his composure. Uchiha Sasuke? How could it be him? Has he discovered our concealment in the village of Cloud? A minute earlier, lurking in the shadows, Orochimaru observed Sarutobi Hiruzen preparing to exit the pharmacy. He let out a chilling chuckle. Hee, have you been lured out, Hiruzen-sensei? My apologies. Orochimaru spoke while swiftly forming hand seals, adopting a new visage that unmistakably resembled Uchiha Sasuke. 2 hours later, in the mountainous terrain of the Land of Lightning, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed as the medical ninjas of the route continued to treat the injured arm of the beleaguered Raikage, feeling the weight of age press upon him once more. Alas, there was nothing to do but hide for a while. It was likely that Uchiha Sasuke would depart upon failing to locate us. Shimura Danzō wore a grim expression. We cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. We shall proceed to the Celestial Auction House. The individual who managed to deliver the invitation to us so discreetly is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps this is our opportunity for vengeance. The night passed swiftly. Last night, a calamity befell the Hidden Cloud Village. Except for those from the Raikage lineage, nearly half of the Nin from the Yagami clan were poisoned to death. Astonishingly, the perpetrator was none other than the Raikage's brother, Killer Bee. On a mountain peak in the Hidden Cloud Village, Yakushi Kabuto regarded Shimura Danzō before him with curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, is this the other eye of Uchiha Shisui? Orochimaru, donning Danzō's face, licked his lips. In the next moment, he expressionlessly extracted his right eye. Ha 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 indeed. As expected of Shisui's eye. It can control so many nin from the Yagami clan in such a brief span. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed an immense chakra approaching rapidly. Heh, Killer Bee is arriving soon. I shall leave him in your capable hands. With that, Orochimaru vanished from sight. 2 minutes later, Killer Bee glared furiously at Yakushi Kabuto, who was adorned in a delinquent's attire and wearing a menacing mask. You scoundrel! I was set up by Shimura Danzō last night. Observing Killer Bee's unbridled anger, Kabuto was taken aback. What transpired? Killer Bee's expression darkened considerably. Bakayero, I merely sought to investigate whether those nin had been manipulated. But then, Shimura Danzō appeared suddenly and used Uchiha Shisui's eye to control them. That scoundrel even compelled them to turn against each other. I had no time to pursue the fleeing Danzō and could only attempt to stop them. Just as I managed to incapacitate them all, I discovered they had succumbed to poison. At that moment, other clan members arrived and witnessed me rendering them unconscious. Killer Bee seemed to recall something, his fury intensifying. Aya! Bakayero, scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. Yakushi Kabuto mused. Perhaps Lord Orochimaru is simply too benevolent. This is far inferior compared to the Uchiha clan. After a considerable time, observing that Killer Bee's emotions had calmed somewhat, Kabuto produced a matching delinquent's outfit. He sighed in resignation. Alas, Killer Bee, I invite you once more. Come, let us depart. Zetsu, who could vanquish even the Uchiha clan, would find it far simpler to deal with you. Moreover, there are stronger adversaries in Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen. You stand no chance against them. Observing the struggling Kurabi, Kabuto continued, Presently, your elder brother has also fallen under the control of the Kodo Amatsukami. And the people of Kumogakure will only heed your brother's words. You are utterly alone in your village, devoid of any support. If you wish to rescue your brother from these 3 fiends and reclaim Kumogakure, aligning yourself with us is your only opportunity. Kabuto asserted confidently. I believe if you exhibit sufficient prowess, the master will undoubtedly assist you in overcoming those 3. Upon hearing this, Kurabi clenched his fists, his face a mask of hatred. Just as he grappled with the decision to comply with Kabuto, the voice of the 8 Tails resonated within his mind. Kurabi, agree to his terms. The Manjiki Sharingan is our tailed beast's nemesis. When confronted with Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, alas, I cannot promise to aid you. I may even hinder your progress. Taking this to heart, Kurabi slowly extended his hand to accept the garments from Kabuto. Witnessing this, an evil grin spread across Kabuto's masked face. Chapter 67, The 3 Little Beasts Nightfall. In a certain mountain range of the Land of Lightning, Kurabi, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Gaara stood resolutely in a line, seemingly awaiting someone. Kabuto, you remain as punctual as ever. Upon hearing the familiar voice, both Kabuto and Gaara beamed with excitement, while Kurabi and Kimimaro instinctively felt a surge of tension. As the voice faded, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Without inquiry, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared before Yakushi Kabuto and his companions. Lord Mo1. These 2 are Killer Bee and Junmaro. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Killer Bee and Junmaro, who promptly bowed respectfully to Lord Mo1. Mo1 gazed at the 2 individuals adorned in unsavory attire, reflecting inwardly, they are rather pleasing to the eye. Upon spotting Mo1, Gaara's face lit up with excitement. Mo1, my brother, at last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Mo1 cast a concerned glance at Gaara. How are you, Gaara? Is Shikaka behaving? Gaara nodded eagerly. Yes, ever since you dealt with it a year ago, it has not shown itself again. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Is this little fellow the Gaara that Mo1 spoke of? He seems rather weak. Just as Mo1 and Gaara were conversing, Killer Bee suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He could no longer sense the presence of the 8 Tails. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the 8 Tails was holding its breath, gathering its focus, trembling in a hidden corner. The tailed beasts are naturally perceptive. The moment Mo1 and his companions appeared, it was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Particularly when it sensed the immense malevolence contained within Naruto's being, it nearly lost its composure in terror. Mo1 cast a meaningful glance at Kairobai and Gaara. Nyo Gue and Shohei. Hiding will be of no use, you know? Just look at who this is. As Mo1 spoke, he opened his left palm. In the next moment, a miniature version of the Nine Tails, Kurama, suddenly emerged from his hand. Once it appeared, The creature first surveyed its surroundings in bewilderment. Upon catching sight of the expressionless Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales' pupils dilated in sheer terror, as if confronted by an unimaginable horror. It immediately began to scream at Imo when in a frantic manner, Master, Master, I don't want to come out. I don't want to come out. I wish to return to the white fan. I want to go back. This scene was truly heart-wrenching for those who heard it and brought tears to the eyes of onlookers. Orochimaru cast a sympathetic glance towards the Ninetales. Has this creature's phobia of Naruto still not subsided? Imo gazed at the trembling Ninetales resting upon his palm and, with a gentle tone, uttered words that sent a shiver down its spine. Oh, Ninetales, what troubles you? It has barely been 2 days since you emerged from Naruto's belly. And already you are misbehaving. Shall I return you to Naruto instead? The Ninetales quivered in response. Please, my lord, do not. I shall be good. I promise to be very good. Do not inquire. Am I being overly excessive? Just a touch. Imo's gaze returned to the astonished Kurabi and the adoring Gaara. With a flick of his fingers, 2 streams of white energy swiftly entered the bodies of the two. Kurabi and Gaara were yet to comprehend the situation when Imo's voice resonated. Nibi, Shikaku, you may now briefly depart from the bodies of Gaara and Kurabi. Come forth. Kurabi exclaimed, what on earth is this celestial being? Upon hearing Imo's words, he realized that the sealing technique binding the 8 tails had inexplicably ceased to function. A silence enveloped the air for several seconds. Noticing the 2-tailed beasts remained inactive, Imo smiled gently. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge by then, I shall have no choice but to take action. The 8 tails cried out, Old sage of the 6 paths, you must save me. Shikaku, bewildered, remarked, how has he become so terrifying? It has only been a year since our last encounter. Imo lightly tapped the small head of the Ninetales twice with his fan. Oh, are you not coming out yet? Hiki. Then, 2.9. What about the others? Is it counted as 1, 2, 3? The 8 tails and the 1 tail. Damn, this person has no sense of martial ethics. The 8 tails and the 1 tail gritted their teeth and quickly transformed into 2 miniature versions of the tailed beasts, appearing beside the 9 tails. The 8 tails immediately sought to justify himself. I humbly greet you, my lord. Previously, I was injured by Shimura Danzō in the Hidden Cloud Village and have just been recuperating. Do not inquire about the silence that envelopes us. Halt. In a web of deceit, I shall now escort you to meet your father, the sage of 6 paths. The 8 tails, frightened, instantly fell silent. Shikaku, too, had contemplated finding an excuse, but upon hearing this, he promptly swallowed his words. Imo gazed at Gaara. The last time we met, I promised to help you extract the tailed beast. Do you still wish for that now? Gaara fell to his knees. His face twisted with hatred as he looked at the miniature Shikaku. Imo, I despise it. I do not want it within me. Shikaku's thoughts echoed. Do you think I desire this, you little brat? Imo, possessing the ruthless ability to read minds, felt a wave of exasperation at Shikaku's inner monologue. Gaara. I have mastered a technique known as the dual perfection method. This technique allows me to modify the physical body, to regenerate severed limbs, to reshape meridians, and even to alter the state of the soul. In essence, as long as I am by your side, you cannot meet your demise. The 9 tails that resides within Naruto was extracted just a few days ago. When the time comes, I shall reshape your meridians to enhance your martial prowess. If you have no objections, I will assist you in extracting Shikaku shortly. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. The duality of the hand originates from the episode of strolling beneath the moon with birds. Upon hearing the conclusion from Imo, the pharmacist Do, Gaara, Killer Bee, Kimimaro, and the 2 small-tailed beasts could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Hiss! Such a formidable individual. Once Gaara regained his composure, he expressed his excitement once more. Brother Imo, I have no objections. Without inquiring further. He nodded with a smile and then turned his gaze towards Kurabi. I am aware of the strong bond you share with the bull demon. If he were to gift me a tail, I could enlist the full support of the rogue faction to assist you in reclaiming the Hidden Cloud Village. What say you? Are you willing to negotiate? Before Kurabi could respond, the 8 tails, exuding a generous demeanor, interjected, My lord, you are far too modest. Do not think of it as merely a single tail. Should you require it, I, the bull demon, would not hesitate to part with several tails without a moment's hesitation. Kurabi was taken aback. Has the bull demon lost his mind? He pondered, doubting that this was indeed his bull demon. Others cast peculiar glances at the 8 tails. Surely, this creature could not be a tailed beast. Imowen had not anticipated such warmth and generosity from the 8 tails. You are quite remarkable, far more entertaining than the 9 tails. The 9 tails, glancing furtively at Naruto Uzumaki and noticing his lack of attention, quickly interjected, "My lord, I possess the most tails and the greatest chakra. Whatever number of tails you desire, I can provide." Upon witnessing this, Shikaku's eyes sparkled with mischief as it wagged its tail, resembling an exuberant pet dog. "My lord, I can also offer you a tail." The others observed this peculiar behavior with growing unease. Something was amiss with these 3-tailed beasts. Imowen suddenly contemplated something and thought to himself, "My apologies, sage of the 6 paths. I shall graciously accept your son and your pet." Noticing that everyone was gazing at him, Imowen promptly regained his composure and offered a compliment to the 3 small beasts. "Ahem, you 3 are quite remarkable." The 8 tails, seeing Imowen's satisfaction, mustered the courage to implore, "My lord, may I also leave Bai's body? Killer Bee? You foolish beast, are you abandoning me?" The 8 tails cast an apologetic glance at Killer Bee. "Though I enjoy being with you, Bai, your body remains a prison for me. I long for freedom. I do not wish to be eternally sealed within the Jinchuriki's body. Do you understand?" Killer Bee fell silent for a moment, tears of remorse glistening in his eyes. "You foolish beast, I am sorry. It is I who have been selfish." Chapter 68. Snow Moon City, an uninhabited island somewhere in the land of waves. Imowen stood amidst the boundless void of the island, towering thousands of feet above. System, display character panel. The system chimed. Host, Imowen Realm. Early stage of divine wanderer characters. Ximen Chui Xue, Yi Gu Cheng, Yin Shi San, Zhong Yuan, Yi Jian Hong, Lu Xiaofeng. Chu Lu Xiang skills. Creation, deduction, miniature world, forging, teleportation, cross-dimensional travel. Imowen's subtle suggestion. Henceforth, the realm section shall solely display the martial, immortal path system. Observing the multitude of character avatars, Imowen couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. He abducted several individuals from the ninja world, altered their memories, and then cast them into a miniature world. Subsequently, he orchestrated these individuals to collaborate with the avatars, reenacting the life experiences of those characters. Once the performances concluded, their portrayal proficiency nearly reached a perfect score of 100. This could be considered a bug exploited within the system. Now, let us turn our attention to the skills section. Imowen believes that these skills are barely sufficient to create disturbances in the ninja world, although the ability to create is not capable of generating energetic entities. Selecting this skill for travel is still quite commendable. Imowen mused. After all, there is no need to carry a tent. As for his deduction skills, Imowen felt they had improved somewhat. With his current martial arts cultivation, if he were to reflect carefully on certain techniques from his past life, complemented by the system's assistance, the prospect of successfully deducing them seemed entirely feasible. Do not inquire. There is no direct provision of techniques. A poor review. The forging is rather mediocre as well, merely sufficient for crafting various divine weapons and celestial artifacts. MO1. Not directly providing the celestial artifacts, but instead requiring their crafting. Utterly absurd. The teleportation skill is essential. For the nearly invincible MO1, he typically employs this skill for travel. The cross-realm ability is what MO1 deems most impressive and is his greatest satisfaction. Its function is to allow passage to other worlds. However, despite its remarkable nature, the cross-realm skill is shrouded in numerous limitations. For instance, the unknown world he wishes to visit is not selected by the system, nor will the system directly transport him there. Instead, it opens a temporal turbulence, compelling MO1 to navigate through it to discover the world he desires to enter before he can choose to cross realms. Additionally, there are stipulations regarding the unknown worlds he may access. His strength must not vastly exceed that of the unknown world, otherwise, akin to the celestial beings descending to the mortal realm in novels, he risks inadvertently causing the world to implode. Of course, venturing into realms of considerably higher levels is not entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, MO1 insists on a cautious approach, wary of encountering ancient ancestors from the primal world during his journey through the temporal turbulence. There is no guarantee he won't become a mere guinea pig. Moreover, those formidable heavenly laws are not mere decorations. Although the system may lack in prowess, MO1 remains unperturbed. After all, one must tread the path step by step, savoring each morsel of their journey. Gazing at the boundless ocean, The thought of soon being invincible in the ninja realm ignites an overwhelming fervor within him. He yearns to compose poetry, yet after much contemplation, he can only exclaim, "Ah, darn it, Hongjun, just you wait. I shall create a world even more magnificent than the primal one." Hongjun of the primal era sneezes. How vexatious. Let me ascertain which insolent brat dares to insult this ancestor. Coughs now, to attend to business. Observing the island below, Imoen waved his arm. With the activation of a skill, an ancient city materialized from thin air beneath him. The city walls were adorned with white flags, each emblazoned with the characters for Shueisha City. As he surveyed the empty city, Imoen recalled the refugees he had captured in the small world. Let them play the role of the citizens of Shueisha City. With this thought, he first placed the slumbering Li Hani and Sikong Changfeng into the Lord's mansion. Following that, he designated the refugees as the populace and guards of Shueisha City. Once he had completed his tasks, a figure unexpectedly appeared beside him. This individual was none other than the television version of the wine immortal, Bailey Dongjun, clad in a blue robe with disheveled hair. Yet his white bearded bangs danced in the wind, exuding an air of carefree abandon. Imoen expressed great satisfaction with the appearance of Bailey Dongjun and remarked with a smile, "Dongjun, I shall rely on you for the affairs of Shueisha City from now on." Bailey Dongjun took out a flask of wine, sipped modestly, and replied, "Haha. We are but one and the same. There is no question of trouble between us." Imoen couldn't help but chuckle. "Then I shall take my leave." As he witnessed the departure of his true form, Bailey Dongjun took another sip from his cup. Subsequently, he summoned his formidable inner strength and announced to the vast emptiness, proclaiming to the entirety of the shinobi world, "I am the immortal wine sage of the mortal realm, soaring intoxicated to the heights of the azure skies, seeking not the celestial maidens to dance in the wind, but merely yearning for a divine spirit to share a drink amidst the mundane. I, Bailey Dongjun, the Grand Lord of Snow Moon City, hereby present Snow Moon City into the realm of shinobi." With the conclusion of Bailey Dongjun's proclamation, the entire shinobi world fell into a profound silence. 1,000 miles away, Imoen's body froze momentarily, unable to suppress a curse. Damn it, he's really putting on a show. The inhabitants of the Land of Waves also caught wind of Bailey Dongjun's declaration. Upon hearing the name Snow Moon City, the people from the 5 great ninja villages couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Once they regained their senses, everyone hastily rushed towards the source of the sound. After searching diligently for over 3 hours, a ninja finally spotted Snow Moon City on the ocean's surface. The news spread rapidly, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and then to 1,000. Even some nobles received the news and hurried towards Snow Moon City. On the ocean, a young boy with a sword on his back and another with a blade were sprinting across the water's surface at an astonishing speed. Their destination was none other than Snow Moon City. Nearby, on a small boat, Konoha's Mei gazed wide-eyed at this spectacle. "Wow, these two are terrifying," she exclaimed. "Aren't they afraid of running out of chakra and falling into the sea? Who are they? Oh my goodness, it's the demon blade Naruto and the ruthless Sasuke." Mei was astounded upon realizing their identities. She turned to Jur, puzzled. "Why do you call them Demon Blade Naruto and Ruthless Sasuke?" Jur cast a curious glance at his superior. "Does Lady Mizukage not know? Uchiha Sasuke is the disciple of Ximen Chui Xue, who practices the ruthless sword path. Together, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto annihilated the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, earning him the moniker Ruthless Sasuke. As for Uzumaki Naruto, after mastering a technique known as the Demon Blade, he risks falling into madness at any moment, hence the name Demon Blade Naruto." Mei was taken aback. "How do you know all this?" Jur sighed in resignation. "Well, now all 5 ninja villages are aware. It's just you who seems to be in the dark." Mei was furious. Suddenly, she struck Jur on the head with her fiery fist. "Stop with the nonsense. Get to the point." Jur rubbed his throbbing head in pain and replied. After Kakashi joined the 100 Eyes Hall and received intel on the two, he feared that the people of Konoha might inadvertently provoke them. So he relayed this information to Konoha. Now even the ordinary citizens of Konoha are aware of their appearances, and yet you are still oblivious to their nicknames. In a fit of anger, Xiaoming struck again, causing Jur to curl up and weep bitterly. "Humph, your salary for this month has been confiscated." Jur lamented. "Woo-woo. I want a new boss." Not far off, aboard another vessel, Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizune, and Itachi Uchiha were also observing Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Not these two little devils again. Shizen, appearing quite fearful, suggested, Lady Tsunade, let us keep our distance from them once we reach Shueisha City. Without Mr. Mo here, I fear no one can rein them in. Kakashi nodded in agreement, affirming, Shizen is right. It would be best to avoid those two. Itachi sighed inwardly, alas. I am truly sorry, Sasuke. Chapter 69. Outside the city gates. Outside the gates of Shueisha City, nearly 1,000 individuals had gathered. Apart from the shinobi from the 5 great villages, most were wandering ninjas and certain nobles from the ninja world. Just as Kakashi and the others were meeting with the people of Konoha, a voice exclaimed, My goodness! Which celestial being is this? So exquisite. Another voice chimed in. Is this a divine sister? No way. I must have her. Brat, go capture her for me. The speaker was none other than Wuching, Jiraiya, and members of Akatsuki. Before Wuching could react to the foul words uttered nearby, Scorpion and Deidara swiftly appeared. Each seized one of the 2 rotund fellows by the neck. Before the poor souls could utter a word, a sickening crack resonated through the air, and they were promptly sent to meet the sage of 6 paths. Deidara, having completed this act, was not yet satisfied. Seizing the moment while the crowd was still in shock, 3 small white spheres suddenly emerged from beneath his skin. He deftly hurled them in 3 different directions. Concurrently, he formed several hand seals and declared, C1, Clay Spider. As Deidara's words echoed, the 3 spheres erupted into a myriad of tiny white spiders. The gathering of wandering ninjas and nobles instinctively recoiled in horror. Some recognized Deidara's identity and cried out in terror, This is bad. Run. He is Deidara. Unfortunately, it was too late. Most of these wandering ninjas were merely Nin and Genin, and the plump nobles were just ordinary folk. With a cacophony of explosions ringing out, a significant portion of those within the blast radius found themselves invited for tea by the sage of 6 paths. What on earth just happened? Why did they suddenly attack? Keep your distance. Those 2 might be lunatics. Observing the gruesome scene, littered with carnage, everyone except the inhabitants of Awagakure kept their distance. Originally, Noki intended to retrieve his disciple, Deidara, but recognizing the futility of the situation, he chose to remain a passive observer. Deidara, filled with arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers. A bunch of despicable creatures. The moment you utter a word, I shall make you experience the true essence of my art. After delivering his menacing proclamation, he transformed into a jovial boy, racing to the side of Wuching. Wuching, how do you find it? If you remain unsatisfied, I shall obliterate them all. Sasori approached Deidara, exuding an aura of menace. I loathe such individuals. Wuching, shall we turn them into puppets? The 5 ninja from various villages, witnessing the duo's eagerness to kill, were suddenly reminded of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Wuching, observing their demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. I have never regarded them as significant. Merely a swarm of ants, unworthy of concern. Upon hearing this, Deidara and Sasori displayed expressions of disappointment. Conan's lips twitched as she shot a glare at the 2. With your petty thoughts, do you think I am unaware? Stay far away from me. What is going on with you 2? Have you been reprimanded again? Just as the group conversed, Jiraiya approached Tsunade and her companions. Tsunade looked at the weary Jiraiya with curiosity. Jiraiya, what has happened to you? And who is that woman? Jiraiya sighed helplessly. That woman is Wuching, the saint of the magic sect. She possesses the ability to read minds, so be cautious of your thoughts in her presence, understood? The group was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wuching to be affiliated with the magic sect. Subsequently, aside from Mike Guy, the others regarded Jiraiya with disdain, their faces reflecting his plight. Tsunade mocked, Jiraiya, I refuse to be associated with you as one of the legendary Sannin. Keep your distance. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat offended, muttered, Tsunade. It seems you aren't faring much better yourself. As Uchiha Itachi approached, Kisame Hashigaki revealed a long-missed smile. Itachi, how is the treatment for your bloodline disease progressing? Itachi, pleased to return to the organization, replied, I still require some time for treatment. And what of you? Why have I not seen the leader? Kisame responded. The leader is still receiving treatment in the Butterfly Valley. Just at that moment, as Itachi greeted the members of Akatsuki, Wuching furrowed her brow. A formidable presence approaches. Her voice was loud enough for most to hear. Indeed, within mere moments, 4 figures materialized before the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing the appearance of 3 among them, gasps of astonishment echoed. One held a folding fan, with thick, long eyebrows, and a pair of clear, elegant eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, presenting an air of aloofness. Yet, when he smiled, it was akin to a warm spring breeze caressing the earth. This man is none other than the master thief. Chu Liuxiang, another figure, donning a bamboo hat and clad in dark attire, wielded a longsword. His chiseled features bore a pallid, expressionless visage. Suddenly, his keen gaze swept over the crowd, sending a chill down their spines. This was none other than the legendary assassin from the tale of Chu Liuxiang, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong. In stark contrast, another individual exuded a markedly different aura. He too held a folding fan, and his eyes, resembling black gemstones, shimmered with a radiant brilliance. Surpassing the beauty of many in the ninja realm, not only was he strikingly handsome, but his smile was also exuding a refined elegance. This was the charming Hua Qishao. Hua Manlu. The final person was the rather unremarkable Lu Xiaofeng, whom the crowd naturally overlooked. Mei Ming remarked, yet another trio of handsome men. Tsunade commented, the genes of the Sage of Six Paths seem lacking. Why are there no such striking individuals in the ninja world? Kakashi scoffed, humph. If I were to remove my mask, I would not pale in comparison to them. Jingyin exclaimed, they are truly a feast for the eyes. I wish to be one of their girlfriends. Haida lamented, oh dear, I fear I shall never marry. Choosing among these three is simply too difficult. Upon seeing the four together, Wuqing's expression turned peculiar. She floated gracefully in her wheelchair to confront Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, inquiring, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, why are you with these individuals? And where are the leader and the others? Why are you the only one here? Zhong Yuan Yidianhong merely cast a fleeting glance at Wuqing, remaining silent. Wuqing. Chu Liuxiang clasped his hands in greeting to Wuqing, smiling. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Wuqing. Hong and I encountered these gentlemen on the road. As for your leader, the information I have suggests that she is yet to enter the world, but I believe it will be soon. Jiraiya, upon spotting Lu Xiaofeng, rushed over to greet him. Mimicking Chu Liuxiang's gesture, he clasped his hands before Lu Xiaofeng. Brother Lu, I have yet to express my gratitude for the last incident. Allow me to treat you today. Let us drink until we are merry. Lu Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Haha, Jiraiya, you are too kind. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. Individuals from Konoha and Akatsuki approached, their curiosity piqued by the four. Lu Xiaofeng gestured toward Hua Manlu. This is the Hua Qishao I mentioned last time, Hua Manlu. What do you think? Is he not incredibly dashing? The group suddenly understood. So this is Hua Manlu. Truly, he lives up to his name. Hua Manlu greeted everyone with a courteous bow, his smile as warm as spring sunshine. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The others responded, my goodness, how gentle he is. Lu Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards Chu Liuxiang, the illustrious fragrance hero. Much like myself, he has not aligned himself with any factions. The crowd, attentive and eager, gasped, what a melodious name. Chu Liuxiang, with a smile, clasped his fists in salute. Chu Liuxiang pays his respects to you all. Several ladies present were captivated. How could these two be so enchanting? Observing their dazed expressions, Lu Xiaofeng secretly chuckled. His attention shifted to the stoic figure of Zhong Yuan Yidianhong. This comrade, known as Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, is one of the three demonic sons of the blood-killing sect. The individuals from Mai were taken aback. They had sensed Zhong Yuan Yidianhong as complexity, but had not anticipated such depth. The others pondered, why do these names sound so exquisite? Deidara turned to Scorpion, earnestly stating, Brother Scorpion, I wish to change my name to the Art Exploder. What do you think? Scorpion contemplated briefly. That is acceptable. However, I believe Diabola sounds even more appealing. Kakuzu's eyes lit up. You're quite creative. Please help me think of one too. Haydn, equally eager, chimed in, and me. Don't forget me. The conversation among Lu Xiaofeng and his companions fell into an unexpected silence upon hearing Deidara and his friends. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed crimson, filled with indignation. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha wished they could find a crevice to hide in. How embarrassing. Just then, a familiar and carefree voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Haha. Welcome to Shuya City. I am the lord of this grand city, Bailey Dongjun. At the moment Bailey Dongjun's voice resonated, everyone swiftly turned their gaze to the city walls. To their surprise, three figures had appeared atop the walls unbeknownst to them. The Mai individuals were momentarily stunned. Could these be the three lords of Shuya City? Others noted that each of the three bore distinct characteristics, easily discernible as extraordinary. Bailey Dongjun, clad in a blue robe with his silver hair, exuded an ethereal charm. Lihani, wearing a white mask and a white robe, appeared shrouded in mystery. Sikong Changfeng, with a refined visage and a gentle smile, gave an impression as refreshing as a spring breeze. After Bailey Dongjun spoke, Li Hani succinctly introduced himself, Second City Lord, Li Hani. Subsequently, Sikong Changfeng cupped his fist in greeting, his expression warm. Sikong Changfeng, Third City Lord of Xue City, pays his respects to you all. Just as Sikong Changfeng finished speaking, before anyone could contemplate, all shadow-level ninjas and warriors looked up to the sky. Two figures, one black and one white, plummeted from above like meteors, descending with immense force. Bang! Two figures crashed violently before the city gates, raising a cloud of thick dust. As the haze dissipated, two gaping holes appeared on the ground. The appearance of these two figures startled the inhabitants of the 5 major ninja villages. Goodness! It's the demon blade Naruto and the unfeeling Sasuke. Indeed, the figure clad in white was Uchiha Sasuke, while the one in black was Uzumaki Naruto. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto bowed to the trio on the high platform by Li Dongjun and the others. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke retrieved a letter from his robes and tossed it into Li Hani's hands. Amid the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, Li Hani merely glanced at the letter before gazing into the distance. You two, who will take the first move? Huh, are they about to fight? Upon hearing Li Hani's words, the crowd below was initially taken aback, then turned their gazes towards the horizon. They soon discovered two white figures soaring above the sea's surface. 100 zhang high. Recognizing the two individuals, Lu Xiaofeng chuckled nonchalantly. Oh, isn't that old Yi and Chui Xue? Just then, Yi Guqing's voice echoed from afar. Others may call me the Sword Immortal, while the fairy is also known as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Allow me to take the lead. With that, Yi Guqing vanished into the distance. The others were still bewildered when Li Hani's figure also disappeared. Where did they go? Huh, how come both of them have vanished? Could it be a space ninjutsu? Li Dongjun explained to the confused crowd below. Their battle is not something you can witness at this moment. They are already thousands of miles away. The crowd below remained skeptical. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. 15 minutes later. Is it over yet? I really want to enter the city. Me too. Half an hour later. Those two 1T end up perishing together, will they? That shouldn't be the case. Look. Li Dongjun doesn't seem worried at all. An hour later. Boom. A tremor shook the ground, startling the meditative crowd. Goodness. Is there an earthquake? Hiss. A tsunami. Run. As they gazed at the towering tsunami, nearly 1,000 zhang high, rolling towards them, everyone felt their hearts race. Li Dongjun waved his arm atop the city walls, conjuring a transparent half-circular shield that enveloped Xue City securely. Do not panic. I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Li Dongjun's words and witnessing the quake subside, the crowd quieted slightly. Yet their eyes remained fixed in terror upon the approaching wave. After a few breaths, the ninja world stared blankly, their eyes devoid of spirit, witnessing this spectacle. At this moment, the entire Xue City was inexplicably submerged by the sea. Hiss. Are we currently in the ocean? Who are these individuals, one might wonder? Could they possibly be divine beings? Through the transparent barrier, they experience an illusion of being submerged in the ocean. Suddenly, Lu Xiaofeng furrows his brow. He gazes at all the ninjas and drops a bombshell. Do any of you have family or friends from the Land of Waves? It seems that the Land of Waves has been utterly annihilated by those two. All the ninjas are momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this person saying? One ninja skeptically glances at Lu Xiaofeng. Friend, please don't jest. Although the Land of Waves is an island, it cannot simply be destroyed by mere human effort. Sikong Changfeng suddenly interjects. What Brother Lu says is indeed true. That country outside is, in fact, no more. Upon hearing the typically composed Sikong Changfeng affirm this, others feel their hearts race. One individual displays an expression of disbelief. I refuse to believe it. How could that be possible? It's the Land of Waves. Another scoffs, huh? Are you a fool? How could you take that seriously? Yet another responds, I believe it. If you doubt it, just look around and see where we are. At this, the realization dawns on them that they are indeed in the ocean. Gasp. Could the tsunami have also swept away the Land of Waves? Alas, who knows? After enduring half an hour of anxiety, they finally catch a glimpse of the sun in the sky. Li Dongjun, after sensing the situation, addresses the dazed crowd. All right. The battle has concluded. The Land of Waves you speak of has indeed been obliterated. However, there is no need for concern. The people of the Land of Waves have been rescued by Mo Wenjianzi of the Zhonghua Pavilion. The crowd is once again left in utter astonishment, bewildered by how these individuals, who are clearly present, possess knowledge of events occurring thousands of miles away. They are even more perplexed by the nature of such formidable beings capable of eradicating a nation, especially when one of them managed to save the people of that nation during the conflict. In contrast to others, Xiaonan looks on with admiration. As expected of Master Mo, not only is he powerful, but he is also incredibly kind and handsome. Jing Yin displays a similar infatuation. Indeed, Mr. Mo is truly wonderful. Uchiha Sasuke casts a glance at the two, snorting, humph. Of course, Brother Mo is the best. Uchiha Itachi sighs, I don't know why, but my heart feels so heavy. Uzumaki Naruto exclaims, Sasuke is right. Brother Mo is the best. Kakashi adds, Master Mo's character and strength are truly admirable. Those unfamiliar with Mo ponder. Who exactly is this Mo one? Why do both boys and girls seem to adore him? As curiosity enveloped the crowd regarding the identity of Mo one, his figure suddenly materialized among them. Ha ha ha, I am not as admirable as you all suggest. The previously indifferent expressions of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto transformed instantly into radiant smiles. Mo one, you have arrived. Upon seeing the two rush to his side, Mo one promptly folded his fan and playfully tapped their heads twice. Assuming an air of mock indignation, he exclaimed, Is this how you two choose to make your entrance? Hurry and apologize to the esteemed seniors. Furthermore, do remember to fill in the holes you have created. The two pouted, reluctantly bowing to the venerable Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Chongfeng atop the city wall. In unison, they uttered, We apologize, esteemed seniors. Bailey Dongjun responded with a hearty laugh. Ha! No worries. This is the spirit of youth. Mo one respectfully greeted the two individuals before him. Disciple of the Zhonghua Pavilion, Mo one, pays his respects to Senior Bai Li and Senior Sikong. Suddenly, Bai Li Dongjun appeared right in front of Mo one, smiling as he said, In the realm of martial arts, the accomplished are the true masters. Just call us City Lord, dear brother Mo. The others had already been rendered speechless upon Mo one's arrival. They exchanged glances between Mo one, Huaman Lu, and Chu Lu Xiang, astonishment evident on their faces. Goodness! What is happening with these three? They are remarkably stunning. What divine beauty do they possess? Have you noticed? They all wield a fan. Wait, could it be that I am also missing a fan? Hey two exclaimed, Wow! This one is even more captivating. What should I do? I really wish to get to know him. Jiao Mei Ming lamented, Oh, the remnants of my youthful heart. The members of the 5 great hidden villages. Upon hearing Mo wen's few words that made the two little devils obediently admit their faults, were left profoundly shaken. This person is extraordinarily formidable. After exchanging greetings, Mo wen and Bai Li Dongjun approached the dazed Xiaonan. I trust your journey to Butterfly Valley was relatively smooth? Xiaonan, regaining her composure, hurriedly bowed in response. Yes, thank you, Master Mo, for your assistance. Mo chuckled twice and teased, You all call me Master Mo. Who else should I assist if not you? Xiaonan's face flushed with embarrassment. What to do? He is so warm-hearted. Mo wen exchanged a few words with Xiaonan before turning his gaze towards the surrounding ninjas. Chapter 71. Within the city of Shuiyue, Mo wen addressed the assembled ninjas, esteemed companions. The land of waves has vanished. However, the innocent citizens have been rescued by me. They now reside in another realm. Should any of you have relatives or friends in the land of waves, you may approach this young lady, Xiaonan, beside me to record your information. I shall ensure the safe return of your loved ones to you. If no one claims them, they shall remain in this alternate world for eternity. After Mo wen finished speaking, he turned to the astonished Xiaonan beside him and inquired, Xiaonan, could you assist your master uncle with this task? Xiaonan, still in a daze, nodded slowly. She could scarcely fathom that Mo wen possessed the ability to transport others to another realm. If Xiaonan was so taken aback, how could anyone else remain unaffected? Rationality urged them to dismiss Mo wen's words as mere fabrication. Yet, with the assertion that one could reclaim their loved ones, how could there be any semblance of falsehood? Without concern for the opinions of others, he approached Lu Xiaofeng and his companions. Ah, 7th young master, fragrant hero, brother Hong, brother Lu. How delightful to see you all in good spirits. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. Aside from Lu Xiaofeng, the others are merely independent avatars, configured with memories of their acquaintance with the original self. The group exchanged greetings with Mo1. Subsequently, Lu Xiaofeng feigned curiosity and asked, Brother Mo, why is it that old Yi is not accompanying you? Mo1 sighed in apparent helplessness, lamenting that his senior brother and Fairy Li had become serious in their playful sparring. Both were now nursing considerable injuries and had withdrawn to recuperate. Lu Xiaofeng could only shake his head in bemusement. Truly, old Yi would not show any mercy, even to a lady. Upon hearing this, the others could only chuckle and shake their heads in amusement. Just as they were admiring the handsome man, a voice interrupted, What are you staring at? You're a man, aren't you? Hurry up, hurry up. The city lord of Bailey has already opened the city gates. Inside Shuiyue City, the bustling streets teemed with life, and the ninja visitors felt as though they had stepped into another world. Curiously, they wandered down the thoroughfare when a diminutive man, less than a meter tall, passed by with a shoulder pole. Amidst the intrigued gazes of the ninjas, he called out incessantly, selling pancakes. Wu Dalong's pancakes, fragrant and sweet, fresh from the griddle. Alongside Wu Dalong's cries, the ninjas heard and saw various vendors hawking their wares. The aroma of candied hawthorn wafts through the air. Sweet candied fruit for 10 coins a skewer, coming by? Freshly roasted ducks, mouth-watering and savory. They make your mouth water. Sugar figurines. Come get your sugar figurines to eat. Steamed buns are out of the steamer, fresh and hot. Come taste them. Hey, esteemed guests, would you like a bun? A few ninjas, enticed by the savory scent of the buns, could not help but swallow hard. Boss, we don't have the copper coins you require. The bun shop owner's smile froze instantly, thinking, what a bunch of poor fellows, and he ceased to pay them any mind. Meanwhile, 5 young ninjas, all under 20, arrived at the entrance of a small alley. One of them sniffed the air with intensity. It's unmistakable. That delightful fragrance is definitely coming from inside. Another ninja urged. Let us go. We can't afford the food outside, but surely we can handle what's in the alley. After 5 minutes, the group stared in awe at a building reminiscent of the Byakugan. One of them asked curiously, what is this brothel? Do they sell food? Another nodded earnestly. It must be. The fragrance is certainly emanating from within. Just as they were about to enter, a woman in her 40s, dressed in red, emerged from the brothel holding a red embroidered handkerchief. Upon seeing the 5, she paused momentarily before breaking into a knowing smile, as if she had encountered a god of wealth. Oh, gentlemen, it is still broad daylight. Are you in such a hurry? The leading young ninja patted his stomach and swallowed hard. Madam, yes. We are quite urgent. We are starving out here. The young woman smiled radiantly, playfully flicking her embroidered handkerchief at the youthful ninja, teasing, my dear guest, are you not a bit too impatient? The young ninja, bewildered, inquired, Madam, do you not conduct business here? Upon hearing this, the woman thought to herself, what an oblivious fool. You come here without offering me any payment, yet expect my service? Though internally vexed, she managed to force a smile. Gentlemen, do you possess any money? Under her peculiar gaze, the 5 men whispered among themselves. Eventually, one of them produced a jade pendant. Madam, the outside world does not accept this pendant, will you? The woman, with a look of delight, accepted the pendant. However, as she examined it, her expression suddenly turned cold. This pendant can only satisfy 2 of you. But there are 5 of you, correct? Whom do you intend to choose? The group frowned, and one young ninja pleaded, Madam, could you possibly make an exception? The woman thought, how long have they been holding this in? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, would you mind if the person were a bit older? If not, I can make arrangements for you. The men exchanged puzzled glances. Madam, what do you mean by older? Does food prepared by an older person taste better? The woman gasped internally, realizing they still wished to partake. How terrifying. However, she maintained her professional demeanor. Of course, the older ones are more experienced. So you understand. Upon hearing this, the men swallowed nervously, eagerly exclaiming, Madam, please hurry. We are famished and can hardly wait. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced another smile. Gentlemen, please follow me. On the first floor of the establishment, she nonchalantly informed the 5. There are 5 rooms upstairs. Each of you may take one. I shall send someone shortly to attend to you. The 5 ninjas gasped, what? Private rooms? Snow Moon City is impressive. They were quite moved. Madam, there's no need for such formality. We can share one room. The woman frowned, thinking, young people these days indulge in extravagance. With a look of disdain, she led them to a spacious, fragrant room. Please wait. I shall fetch someone for you. As she departed, the men marveled. The customs here in Snow Moon City are truly simple and sincere. Indeed, Compared to the ninja realm, this is paradise. Meanwhile, the woman glanced at the five, whose appearances were quite unfortunate, and enviously remarked, "They are indeed youthful and handsome. You are in for a treat." A woman, weighing over 200 pounds, appeared quite anxious. However, I feared that upon seeing us, they might be unwilling to proceed. The young lady gently caressed the jade pendant in her hand, revealing a wise glint in her eyes. To prevent them from having second thoughts, I shall first administer a potion to them. Once its effects take hold, you shall enter. Upon hearing this, the five individuals' eyes gleamed with a feral intensity, reminiscent of ancient beasts. An hour later, a bustling crowd of onlookers and a few shinobi filled a narrow alleyway. They beheld five individuals sprawled on the ground, disheveled and vacant-eyed, exuding an aura of despair. The shinobi were perplexed. What on earth happened to these five? Why are they in such disarray? I have no idea. They seem utterly dazed. Huh, did you not notice the lipstick marks all over them? At that moment, a commoner approached one of the young men, waving his hand in front of the vacant gaze. He called out loudly, "Hey, wake up. Your mother is calling you home for dinner." Meanwhile, on another street, a bald old man, clad in a white tank top and shorts, with blue plastic slippers adorning his feet, nonchalantly obstructed Mike Guy's path. Mike Guy scratched his head and inquired, "Sir, do you need something?" The bald elder, amidst the disdainful expressions of passers-by, produced 7 blue books from his trousers. "I am the Fire Cloud, Evil God. Youngster, I see great potential in you. You must be a martial arts prodigy destined to uphold justice and peace in the shinobi world. Here, I offer you the indestructible Vajra skill, originally priced at 999 coins, but now yours for just 9 coins. Should you master it, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Mike Guy was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Could this be the fabled opportunity of martial artists?" The Fire Cloud, Evil God, picked his nose and nodded. "Indeed. Moreover, I sense a deep connection between us. I also possess the 9 manual, the Buddha's palm, the Sunflower manual, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and the evil repelling sword technique, all available for merely 10 coins each. Do you require any?" Chapter 72. By Yujing in the Heavenly Auction House. Mike Guy was thrilled to hear about such an abundance of martial arts techniques. Yet his excitement quickly turned to despair as he realized he lacked the copper coins needed in Shueisha City. "Elder, I have no money." The Fire Cloud, Evil God scrutinized Mike Guy and offered him a glimmer of hope. "What do you possess?" After pondering for a while, Mike Guy retrieved a discount coupon for Ichiraku ramen from his ninja pouch. "Elder, would this suffice?" The Fire Cloud, Evil God hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Very well. In light of our connection, I shall exchange the indestructible Vajra skill and the 18 dragon-subduing palms for it." Mike Guy was overjoyed. In the midst of onlookers gazing at him with expressions of disbelief, he presented a grand gesture to the Fire Cloud, Evil God. Subsequently, he received 2 volumes of martial arts techniques from the Fire Cloud, Evil God, cradling them in his arms as if they were treasures of immense value. The Fire Cloud, Evil God, observing his reaction, smiled gently. Then, seemingly from nowhere, he produced a portable speaker, his demeanor turning serious as he instructed Mike Guy. "This dragon-subduing 18 palms is particularly unique. It has an exclusive background music. As long as you play this BGM before each use of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, you shall be invincible in battle, unstoppable in your attacks. Here, I shall gift you this speaker as well. Do remember to activate it before employing the technique." Mike Guy, moved to tears, gratefully accepted the speaker. "Oh, Senior, you have touched my heart deeply." The Fire Cloud, Evil God's lips twitched slightly as he managed a strained smile, saying, "There is no need for such sentimentality." Mike Guy wiped away his tears, declaring, "I understand now, Senior." The Fire Cloud, Evil God nodded, not allowing Mike Guy a moment to respond, and turned to leave. Bathed in the glow of the twilight, he left behind a solitary silhouette and a carefree declaration that echoed through the bustling streets. The verdant hills remain unchanged, and the flowing waters persist. We shall meet again in the martial world, and surely we will raise our cups in joyous camaraderie. Farewell. Hearing this, Mike Guy was unable to contain his tears of emotion, urgently calling out to the retreating figure, "Senior, permit me to address you once more." "Master." The Fire Cloud, Evil God paused at the sound of his voice, his chest swelling with pride. In that moment, his silhouette appeared even more dashing against the backdrop of the sunset, evoking a bittersweet sense of parting. However, the citizens of Snow Moon City were left pondering. Are these ninja so easily deceived? Certainly. I heard that on the adjacent street. 5 ninjas were utterly duped by a brothel. Indeed. I just returned from there, and those 5 are still lying disheveled at the alley's entrance. At the entrance of Snow Moon City, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata trailed behind the veiled Yaoyu Lianxing. The 2 young girls curiously surveyed their surroundings, with Hinata Hanabi's eyes wide open in astonishment. Master, second master, this Snow Moon City is incredibly lively. Lianxing affectionately took the girl's hands. Hee, we will be staying here for a while. Soon, second master will take you both for a stroll. The 2 sisters were filled with joy at this prospect. They longed to express their excitement, but upon receiving a glance from Yaoyu, they promptly closed their mouths in disappointment. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A 12-story wooden edifice, as large as a football field, had materialized overnight in the heart of Snow Moon City. Beside the towering structure stood a 4-meter-high stone tablet, boldly inscribed with the words Heavenly Auction House. At this moment, nearly 1,000 individuals have gathered before the Celestial Auction House, the majority of whom hail from the ninja realm. As for the reason why the people of Snow Moon City have not arrived, Mo asserted that NC should indeed embody the essence of NC. Amidst the crowd, there were those who remained oblivious to the true nature of the Celestial Auction House. My friends, seeing your serious demeanor, may I inquire what exactly is this Celestial Auction House? One individual, casting a glance at the inquirer, replied with considerable pride. My second uncle's wife's third aunt's cousin is a high-ranking shinobi of the Hidden Rock Village. The information I have gathered is, goodness, who are these people? The exclamations were laced with awe. Hiss, their attire, that mask, it is undeniably striking. The arrival of Yakushi Kabuto, leading a cadre of rogues, instigated a wave of excitement among the throng. The 12th floor of the Celestial Auction House awaited. Mo gazed below, where all that was destined to arrive had indeed come. Haha, Yujing, it is now your turn to take the stage. Without asking a word, a man adorned in ancient attire, dressed in white, suddenly appeared behind him, gracefully approaching his side. The man possessed long hair, cascading like snow, flowing elegantly with each step, complemented by his splendid white robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. A half-bronze mask adorned his face, revealing only his pristine lips and sharply defined chin. This striking ensemble shrouded him in an aura of profound mystery. As he gazed at Yujing, Mo found a pure white longsword materializing in his hand. Mo smiled and remarked, without the eternal life sword, the white jade capital cannot truly be considered as such. After accepting the eternal life sword and securing it at his waist, Yujing revealed a charming smile. Thus, I shall take my leave. Outside the Celestial Auction House, while the crowd was abuzz with speculation, a clear and resonant voice unexpectedly echoed from above. In the heavens, white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. The sudden voice startled the onlookers, prompting them to look skyward. Amidst their astonishment at the lofty presence, Yujing, hands behind his back, gracefully descended from the roof of the Celestial Auction House. As he appeared, the girls below gazed at him with starry eyes. Is he yet another handsome figure? The other boys widened their eyes in awe. Wow, I wish I could exude such charisma. It took Yujing nearly a minute to reach the entrance of the auction house. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, he smiled slightly and offered a fist salute. Greetings, everyone. I am Yujing from the Celestial Auction House. Upon hearing his introduction, the crowd snapped back to reality, though no one was quick to respond. Li Dongjun, noticing the silence, promptly stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Li Dongjun from Shuiwa City. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Bai. Might I inquire how we may enter the Celestial Auction House and partake in the auction? Yujing exchanged pleasantries with Li Dongjun before elucidating. This is the first time the Celestial Auction House has manifested in the shinobi world. As long as you possess an invitation, you may bring 100 companions inside. In future events, each invitation will only permit 10 individuals. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the majority. The prospect of securing 100 spots meant that, with a little effort, they could trade for 1 or 2 slots from those holding invitations. Yujing took note of their expressions and stated, I have conveyed all necessary information. You shall have 1 hour. After this hour, I will be awaiting your presence within the auction house. With that, Yujing vanished from sight. However, 2 armored guards suddenly appeared at the sides of the Celestial Auction House's entrance. One of the guards proclaimed, after 1 hour, you may bring your chosen companions to meet us. As the guards concluded their announcement, the The crowd erupted into hushed conversations. After some deliberation among the members of Konoha, Narashikaka stepped forward and called out, "My Konoha has 85 spots available. If anyone is interested, you may exchange 2 spots for a C-rank ninjutsu." The representatives from the other major ninja villages, with the exception of Kumogakure, quickly followed suit. At this moment, Sikong Changfeng also declared, "My Shuei city will soon be recruiting disciples from the Shinobi world. If any of you believe yourselves to be geniuses, you are most welcome to come here and put your skills to the test. Should you qualify, I, from Snow Moon City, can grant you between 1 to 5 positions of influence." Upon finishing his proclamation, Sikong Changfeng was joined by Lianqing, who declared, "My Yūka Palace is similarly extending an invitation. Though we only accept female disciples." Their words stirred a considerable commotion. Although most of the crowd were unfamiliar with the nature of Yūka Palace, the attire of the likes of Yaoyue made it evident that they belonged to a similar echelon as Snow Moon City. The 3 city lords of Snow Moon City had already showcased their formidable prowess, instilling in the onlookers a sense of reverence towards Yūka Palace. Amidst the varied thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, the voice of Terumi Mei suddenly resonated through the gathering. "Second City Lord, may I inquire if it is possible for me to join Yūka Palace?" The crowd gasped in astonishment at Terumi Mei's unexpected request. They could hardly fathom that the esteemed Mizukage would seek to align herself with another faction. However, Lianqing remained unfazed and replied directly, "As long as you are a citizen of the Shinobi world and can pass the assessment of Yūka Palace, you are welcome to join us. That said, as Mizukage, your duties are vast. Should you join Yūka Palace, you will initially need to train within our confines. Only upon reaching a certain level of martial prowess may you leave Yūka Palace. Of course, if pressing matters arise, you may depart as needed." Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, then respectfully bowed to Lianqing. "Thank you for your explanation, Second City Lord. Once I have arranged matters in the village hidden in the mist, where might I find Yūka Palace?" Lianqing, taken aback by Terumi Mei's decisiveness, explained, "Yūka Palace is not located within the Shinobi realm. However, we will have disciples stationed in Snow Moon City, and you can seek them there." Upon hearing their exchange, most of the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. They were not only astonished that Terumi Mei truly wished to join Yūka Palace, but also incredulous that Yūka Palace itself did not reside in the Shinobi realm. Meanwhile, the expressions of Luo Sha, Ohyuki, and Narashikaku turned complex as they cast a glance at Terumi Mei, astonished that this singular woman possessed such formidable resolve. Ohyuki turned to Kurozetsu with a serious demeanor, stating, "Kurozetsu, currently, warriors are strong while ninjas are weak. You should also participate in the assessment for Yūka Palace." In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. As the gathered individuals entered the auction house, they were greeted by a spacious hall. At the forefront stood a raised platform, with rows of seats akin to those in a cinema filling the area below. The hall appeared capable of accommodating thousands. "Wait, how come there are already people inside?" exclaimed one. "Goodness, isn't that the great sage who saved the common folk of the land of waves? And isn't that the swordsman who fought alongside the Second City Lord? He is here as well?" As the gaze of the crowd turned, one could behold Mo1, Bai Xiaosheng, Ximen Chui Xue, and Yi Gu Cheng, seated at the forefront of the grand hall. The enlightened ones, Kakashi, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto Uzumaki, upon spotting the quartet, hastily approached them. Uchiha Sasuke, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Mo1, did you not mention that you had matters to attend to? How is it that both you and Master are present here?" Upon Mo1's gesture, several individuals took their seats, and he proceeded to elucidate. "The 4 of us arrived last night to seek brother by regarding the consignment of certain items. As it grew late, we decided to accommodate ourselves here for the night." Upon hearing this, the others finally comprehended the situation. Lu Xiaofeng, accompanied by Chu Liuxiang, Huaman Lu, and Zhongyuan Yidian Hong, approached Mo1 and his companions. Mo1 noticed that Wu Qing beside her was gazing intently at herself. Although she could hear Wu Qing's innermost thoughts, she feigned confusion and inquired, "Wu Qing, is something the matter?" Upon hearing Mo1's words, the others also turned their attention to Wu Qing. Wu Qing shook her head, her expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "It is nothing, merely that you possess a certain beauty." At these words, Mo1's face darkened. How infuriating! So this is the kind of indifference you exhibit. Mo1 heard the emotionless voice of Wu Qing, who was curiously pondering why Mo1, at such a tender age, possessed such terrifying prowess in martial arts. He had braced himself to express humility, Yet Wu Qing simply uttered this remark. Do not inquire about the tumultuous emotions within my heart. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. Mind reading can only perceive the thoughts of those beneath oneself. The hearts of others remain inaudible. Thus, when the heartless utter these words, they merely display an expression of realization. Xiaonan exclaimed, What should I do? What should I do? It seems that Lord Wuqing has taken a liking to Master Mo. Wuqing cast a helpless glance at Xiaonan. Do not indulge in baseless thoughts. Such a thing does not exist. Xiaonan's face flushed slightly. She quickly inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her errant thoughts. The members of Yūka Palace approached as well. Upon seeing Mo1, IUS snorted disdainfully. Humph. There is not a single good man among them. Do not inquire, have I offended you again? Hinata Hyuga gazed at Naruto Uzumaki, her eyes devoid of the childhood anticipation that once filled them, replaced instead by a sense of acceptance. Naruto-kun. Time has transformed us into shadows of our former selves. I am now the heir of the Hidden Flower Palace, and with such a caring second master, I cannot afford to disappoint her. It is time to let go. With this thought, Hinata's gaze suddenly became resolute. She turned to Yaoi and asserted, Master, we of the Hidden Flower Palace do not require emotions. Yaoi was taken aback, puzzled by her disciple's reprimand. Even Lingxing shared her astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the typically shy Hinata would utter such words. Imoen cast a glance at Hinata Hyuga, and he understood her sentiments. If Naruto Uzumaki were still the same as depicted in the original narrative, then even if Hinata joined the flower-moving palace, her feelings would remain unchanged. Alas, Naruto Uzumaki is no longer the character from the original tale. In fact, he bears no resemblance to the Naruto we once knew. After all, he and Sasuke Uchiha are the ruthless individuals who annihilated the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Hinata cherished the spirited, cheerful, optimistic, and kind-hearted Naruto. But what of the Naruto of today? He is now known as the Demon Blade Naruto. Imoen turned to the swirling Naruto, expressing his regret. I apologize, Naruto. I am merely acting in your best interest. After all, a heart unburdened by romantic ties will not hinder your swiftness in battle. Furthermore, although I may have taken away Hinata Hyuga from you, I have also returned to you an Uchiha Sasuke, have I not? It is a matter of gains and losses. You cannot claim to be at a disadvantage. Without asking whom I might be thinking of, I let out a sigh. Alas, Boruto and Himawari, surely you cannot hold it against me. After all, my intentions are solely for your father's benefit. Boruto, has my legendary life come to an end just like that? Meanwhile, Hinata, witnessing the transformation of his daughter, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He was somewhat afraid, fearful that one day his daughter might become a merciless femme fatale, akin to Kaguya. Hinata sighed. Alas, if it comes to that, perhaps I shall create a secondary account. Imoen cast a meaningful glance at Hinata Hizashi. Hinata clan leader, you may proceed. When the time comes, I shall send Hinata Hanabi's brother or sister to the dark sect. Poor Hinata Hizashi remained blissfully unaware that the fate of his future child had already been meticulously arranged. As Imoen pondered how to manage the surrounding indigenous residents, Byakugan suddenly appeared upon the high platform. The moment Byakugan made his entrance, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Observing the nearly 600 individuals below, Byakugan smiled with satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. Before the auction commences, allow me to introduce the Celestial Auction House. As the name suggests, the Celestial Auction House specializes in auctioning rare treasures and extraordinary techniques from myriad realms. Every 1 to 10 years, the Celestial Auction House holds an auction. And what currency do we accept? We utilize yuan points to assess the value of auctioned items. Upon hearing this, the audience felt a sense of vague yet profound realization. Byakugan continued, in the ninja world, a D-class ninjutsu is valued at 5 yuan points, a C-class at 20 yuan points, a B-class at 50 yuan points, an A-class at 150 yuan points, and an S-class at 400 yuan points. Furthermore, each ninjutsu can only be exchanged for yuan points once. Should you find yourselves lacking in yuan points, other items may be substituted. I now grant you half an hour to evaluate the worth of the items in your possession. The auction will officially commence in 30 minutes. With that, Byakugan vanished from the high platform. Amidst the crowd below, Uchiha Obito, disguised in a different appearance, exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzō, who had also altered their appearances, revealing a sinister smile. Hehe. I know that you two have plundered the ninjutsu of the Cloud Village. If you provide me with half, I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to reveal your hiding places to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Danzō's expression darkened, matching the intensity of Kurozetsu. Uchiha Obito, do not push your luck. Sarutobi Hizen also wore a grim visage. Uchiha Obito propped his legs up nonchalantly, disregarding Danzō. I didn't catch that. I'll grant you another chance to articulate your thoughts. Feeling belittled, Danzō's heart surged with murderous intent. Damn it, Uchiha Obito, just wait. One day, I, Shimura Danzō, will ensure your demise. Chapter 74. The first auction item. Half an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Upon the elevated platform, a slightly plump middle-aged man dressed in ancient robes appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. As he made his entrance, the hall fell into a profound silence once more. The gentleman in traditional attire, noticing all eyes were drawn to him, beamed a radiant smile and bowed gracefully to the audience. I am Wan Sanqian, the auctioneer for this event, he proclaimed, pausing for a brief moment, his smile growing even more luminous. Before we commence, I urge everyone to act within their means. Those who dare to make arbitrary bids will, at best, find themselves blacklisted by the Celestial Auction House, unable to set foot within its doors again. At worst, you may have to compensate the Celestial Auction House with your very lives for any losses incurred. The attendees shivered at Wan Sanqian's cheerful demeanor, their apprehension palpable. They had no doubt about his words. Whether from Snow Moon City or the 5 great ninja villages, they were all acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Observing the serious expressions below, Wan Sanqian continued. The primary items for auction today include treasures from the ninja world, martial arts manuals, and divine weapons, totaling 10 extraordinary items. These artifacts are of paramount significance to the current ninja realm, and you shall not want to miss this opportunity. At his words, the crowd's hearts quickened. Setting aside the treasures of the ninja world, the martial arts manuals represented a chance for them to step into the realm of martial arts. The thought of the towering tsunami and the obliteration of the land of waves stirred their excitement. Wan Sanqian took note of the audience's reactions and declared, Now, let us invite the staff to present our first auction item. As he spoke, a guard clad in battle armor approached the platform, carrying a box over a meter in length. With the audience's curiosity piqued, Wan Sanqian withdrew a scroll from the box. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he elaborated. I wonder if any of you have heard of the 3 sacred sites, my Byakugan, Rigoden, and Shikatsu Forest? Noticing that half the audience still wore bewildered looks, he continued to guide them. If you are unfamiliar with these, surely you have heard of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? The summoning beasts of the legendary 3 ninjas hail from these 3 sacred sites. As his words resonated, someone in the crowd finally reacted, exclaiming, Mr. Wan, could it be that you hold the summoning contract scroll from the 3 sacred sites? Wan Sanqian smiled and replied, Indeed. However, this scroll is not an ordinary summoning contract like those from the sacred sites. Before we auction this contract, allow me to enlighten you about the extraordinary nature of the sacred mountain. Upon hearing this, the individuals below promptly perked up their ears, particularly those who had visited the 100 Knowledge Hall. This was indeed a treasure trove of free intelligence. The 3 great sacred lands each housed an immortal being, the great toad sage of Myoho Mountain, the white snake sage of the Dragon Cave, and the slug sage of the Wetbone Forest. These 3 immortals were no younger than the sage of 6 paths, and their prowess was unfathomable. Although they had aged considerably, resulting in a slight decline in their strength, they still possessed power that rivaled that of the 6 paths level. With a mysterious smile, Wan Sanqian divulged a shocking secret. The great toad sage, Gamamaru, once had a disciple named Akatsuki Yui, who was none other than the sage of 6 paths you speak of. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd below. No way. How can this be? The sage of 6 paths was actually a disciple of the great toad sage? Is Myoho Mountain truly that extraordinary? No. Why are all 3 immortals so formidable? By heavens. 6 paths level. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Wan Sanqian, undeterred by the astonishment of the crowd, continued, Each of the 3 great sacred lands possesses its own legacy of sage techniques. As long as the contractors of these sacred lands can pass their respective assessments, they may learn the corresponding sage techniques. However, the ability to master these techniques hinges on one's innate talent for cultivating such arts. After all, as of now, only 4 individuals in the ninja world have mastered sage techniques. Seeing that Wan Sanqian had paused mid-sentence, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, Mr. Wan, could you tell us who these 4 individuals are? In response, Wan Sanqian did not answer immediately, but instead turned to Byakugan with a grin, saying, haha. I hope the esteemed elder does not mind if I encroach upon your territory. Byakugan appeared somewhat disdainful, as if these little secrets were unworthy of being considered part of his domain. After a brief chuckle, Wan Sanqian clarified for the crowd. The first is the Sage of Six Paths, who was taught by the great Toad Sage, Gamamaru. The second is Senju Hashirama. However, Hashirama's mastery of sage techniques stems from his unique status and exceptional talent, allowing him to comprehend them independently. The remaining two are Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Both of their sage techniques also originate from Myoho Mountain. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. The original celestial arts are diverse, and their might surpasses that of any later practitioners. They are incomparable to the techniques of my Byakugan. Furthermore, he can instantaneously enter sage mode, and with his wood release, he can absorb others' chakra, somewhat akin to the divine tree. Thus, I have conceptualized that the original sage has perfected wood release to its utmost, capable of absorbing natural energy. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's revelations, those present were rendered utterly astounded. I can comprehend that the Sage of Six Paths possesses celestial techniques. But, good heavens, is Senju Hashirama truly so unreasonable? Indeed, Hashirama seems to have gone too far, having comprehended celestial arts all on his own. The deceased matter little. My current concern lies with Jiraiya of Konohagakure. He is still alive, unbeknownst to whom. A single utterance turned Jiraiya into the center of attention. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Jiraiya promptly rose, wearing a broad smile, and humbly clasped his hands in greeting. I am Jiraiya, the Sage of the Toads. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Jiraiya is so charismatic. Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. Humph, what a pretentious display. The others, observing Jiraiya's courtesy, couldn't help but inwardly remark, truly, he is a practitioner of celestial arts. Wan Sanqian, noting that the crowd had sufficiently absorbed the information, promptly cleared his throat. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. The contract scroll in my possession has been entrusted to the Celestial Auction House by the esteemed Mo Wenjianzi of the Zhonghua Pavilion. Generally, we do not disclose the identities of our clients. However, Mo Wenjianzi mentioned that you pose no threat to him, so it matters not if you know. The others were left feeling a bit disheartened. Mo Wenshin remarked, truly remarkable, Wan Sanqian, with but a single phrase. You have encapsulated the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Auction House. Wan Sanqian, with a smile gracing his countenance, continued, this scroll originates from the Dragon's Lair, a spiritual contract scroll. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire it, they shall be able to forge a spiritual pact with a formidable serpent named Ximen. Wan Sanqian exaggeratedly expressed, you may not grasp the true prowess of Ximen. But allow me to enlighten you. It is the sole entity from the Dragon's Lair daring enough to challenge the White Serpent Immortal, who has found it quite a formidable opponent. Furthermore, Ximen has previously entered into contracts with Indra, the son of the Six Paths Immortal and the Third Wind Shadow. However, misunderstandings with the Third Wind Shadow have fostered a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Although Mo Wenjian has alleviated its grievances, any desire to form a contract with it must pass through its rigorous assessment. The crowd below was left in awe. Suddenly, one individual sprang to his feet, fervently declaring to those nearby, esteemed guests, grant me this favor. Ximen, ye shall be mine. No sooner had he spoken than he was drowned out by a chorus of derision. Get lost. You think you have a chance? Your worth is negligible. Indeed. Not only are you unsightly, but your aspirations are utterly delusional. Wan Sanqian, observing the cacophony in the hall, hastily interjected, ladies and gentlemen, please, I have yet to conclude. The crowd responded, hiss. Mr. Wan, we believe that is quite sufficient. Yes, even if it were extraordinary, who among us can afford it? Chapter 75. Beyond affordability, Wan Sanqian merely chuckled, then continued. Ximen possesses the potential to transform into a dragon, and is endowed with the innate ability of the pure eye, a power that surpasses even the Sharingan. To attain the level of the Six Paths is but a foregone conclusion for Ximen. Should any of you be fortunate enough to enlist its aid, not only would you gain a companion of unparalleled strength, but the acquisition of the Dragon's Lair's mystical arts would also be within your grasp. Upon finishing his statement, the hall fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, a voice broke through. This is outrageous. If possible, I would trade my wife for Ximen. Alas, I fear the ninja realm has few who could afford such a luxury. Have you not noticed? The great Mo one has deemed even a being of Xianya's caliber worthy of auction. How formidable must he truly be? Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Wan Sanqian raised his voice slightly. Now then, our first auction item. The Dragon's Lair Xianya contract scroll. The starting bid is set at 200 points, with a minimum increment of 100 points for each subsequent bid. Esteemed guests, the bidding may commence. The crowd below uttered, how can we even participate? We cannot afford it. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's words, a foreboding sense began to settle within their hearts. The existence of Huolong aimed to transcend into the realm of the Six Paths. Could they possibly afford such a venture? It seemed that beyond the 5 great ninja villages and the martial factions, no one would have the means. The cost of 200 points equated to the value of 8 S-rank ninjutsu. The members of the 5 great ninja villages fell into deep contemplation. For them, they would rather expend 200 points to acquire 8 S-rank ninjutsu than invest in Shinya. After all, 8 S-rank ninjutsu represented not merely the foundation of a village, but also its legacy. Even if it were to be A-rank or B-rank ninjutsu, such an investment remained beyond their capacity as the risks were far too great. Purchasing the scroll did not guarantee a contract with Shinya. One would still need to pass an evaluation to establish such a bond. Essentially, the 200 points merely purchased a chance to contract with Shinya, not to mention the further consideration of martial arts techniques. Consequently, the notion of acquiring the contract scroll was abandoned by the 5 great ninja villages. The only individuals present who hesitated were Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Hisashi, and Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hisashi's expression contorted in a painful struggle. Danzō, shall we place a bid? After considerable reflection, Shimura Danzō shook his head. No. Setting aside the question of whether we could pass Shinya's evaluation, even if we did succeed, we have no certainty of when he might reach the 6 paths level. Furthermore, even if he attains that level, could he possibly contend with the likes of the 2 6 paths, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Our current objective is to elevate ourselves to the 6 paths. With the ninjutsu we have brought from Konoha, along with what we obtained from Kumogakure, there will be virtually no one to contest us for the subsequent martial arts techniques. Thus, we cannot bid on the first auction item. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hisashi's expression softened. Danzō, you are indeed correct. Seeking assistance from others is far less reliable than relying on ourselves. Martial arts is our only avenue. Uchiha Obito initially contemplated placing a bid, but upon hearing their discourse, he too relinquished the thought. With his Kamui, evading Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha seeking vengeance would not be an easy task. Danzō's assertions held merit. Shinya could hardly stand against Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, rendering him of little use to me. On the stage, Wan Sanqian observed the silence and bids and, with a hint of resignation, announced, in 5 minutes. Should there be no further bids, the first item will be returned to the auctioneer. In a corner of the audience, Kurozetsu turned to Shin Uchiha and inquired, Grandfather, shall we not place a bid? Shin Uchiha replied nonchalantly, even if Shinya were to step into the 6 paths, he would not be my match. What purpose would he serve for us? Kurozetsu nodded in agreement, quickly flattering, as expected of you, Grandfather, truly unmatched in the world. Hinata Niji and S.H. Fu exchanged glances, murmuring, what a sycophant. In the front row of the hall, observing the absence of bidders, Orochimaru turned to the serene-faced Mo1 and inquired with curiosity, Mo1, it seems that no one is bidding, does it not? Mo1 smiled faintly and remarked, it is quite normal. Were it not for the absence of martial artists in this world, the Xianu would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure. However, as it stands, it can only be said that those who wish to purchase it find themselves unable to afford it, while those who can afford it have merely elevated their standards. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was further perplexed. If Mo1 was aware that no one would make a purchase, then why would he still bring the Xianya contract scroll for auction? Mo1 remarked, I merely seek to gather enough items for the auction. Of course, he could never utter such words aloud. Observing the puzzled expression on Orochimaru's face, Mo1 sighed, Shinya possesses remarkable talent. Logically, it should have already ascended to the 6 paths level, yet it is far too impulsive. Impulsiveness is not only a grave flaw for warriors, but for ninjas as well. The reason I brought its contract scroll to auction is simply to make it aware of its standing. To others, it is worth less than a martial arts manual. Perhaps this will temper Shinya's excessive pride and help it shed its restless disposition. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru finally comprehended the situation. After a moment, he sighed, Mo1. You always go to great lengths to consider the feelings of others. Were it I would simply discipline Shinya, and it would naturally learn to behave. Mo1 displayed a look of helplessness. Alas, at times, your approach is indeed unobjectionable. However, Xinya is an entirely different matter. If it were possible to confront matters head-on, do you truly believe that the White Serpent Immortal would be incapable of overcoming it? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, You are right, Mo1. At times, I find it utterly incomprehensible. You are merely 14, yet you exude a depth akin to the vast ocean. Not only is your strength unfathomable, but your philosophical insights surpass those of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Sasuke interjected with a proud expression. Of course, how could anyone possibly compare to Mo1 and II? Uzumaki Naruto, visibly displeased, glared at Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru. Your words are nothing short of an insult to Mo1 and II. Orochimaru, visibly exasperated, thought to himself, Goodness, two fervent admirers. Mo1 was quite pleased with the performances of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. However, he still had to maintain a faade. He cast a glare at the two of them, exclaiming, You two are so talkative. The conversation between Mo1 and Orochimaru was naturally overheard by those around them. Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru speaking like an ordinary person, contemplated, Perhaps only my brother Mo1 could restore Orochimaru to normalcy. Xiaonan Tsunade. Shizune, how could a mere summoning beast elicit such profound consideration from him? He truly possesses a warmth and tenderness that is remarkable. Wu Qing merely cast a sidelong glance at Mo1 before resuming his meditative repose. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing his brother's words, felt a pang of sorrow within. Sasuke, alas. As expected, the first auction item failed to sell. In front of an audience of 30,000, after returning the contract scroll to Mo1, 6 armored guards, paired in twos, ascended the platform bearing 3 ancient bronze cabinets, each adorned with a mysterious talisman. Gazing at the 3 peculiar cabinets, the onlookers were convinced that the contents within must be extraordinary. At this moment, Wan Sanxian explained to the crowd, the items contained within these 3 sealed cabinets are indeed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th auction items of this event. These 3 treasures have been entrusted to us for auction by the notorious agents of the Zhonghua Pavilion. The audience was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that these 3 items were also connected to the Zhonghua Pavilion. This Zhonghua Pavilion seems quite remarkable, does it not? Of course. The great Mo1 is renowned for rescuing the common folk of the Land of Waves. How could his Zhonghua Pavilion be anything but extraordinary? My only concern now is whether we can afford these 3 items. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Wan Sanxian approached the rightmost sealed cabinet and tore away the mysterious talisman. In the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Fengying Luosha, in particular, stood up in fright, exclaiming, This is impossible. Chapter 76, Auctioning the Tailed Beasts. How can this resemble Shane's one tail so closely? It doesn't merely resemble it. It is indeed. But wait, why is this one tail only the size of a human? Indeed, and why does it appear somewhat adorable? There was no end to the astonishment, only escalating shock. Wan Sanxian paid no heed to the crowd's reaction and proceeded to tear away the talismans from the other 2 sealed cabinets. As the 8 tails and 9 tails emerged from the 2 cabinets, the hall fell into an instant silence. Wan Sanxian, observing the stunned crowd, smiled and explained, I trust everyone recognizes these? They are the 1-tail Shikaku, the 8 tails Gyuki, and the 9 tails Kurama, 3 of the 9-tailed beasts of the ninja world. Or perhaps we should refer to them as Little Shikaku, Little Gyuki, and Little Kurama. Upon hearing this, the audience quickly snapped back to reality. Mr. Wan, are Shikaku, Gyuki, and Kurama the names of these 3-tailed beasts? Yes, indeed. But why are they so small? After Wan Sanxian signaled for silence among the crowd, he elucidated. Indeed, these 3 names belong to the 3-tailed beasts. As for their diminutive size, these 3-tailed beasts were cultivated by unscrupulous individuals utilizing the techniques of the Zhonghua Pavilion, each having taken a tail from the genuine tailed beasts. Now, these 3 small-tailed beasts have evolved into independent entities, since they have only recently come into existence. They're akin to 3- or 4-year-old children among humans, bewildered by the world around them. Wan Sanqian paused momentarily, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Should any of you manage to acquire these three-tailed beasts, provided you treat them with genuine sincerity, they shall serve you faithfully, even without the need for a jinchuriki. In less than a decade, they will mature into their full forms. At that time, the ninja world will no longer consist of 9-tailed beasts, but rather 12. As soon as Wan Sanqian finished speaking, the little Shoha unexpectedly emitted a boyish voice, adorably naive. Mr. Wan, are you going to sell us? Little Kyubi appeared on the verge of tears. Mr. Wan, can you please not sell us? We promise to behave. The Kyubi, about the same height as Wan Sanqian, affectionately nudged his head against Wan Sanqian's shoulder, expressing his dismay. Mr. Wan, I do not wish to leave the auction house. Wan Sanqian gently patted the heads of the three small beasts, reassuring them. The world outside is vast. You cannot remain in the auction house forever. Fear not. I will surely choose a good companion for you. Moreover, we shall not be permanently separated. If you miss me, you may come to the multiverse auction house to find me. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's explanation and witnessing his interaction with the three small-tailed beasts, the audience was captivated, their breaths quickening and eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this truly a tailed beast? Unbelievable. Astounding. Just as Mr. Wan said, they are indeed like children. Hey, don't you dare compete with me. I must have one of those tailed beasts. After soothing the three little tailed beasts, Wan Sanqian adopted a serious demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of who ultimately acquires these little companions, I implore you to treat them as you would your own comrades. Should I discover that they are unhappy, I shall have no choice but to express my apologies. The crowd did not waver in the face of Wan Sanqian's warning. Having witnessed the three little-tailed beasts' demeanor, they felt confident in their ability to forge a bond with any one of them. Mr. Wan, rest assured, if you sell me one of the little-tailed beasts, I promise to treat it well. Mr. Wan, sell one to me, and I shall raise it like my own son. Are you dreaming? Sell it to me, and I will treat it like a revered elder. No, sell it to me, and I will love it as dearly as I would my own wife. As the crowd's discourse grew increasingly absurd, Wan Sanqian found himself at a loss for words. Silence. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bid wins, he proclaimed. The starting price for the three small-tailed beasts was set at 800 points, with each increment not less than 50 points. We shall commence with the auction of the small guardian crane. You may begin your bidding now. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly shouted, I bid 1,000 points from the sand-hidden village. After announcing his bid, he scanned the crowd. Everyone, grant me this favor. The small guardian crane will thrive best in my land of sand. The crowd chose to overlook the latter part of Luo Sha's statement. Mei Ming shot Luo Sha a disdainful glance before declaring, Mist-hidden village, 100 points. Before Luo Sha could retort, a voice emerged from the great wilds. Rock-hidden village, 200 points. Shortly thereafter, Leaf village, 400 points. Luo Sha felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, 600 points. The auction house fell into a hush at his declaration. Representatives from the Leaf, Rock, and Mist villages hesitated, for 600 points equated to the value of 4 S-rank ninjutsu. Narashikaku sighed. The martial arts techniques are what truly matter. Our focus should be on the 9 tails. Let us forego this bidding. Sarutobi Hisashi glanced at his close associate, Shimura Danzō. It appears Luo Sha is determined to secure this. Should we not raise the bid? Doing so may eliminate a competitor. Danzō displayed a confident demeanor. Hisashi, this is merely a one-tail. Should Luo Sha win this bid, he will undoubtedly continue to raise the stakes. We can simply fan the flames later, ensuring we remain unscathed. Hisashi gazed at Danzō with admiration. You truly are remarkable. Noticing the prolonged silence in the auction house, Wan Sanqian urged, Ladies and gentlemen, this is a one-tailed beast. A war weapon. Miss this opportunity, and it will be gone forever. Luo Sha muttered, What a despicable person. After several moments of stillness, Wan Sanqian sighed, I will count to 3. If no one bids, this one tail will belong to the wind shadow. 1, 2. Luo Sha felt as though time had come to a standstill. He had never endured such torment, not even when his wife was in labor. Finally, as Luo Sha waited with bated breath, Wan Sanqian's voice resonated once more throughout the auction house. 3. Congratulations to Wind Shadow Luo Sha for successfully acquiring the small guardian crane. You may collect your auction prize at the backstage after the event concludes. Luo Sha exhaled in relief, offering a fist bump to Wan Sanqian. Thank you, Mr. Wan. Wan Sankian nodded with a faint smile and continued, All right, everyone. You may now bid for the little Nyo Gue, with an opening price set at 800 yuan. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 50 yuan. As Wan Sankian concluded his statement, Shimura Danzō promptly gestured to the Raikage nearby to place a bid. In the Hidden Cloud Village, 900 yuan. Following closely were several other ninja villages. In the Hidden Leaf Village, 1,000 yuan. In the Hidden Sand Village, 1,200 yuan. In the Hidden Mist Village, 1,500 yuan. Just as Noki prepared to make his bid, the Raikage suddenly stood up, exclaiming in anger, The little Nyo Gue is mine. I bid 1,900 yuan. His declaration stirred the crowd into a frenzy. By the heavens! 5 esteemed guardians. Alas! This auction is far too extravagant for ordinary folk like us to participate. Who could disagree? Observing the prolonged silence from the bidders, Sarutobi Hisashi cast a worried glance at his close friend. Danzō, you won't falter, will you? Although Danzō felt a tight knot of anxiety within, he maintained an outward appearance of confidence. Fear not, Hisashi. Wan Sankian surveyed the crowd from his elevated position. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? A sense of dread gripped Danzō. Goodness, it seems we might truly be in over our heads. Just as Danzō's unease peaked, the Hidden Stone Village declared, 2,000 yuan. A sigh of relief escaped Danzō's lips as he observed the unruffled Noki. He longed to express his gratitude. Thank you for your presence. You've warmed the seasons. Hisashi was taken aback by Naka's unexpected intervention at such a critical moment. What prompted Noki to stand up now? Danzō reclined with an air of nonchalance. Just as I anticipated. Uchiha Obito, that cunning old man, was indeed insidious. From afar, Noki revealed a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Hiki, by exhausting the Raikage, I have eliminated a competitor. Moments later, Noki regarded the Raikage, who remained expressionless. With a puzzled look, what is happening? This hot-headed Raikage has not erupted in fury? It took Noki a moment to comprehend the situation. I see. It seems this brute is too enraged to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Eyes. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? If not, I shall announce the results. 3 seconds later, Wan Sankian turned to the bewildered Noki and congratulated him. Congratulations to the Tsukikage Noki for successfully bidding on the little Nyo Gue. Congratulations. Noki, still in a state of confusion, wondered, what just transpired? What is happening? Grandfather? What's wrong? Isn't the splendid? Heitao observed his grandfather lost in thought. Utterly bewildered. Upon hearing his granddaughter's voice, Ohaimaki snapped back to reality. With a grim expression etched on his aged visage, he turned to the impassive Raikage and muttered, You deceitful Raikage. The entire ninja world has fallen for your trickery. Heitao? Grandfather, what troubles you about the Raikage? Ohaimaki wore a look of distress akin to someone suffering from constipation. Oh, it's nothing. Wan Sankian, noticing the crowd's attention gravitating towards the little Kyubi, announced loudly. Just like with the little Nibbit, if anyone is interested in the little Kyubi, the bidding is now open. No sooner had Wan Sankian finished speaking than Might Guy eagerly raised his hand. From Konoha Village, I bid 1,500 ryo. The others were taken aback. What on earth? How did Konoha just raise their bid by 700 ryo? Truly impressive. They aimed to intimidate the other ninja villages. Indeed, upon hearing Might Guy's declaration, the representatives from Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure were taken aback. They had never anticipated Konoha's audacity. As for why Kumogakure remained unfazed, the Raikage admitted that he was unable to react. Zetsu, overhearing Might Guy's bid, merely scoffed. Originally, the Nine Tails resided within Naruto Uzumaki, but now that Naruto was no longer a part of Konoha, it was clear that Konoha would not let this opportunity slip away. Nearby, Sarutobi Hizen cast a complex gaze towards the Konoha faction, feeling a twinge of guilt. Zetsu, perhaps we should refrain from undermining Konoha at this juncture? Zetsu, unfazed by Sarutobi's concern, simply regarded his wrinkled face with a cold stare. Hizen, remember, you only have Asuma and Konohamaru left. If we don't take advantage of Konoha now, will they not compete with us for the martial arts scrolls later? After stating this, Zetsu paid no mind to his conflicted companion and merely cast a casual glance at the Raikage. The Raikage, fully aware of his master's intentions, declared, Kumogakure, 1,600 ryo. Initially hesitating, Ohaimaki, Rashi, and Terumi Mei were momentarily stunned by the Raikage's announcement. Coming to their senses, they opted to observe the developments. Might Guy turned to his strategist, Nara Shikaku. Noticing Shikaku signaling him, Might Guy nodded in understanding and promptly shouted, Konoha Village, 1800 Ryo. The Raikage remained unperturbed. Kimogikure, 1900 Ryo. Seeing the Raikage's unyielding determination, Shikaku frowned. After a brief moment, he leaned towards Might Guy and whispered a few suggestions. Receiving his strategist's counsel, Might Guy nodded in comprehension and then proclaimed, 2,300 Ryo. If the Raikage can offer a higher price, then this little nine tails shall belong to you. Naturally, those around witnessed Nara Shikaku's actions. Hiss. The Nara clan truly lives up to its reputation as a family of high intelligence. Indeed, with this single statement, he forced the Raikage to make a choice. Shimura Danzō was contemplating raising the price further, but upon hearing Might Guy's words, he had no choice but to cease his bidding. If Shimura Danzō had given up in the shadows, how could the representatives of the other three major ninja villages persist? As the hall fell into silence once more, once in Xian, on stage, once again incited, distinguished guests, the Nine Tails is the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Remember, it was the fourth Hokage and his wife who lost their lives because of the Nine Tails. Will you truly let this opportunity slip through your fingers? The people of Konoha murmured amongst themselves. This is quite the unscrupulous merchant. Although the crowd below felt tempted, they did not lose their composure. The quiet atmosphere lingered for several seconds. Just as everyone believed the bid would fall to Konoha, a melodious voice resonated throughout the auction house. 2,500. The bidder was none other than the esteemed Rei Hikari of the Flower Palace. Upon hearing Rei Hikari's bid, the five great ninja villages were taken aback. Mist Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, and even the Cloud Village represented by Shimura Danzō had anticipated that they could first exhaust Konoha's resources. To their surprise, Rei Hikari had emerged as a contender. Nara Shikaku's expression darkened. He turned to the bewildered Hinata Hayashi and said solemnly, "Is this what you meant by allies?" Hinata Hayashi offered an awkward smile, but refrained from providing an explanation. Might Guy gazed at Nara Shikamaru with confusion. Nara clan leader, shall we raise the bid? Nara Shikaku could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, continuing to bid would only offend the Flower Palace. Moreover, it appeared that Hinata Hayashi's two daughters held considerable standing within the Flower Palace, and thus, we must not jeopardize this relationship. Might Guy understood and fell silent. Meanwhile, Hinata Hayashi looked at Nara Shikaku with gratitude. Thank you, Nara clan leader. As anticipated, the little Nine Tails was successfully bid upon by Rei Hikari. Hinata curiously looked at Rei Hikari. Master, why did you decide to purchase the little Nine Tails? Rei Hikari provided a surprisingly candid answer. Because the little Nine Tails is adorable. I initially intended to acquire the little Shikaku and the little Nibi, but they were simply too unattractive. The surrounding ninjas were taken aback. What kind of reasoning is this? A minute later, observing Wan Sanqian flanked by two guards, each holding a petri dish. The crowd below erupted in confusion. Is this the fifth and sixth auction items? Hiss. Are those eyes inside? It truly appears to be eyes. How peculiar. Why would they auction off eyes? On the other side, upon seeing two petri dishes containing 4 eyeballs, the Uchiha brothers felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Wan Sanqian cast a glance at the crowd below, revealing a mysterious smile as he explained, these 2 pairs of eyes are the 5th item up for auction. Chapter 78. The eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. Wan Sanqian intended to continue speaking, but Uchiha Sasuke, wearing a dark expression, abruptly interrupted him. Elder, are these the eyes of my Uchiha kin? The others were taken aback by Uchiha Sasuke's sudden inquiry. However, upon hearing his words, they also looked curiously at Wan Sanqian, eager to hear his response. Wan Sanqian nodded at Uchiha Sasuke and then stated, Indeed, these belong to your parents. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They had speculated that the eyes might belong to some clan member, yet they could hardly fathom that they were, in fact, their own parents' eyes. Observing Uchiha Sasuke, who was clenching his fists, ready to erupt, Imowen immediately stood up and addressed Wan Sanqian with a fist salute. Brother Wan, during the Uchiha massacre, the Celestial Auction House had not yet come into existence. Could you inform us whose commission led to the auction of these eyes? Upon hearing Imowen's inquiry, the Uchiha brothers forced themselves to regain their composure. Wan Sanqian returned Imowen's gesture of respect before responding, Imo Jinzi, as I mentioned before. The Celestial Auction House has a duty to protect the privacy of its clients. Thus, I should not disclose any information. However, That individual seemed to anticipate your question and instructed me to convey a message to the esteemed Ximen Chui Xue on his behalf. Imoen inquired, Brother One. What message did that person ask you and my senior brother to convey? Wan Sanqian, with a grim demeanor, bowed respectfully and replied. The exact words were as follows. After 3 years apart, I wonder if the sword of Master Jinzi has grown more ruthless? If not, then it remains incapable of slaying me. Upon hearing this, Ximen Chui Xue merely furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief pause, he directed a cold gaze towards Wan Sanqian and uttered 4 words. Where is the black robe? Uchiha Sasuke, upon hearing his master's words, instantly recalled the identity of the black robe, the enigmatic figure that Ximen Chui Xue had pursued 3 years prior, behind the Hokage rock in Konoha. Wan Sanqian displayed a wry smile and said helplessly, Senior, why must you put me in such a predicament? Not only do I not know the whereabouts of the black robe, but even if I did, I could not divulge that information to you. Ximen Chui Xue cast a dispassionate glance at Wan Sanqian. He then turned his attention to Mo1, his tone softening slightly as he said, I appreciate your assistance. While others were puzzled by Ximen Chui Xue's words, Mo1 chuckled lightly. Sasuke is not merely the disciple of Brother Chui Xue, he is also my younger brother. Thus, there is no trouble at all. Ximen Chui Xue nodded and shifted his gaze back to the high platform, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Mo1 glanced at the bewildered Uchiha Sasuke and reassured him, All right, Sasuke, please take a seat. I shall procure your parents' eyes for you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke began to comprehend why Ximen Chui Xue had mentioned the troubles associated with Mo1. He felt a surge of emotion and bowed deeply to both of them. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Brother Mo1. The others, having eavesdropped on the conversation, gradually pieced together the situation. It seemed that a figure known as the Man in Black had a vendetta against Ximen Chui Xue, and simultaneously, this man had taken Uchiha Sasuke's parents' eyes to auction them off. Wan Sanqian exhaled deeply and continued to elucidate for the gathered crowd. To my left are the eyes of Uchiha Mikoto, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. To my right are the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan is an evolution of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Initially, many were puzzled as to why Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were referred to as Manjiki Sharingan. But after Wan Sanqian's explanation, clarity dawned upon them. I shan't elaborate on the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but let me share the distinctive features of these Manjiki Sharingan. These eyes possess 3 primary abilities. The first is a skill common to all Manjiki Sharingan, known as the Divine Power Susanoo. Susanoo boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities. Typically towering at around 200 meters, it is exceedingly difficult for even S-rank ninjutsu to breach Susanoo's defenses. Its destructive power is equivalent to that of S-rank ninjutsu. A wave of unease washed over the crowd at this revelation. Isn't Susanoo's strength simply outrageous? It's like a walking S-rank skill. However, when they heard Wan Sanqian's subsequent remarks, they were left in utter disbelief. The second and third skills of this pair of eyes were intertwined with time itself. One skill allows the user to foresee any event within the next 5 seconds, while the other grants the ability to pause time for 2 seconds. As Wan Sanqian finished speaking, the hall fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally responded, Wait, controlling time. Is that even possible for a human? This is preposterous. Uchiha Fugaku must be a divine being to possess such extraordinary eyes. Indeed, the potential of these eyes was terrifyingly formidable. I now seriously suspect that Uchiha Fugaku had granted Uchiha Itachi a vast advantage. It was clear that if these eyes were used in combat, it would be tantamount to outright cheating. Uchiha Sasuke, with a grim expression, stood up from his seat, trembling. Even though he had learned earlier at the 100 Knowledge Hall that his father also possessed a Manjiki Sharingan, he had witnessed the terrifying power of Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He had believed his father might not be a match for Itachi. But now, Uchiha Sasuke fervently suppressed his murderous intent, his scarlet eyes fixated upon the stunned Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, you are nothing but a beast. Our father hesitated to take your life, but I shall not. Await your fate. I will undoubtedly slay you, without fail. Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing his dearest friend's fury, swiftly rose to his feet. With his right hand resting upon the hilt of his blade, he glared menacingly at Uchiha Itachi, prepared to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. The members of Akatsuki, observing the bloodthirsty gazes of the two, felt a chill run down their spines. The sight of Naruto poised to strike sent shivers of fear coursing through them. as if their very souls were being whisked away. Imo quickly calmed the two individuals, saying, "Sasuke, Naruto, this is the Celestial Auction House. Even with the presence of the two senior brothers and myself, we cannot shake the foundation of the auction house. If you seek revenge, there will be ample time. You must remain composed." Sasuke Uchiha was well aware of the formidable nature of the Celestial Auction House. Had it not been for the consideration of Mo1 and the others being present, he would have attempted to reclaim his parents' eyes from the auction house, regardless of the risk. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke spoke in a slightly subdued tone, "Brother Mo1, I understand." Naruto Uzumaki observed Sasuke resuming his seat and turned to the Akatsuki members, declaring with a snort, "Humph, I better not cross paths with you again. If I do, I will take down every single one of you." The Akatsuki members recoiled slightly, casting anxious glances at Bai Shaoxing. Noticing their pleading expressions, Bai Shaoxing, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Hee, you are all young ones. Handle your own matters. If you wish to survive, then practice diligently. I must remind you, aside from Nagato, none of you stand a chance against them. Itachi, with his Manjiki Sharingan, can only manage to protect himself. So, young men, do your best." Conan felt like crying. They had only just escaped the machinations of the Sage of Six Paths, and now they were being pursued by two maniacs. She silently resolved to supervise their training diligently upon their return. Meanwhile, Kurozetsu gazed at the struggling Shin Uchiha and inquired, "Grandfather, do you intend to bid?" After a long moment of contemplation, Shin responded, "Spatial abilities can be substituted with ninjutsu, but time manipulation has surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. Although I am tempted, the origins of Mo1 and his companions are shrouded in mystery, and I am uncertain whether the Tsutsuki clan can match them. If I make a wrong choice, it could spell disaster for my family. For a pair of eyes, it is not worth the risk." On the auction stage, Wan Xian, noting the time was ripe, clapped his hands to signal the continuation of the auction. "All right, I have introduced everything necessary. The starting bid for these two pairs of eyes is 500 points, with a minimum increment of 100 points. You may commence bidding." Silence prevailed, as everyone in the ninja world knew that Mo1 and his companions were determined to acquire these eyes, rendering them hesitant to place a bid. Of course, this apprehension only applied to those in the ninja world. Beside Conan, the emotionless Wuqing called out calmly, 5,000 points. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of such a significant increase, the cold voice of Yue echoed, 6,000 points. Wuqing responded, 500 points. Yue raised the stakes, 500 points. Wuqing countered, 8,000 points. Inviting the moon, 90,000 yuan. Observing the two women engaged in an escalating bidding war, the spectators from the ninja realm were left in a state of bewilderment. They could only gaze vacantly at this conflict devoid of gunfire. Inviting the moon, angered by the beauty of her rival, whose allure rivaled her own, felt a chill in her voice as she declared, 110,000 yuan. It is not surprising that Mo1 and the two bidders are in contention. For martial artists, the mastery of temporal abilities is exceedingly rare, perhaps only attainable by those who transcend the realm of immortals. Wuqing is well aware of this, and thus she is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. 140,000 points. Silence. As Wuqing's words echoed, the denizens of the ninja realm could only tremble in fear. The world of the powerful is indeed terrifying. Sikong Changfeng felt a stirring within, yet upon seeing Bailey Dongjun shake his head, he too chose to withdraw. Just as Yao Yu was preparing to make another bid, Mo1's voice resounded, 200,000 points. From here on, no matter how much you bid, I shall offer 10,000 points more. Undeniably, this is the mark of a true magnate. The ninja realm's populace had grown numb. To think 200,000 points could equate to so many S-rank ninjutsu techniques. They believed that those eyes should not warrant such a price. Observing Mo1's unwavering determination, Wuqing had no choice but to concede. As for Yao Yu, seeing Wuqing refrain from further bidding, she merely snorted disdainfully and ceased her participation. Wan Xian, noticing the lack of further bids, joyfully announced Mo1's success in the auction. Mo1, feeling that his true self had finally seized a moment to showcase his grandeur, resolved not to let it pass easily. With that thought, he promptly stood and cupped his fist in salute to Wan Xian. "Brother Wan, may I retrieve my auction proceeds now?" Wan Xian pondered for a moment before explaining, Typically, we conduct transactions backstage with a simultaneous exchange of payment and goods. However, since you are a friend of the esteemed first seat, I naturally trust you. Therefore, it is permissible for you to take it now. After expressing heartfelt gratitude to Wan Sanqian, Mo1, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, witnessed the two guards on stage inexplicably send the petri dishes soaring towards him. The dishes then seemed to be suspended in midair, held aloft by an unseen force before Mo1. Several martial artists were taken aback by Mo1's extraordinary abilities. Their astonishment did not stem from the act itself, as any martial artist capable of projecting internal energy or comprehending martial intent could retrieve objects from a distance. However, Mo1 exhibited no discernible fluctuations of intent or internal energy. Wu Qing, observing this phenomenon, was equally bewildered. How is it that you possess telekinetic abilities as well? Mo1 revealed a radiant smile. How is it that you possess such mental prowess, you heartless girl? Heartless? Heartless quickly turned her head, not wishing to spare Mo1 another glance. Without hesitation, Mo1 let out a chuckle and, with a mere flicker of thought, summoned the petri dish to hover before Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, I promised I would acquire this for you. Here, take it. Sasuke's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he comprehended the significance of the 200,000 points. That equated to a staggering 500 S-rank ninjutsu techniques. How could he not be moved? As he accepted the petri dish, his voice trembled with emotion. Thank you, brother Mo1. The onlookers from the ninja world regarded Sasuke with palpable envy. To simply bestow such a valuable item worth 200,000 points. They lamented, wishing for a brother Mo1 of their own. Konan, Tsunade, and Shizen felt a pang of envy as well. Sigh, how enviable are these two little devils. Such a warm-hearted man, and yet these two rascals hardly seem worthy of Mo1's concern. Hinata Hyuga sighed inwardly. Naruto, you have spent 3 years with someone like him. Yet why have you not gleaned a fraction of his admirable traits? Yaoyu, observing Mo1's kindness towards Sasuke, felt her expression darken further. Rising to her feet, she confronted him. Mo1, do you harbor any grievances against me? Mo1 felt utterly perplexed. What on earth was wrong with this madwoman? The surrounding ninjas gazed at the two in utter confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Xiaofeng mused to himself. It seems that the original body knows how to engage in this game. Mo1 found himself at a loss for words as he glanced at Yaoyu. Lord of the Palace, we are currently in an auction house. Please be mindful of your words. Yaoyu, already exasperated, glared at the surrounding onlookers and declared fiercely, if you continue to stare, I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets. The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, with such an arrogant and overbearing disposition. It's not just Mo1 who harbors grievances against you. I dare say everyone here does. Wu Qing, overhearing the thoughts of those nearby, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Beside her, Xiao Nen seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation. Lord Wu Qing, what brings you to laughter? Wu Qing instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Nothing. You must have misinterpreted. By the way, do refrain from calling me Lord. Simply address me as Sister Wu Qing. Although Xiao Nen felt she had not misjudged, upon hearing the latter part of Wu Qing's statement, she sweetly referred to her as Sister Wu Qing. On the auction stage, Wan Sanqian cleared his throat twice. Ahem. The auction shall proceed. The next items for bidding are the 6th, 7th, and 8th auction pieces. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, 3 guards approached the stage, each holding a black box. Wan Sanqian explained, next, we shall auction 3 martial arts manuals, which can also be described as combat techniques. The first is a manual for lightness skill, the second for swordsmanship, and the third for palm techniques. Each of these manuals is progressively more formidable. Observing the puzzled expressions of the ninja crowd, Wan Sanqian continued. In the realm of ninjas, to perform ninjutsu, one must first cultivate chakra. In martial arts, aside from techniques, many manuals also require the integration of inner strength for execution. However, unlike ninjas, martial artists do not have the cumbersome requirement of hand seals. As long as they cultivate their inner strength, they can employ the martial arts they have mastered. Seeing the audience attentively listening, Wan Sanqian shared some good news. To facilitate your acquisition of these manuals for cultivation, the auction house has included several methods for cultivating inner strength before each manual. Furthermore, we have standardized the classification of martial arts realms. The eyes of the ninjas gleamed with excitement. How thoughtful of this celestial auction house. Is this an entirely different cultivation system? Wait, brother, are you just now realizing this? Indeed, Judging from the demeanor of MO1 and Lord Bai Li, martial artists are leagues ahead of ninjas. What is so surprising? I heard about it from a friend in Shuiua City yesterday. Brother, didn't Shuiua City just emerge yesterday? How did you make a friend so quickly? Haha, perhaps it's because of my charming looks. Wan Sanxian took a box from one of the guards and continued. Inside this box lies a manual for lightness skill. Before introducing this remarkable technique of lightness, allow me to enlighten you on the concept of lightness itself. Chapter 80, Ascending the Clouds. In simple terms, you may liken the instantaneous technique of the ninja realm to a form of lightness, as there exists a plethora of styles within this discipline. Each style of lightness yields distinct effects. Some emphasize agility. Individuals adept in such techniques glide through combat like eels, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to seize opportunities for attack. Others focus on leveraging external forces to minimize the consumption of internal energy. Practitioners of these techniques can stand upon a mere straw, which would effortlessly support their weight. Furthermore, these techniques can be employed for swift travel or escape. During the incursion into the world of Shuiua City, it was the lightness techniques that enabled Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to race across the ocean with unbridled fervor. While you ninjas can indeed traverse the sea, it is merely through sheer physical exertion, rendering your speed equivalent to that of a sprint. In contrast, lightness techniques elevate the practitioner's velocity to unparalleled heights. A term often used to describe martial artists is shrinking the earth to inches, which epitomizes the pinnacle of lightness. Wan Sanxian observed the captivated audience from the ninja realm and offered a succinct summary. The aforementioned are but minor capabilities of lightness. Truly formidable lightness techniques not only allow one to ride the wind, but also to tread upon air. Wan Sanxian, lost in thought, suddenly sighed. Upon reflection, lightness is not as extraordinary as it seems. For once a martial artist attains the early stages of the transcendent realm, the ability to briefly walk upon air becomes attainable. Others, however, were eager to interject. Wan Sanxian, your pretense is quite excessive, setting aside the abilities to ride the wind and walk upon air. In terms of agility-focused lightness techniques, only the instantaneous technique in the ninja realm bears semblance, and it requires hand seals. The thought of ninjas needing to perform seals while martial artists do not stir a wave of frustration within them. I must become a martial artist. Me too. Ever since I lost a hand, my ninja career has been rendered futile. I can no longer perform seals. According to my sources, the Master of Bailey City is a formidable presence in the transcendent realm, comparable to the Six Paths Sage. Gasp, the Master of Bailey City is indeed terrifying. Mr. Wan, is it time for you to introduce the lightness technique you possess? Indeed, Mr. Wan. Please share. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Wan Sanxian, witnessing the eagerness of the crowd, smiled with satisfaction. The lightness technique I hold is called Ascending the Clouds. This technique was created by the unparalleled master Zhang Sanfeng during the ancient era. You may not fully grasp the extent of Zhang Sanfeng's strength. Beneath the realm of martial transcendence, there exist four major stages: the realm of Vajra, the realm of freedom, the realm of transcendence, and the realm of spiritual wandering. Each grand realm is further subdivided into three minor stages: initial, intermediate, and perfected. Once one transcends to the state of divine wandering and achieves perfection, they may step into the cosmos and explore the universe. Zhang Sanfeng is indeed a peerless powerhouse who has broken through the divine wandering realm and entered the celestial domain. As Wan Sanxian observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, he uttered something even more outrageous. Although the skill of Tiyunzong was conceived in his youth, it is undeniably a formidable technique of agility. If any among you were to master Tiyunzong, theoretically, as long as your stamina permits, you could ascend to the heavens by alternating your left foot with your right, soaring upwards. Even if you wish to reach the moon or stand side by side with the sun, it could be achieved. A vivid image unfolded in everyone's minds, the scene of themselves, alternating feet, spiraling skyward. A silence enveloped the air for a few moments. How terrifying is Zhang Sanfeng? How fearsome is Tiyunzong? No, it is the martial path that is truly awe-inspiring. For some inexplicable reason, I can already envision myself ascending to the heavens. Yet, does no one take note of Mr. Wan's mention of the primordial era? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, a wandering ninja suddenly stood up, exclaiming with excitement, "Brothers, no matter how hard we try, we cannot compete with the 5 great ninja villages on our own. I have an immature idea. What if we unite to acquire the techniques, so that everyone can learn? What do you think? The eyes of those around him brightened. Ah, this idea is splendid. Alas, time is too short to even gather the necessary information. Imoen also heard the voice of this individual. He chuckled, remarking on how increasingly fascinating the ninja world had become. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimura Danzō, who had similarly heard the ninja's words, was momentarily captivated. After a brief pause, he seemed to contemplate something, immediately revealing a sinister smile. Beside him, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of nausea. Danzō, what nefarious scheme are you concocting this time? Danzo's expression stiffened. He cast a penetrating gaze at Uchiha Obito but refrained from speaking, inwardly thinking, "Humph, foolish Uchiha brat. Just you wait. Once I ascend as the leader, I shall ensure your demise." On the stage, Wan Sanxian observed the bustling crowd and declared in a booming voice, "The starting bid for the cloud ladder technique is set at 400 points. With each subsequent increase not to be less than 50 points. You may now commence bidding." His announcement jolted the audience back to the present. However, upon hearing the opening price, most individuals wore expressions akin to having lost a child. This price was beyond their means. Wuyin Village, 450 points. Terumi Mei's voice resonated, causing a stir within the crowd. Awagakure, 500 points. Suna, 650 points. Konoha, 700 points. Another round of bidding escalated, with Konoha raising it to 1,000 points. The hall fell into silence once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his unperturbed friend and inquired with confusion, "Danzō, shall we not bid?" Shimura Danzō's sharp gaze remained fixed on the high platform, displaying an air of calm. "Hiruzen, we must broaden our perspective. There are two even more formidable techniques yet to come. Those are our true objectives." Seeing his friend's unwavering confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt reassured. Ever since they departed from Konoha, his companion, Shimura Danzō, had proven increasingly reliable. On the other side, Black Zetsu, receiving a signal, rose immediately, exuding an air of disdain for the masses. "My grandfather, Otsutsuki Kagaya, bids 15,000 points." Chapter 81, The Exorcising Sword Technique. Silence. Upon the conclusion of Black Zetsu's statement, the hall was enveloped in silence. Many remained oblivious to the significance of the name Otsutsuki Kenshiki. However, they were astounded by the existence of such opulence beyond the 5 great shinobi villages. Beside him, Hand Beat, witnessing Black Zetsu's audacious demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to silence him with a single strike. He had not anticipated Black Zetsu's bold bidding, and the peculiar gazes from those around him rendered him acutely uncomfortable. Observing Black Zetsu's prideful stance, Hyuga Niji and SHBU could hardly fathom the depths of his shamelessness. It was then that Uchiha Obito noticed Black Zetsu and his entourage. In the next instant, Obito's expression twisted into one of menacing fury, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. Shimura Danzō, wishing to keep his presence concealed, hastily whispered, "Uchiha Obito, calm yourself. You wouldn't wish for Uchiha Sasuke and the others to discover you, would you? Moreover, should Black Zetsu call upon your grandfather, can you truly escape?" Upon hearing this, Obito resentfully averted his gaze, yet his countenance remained shrouded in darkness. Regrettably, Danzō's warning came too late. As Obito's inner turmoil spiraled beyond control, it had already been sensed by Handbeat. Furrowing his brow, Handbeat directed his attention towards the trio. Upon recognizing Uchiha Obito, realization dawned upon him. Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen, catching the significant glance from Handbeat, nearly lost their wits. They swiftly turned their heads away, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. The two friends exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the unspoken thought. This Uchiha Obito is a harbinger of disaster. We must keep our distance in the future. The members of the 5 great shinobi villages naturally recognized Handbeat, and upon hearing Black Zetsu's bid, they abandoned their intentions of competition. After a brief moment of quietude, the voice of Wan Sanxian echoed once more throughout the hall. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If no one wishes to bid further, this cloud-soaring technique shall belong to this gentleman." Hyuga Hinata, observing the unyielding presence of inviting Moon and Lingxing, inquired, "Master, second master, shall we not participate in the auction?" Lingxing smiled and elucidated, "This cloud-soaring technique is rather unrefined and hardly befitting our Yūka Palace. Besides, we are not lacking in lightness of foot." Upon hearing this, Hinata turned her gaze toward Chu Liuxiang and the others. "Second master, what about them? Do they not covet it either?" Lingxing glanced at the group and explained, They have all attained the pinnacle of the carefree heavenly realm, thus, they have no need for such techniques. Moreover, their mastery of lightness skills is by no means inferior. As Lian Xing remarked, no martial artist competed for the bidding of the cloud-leaping technique, and the members of the 5 great ninja villages also relinquished their bids. Consequently, it was not surprising that the cloud-leaping technique was ultimately secured by a handful of individuals. After announcing the successful auction of the cloud-leaping technique, Wan Sanqian pointed towards the second box. This contained a quick-learned swordsmanship manual known as the Evil Repelling Sword Technique. Below, Mike Guy felt an uncanny familiarity with the name, though he could not recall where he had heard it before. The others, upon hearing the term Evil Repelling Sword Technique, sensed that it was anything but ordinary. Speaking of the Evil Repelling Sword Technique, one must mention another martial art, the Sunflower Scripture. In ancient times, the Celestial Auction House held an auction during which a woman named Dongfang Bai acquired the Sunflower Scripture. With the scripture in her possession, Dongfang Bai not only carved her name in the annals of the martial world as the invincible in the East, but also established the foremost demonic sect, the demon cult. A sharp intake of breath resonated from the crowd below, while they were unaware of the specific prowess of the Sunflower Scripture. The mere mention of invincible in the East and the first demonic sect illustrated the scripture's unparalleled nature. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. These martial arts have all been upgraded. Yet in the next moment, the winds of fate shifted dramatically. The Sunflower Scripture is exceedingly unique, as only women are permitted to cultivate it. Should a man attempt to practice it, he would inevitably succumb to madness and meet a tragic end. Oh my! The male audience plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Is there no justice in this world? Why must only women be allowed to cultivate? Fortunately, I am a woman. Wait, am I experiencing a twinge of regret for being born male? Silence. Mr. Wan has yet to finish speaking. On stage, Wan Sanqian cast a glance over the crowd of young men, revealing a mysterious smile. Once, there existed a formidable warrior named Lin Yuantuhu. In his desire to master the Sunflower Scripture, devised a sword technique based on its teachings. This technique is known as the exorcism swordplay. The audience from the ninja realm had scarcely the time to revel in excitement when Wan Sanqian unleashed another bombshell that left them in shock. Although men could indeed practice the exorcism swordplay, it came with one harrowing stipulation. They must undergo castration. Wan Sanqian appeared unfazed by the gravity of his declaration. You may not grasp the implications of castration. In simpler terms, it entails severing that which is essential for procreation. Hiss. The male audience instinctively tightened their legs. Goodness, is this martial art not excessively sinister? Indeed, I would rather perish than cultivate it. A woman glanced at a somewhat handsome ninja beside her, her eyes gleaming with interest. Heh, brother, seeing your fine demeanor, shall we form a sisterhood? Observing the retreat of the crowd, Wan Sanqian knew he could not allow such hesitation. A warrior must assess their innate talent when pursuing a martial art. The greater the talent, the more adeptly one can cultivate the technique. Yet the exorcism swordplay does not concern itself with the heights of one's martial prowess. Let me recount the tale of the Lin family. The Lin clan once faced annihilation due to the exorcism swordplay. However, the clan's heir, Lin Pingji, miraculously survived. In his quest for vengeance, he joined a sect, believing his aspirations would be fulfilled. Alas, after 3 months of training, he made no progress in his martial studies. Driven by a burning desire for retribution, he resorted to practicing the exorcism swordplay. Remarkably, within 3 months of its cultivation, Lin Pingji avenged his family's demise. Subsequently, his strength soared within a mere 2 years, reaching the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Now, alongside Shui Yuan, he serves as a right-hand figure in the demonic sect, with a status second only to the undefeated Dongfang. Truly, he stands as one among many, yet above all, do not inquire about trivial hints. The status of a warrior is primarily arranged according to the prestige of their name, with strength being a secondary consideration. Wan Sanqian observed the stunned individuals of the ninja world and once again incited them. Ahem. Actually, in the ninja realm, that thing is not as important as strength. Do you not wish to become the second Lin Pingji? He is one of the top 3 masters of the demon sect. Upon hearing this, the young men of the ninja world fell into a painful struggle. They found themselves in agreement with Wan Sanqian's statement. In the ninja realm, there are times when such matters are indeed more significant than strength. Below, the young women stared blankly at the struggling young men around them, feeling an unsettling chill run down their spines. Is this ninja world destined to transform into a realm dominated by women? A middle-aged female ninja glared at her dazed husband. Threatening, "You fool, what are you thinking? If you dare to practice the evil dispelling sword technique, I will go find your brothers." The middle-aged male ninja shuddered at the thought. Imagining the ghastly outcome, he hastily dismissed the terrifying notion from his mind. Uchiha Obito was also caught in a profound internal struggle. "Lin, would you blame me? You are no longer here. What use is it for me?" Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hisashi did not succumb to the same turmoil as others. After all, he bore the weighty responsibility of saving the Sarutobi clan. However, upon seeing the excited expression of Shimura Danzō, he felt a strange sensation. "Danzō, you cannot possibly wish to capture this evil dispelling sword technique, can you?" Danzō's expression stiffened. And then he gritted his teeth, saying, "Hisashi, do you not think we are quite similar to Lin Pingxi? We both harbor the hatred of clan annihilation. Yet at our age, achieving anything is exceedingly difficult. And now, this evil dispelling sword technique seems tailor-made for us." Sarutobi Hisashi? Seeing his good friend's peculiar expression, Danzō felt somewhat awkward, but forced himself to explain, "Hisashi, I do this for you. You still have the weighty task of saving the Sarutobi clan. As your friend, how could I allow you to bear this burden alone?" Sarutobi Hisashi felt a disquieting sensation within. Why? Even though he knew Danzō's words were not entirely truthful, was he still a touch moved? What was this feeling? On the stage, Wan Sanxian observed that a significant number of the male audience members displayed intense, fiery gazes, which sparked a flicker of admiration for the individuals of the ninja world within him. However, he understood that admiration could not interfere with his business endeavors. Wan Sanxian proclaimed in a clear voice, "Due to its unique nature, the starting bid for the evil repelling sword technique is set at merely 400 points, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 50 points. Such an extraordinary opportunity should not be overlooked, esteemed guests." Chapter 82. Danzō's wishes fulfilled. As Wan Sanxian concluded his announcement, the surrounding ninjas exchanged curious glances, eager to discover who would disregard their pride and be the first to place a bid. 10 seconds passed without a single offer. 20 seconds later, silence still reigned. After half a minute, Wan Sanxian, with a hint of exasperation, stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, if no one bids, in another half minute, this evil repelling sword technique will be left unsold." Upon hearing this, someone in the audience could no longer remain composed. The next moment, the voice of the Raikage resonated throughout the hall. "Cloud Village, 500 points. Gasped. The crowd was taken aback. They never anticipated the typically brash Raikage would bid for the evil repelling sword technique. Among the rogue ninja faction, the figure behind the ominous mask, Killer B, reddened with anger. "Damn it, you despicable Danzō. How dare you humiliate my brother like this?" Once the Raikage announced his bid, the representatives of the 5 great ninja villages abandoned their pretenses. Kisame Hoshigaki, Mist Village, 700 points. Anoki, Rock Village, 750 points. Rasha, Sand Village, 850 points. Mike Guy, Leaf Village, 1,000 points. Following a series of bids, the price of the evil repelling sword technique soared to 13,000 points, raised by Anoki. Uchiha Obito hesitated for a long moment before finally resolving to act. Nearby, Danzō, who had been keenly observing Obito's intentions, swiftly interjected, "Uchiha Obito, are you truly certain? I must remind you, in this era, martial artists are strong while ninjas are weak. Even the Sage of Six Paths cannot protect the Pure Land. Perhaps one day, you and Rin will meet again. Are you prepared to confront her?" Obito swallowed the words he had been on the verge of speaking. After a brief pause, he seemed to recall something, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Yes, you are right. I will definitely see Rin again. I will absolutely see her again." Danzō's heart twisted with a sardonic laugh. Foolish Uchiha brat. While the two conversed, the price of the evil repelling sword technique surged to 15,000 points, raised by Mike Guy. Danzō furrowed his brow, deciding to take decisive action. The next moment, the Raikage glared angrily at the representatives of the other 4 great ninja villages. "I bid 18,000 points. Do any of you 4 villages dare to continue opposing me?" Upon hearing the words of Raikage, the representatives from the other 4 villages found themselves in a state of indecision. A sense of inscrutability enveloped Raikage, leaving them bewildered. Based on their understanding of him, once Raikage became aware of the existence of the evil repelling sword technique, it would be remarkable if he even deigned to participate in the bidding, let alone show any interest in it. They recalled Raikage's previous demeanor during the auction for the little Kyubi. He had exuded an aura of certainty. only to ultimately forfeit his bid. It was evident that he had never intended to acquire the little Kyuubi, but rather aimed to deceive the others for his own amusement. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow and spoke to Might Guy. We shall forego the auction. Something about Raikage today eludes my understanding. His intentions remain shrouded in mystery. We cannot afford to miss out on the subsequent, even more formidable technique. Although Might Guy failed to perceive any unusual aspect about Raikage, he trusted Shikaku's judgment implicitly. Kurozetsu cast a penetrating glance at Raikage before opting to withdraw as well. Her decision to join the Iwagakure's Flower Palace had rendered her indifferent to the evil-repelling sword technique. At this moment, Anoki harbored a profound apprehension towards Raikage. His aspirations had always been directed towards martial arts techniques, and even during the bidding for the tailed beasts, he had never contemplated acquiring the little Kyuubi. Reflecting on past events, Anoki felt a surge of frustration. Rationality informed him that he had no chance of competing with Konoha for the upcoming techniques, yet he remained unwilling to accept defeat. If the evil-repelling sword technique were flawless, he would pursue a rivalry with Raikage to the bitter end. However, should Raikage's true objective align with the subsequent techniques, was this merely a feint? Would he find himself ensnared a second time? Damn you, Raikage. I shall remember this. Meanwhile, Raza observed the silence of the three great ninja villages and, succumbing to the prevailing current, relinquished his intention to bid. On the other hand, Shimura Danzō, noticing the inaction of his peers, heaved a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate for having previously outmaneuvered Anoki. Otherwise, the latter would not be so hesitant at this moment. Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Danzō, admiration evident in his gaze. Danzō, it seems that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the evil-repelling sword technique will ultimately fall into your hands. Before Danzō could respond, Uchiha Obito interjected mockingly. Heh, those warriors and Kagaya Otsutsuki have yet to place their bids. How can you be so certain that Danzō will emerge victorious? Sarutobi Asuma and Shimura Danzō were momentarily taken aback, followed by a resigned sigh. Bai Shaoxing was not mistaken. Obito was indeed a fool. Sarutobi Asuma regarded Obito with a look of incredulity, explaining, Obito, even if you were to gift that evil-repelling sword technique to those warriors, they would scarcely give it a second glance. And as for Kagaya, does her grandfather not care for his reputation? Uchiha Obito's expression stiffened, and shortly thereafter, he comprehended the situation. Observing the disdainful gazes cast by the two individuals, Obito felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. I am well aware, he retorted. The two, however, chose to ignore him, indicating their reluctance to engage with someone they deemed foolish. On the stage, Wan Sanxian, having attempted to entice the audience a few more times, ultimately had no choice but to declare the bidding for Raikage a success. He then received the third box from the hands of his guards. The technique contained within this box is known as the heart-wrenching palm. Much like the previous two techniques, allow me to share the origins of this heart-wrenching palm. Chapter 83. Heart-wrenching palm. In ancient times, there existed a peerless prodigy named Yonggwa. Yonggwa had a master, the enchanting Xilongnu. At the tender age of 14, he became a disciple of the 18-year-old Xilongnu. Her sect was rather unique, comprising solely of herself and her senior sister, who, due to certain circumstances, had long since departed from the sect. Thus, within this expansive sect, only Xilongnu and Yonggwa remained. Xilongnu was as beautiful as a celestial being, having never stepped outside her sect, embodying the essence of an ethereal fairy, coupled with Yonggwa's strikingly handsome visage. It was only natural that feelings blossomed between them during their time together. However, they both remained oblivious to the implications of their budding romance. It wasn't until they ventured beyond the sect that Yonggwa confided in his uncle, Guijing, his intention to marry Xilongnu. Observing the audience's expectation that the tale should conclude here, Wan Sanxian elucidated, what you may not realize is that in the world of martial artists, moral ethics hold paramount significance. The master-disciple relationship is akin to that of a father and son. Guijing, being a renowned hero, would naturally not condone Yonggwa's desire to act against such ethical norms. Yonggwa's character was indeed rebellious. He paid little heed to such matters. Yet, while he was indifferent, Xilongnu was not. Concerned about Yonggwa facing ridicule from the world, she clandestinely departed from him. Although Yonggwa was a maverick, he was also deeply infatuated. Upon discovering Xilongnu's absence, he embarked on a relentless search for her. Sighing at the attentive audience, Wan Sanxian remarked, alas, their romance was destined to be fraught with tribulations from the very beginning. Although Yonggwa eventually found Xilongnu, She was compelled to leave him twice more due to their circumstances. Notably, their final separation lasted an astonishing 16 years. As the audience sensed Wan Sanqian pausing, they urged him, Mr. Wan, why were they apart for so long? What transpired afterward? Please, do tell. Wan Sanqian signaled for silence before continuing. The reason for their prolonged separation was that both Yang and Zilongnu were afflicted with a deadly poison. While Yang poison had an antidote, Zilongnu's condition was deemed incurable. Upon realizing that Zilongnu had little time left, Yang refused to live without her. Thus, he resolutely refused to consume the antidote. How could the little dragon girl bear to let Yang forego the chance to live? She believed that if she continued to exist, she would only burden him. Therefore, in order to ensure that Yang would take the antidote, she stealthily leaped off the precipice. Fearing that Yang might do something foolish if he could not find her, she left a message on the cliff, which read, 16 years hence. We shall meet again here. With profound affection as husband and wife, do not forsake this promise. Written by the little dragon girl, advising my husband Yang Lang to cherish himself and strive for our reunion. Wan Sanqian sighed once more. Alas, the little dragon girl intended for Yang to use those 16 years to forget her. The astute Yang naturally considered this possibility. Moreover, besides Yang his aunt Huang Rong also discerned the little dragon girl's intention. Thus, Huang Rong deceived Yang by claiming that a mysterious master had rescued the little dragon girl. She falsely asserted that this master would only reappear after 16 years, and that few knew of his identity. To lend credence to her tale, Huang Rong mentioned that her father, the Eastern heretic, had once had the fortune to encounter this master. Huang Rong was unperturbed by the thought of Yang seeking out the Eastern heretic, for he had long since retreated from the world, and no one knew of his whereabouts. Not even Huang Rong herself was aware of her father's location. Yang swayed by Huang Rong's fervent assurances, chose to await the little dragon girl for 16 years. As Wan Sanqian concluded, the hall was filled with the sound of weeping from the women present. The girls in the audience had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a poignant love story. One girl could not help but cry out, "Oh, how could this be? They have done nothing wrong. Why does fate always conspire to keep them apart?" Another girl wiped away her tears and mused, "Indeed, I truly envy the little dragon girl for having someone who loves her so deeply. If a boy treated me like that, I would willingly die for him." Yet another girl sighed, "Alas, how could the little dragon girl not love Yang as well? I shall never again look at boys from the ninja realm." Another chimed in, "Me too. Compared to Yang, the boys from the ninja realm are utterly unremarkable. As for the other boys, sigh, I detest Yang." Amidst the crowd, Uchiha Obito was already in tears, remembering his own Rin. Imo felt it was time to put on a performance. Suddenly, he rose, his voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the hall. One lives for another, one dies for another. What is love in this world? It compels one to pledge life and death. After his dramatic display, Imo delivered a playful fist to Wan Sanqian. "Brother Wan, does this story have a fulfilling conclusion?" Wan Sanqian replied with a smile. Imo Genzi speaks truly. 16 years later, Yang discovered he had been deceived by Xiaolongnu. He too chose to leap from the precipice where Xiaolongnu had once plunged. Initially, Yang merely intended to accompany Xiaolongnu in death, only to find her at the bottom of the cliff. The reason Xiaolongnu survived was that a cold pool lay at the cliff's base. 16 years prior, when Xiaolongnu fell into the cold pool, she not only escaped death but also neutralized the poison within her by consuming a mystical fish found in the waters. Throughout those 16 years, Xiaolongnu attempted to ascend from the cliff's depths, yet the height was formidable, and her cultivation as a carefree celestial being was insufficient for her to escape. Fortunately, 16 years later, Yang had attained the realm of transcendent wandering, allowing them both to break free at last. Upon hearing these words, the woman below was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of elation. "Oh, I knew they would surely be together. How wonderful! I am so envious. I too long to experience such a love." Imo concluded with a sigh, lamenting that it is truly difficult for men and women to find kindred spirits in this world. May all lovers across the land ultimately unite in everlasting companionship. Do not inquire about the pretense. Instead, he unfurled the folding fan in his hand and waved it twice. This scene truly captivated a multitude of unsuspecting women. On stage, Wan Sanqian was quite pleased with the effect of the story. Now, back to the main point. It is said that over the course of 16 years, Yang not only did not forget the little dragon girl, but rather, his overwhelming longing for her had turned half of his once lustrous black hair to white. It was in this poignant atmosphere that the dark soul-consuming palm was born, a technique of unparalleled prowess seldom rivaled in the world. In a certain sense, this palm technique was the foremost of its time, as it encompassed a unique state of mind known as the Dark Soul's essence. Even practitioners of the highest celestial realms find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend this essence. Only those whose hearts are steeped in longing and sorrow have the opportunity to grasp the Dark Soul's essence. The reason it is merely an opportunity, rather than a certainty, lies in the inherent talent required by this martial art. Those with insufficient aptitude will naturally be unable to understand the Dark Soul's essence. Wan Sanxian, recalling something, then revealed a piece of sorrowful news. Indeed, Yangguo was one-armed. This palm technique was conceived by Yangguo utilizing the long sleeve on his remaining arm. Therefore, to master this technique, one must not only meet the conditions for comprehending the Dark Soul's essence. To fully unleash the technique's power, it is advisable to sacrifice one arm. Otherwise, its effectiveness would diminish significantly. The expressions of the gathered shinobi were as though they had tasted excrement. Was this a jest? Indeed. While the evil-repelling sword technique required one to undergo self-castration, this dark soul-consuming palm demanded one to become a cripple to learn it. Absurd. These martial arts were utterly preposterous. If one were to sever an arm and still fail to grasp the Dark Soul's essence, would that not be in vain? Alas, the cultivation requirements for the dark soul-consuming palm were excessively harsh. Wan Sanxian's words effectively pronounced a death sentence upon 99% of those present. The countenances of the 5 great ninja villages fell to their lowest depths. In their hearts, they deemed the dark soul-consuming palm inferior to the evil-repelling sword technique. After all, one could cultivate the latter merely by undergoing the necessary sacrifice. However, the conditions for mastering the dark soul-consuming palm were far too stringent. They searched their minds for a long time, but could not identify anyone from their villages who met Wan Sanxian's stipulations. The members of the 5 great ninja villages were now eager to question Wan Sanxian. Why could there not be a martial art that was somewhat more reasonable? Chapter 84. Whose blossoms shall fall? Upon noticing the retreat of the crowd, Wan Sanxian knew he could not allow this to happen. The dark soul-consuming palm would even entice those who traverse the mystical realms, for once a practitioner entered the celestial domain. They might glean a fragment of the law of sorrow through this martial art. You may not be aware of what a law is. To be precise, I do not fully comprehend it either. I only know that there are 3,000 great laws in the world, and the law of sorrow is but one among them. Even for the most ordinary of celestial realm warriors, comprehending the laws is an exceedingly arduous task. Hence, the soul-devouring palm serves as an invaluable stepping stone into the celestial realm. Wan Sanxian's voice suddenly rose a few notches. The starting bid for the soul-devouring palm is merely 10,000 points, with each subsequent bid requiring an increment of no less than 1,000 points. Are you not enticed? This is indeed a method to attain immortality. Below, Imowen was rendered speechless. Wan Sanxian's persuasion was rather excessive. While it is true that he spoke some veracity, grasping the laws is far from simple. Upon noticing that several individuals, including Chu Liuxiang, seemed intrigued, Lu Xiaofeng inquired curiously, "Are you gentlemen considering placing a bid?" After a prolonged hesitation, Chu Liuxiang sighed. "Alas, I must not aim too high. I should first step into the realm of divine wandering and then reassess. Moreover, I do not meet the criteria for comprehending the essence of the soul-devouring palm. Even if I were to win the bid, it would serve merely as a reference." Hua Manlu nodded in agreement, sharing Chu Liuxiang's sentiments. As for Zhongyu and Yidianhong, he had already discovered his own path, and thus saw no need to bid on the soul-devouring palm. The 2 princesses of the Yūka Palace and Wu Qing also recognized that they did not fulfill the requirements to grasp the essence of the soul-devouring palm. Therefore, they chose to observe the situation quietly. If the final price for the soul-devouring palm remained low, they might bid to acquire it for reference. Just as the crowd's thoughts varied, Lei Ying's arrogant voice resounded once more. "I, from Yunin Village, bid 11,000 points." His declaration caused the onlookers to regard him with renewed respect. Yuen Tuanzou wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Obito. "Uchiha Obito, remember this is your final warning. After this, we shall have no further entanglements. Should you continue to vex us, I will have no choice but to inform Kurozetsu of your actions." Uchiha Obito's previously triumphant demeanor evaporated instantaneously. He acknowledged that Yuen Tuanzou posed a genuine threat. With a less than favorable expression, he replied, "Rest assured, I simply wish to remain inconspicuous. I will personally cover the cost of the soul-devouring palm should I win the bid." Ximen Tuanzo's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, as the other four great ninja villages prepared to raise the bid in support of Lei Ying, Kurozetsu's brazen voice broke through. "I bid 12,000 points." Uchiha Obito, upon hearing a familiar voice, felt his expression darken once more. Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored a hatred for Kurozetsu that rivaled that of Uchiha Obito. 3 years prior, the two had allied themselves with Kurozetsu, seeking to leverage his connections to summon Kaguya and thwart the efforts of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Little did they anticipate that after treating Kurozetsu with utmost reverence for 3 years, he would abandon them the moment he found Hashirama. At this moment, upon seeing Kurozetsu, the two felt as if they were gazing upon a heartless betrayer. Shimura Danzō spoke to Uchiha Obito in a low tone. "No one knows that Raikage is on our side. Do you wish to raise the stakes? Let it be known, I do not fear Kurozetsu. In fact, I harbor a profound loathing for him. Thus, even if it means sacrificing Raikage as a pawn, I cannot bear to witness his arrogant demeanor." Uchiha Obito shared similar sentiments. After exchanging a few hushed words, they observed Raikage rise and cast a detached glance at Kurozetsu. "I bid 17,000 points." The exclamation from Raikage startled the assembly. Is Raikage truly that affluent? Unbelievable. He has already acquired the evil repelling sword technique. How can he still possess such wealth? He can't possibly intend to pawn all the jutsu from Kimogakure, can he? Kurozetsu was taken aback by Raikage's substantial increase. However, recalling his extensive collection amassed over millennia, he remained confident. "I bid 20,000 points." In less than a second, Raikage's emotionless voice echoed again, 30,000 points. Uchiha Obito smirked inwardly. "Huh, Kurozetsu. Knowing you are but an antiquity, how could I not prepare a contingency?" Ever since Uchiha Obito learned that purchasing intelligence at the 100 Eyes Pavilion required jutsu, he had thoroughly scavenged the techniques of Amigakure. Later, upon discovering from Shimura Danzō that the Celestial Auction House was imminent, he felt as though dawn had broken for his vengeance against Kurozetsu, the one responsible for Rin's demise. Fueled by a burning hatred for Kurozetsu, he utilized Kamui to seize the techniques from every clan in the ninja world. Coupled with half of Kumogakure's jutsu and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in his possession, his worth now eclipsed even that of Kurozetsu. After all, as an antiquity, Kurozetsu would surely dismiss lowly jutsu in his pursuits. Returning to Kurozetsu's side, upon hearing Raikage's bid soar to 30,000 points, Kurozetsu's arrogance finally waned. Hinata, observing Kurozetsu's demeanor, furrowed his brow slightly. "What troubles you? Is it a shortage of jutsu?" Kurozetsu offered an awkward smile, quickly responding, "Grandfather, I can only raise it by another 20,000. If the opponent increases their bid further, I will be at a loss." Hinata's expression remained inscrutable. After a moment's pause, he replied, "No matter, I am not a martial artist. We have captured the ethereal clouds, and you may do your utmost with the soul-devouring palm." Black Zetsu exhaled in relief. "I understand, grandfather." Shangpu regarded the actions of Shouta with great perplexity. "Father, cannot we exchange our family's ninjutsu for yuan points?" Shouta cast a serious warning glance at Shangpu, saying, "You must remember, the Otsutsuki clan's ninjutsu must not be divulged. Otherwise, if the family learns of it, the consequences are beyond our capacity to bear." As their conversation unfolded, Black Zetsu's audacious voice reverberated throughout the auction hall. "I bid 40,000 yuan points." Before the crowd could fully absorb the shock, Raikage's calm voice followed suit. "I raise it by 10,000 yuan points. My bid is now 50,000 yuan points." Everyone gazed at Raikage as if he were a creature of myth. Was he a wealthy elite? Unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Hidden Cloud Village was so affluent? Do you not find Raikage's behavior today rather peculiar? It does seem a bit strange. Kabuto observed the excited Killer Bee and gently patted his shoulder. "Calm down. If the Lord does not intervene, we would stand no chance against those three. We are currently concealed, allowing us to act with discretion. Should you reveal our position, we would only alert them and jeopardize our advantage." After a moment, a raspy voice emerged from beneath Killer Bee's mask. "Damn it, I understand. Alas, it seems the ninja world may soon lose another rap artist." Meanwhile, Black Zetsu gazed at Shouta with evident disappointment. I am sorry, grandfather. I could not secure the soul-devouring palm for you. Xiao chuckled lightly, no matter. The soul-devouring palm is not as remarkable as one might envision. Otherwise, Bai Xiaosheng and the others would not remain indifferent. A minute later, Uchiha Obito sighed in relief upon hearing Wansan announce that Raikage had successfully acquired the soul-devouring palm. He had genuinely feared a contest with those martial artists. Given Mo Wen's opening bid of 200,000 yuan points, he understood that the value of those martial artists was beyond his reach. Look, more guards are arriving. Those 2 boxes are rather lengthy. Could they contain swords? Yes, quite possibly. I suspect they may be akin to the blades wielded by the 2 stoic, handsome fellows beside Lord Mo Wen. Hush, do not speak. Listen to Mr. Wan's explanation. Wan Sanqian smiled as he addressed the crowd. Within these 2 weapon boxes lie a dagger and a sword, the final 2 items of this auction. Upon finishing his words, he gestured for the 2 guards to open the weapon boxes. Subsequently, Wan Sanqian held the dagger in his left hand and the sword in his right, retrieving both weapons from their cases. The audience beheld the great dagger in his left hand, its blade glimmering with a cold light. The dark blade intricately etched with the image of a swirling dragon. As they gazed upon the rugged and bold form of the long knife, they could almost feel the formidable aura emanating from it. Turning their attention to the long sword, they noticed the exquisite and ornate scabbard, which seemed to emit a faint azure glow. Those closest to the platform could discern golden threads adorning the scabbard, inscribed with the words Etienne. Chapter 85. Ownership. Seeing the crowd entranced by the 2 weapons, Wan Sanqian merely smiled faintly. These divine arms in my possession are known as the dragon-slaying dagger and the Etienne sword. Interestingly, they share a significant connection with Yonggua. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's words, the audience quickly regained their composure, and curiosity was piqued. Mr. Wan, could you elaborate? Wan Sanqian nodded and explained. Yonggua possessed a divine weapon, the Xiantai heavy sword. Typically, swords wielded by swordsmen do not exceed 10 pounds, yet the Xiantai heavy sword weighs an astonishing 81 pounds. Its considerable weight is attributed to its forging from a celestial meteorite known as Xiantai. After Yonggua and Xiao Long chose to retreat from the world, he left the Xiantai heavy sword with the Gua family. Later, due to certain circumstances, Guijing sought to forge 2 divine weapons. Thus, he melted down the Xiantai heavy sword and added Western gold, ultimately casting the dragon-slaying dagger and the Etienne sword. A subtle reminder, the original text states that the Xiantai heavy sword was meant for Guixiang, with slight modifications here for coherence. After Wan Sanqian finished speaking, the assembled ninjas finally grasped the situation. However, compared to the previously discussed techniques, they did not perceive these 2 divine weapons as particularly formidable. The hand-to-hand combat expert, in particular, felt a tinge of disappointment. He hailed from beyond the heavens and could procure as much Xiantai as he desired. His only surprise lay in the exceptional forging skills possessed by martial artists. It appears that the realm of martial arts is even more intricate than I had imagined. Yet, the crafting abilities of these warriors are beyond the reach of any ninja. Wan Sanqian had anticipated the crowd's reaction. He continued, the dragon-slaying saber measures 4 feet in length and weighs over 100 pounds, remarkably sharp and indestructible. Furthermore, it possesses a potent magnetic force that can attract all concealed weapons. The heaven-obeying sword, on the other hand, is 3 feet and 6 inches long, with a blade as thin as paper and a vibrant green hue. Its surface is adorned with tiny serrations, rivaling the sharpness of the dragon-slaying saber. Noticing the growing interest among the crowd, Wan Sanqian wore a mysterious smile. You may still struggle to fathom the true might of these divine weapons. Let me put it this way. When these 2 weapons were forged, there existed a saying within the cultivation community to describe them. It went, supreme in the martial world. The dragon-slaying saber commands the realm, none dare to disobey, as long as the heaven-obeying sword remains unsheathed. Who can contend? This implies that whoever wields the dragon-slaying saber possesses the power to command the world, with none daring to defy. As long as the heaven-obeying sword is kept sheathed, the wielder of the dragon-slaying saber can conquer all. Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized they had underestimated the significance of these 2 weapons. Unbelievable. Does this mean that possessing either one grants dominion over the world? Surely not. They are merely 2 weapons. How could they compel obedience? It seems Mr. Wan has yet to reveal the entirety of the secret. There must be more to uncover. Just as he indicated, Wan Sanqian then unveiled an astonishing revelation. while the heaven-obeying sword and dragon-slaying saber alone could not command the world. The secrets they harbored could indeed render one invincible. The crowd below was astounded. I knew the heaven-obeying sword and dragon-slaying saber were extraordinary, but I never imagined they could be this remarkable. Indeed, they were unparalleled, promising invincibility. Some individuals' eyes gleamed with fervor, eager to uncover the mystery. Mr. Wan, what secrets lie within? Others ceased their discussions, all eyes turning towards the podium. Wan Sanxian sighed. Alas, the specifics of the secret elude me, for I am but an auctioneer. However, I once heard the esteemed Byakugan declare that the dragon-slaying saber and heaven-obeying sword conceal the secrets of attaining immortality and unifying the world. Gasp. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Ascension. They had come to realize that the realm beyond the ethereal journey was indeed the realm of immortals, a transcendent state surpassing even the 6 paths of immortality. How astonishing. It was no wonder that one could command the world and that all would yield to such authority. Having attained immortality and unified the realm, who would not be the master of their destiny? Absurd. These 2 secrets were more outrageous than the last. I find myself deeply curious about the nature of such secrets that could enable one to achieve immortality and dominion over the world. Alas, Mr. Wan remains oblivious. At this moment, the minds of those from the 5 great ninja villages drifted to Baishaoshan. Instinctively, they cast their gazes towards a certain spot in the hall, where Baishaoshan displayed an air of calm, his expression devoid of surprise. The members of the 5 great ninja villages were resolute in their belief. It was certain that Baishaoshan must know these 2 secrets. Meanwhile, the bewildered shouter regained his composure and sighed inwardly. I have underestimated the martial path and the auction house of the heavens. It appears that at least Byakugan and Baishaoshan are privy to the mysteries within, yet they remain unfazed. What remarkable composure they must possess. Wan Sanxian. After returning the heaven-defying sword and the dragon-slaying blade to their respective cases, addressed the assembly with a resounding voice. The 9th auction item, the heaven-defying sword, begins at an opening bid of 100,000 points, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 10,000 points. If any of you aspire to achieve immortality or unify the world, do not let this rare opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Wan Sanxian's offer and his words, the ninja community erupted in disbelief. Was this price meant to sell the 5 great ninja villages? After a brief exchange between Lianqing and Yaoyu, Lianqing raised her delicate hand. I bid 130,000 points. No sooner had she spoken than a cold, indifferent male voice rang out in the hall. 150,000 points. Kuli Uxiang and the others were taken aback by Zhongyuan Yidianhong's bid, who appeared aloof and disinterested. I am only interested in fine swords. Lianqing, unfazed by the competition, responded. I bid 150,000 points. At that moment, a voice filled with ruthlessness echoed. 180,000 points. Yaoyu, displeased by the cold voice, made a striking declaration. I bid 250,000 points. The term madwoman reverberates in the minds of all present. Even the denizens of the ninja realm dare not speak ill of Yaoyu, for it is evident that she is not one to be trifled with. Wu Qing, slightly displeased, refrains from further bidding. With Wu Qing's silence, Zhongyuan Yidianhong also concedes defeat. Thus, the Etion sword is decisively claimed by Yaoyu. Upon the elevated platform, the starting price for the dragon-slaying blade is identical to that of the Etion sword, both set at 100,000 points, with increments no less than 10,000 points. As the dust of the previous bidding settles, the eyes of the ninja realm once again turn towards the assembly of martial artists. Do not question the smile within. The dragon-slaying saber and the heaven-relying sword cannot coexist in the hands of these independent avatars. Azamo, when contemplated, it seemed that Bai Li Dongjun had grasped the essence of his thoughts. Shuiua City bids 350,000 points. Silence engulfed the room. Everyone stared with wide eyes, utterly astonished that Bai Li Dongjun had audaciously called out such a staggering price. Originally, Yue intended to join in the bidding for the dragon-slaying blade. However, upon witnessing Bai Li Dongjun's exorbitant offer, she begrudgingly chose to withdraw. A minute later, the assembled crowd in the ninja realm watched in astonishment as Wan Sanxian announced that Bai Li Dongjun had successfully secured the dragon-slaying blade. Their minds were still reeling from the shock. Wow, Shuiua City truly exemplifies opulence. Even the combined wealth of the 5 great ninja villages pales in comparison, doesn't it? This must be the fastest transaction in the auction's history. Did the city lord not mention that Shueyue City was recruiting? Brothers, we must join Shueyue City. As the crowd clamored, Wan Sanqian cleared his throat twice. Thank you all for your support. This auction has now concluded. The next auction will take place in 3 years. Allow me to share a hint regarding the next event's items. They will include artifacts from alternate realms. Seeing the bewildered expressions among the ninjas, Wan Sanqian elaborated. What do I mean by alternate realms? I can only say that this universe contains countless worlds, and the ninja realm is merely one of them. This revelation sent waves of astonishment through the crowd, leaving many in a stupor. After a brief moment, Bai Yujing, donning a bronze mask, reappeared upon the elevated platform. As the distinguished figure graced the stage, the crowd suppressed their astonishment. Bai Yujing first offered a fist salute to Mo1 and his companions before addressing Bai Xiaosheng. Mr. Bai, the auction has concluded. Do you have any words for the people of the ninja realm? Bai Xiaosheng rose and returned the gesture of respect. Thank you, esteemed elder. With that, he appeared beside Bai Yujing. Most of the onlookers were unfamiliar with Bai Xiaosheng, but seeing Bai Yujing's courteous demeanor made it clear that he was no ordinary individual. The members of the 5 great ninja villages felt their hearts quicken at the unexpected appearance of Bai Xiaosheng. Could it be that Bai Xiaosheng is about to reveal some hidden secrets? Chapter 86. Crossing Realms. Bai Xiaosheng offered a fist salute to the crowd. A slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a resonant voice. I am Bai Xiaosheng, a purveyor of information. I shall not take up much of the auction house's time. If any of you wish to inquire about the specifics of the information I sell, you may later approach the 5 great ninja villages. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng's expression turned serious. It has been 7 days since the last appearance of Bai Xiaodong. Initially, I planned to descend upon any location within the ninja realm in 20 days. However, 2 days ago, my senior brother, the Mud Buddha, divined that a significant upheaval would occur within the ninja realm in 1 year's time. This matter is rather intricate, and I cannot elucidate it to you all at this moment. Therefore, if you wish to comprehend the nature of this significant change in 20 days, you may seek me at the 100 Enlightenment Hall in Yunin Village. At that time, I shall reveal everything in detail. After Bai Xiaosheng concluded his words, he paid no heed to the varied expressions of the crowd. He expressed his gratitude to Bai Yujing and then vanished from the auction stage. Mo1 glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, instructing, Naruto, Sasuke, you two should return with your senior brothers for now. I have some matters to attend to in Bai Yujing and will join you later. Sasuke and Naruto assumed Mo1 was merely going to settle the bill and thought little of it. Half an hour later, outside the auction house of all realms, countless onlookers stared in disbelief at the vanished high-rise, feeling as if they were caught in a dream. Among the crowd, Kakashi observed the grim expressions on Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hizashi, unsure how to console them. Their trip to Konoha had yielded no benefits whatsoever. As the group fell into silence, Hinata Hanabi approached with the heavenly sword in hand, riding on the back of Kyubi, and excitedly made her way toward Hizashi. Seeing his daughters in such high spirits instantly lifted Hizashi's gloomy mood. Hinata, how did you come to possess the heavenly sword? And Hanabi, why did you bring Kyubi along? Kakashi and the others looked curiously at the two sisters. Hinata beamed with a sweet smile. My master and second master said I needed a weapon, so they gifted me the heavenly sword. Hanabi quickly chimed in, and I received Kyubi as well from my masters. Kakashi and the others were filled with envy, pondering just how much the two sisters were favored by the masters of Yūka Palace. Hizashi's smile was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Kyubi? Is that the name you gave to the creature, Hanabi? Hanabi nodded, her expression one of disdain. Yes. Kyubi sounds dreadful and is not cute at all. Suddenly, a look of guilt crossed Hinata's face. Father, we must take our leave. My sister and I are now the young masters of Yūka Palace, and our masters need to arrange lessons for us. Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. He hurriedly urged them, what are you waiting for? Go. You must not keep the two masters waiting. Beside them, Nara Shikaku watched Hizashi's foolish grin with jealousy. Shikamaru, do not worry. I am certain your father will find a powerful martial arts sect for you to join. In a mountainous region of the Cloud-Hidden Village. A space suddenly warped. In the next moment, 7 figures appeared on the ground. The 7 included Uchiha Obito, the Raikage, Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and 3 elite jonin from the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzō and Obito, each holding a secret manual, feeling quite discontent. Danzō, How formidable is this exorcism sword technique? Danzō could hardly contain his elation. Ha! Hiruzen, rest assured. With this manual, I am confident that I will soon surpass the first Hokage. Uchiha Obito now simply desires a place to cultivate his skills. Since we have already entered the land of lightning, I shall take my leave. Shimura Danzō concealed his delight. After a moment's hesitation, he invited Uchiha Obito, saying, Obito, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto will undoubtedly pursue you. We share a common adversary. I currently have a plan that could rapidly establish a formidable force. I wonder if you would be interested in joining? Uchiha Obito regarded Shimura Danzō with disdain, recalling how he had previously sought to distance himself from him at the auction house. Is this all? Nevertheless, he feigned interest. Danzō, do elaborate. Subsequently, Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzō engaged in a conspiratorial dialogue. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt distinctly out of place, observing his close friend enjoying a jovial exchange with another. A sense of abandonment washed over him. Returning to the gates of Shuyue City, Wuqing gazed at Conan with palpable regret. Conan, do you truly refuse to join the demon cult? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Conan bowed deeply to Wuqing. I am sorry, Sister Wuqing. Mr. Bai Shaoxing has shown us profound loyalty. I cannot betray Bai Shaodang. Upon hearing this, Wuqing offered a resigned smile. Then I shall not press you. However, next month, I will visit Bai Shaodang to acquire you. At that point, you will not be considered a traitor to Bai Shaoxing. Without allowing Conan a chance to retort, Wuqing, along with her wheelchair, vanished from the city gates. In the distance, the members of Akatsuki, having observed Wuqing's departure, hurried over. Uchiha Itachi inquired, Sister Conan, did Lord Wuqing summon you for a specific purpose? Conan then recounted Wuqing's invitation to join the demon cult. The reactions among the group varied. Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu were eager for Conan to join the cult, while Kisame and Uchiha Itachi found themselves in a moral quandary. After a lengthy silence, Uchiha Itachi spoke, Sister Conan, do not concern yourself with us. Rest assured, I will diligently supervise their training. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the expressions of Deidara and the others darkened. They longed to debate with Uchiha Itachi, but upon catching the cold glare from Conan, they hastily chose silence. Our Akatsuki will not be divided, and I will not join the demon cult. Seeing Uchiha Itachi attempting to persuade her further, Conan quickly urged the others. We have been away for quite some time. Let us return to find our master. At the Baili Dongjun residence, Imo when instructed by Yujing, if I have not returned in 10 days, you shall ascend to the moon and alter Kagaya's memories and soul. Bai Yujing nodded in reply. Rest assured, my essence, I am well aware of how to proceed. Imo when turned to Baili Dongjun and said, Dongjun, during my absence, please pay close attention to these independent avatars. Particularly, be cautious of Zhong Yuan and Dian Hong. Do not allow him to eliminate those key figures in the ninja realm. Baili Dongjun took a sip of his drink before replying, as for matters concerning the ninja realm, you need not worry about your main body. I am rather curious. Have you already discovered the world you wish to traverse? Imowen let out a light laugh. Last night, I ventured into the tumultuous currents of time and space, initially believing it would take a considerable period before I made any discoveries. To my astonishment, after exploring the time tunnel, I stumbled upon two familiar realms. Baili Dongjun appeared pensive. Familiar? You cannot be referring to those two worlds, can you? My true self? Do not inquire. It seems I have not erred. Indeed, as the words were spoken, a resplendent portal of 7 colors materialized beside me. 2 individuals. I must depart. Chapter 87. Pirates, within the turbulent currents of space. As Imo traversed the tunnel of time and space, he beheld the vibrant whirlpool surrounding him, and an involuntary chill of sweat trickled down his brow. These whirlpools were the chaotic currents of temporal and spatial forces intertwining. Goodness, have I perhaps ventured too far? If I were to be ensnared by one of these whirlpools, would that not spell my demise? Imo swiftly summoned his inner energy to shield himself. Although it proved to be of little significance, it offered a semblance of comfort within his heart. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, he finally arrived at a trifork tunnel entrance. Upon reaching this point, Imo let out a sigh of relief. Even on his second visit, the lingering trepidation still haunted him. Imo paused at the crossroads for a moment. Before him lay a colorful time-space tunnel, resembling a main road that could lead to myriad worlds. Flanking this vibrant passage were 2 tunnels, one blue and one black. each promising access to distinct realms. After choosing his path, Imowen ventured into the left blue tunnel. At the entrance of Windmill Village in the pirate world, a girl of about 13 or 14 stood transfixed as a white figure approached in the distance. "Wow, look everyone, that person is so handsome," she exclaimed, drawing the attention of her two companions. "Oh my, he truly is stunning. Is this the visage of a celestial being?" As Imowen inadvertently captivated the three young girls, a pang of guilt washed over him. Alas, my wretched charm is simply impossible to contain. Though he felt somewhat shameless, he continued his approach towards the trio of maidens. What should we do?" he asked, coming closer. Imowen gazed at the three anxious young ladies and beamed a sunlit smile. "Ladies," he said with a bow, "might I inquire if there is an inn in this village?" "Do not inquire lightly," a hint suggests. The languages of Naruto and One Piece are akin, though their scripts diverge. Upon observing three young maidens lost in thought, Imowen posed his question once more. "Pardon me, dear ladies, might there be an inn in this village?" The trio of maidens finally stirred from their reverie. One bolder girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily responded, "Yes, indeed. Sister Makino has opened an inn." Imowen bowed respectfully to the young maiden. "Might I trouble you to guide me on my way?" As he spoke, he unexpectedly produced 3 gold ingots from his hand. "This is a token of gratitude for the three of you. I hope you will not find it lacking." The trio's attention was riveted on Imowen's countenance, indifferent to the manner in which he had conjured the gold. Upon the sight of the glimmering ingots, they were taken aback and hastily insisted that no payment was necessary. Imowen could only retract the gold with a sigh. The customs of Windmill Village were indeed remarkably simple and sincere. Thus, under the guidance of 3 young maidens, Imowen arrived at the entrance of the Marquino Tavern. One of the maidens exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Imo, this is the tavern run by Sister Marquino. Allow us to usher you inside." Imowen's face was adorned with an expression of deep gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Luer." The young girl was filled with joy upon hearing Imowen call her name. Just as Imowen and his companions were about to step into the tavern, a voice, rough and filled with fury, suddenly erupted from within. "Luffy, you insisted on becoming a pirate. Now taste the iron fist of your grandfather's love." In less than a second, a pained cry from a young boy reverberated throughout the tavern. "Ah, I am destined to become the Pirate King. I shall never yield." Imowen felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, it is better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. In the tavern, 7 or 8 patrons observed the 16-year-old Luffy enduring yet another reprimand from Garp, their faces betraying a mixture of amusement and schadenfreude. "Ha ha ha, Luffy. You ought to heed the wise counsel of Garp the hero." One patron chuckled. "Indeed, Luffy, a true man knows when to bend. Do not be so obstinate." At that moment, Luffy, writhing on the ground in pain while clutching his head, could hardly absorb their words. "Is Sister Makino here?" A girl's voice echoed from the entrance. Upon hearing the sweet tone, all the tavern's patrons turned their gazes toward the door. However, when they beheld the newcomer, they were momentarily stunned. The sight of Imowen, with his flowing ebony hair and dressed in an elegant traditional white robe, delicately fanning himself with a folding fan that stirred the wisps of his dragon whisker bangs, cast a spell of silence over the tavern. In every mind, one question resonated. Who is this noble young gentleman? Garp and his aide, Bogart, furrowed their brows. They had not previously activated their observation haki, and thus failed to sense Mo1 and his companion's arrival. Now that they had unleashed their haki, they still could not perceive Mo1's presence, as if he simply did not exist in the hall. Upon seeing Makino, who stood transfixed at the bar, Green and his companions instantly broke into innocent smiles. "Sister Makino, we have brought you a guest." Approaching the bar, Mo1 performed a respectful salute. "I'm Mo1. Honored to meet you, esteemed proprietor. May I inquire if you are acquainted with a certain individual named him?" Mo1 cast another glance at Luffy, who was still on the ground, clutching his head and wailing. He continued to inquire, "I just heard the guests inside calling out your name. Yet the boy lying on the ground is you?" Majino, having encountered the emperors of the sea, displayed her composure. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she maintained the smile befitting a proprietor. "Sir, I am not familiar with who him is," she began, but before she could finish her thought, Luffy sprang to his feet. Seemingly oblivious to his pain, he approached Mo1 with a carefree demeanor, his innocence shining through. "Haha, I am Luffy. Have I truly become that famous already?" Mo1 displayed a look of astonishment, regarding Luffy with a peculiar gaze. "I just heard you wish to become Roger's man? But wasn't Roger already deceased?" Other individuals were perplexed as well. What was this person talking about? Luffy scratched his head and replied, "No, I mean to become the king of the pirates." Imowen wore a serious expression. Roger is indeed the pirate king. If you aspire to become a man worthy of the title of pirate king, does that not imply you wish to emulate Roger himself? A few young women stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Huh, Luffy, so you fancy men? Though they were unfamiliar with Roger, the mere mention of his name suggested he was undoubtedly a man. Upon hearing Imowen's explanation, the others began to grasp this alternative interpretation of his words. They struggled to suppress their mirth, but ultimately, they could no longer hold back, bursting into hearty laughter. The straightforward Luffy appeared utterly perplexed. What do you mean, liking men? What are you all talking about? At that moment, Garp and Bogart approached. Garp, initially with an irritable expression, chastised Luffy for his foolishness before casting a puzzled glance at Imowen. I am Garp of the Navy, and this lad here knows my grandson, Luffy. One does not inquire as if hearing the name Kapu for the first time, remaining quite unfazed. I have encountered Mr. Kapu, yet I am not acquainted with Luffy. I have merely heard a friend mention him. However, my purpose for this journey is indeed. Imowen's expression suddenly darkened mid-sentence. Kapu, did I say something wrong? Just as Kapu was about to inquire further, he noticed Imowen's cold demeanor as he fixed his gaze on a certain spot in the hall, sternly declaring, Black Robe, you dare to cross dimensions? The words of Imowen left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What Black Robe? Who is here? Kapu and Bogut had been on high alert, their observation senses fully engaged, yet they had failed to perceive anyone's presence. Before they could ponder further, a hoarse voice echoed throughout the hall. Hee. I have heard that Mo Jianzi is the most talented and formidable swordsman in the history of the Chinese pavilion. It seems this rumor is not without merit. Chapter 88. Has a fight broken out? Following a chilling laugh, the space in the tavern hall distorted. In the next instant, a mysterious figure cloaked in a black robe materialized seemingly out of thin air. Upon seeing the black robe, Imowen's expression turned frightfully cold. He turned to the equally vigilant Kapu and said in a low voice, Mr. Kapu, please notify the citizens of this country to evacuate immediately. Dumbfounded, Kapu was utterly perplexed. Evacuate? Why should anyone leave? Before he could contemplate further, the sinister and raspy voice of the black-robed figure reached their ears once more. Hee. I have already experienced the ruthless swordsmanship of Ximen Chui Xue, yet I have yet to learn what path Mo Jianzi follows. Today presents a rare opportunity. Let me test the sword of Mo Jianzi and see if your title of the strongest swordsman holds true. Kapu furrowed his brows. It was evident that this black-robed figure was no benevolent soul. Confident in his own abilities, Kapu approached a few steps forward, brazenly scrutinizing the black robe. Though I may not fully understand the situation, it appears you are no good. Suddenly, an alarm went off in Kapu's mind. Danger. Yet, before he could react, a large hand had firmly grasped his throat. At the moment when Imowen vanished into thin air, the figure also disappeared from the scene. The abruptness of the transformation left the onlookers in the hall utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting a profound existential bewilderment. What had they just witnessed? Merely an instant prior, Karp had been articulating his thoughts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the enigmatic figure clad in black had seized the neck of the naval hero, Karp. Simultaneously, Imowen grasped the wrist of the hand that the black-clad figure had clutched around Karp. Old man, were you just about to imply that I am not a good person? The figure in black, disregarding Imowen's grip on his arm, spoke in a chilling tone that resonated within Karp's ears, whose upper body was encased in hardened armor. Karp's face, shrouded in darkness, contorted in a painful struggle, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. His obsidian-hued hands instinctively clutched the forearm of the figure in black. Yet he found himself unable to budge the arm in the slightest. Imowen sported a foul expression and threatened, Black Robe, release Mr. Karp, or I shall render your hand useless. Upon hearing this, Black Robe, who had spoken with an icy demeanor just moments before, suddenly adopted a tone of irreverent mockery. Oh dear, this old man is hardly worth the sacrifice of an arm. Imowen released the grip on the black-clad figure, who in turn loosened their hold on Karp. Swiftly, he assisted the faltering Karp, expressing his concern, Mr. Karp, are you all right? At that moment, Bogart emerged from his astonishment, hastening to Karp's side. His face etched with worry. Karp did not respond to Imowen immediately. Instead, he grasped Imowen's arm, inhaling deeply, his pallid complexion betraying a hint of fear. He had just narrowly escaped what felt like death. Had it not been for Mo Wen's intervention with the black-clad figure's wrist, he was certain that a mere exertion of force would have resulted in dire consequences. "Thank you, young man, I am fine now." Bewildered, Luffy could not tolerate the sight of his grandfather being bullied. "You scoundrel! How dare you torment my grandfather? Behold my rubber pistol." Mo Wen sensed something amiss and vanished from beside Carp. The figure clad in black glanced at Luffy, who was poised with his arms swinging. And with a mere flick of his wrist, Luffy's form disappeared from the tavern's hall. He chuckled. "You've delivered yourself to me. I shall gladly accept." As Luffy vanished, Mo Wen materialized in the very spot Luffy had just occupied. The expression on Mo Wen's face was as dark as a stormy sky. The black-cloaked figure cast a fleeting glance at Mo Wen before disappearing from the hall, leaving behind the echo of his arrogant laughter. "Ha ha, Mo Jianzi, I await you above. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall return the child of destiny to you." Carp, assisted by Bogart, was enraged upon witnessing Luffy's abduction, losing his composure entirely. "You scoundrel, return my grandson to me." Mo Wen cast a serious glance at Bogart and inquired, "You are Mr. Carp's assistant, are you not? Please inform the villagers of Windmill Village to evacuate promptly within the next 15 minutes. I anticipate that this island will soon vanish." At this moment, Bogart did not question Mo Wen's words, for Mr. Carp had narrowly escaped death not long ago. "What shall we do about the people of the Goya Kingdom?" he asked. Mo Wen forced a rather unsightly smile. "I shall transport them into another realm, though entry is effortless while exit proves to be a daunting challenge. I shall elaborate further on this matter shortly. For now, you must arrange for the evacuation." Bogart, aware that this is not the time for inquiries, left a hasty remark for those in the hall before swiftly departing. "You all heard the gentleman, did you not? Why are you standing there in a daze? Come with me." Cap, having nearly regained his strength, recalled his naval identity upon hearing Bogart's words. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply to Mo Wen. "My friend, I entrust Luffy to you. I must lend my assistance to Bogart. Do not inquire about the hurried words exchanged between the figures of the past." He merely nodded and then vanished into the hall. 15 minutes later, at the coastline of Windmill Village, the dog-headed warship of Carp was crammed with anxious villagers. As they watched the ship gradually drift away from the shore, Carp finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon glimpsing the two contrasting figures, one black and one white, soaring above Windmill Village, a sense of unease washed over him once more. Carp yearned to assist, yet the memory of those frigid hands rendered him helpless, and he could only whisper in resignation, "Little brother, I implore you, you must rescue Luffy." Bogart gazed at the vivid crimson handprint on Carp's neck, still struggling to comprehend the situation. How could it be that the heroic Carp of the Navy had been defeated, and in such a manner utterly powerless, at the mercy of others, above Windmill Village? As I watch the warship gradually recede from the coastline, my mind is consumed with contemplation. The extent to which Luffy's character has been influenced by the sun god Nika fruit seems to surpass even that of Naruto. Must we resort to drastic measures? Without hesitation, a benevolent expression immediately graced his face. Perhaps it would be better to adopt a gentler approach. Let him begin by learning the 3 techniques: dominance over the realm, the 7 injuries fist, and the bone-transforming soft palm. The latter 2 techniques can complement his current rubber form. The abyssal 3 blades from dominance over the realm should be able to contend with the consciousness of the sun god Nika's fruit. Do not inquire about casting aside the thoughts within, as a benevolent visage reveals a wicked smile. Hee. The disappearance of the East Sea should suffice to convince the denizens of the pirate world of the existence of alternate realms, should it not? In the distance, gazing upon the island of the Kingdom of Goya, which appeared as diminutive as ants, Carp and Bogart felt a semblance of tranquility settle within their hearts. This distance should be secure, ought it not? Suddenly, a chilling and arrogant laughter echoed across the sea, emanating from a figure clad in black robes. "Hee, Mo Jianzi, have you not arranged matters sufficiently for the inevitable confrontation?" Shortly thereafter, a voice, indifferent yet even more audacious, reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the ocean. The first to compel me to draw my sword was Xie Xiaofeng of the Sword Concealment Manor. Today, I wonder if you, cloaked in black, possess the merit to be the second to elicit my blade. Chapter 89. The East Sea? Is it to vanish? Above Windmill Village. Without questioning, Mo Wen's sword intent leaked slightly, causing his white garments to rustle with the wind. In the next moment, the sword intent within him erupted like a dam bursting, transforming into a silver river stretching thousands of feet wide, surging toward the heavens. with a resounding roar. The kingdom of Gaia's island was shattered into pieces by this overwhelming sword intent. A figure clad in black, standing 100 feet away, was startled by the explosive force of Mo Wen's soaring sword intent. He swiftly evaded, finding himself thousands of feet away in an instant. Beneath the shadow of the black cloak, a face as dark as a pot's bottom scowled inwardly, cursing, "Is it really necessary for this embodiment to be so serious?" Despite his inner grievances, the black-cloaked figure's movements did not falter. He clasped his hands together before his chest, leaning forward at a 45-degree angle, and shouted, heavenly intent. For Symbol's technique, wind god's fury. As the words fell, a faint blue divine apparition, towering over 1,000 feet, manifested behind the black figure. Mo Wen observed the scene with a covert smile. Ah, is the wind god enraged? What a pity, it is merely a manifestation of his essence, still too diminutive. In the distance, aboard the dog-headed battleship, the onlookers beheld a silver river of sword intent cascading from the heavens above Windmill Village. Witnessing the ethereal figure of a celestial being, towering 1,000 feet in height, standing between heaven and earth, left the crew aboard the dog-headed vessel in a state of bewilderment. While they remained immersed in this extraordinary display of power, Mo Wen's indifferent and arrogant voice echoed once more. In the presence of merely the wind god's wrath, you are not worthy of my blade. Hiss. This Mo Wen, with his seemingly gentle demeanor, displayed an alarming level of arrogance in battle. His gaze returned to the skies above Windmill Village. The figure in the black robe conceded that he had indeed been intimidated by the true essence. Humph. Mo Jianzi, where do you think you are? Do not blink, for it may cost you your life. Upon finishing his words, he abruptly conjured 3 additional manifestations. One of these figures wielded a long sword crackling with lightning. This sword was the heart sword from the demonic sword life and death game. In the next moment, the heavens resounded with 2 furious roars from the figure in black. Heavenly will force Symbol's technique, wrath of the fire god. Heavenly will force Symbol's technique, wrath of the thunder god. As the 2 voices echoed, Carp and the others witnessed the emergence of a red celestial figure engulfed in flames and a white celestial figure shimmering with lightning in the distance. The 3 towering ethereal figures stood at the edge of the heavens, their visual impact shattering the very foundations of the onlookers' beliefs. Mo Wen gazed at the dark-robed doppelganger wielding a long sword, his expression rife with anticipation. The 4th form of the celestial intent's 4 symbols technique diverged from the preceding 3. For this manifestation was capable of summoning the power of heavenly thunder to create a formidable sword technique, just as Mo Wen envisioned. The 3rd doppelganger enveloped itself in crackling lightning, raising the heart sword with a pointed gesture towards the heavens. Suddenly, a tempest swept across the expanse of the sea, and the sky within 1,000 miles was plunged into darkness. As Carp and the others directed their gazes upward, a colossal vortex of black clouds loomed over Windmill Village, flickering with lightning, as if a dragon were roaring within. Celestial Intent's 4 symbols technique, wrath of the thunder god, the dark-robed doppelganger declared, and in an instant, a cascade of lightning descended from the swirling black clouds above. The torrent of lightning swiftly converged into the heart sword held by the doppelganger. In the next moment, the heart sword erupted with blinding radiance, its brilliance akin to a sun plummeting from the sky, illuminating the entire realm. Upon witnessing this, a hint of excitement lingers in the tone. Ha ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. Is the god of thunder enraged? It barely qualifies me to conjure forth a sword. Mo Wen snapped his fingers, and beside him, an identical figure materialized out of thin air. Mo Wen held in his hand a long sword identical in appearance to the concentric sword. This sword is none other than the demon sword from the game of life and death chess. Do not inquire about the doppelganger. With the same sword pointing towards the heavens, I declare, this technique is named a sword dividing the ages. Dark Robe, are you prepared? Do not inquire about the words of the doppelganger. The crimson sword energy emanating from his enchanted blade surged to an astonishing height. From a distance, it appeared as if a colossal sword was thrusting upward from the earth, piercing the heavens. Gazing toward the horizon, 3 ethereal figures of deities emerged, one resembling a river of thunder, another embodying the essence of sword intent, and the last, a gigantic sword of red energy. The crew aboard the dog-headed warship stood like statues, too astonished to even breathe. Meanwhile, the villagers of Windmill Village were rendered lifeless, collapsing to the ground in fear. Many of them prostrated themselves, repeatedly bowing towards the distant apparitions, murmuring fervently, "This must be divine, this must be divine." Even Karp and Bogart, witnessing this scene from afar, felt their scalps tingle with apprehension. Goodness, it seemed the battle had not even commenced yet. The two were unable to fathom the cataclysmic force that would ensue if these energies were to collide. Just as they worried for the crew aboard the warship, a translucent apparition of the doppelganger suddenly materialized above them. Observing the puzzled faces of the crew, the apparition spoke with an air of indifference. "I am but a fragment of my true essence. In the forthcoming battle, my true form may be unable to divert attention to safeguard you. Thus, I shall now escort you away from this perilous sea." As Ximen Chui Xue concluded his words, the crowd remained momentarily stunned. With a mere wave of his arm, the dog-headed battleship was enveloped in a surge of true energy, transforming into a streak of luminous light and vanishing from the expanse of the sea. The individuals aboard the warship gazed in astonishment at the surrounding flickering lights. Goodness, what kind of speed is this? In the blink of an eye, we have traversed 2 islands. An excited villager confidently proclaimed, "These 2 must be deities, undoubtedly divine." An elder concurred, "Indeed, this is a power beyond human capability." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the celestial figure in white is still hovering above our battleship." Upon hearing this, Karp and the other Navy personnel finally noticed that Ximen was still present. Karp regarded the impassive Ximen, harboring a flicker of curiosity within. "Brother, what is the primordial spirit? Will the inhabitants of the islands surrounding the kingdom of Goya be affected by your battle? Do not inquire about the indifferent appearance of the ethereal figure. Explaining it would be too cumbersome. You may perceive me as a fragment of the essence itself. Being merely a wisp of consciousness, I possess little emotional depth. As for the islands you mentioned, when you arranged for the evacuation of the villagers from Windmill Village, the essence had already employed a secretive method to transfer all life forms in the East Sea, save for the trees, to another realm. Alas, those below were taken aback once more." Bogart hastily unleashed his observation hockey. In the next moment, he wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible! There are not a single fish swimming in the waters we traversed. The villagers of Windmill Village? It cannot be mistaken. This is truly divine." After sensing the situation, Karp also appeared to be in a state of existential doubt. Above the battleship, the ethereal figure furrowed its brow. The essence had already engaged with the figure in the black robe. An energy surge was rapidly approaching us from behind. "Steady yourselves, for I shall accelerate." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to glance behind. In the next instant, their hearts sank and their faces drained of color. They beheld a colossal wave of white energy, surging toward them at a speed slightly faster than that of the battleship. As the white energy engulfed the sea and islands, all matter was instantaneously obliterated, dissolving into an abyss of nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the timid among them were gripped by terror. They dared not contemplate what would become of them should this white energy catch up. Fortunately, in the next moment, the speed of the battleship was further augmented by the ethereal figure. Observing that the battleship maintained a safe distance from the white energy, the crew wiped the cold sweat from their brows. "Phew, that was terrifying. I thought we were doomed." One exclaimed, "Even if I were to leave the Navy, I would never set foot in the East Sea again." "The East Sea? Where are we now?" A remark from someone startled the naval crew. The battleship was moving so swiftly that, apart from Karp, none could discern the surrounding environment. Bogart glanced at Karp, whose brow was tightly knit, and a sense of foreboding arose within him. "Vice Admiral Karp, do you know where we are?" Karp, upon sensing the surroundings again, grimly responded, "If I am not mistaken, we have just passed by West Rob Village." At this, the soldiers around them numbly gazed at the imposing wave of white energy behind them. In that moment, a sense of resignation washed over their hearts. Indeed, we have crossed over most of the East Sea. It seems inevitable that the East Sea will soon be no more. Chapter 90. Convergence. After some time had elapsed, the onlookers beheld the towering sword energy surging forth from the white energy wave, gradually closing the distance to the battleship. Their once tenuous hope plummeted once more into despair. Ximen's shadow swept over the panicked crowd below, advising, "Ahead lies a towering mountain peak. Steady yourselves. I am about to elevate the warship into the skies." Ximen swiftly formed a seal with his hands, causing the warship, still soaring in the low sky, to vanish in an instant above the ocean. In the next moment, within the same maritime expanse, the dog-headed warship appeared in the vastness of the sky. Thousands of feet above, The onlookers discerned their altitude as they beheld the white sea of energy several hundred meters below. Observing this white energy devouring everything like a primordial beast while continuously expanding beyond the East Sea, the crew aboard the ship felt a mix of joy and concern. They were relieved to have escaped danger, yet troubled by the ominous fate of the East Sea. At this moment, the warship hovered motionless in the high air. Below them lay the upside-down mountain, beyond which stretched the Grand Line, a realm no longer belonging to the East Sea. Carp gazed anxiously at Mo's increasingly translucent figure. "Little brother, is your spiritual avatar all right?" Upon hearing Carp's words, the others realized that Mo's apparition had grown even more transparent. Mo replied calmly, "I am merely a fragment of the primordial spirit of my true self. Without expending spiritual energy, I would not dissipate even after a century. However, the recent transfer of the warship from below has taken a considerable toll. At present, I can only maintain the warship's altitude, but I am unable to propel it further." The hearts of the crowd tightened once more. Bogate, observing the villagers in a state of despondency, bowed deeply to Mo's ethereal form. "I am grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed sir. May I inquire a few questions of you?" Mo nodded slightly at the phantom. Bogat hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Sir, how long can this illusion be sustained? Are we safe here? Moreover, how much longer is this battle likely to last?" Without hesitation, Mo's ethereal form responded, "If it is merely to maintain the vessel's stability, this apparition may endure for another 10 days. Your realm is intertwined with the Shinobi world. The figure in black and my true self will not exert their full might in combat. For the time being, this location remains relatively secure. As for how long this will last, both the figure in black and I have traversed into your realm prematurely. The consciousness of this world permits our presence for only 5 days. After this period, both the figure and I shall depart. Thus, the confrontation between myself and the figure in black, or rather, the struggle between my true self and the figure in black, should not extend beyond 4 days." The Navy, led by Carp, exhibited little astonishment upon learning of Mo and his companion's origins from another world. After witnessing the events of the day, even if Mo claimed to be a deity, they would readily accept it. Observing the contemplative expressions of those around him, Mo's ethereal form cautioned, "Even if this battle concludes, the residual energies will render this maritime region inhospitable to any ordinary life forms for the next 80 years. Therefore, you must arrange for assistance to evacuate from this area promptly." Carp and Bogart, initially full of questions, grasped the gravity of their situation upon hearing Mo's warning. "Bogart, calm the others. I shall contact Sengoku," Carp declared before hastily returning to the ship's quarters. 2 days later, atop the towering upside-down mountain, a naval vessel was racing towards the Doghead ship. Upon spotting the individuals aboard the opposing vessel, Carp and his companions were momentarily taken aback. A minute later, they observed a dozen unfamiliar figures materializing on the Doghead ship. These individuals included Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 3 Marine Admirals, Rear Admiral Tsuru, the 5-star Elder, the 4 Emperors of the Sea, their respective commanders, the 7 Warlords, along with several Marine Vice Admirals from the headquarters. Ignoring the presence of the 5-star Elder, Carp bellowed, "Sengoku, what is the situation? Why have the 5-star Elder and the Emperors come?" The 7 Warlords were completely disregarded by Carp. Sengoku and the others did not immediately respond, but instead directed their attention toward the increasingly translucent Mo's ethereal form. Is this truly a warrior from another realm? Remarkable. To achieve such a state with merely a thought? Although they were previously aware that this was but a manifestation of his spiritual essence, witnessing it firsthand stirred a tempest of emotions within them. Carp, noticing the group's fixation on Mo, quickly interjected, "Please do not disturb him. He is currently attuning to the battle between his true self and the figure in black taking place over the East Sea." The group, contemplative, finally shifted their gaze away. The chaotic energies below rendered it impossible for those from the pirate world to discern the situation through their observation skills. Sengoku turned to Carp, sighing in resignation, "Alas. The clash between Mr. Mo and the figure in the black robe has reverberated across much of the Grand Line, with various energies still radiating outward." A massive sword light cleaved through the Sabaody archipelago, soaring towards the New World. Ultimately, this sword light reached Wano, nearly splitting the land in two. "By the heavens!" exclaimed a naval officer aboard the Doghead warship, unable to contain himself. However, Carp remained unfazed, explaining, That must have been the enormous sword light from the night before last. At that time, it brushed past us. The young man claimed it was a technique of his true self. Eagerly stepping forward from the crowd, Hawkeye's voice trembled with excitement. Vice Admiral Karp. What kind of sword technique is that? Did Mr. Imo share it with you? Beside him, Bogart noticed Karp's struggle to recall and took it upon himself to elaborate. Mr. Imo mentioned that it is the 10,000 swords to the Emperor, a weakened version of the return of 10,000 swords to the source. Confusion swept through the crowd, leaving them feeling rather empty. Yet Hawkeye's face flushed with enthusiasm as he swiftly pulled Bogart aside for further discussion. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was equally eager to join but was halted by his first mate, Beckman. Karp, observing the usually composed 4 emperors, jested, Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, why so silent? Kaido and Big Mom merely snorted dismissively while Shanks longed to respond but was again restrained by Beckman. Whitebeard, however, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Karp, I heard from Sengoku that you nearly met your end at the hands of the Black Robe in the East Blue. Is that true? Uffed. Shanks could not suppress a laugh. Karp's face darkened, and he retorted, Umph. And what of it? At least I witnessed the battle between the young man and the Black Robe, whereas you couldn't even withstand the remnants of their clash. Whitebeard's smile faltered as he had to concede Karp's point. Feeling the cataclysmic energies emanating from below, even he, known as the strongest man in the world, dared not approach recklessly. Sengoku, ignoring their banter, inquired seriously, Karp, what else do you know? Karp, visibly irritated, responded, Sengoku, are you ever satisfied? You've already asked me numerous times these past few days. Haven't I shared everything I know? Sengoku paid little heed to Karp's attitude. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been intently observing the ethereal figure of Mo, suddenly brightened. She quickly bowed to Mo, exclaiming, Greetings, sir. The 5-star admiral was the first to react, noticing Mo's ethereal figure opening its eyes, and promptly offered a respectful bow as well. Without surprise, Mo Wen's phantom addressed the crowd with indifference, stating, The battle between the entity and the Black Robe has concluded. Chapter 91, Departure from the Pirates. As Mo Wen's words lingered in the air, Mo Wen suddenly appeared beside the ethereal figure, holding the bewildered Luffy. Upon witnessing Mo Wen rescue Luffy, Karp finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Letting out a long sigh, Mo Wen offered a faint smile to the bewildered crowd before releasing Luffy. As Luffy landed on the deck, he remained in a state of utter confusion. He surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting a familiar one-armed figure, exclaimed with excitement, Shanks? Ha, it truly is Shanks. Unfortunately, Shanks' gaze remained fixed on Mo Wen. In fact, aside from Karp, it seemed that everyone else's attention had been captivated by Mo Wen the moment he appeared. Is this truly Mr. Mo? He is indeed a remarkable figure. Without inquiring about the ephemeral shadows revealing their true forms, they transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging seamlessly with the essence of their being. After integrating with the doppelganger, the figure cast a sweeping glance at the astonished crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the venerable Admiral Crane, who appeared to be around 70 years of age. Employing his mind-reading abilities, he discerned the doubts that lingered in the Admiral's heart. With a smile, he addressed her, You must be the strategist of the Navy, esteemed elder. The reason for my unscathed condition is that both I and the man in the black robe primarily engaged in battle through our avatars. Admiral Crane was taken aback, astonished that he could perceive her innermost thoughts. However, upon recalling his formidable identity, she quickly regained her composure. Out of respect for the powerful, she prepared to perform a gesture of reverence towards him. Yet, in an instant, he appeared before her, gently grasping her hands to prevent her from bowing. I am but 15 years of age. I cannot allow an elder to perform such a grand display of deference. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, their ears seemingly deceiving them. How can it be that you claim to be a deity, and yet assert that you are merely 15 years old? How are we to believe this? The air fell into a brief silence, until it was Admiral Crane who first regained her composure. Observing the courteous and refined demeanor of the young man, she felt a wave of reflection wash over her. Subsequently, she voiced the curiosity that had taken root in her mind. Young sir, are you truly capable of hearing the thoughts of others? Mo Wen nodded with a smile. Indeed, I can certainly accomplish that. The others, upon hearing this, hastily restrained their wandering thoughts. Luffy rushed over from Shanks' side, visibly irate. Mo Wen, you are clearly younger than I am, yet when I called you brother Mo Wen earlier, why did you not stop me? The others pondered. Is this truly the foolish grandson of Garp? He is just as one would expect. Before Imowen could utter a word, Garp seized Luffy and proceeded to administer a thorough and vigorous lesson on discipline. Without paying heed to the anguished cries echoing around him, he turned towards the hesitant crowd. His expression grave. I understand the questions that linger on your lips, the thoughts that weigh upon your minds. Allow me to address them, one by one. First and foremost, I owe you all an apology. Imowen offered an apology to the crowd before continuing. The battle I engaged in with the figure in the black robe not only caused the waters of the East Sea to vanish entirely, but also resulted in the creation of a vast chasm of immeasurable depth within the region. As we speak, the waters from the four seas are flowing into this abyss. Once it is replenished, a quarter of the expanse of our world will transform into land. Bewilderment engulfed the others, who were left astonished. What manner of formidable being is this? After regaining his composure, the warring state's leader expressed a hint of joy, replying swiftly, "This is not your fault, esteemed sir. Though we have lost the East Sea, the land area of our world has expanded by an equivalent measure, which presents no detriment to our realm. Do not question the thoughts of the wise general. Indeed, he has already contemplated the implications that the newly emerged land holds for the world of pirates." Upon hearing the words of the general, others were likewise engulfed in profound contemplation. Do not inquire further, for Imowen allows little time for contemplation. He continued, "From the memories of my spiritual avatar, I have gleaned the connection between the ninja world and your realm, as discussed with Mr. Garp. Are you aware that, in a year's time, the ninja world, the pirate world, and the Soul Society will converge?" Sengoku nodded solemnly. "Indeed, we have received this news from Garp. Do not question the demeanor of understanding. Instead, I shall elucidate. I have traversed into this realm a year in advance, driven by two primary objectives. The first is for the sake of Luffy and Imo. The second is to convey a message to you all, urging you to diminish the acts of slaughter." Imowen paused for a moment before stating his second purpose. "The reason I urge you to refrain from excessive bloodshed is closely tied to the realm of death." Imowen offered a subtle hint. The main world resides within the ninja realm, and the intricacies of this chapter shall be elucidated at Byakugan. Upon hearing Imowen's words, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Isn't the realm of the Shinigami a tad too formidable? Indeed, the existence of spirits, souls, hollows, and Shinigami. How could such a world possibly exist? Alas, even the captain of the 13th Division seems capable of rivaling the elite forces of our world. Yet, the captain of the Shinigami is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the existence of such monstrous entities as the hollows that truly concerns us. Garp, more preoccupied with his grandson, anxiously inquired as Imowen paused, "Young man, why have you come for Luffy?" And that individual named him. The five-star elder promptly perked up. As this question pertained to their employer, they too were intrigued by this inquiry. Imowen first elucidated the secret of the Child of Destiny before unraveling the riddle. Luffy is indeed the righteous Child of Destiny, while Im represents the opposing force. Even if the three worlds were to merge, without the intervention of warriors, a confrontation between Luffy and Im would be inevitable. If all goes as expected, Luffy is destined to bring an end to the era of the Celestial Dragons. Others gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at Luffy, who was scratching his head in confusion. How could I have missed it? This fool is so formidable. Even Garp did not foresee that his grandson would possess such extraordinary potential. The elder, gripping the enchanted sword, quickly inquired, "Sir, you mentioned the absence of warrior intervention. Does that imply that you will intervene?" Imowen gazed at him, displaying a radiant smile as he articulated a response that strayed from the topic at hand. "The existence of devil fruits allows for a certain level of combat prowess in your world. However, setting aside the glaring weaknesses of these fruits, it is exceedingly difficult to forge a truly formidable being. Take, for instance, high-level combatants. You cannot even begin to compare yourselves to the realm of the death gods. Even against the extraterrestrial beings of the Shinobi world, you would find yourselves utterly incapable of resistance. Do not inquire about the words spoken by the elder wielding the enchanted blade. The outcome of a battle is often contingent upon the caliber of elite combat prowess. Personally, I shall refrain from intervening in the disputes of your realm. However, I must caution you that it would be prudent to avoid arrogance within your own domain." The navy fell silent, the four emperors remained mute, the 5 stars were quiet, and the 7 warlords held their tongues. In the eyes of Imowen, did they truly embody such arrogance within their own territory? After a considerable pause, Moen turned to Carp, his expression grave. Mr. Carp, I have examined Luffy's condition and discovered that his spirit has been infused with 3 martial arts techniques, likely a scheme devised by the man in the black cloak. You must keep a vigilant watch over Luffy this year, for I fear he may succumb to darkness. A year from now, bring him to the ninja world to seek me. Observing the perplexed look on Carp's face, Moen continued, these 3 techniques are inscribed within Luffy's spirit. Even if he chooses not to pursue them, one of these arts will inevitably influence his character over time. I estimate that within 6 months, Luffy's disposition will begin to change. Suddenly, Carp bowed deeply to Moen, pleading, young man, is there a way to remove the techniques from Luffy's spirit? Moen quickly assisted Carp to his feet and sighed. Indeed, there is a possibility, but the risk is considerably high. I cannot endorse such an action. Furthermore, in a certain sense, the figure in the black cloak is rescuing Luffy, albeit in a rather extreme manner. Upon hearing Moen's words, not only Carp, but also the others were left perplexed. Carp hastily inquired, young man, what do you mean by that? Do not inquire with an air of profound mystery. The time has not yet arrived, and I cannot disclose too much. I can only say that it pertains to the devil fruits. In a year's time, when the 3 realms converge, there will undoubtedly be those who reveal the secrets within. Carp felt a twinge of reluctance. Brother, could you possibly divulge just a hint? Just a morsel? The others silently applauded Carp's persistence. Moen hesitated for a considerable time, seemingly reaching a compromise. Very well, allow me to offer you a small insight. Have you contemplated why the devil fruit bears such a name? If it were merely due to being cast aside by the sea, it hardly seems deserving of the title devil. Personally, I am inclined to believe that if it were solely for that reason, it ought to be referred to as the angel fruit instead. After all, for the weak, the advantages bestowed by the devil fruit far outweigh its inherent flaws. Observing the crowd lost in contemplation, Moen posed another question. Do you understand why your world is so abundant in oceans? The dim-witted fail to grasp the meaning of Moen's words. However, the astute have already sensed that the devil fruit conceals an immensely significant secret. Moen, seemingly lost in thought, turned his gaze towards the perplexed Carp. Mr. Carp, I have already transported your navy and some ordinary citizens of the East Blue to your naval headquarters. The remaining individuals are constrained by the limitations of another realm and cannot be transferred at this moment. You may document whether any of their relatives remain in that other world. If so, you may allow them to seek me in the ninja world after 1 year, and I shall facilitate their reunion with their loved ones. If not, I shall heed the villagers' wishes. Should they desire to remain detached from the pirate world, they shall continue to reside in that other realm henceforth. Upon hearing this, Carp expressed his gratitude to Moen and promptly assured him that the Navy would meticulously keep records. Sengoku, how is it that I am not the one in command? Moen's purpose for arriving in the world of pirates has been fulfilled, prompting the system to open a rift in the fabric of space. Others, bewildered, could not comprehend why Moen had suddenly summoned a vibrant portal of 7 colors. Esteemed friends, it is time for me to take my leave. We shall meet again in a year. As they observed Moen on the verge of stepping into the colorful gateway, realization dawned upon them. Mr. Wait. May I accompany you on your journey? Do not inquire. Moen gazed at the man with a short beard and eyes resembling those of an eagle, halting his steps as he was about to enter the chaotic currents of space. Chapter 92. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper, Soul Society. Moen, with his lightly swaying folding fan, hovered above the ethereal expanse of Linging Street. Observing the soul shield of the jingling court remaining open, Moen fell into deep contemplation. Do not inquire about the subtle hints. The soul shield serves as a protective barrier in the realm of Ling. The world of soul reapers is indeed intricate, and it seems that this anime has a rather unsatisfactory conclusion. Moen, recalling memories of a past life, could not help but utter a curse. The realm of the soul reapers is primarily divided into 4 worlds, or dimensions: the living world, the soul society, the Hueco Mundo, and the invisible empire. The living world is inhabited by ordinary humans. Upon death, they transform into spirits, which can then enter the soul society. The soul society itself is divided into 3 main parts: the royal palace, existing in a different space within the soul society, the Siriadii, which serves as the residence for nobles and soul reapers, and the Raikage, where other spirits dwell, encircling the Siriadii. Hueco Mundo lies between the living world and the soul society. It is a realm of the hollow's existence. The Invisible Empire is another world created by the Quincy beneath the shadow of the Soul Society. Just as Imowen was engulfed in various memories, he suddenly sensed something rushing swiftly towards him. Imowen turned his gaze towards the void behind him, only to behold a translucent dome of pale blue, soaring towards him like a bullet, trailing a faint azure tail. To be precise, it was heading towards the protective barrier of the Soul Society. Encased within this ethereal shield were 4 men, 1 woman, and a black cat. The ensemble consisted of the protagonist, the Soul Reaper Ichigo Kurosaki, the gentle maiden Orochime Inoue, the Quincy Ishida Yuryu, the robust youth Chad Yasutora, the turban-clad Shiba Ganju, and the black cat Yoruichi Shoin. Upon recognizing the familiar figures within, a subtle smile graced Imowen's lips. Ah, is this not the main cast? Are they on a quest to rescue Rukia? How delightful. I am well acquainted with this narrative. Inside the translucent dome, the cat Yoruichi caught sight of a white figure transcending the void in the distance, causing her feline body to shudder. In the next instant, she astonishingly uttered human words, a feminine voice escaping her lips. Is someone there? How could there be someone? Do not inquire lightly. Yoruichi, a figure of captain rank in the realm of the Soul Reapers, observed the distant white silhouette alongside Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist characterized by his golden hair. Upon hearing Yoruichi's words, Ichigo furrowed his brow in concern and asked, Yoruichi, is that person from Soul Society? Yoruichi, with her large cat-like eyes, scrutinized the figure for a while before shaking her head once they were still about 1,000 zhang away. No, that individual is certainly not from Soul Society. In fact, they are not even a Soul Reaper. The young and alluring Orochime Inoue, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Yoruichi, if he is not a Soul Reaper, how can he stand in midair? Throughout the exchange, Yoruichi's gaze remained fixated on the enigmatic white figure. He is neither a spirit nor possesses spiritual pressure. He is merely a human. Imowen gazed at the approaching translucent azure dome with an even broader smile. After a few breaths, he elegantly flicked the white fan in his hand, gesturing lightly towards the empty space before him. In the next moment, the translucent azure dome, hundreds of feet away, unexpectedly materialized right before Imowen. What on earth? The individuals within the dome were startled by this sudden change. Once they regained their composure, they assumed a defensive posture, bracing themselves for potential conflict. Ah, there's no need for alarm, esteemed guests. I harbor no ill intentions, Imowen reassured them. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the charming smile gracing his handsome visage, complemented by his traditional attire, the group was momentarily entranced. Soon, it was Shirtian Yulong, a bespectacled young man with a hint of charm, who first snapped back to reality. He confronted Imowen with a tone that was anything but friendly, demanding, Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path? Imowen, holding a white fan, performed a gesture of clasping his fists. It is I, Imowen, who has had the pleasure of meeting several of you. Might I inquire if I could pose a few questions? However, Kurosaki Ichigo, eager to rescue, was reluctant to squander time on this, and was about to refuse. Yet, the gentle maiden Orochime Inoue, filled with excitement, interjected, If we were to answer your questions, would you assist us in breaking the barrier of the Soul Society? Imowen first glanced at her with a smile, then pointed toward the distant Siriidii. You mean the barrier behind us, right? Inoue Orochime nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that one. Since you can effortlessly block our attacks, you must certainly be capable of dismantling that protective shield. Upon hearing Orochime's words, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This individual seemed to possess abilities beyond their wildest imagination. Initially, they had intended to breach the defenses of the Siriidii using the spiritual pressure projectiles launched by the Shiba family's H-cannon. However, since Imowen could easily thwart such spiritual pressure attacks, it was evident that he could indeed dismantle the barrier surrounding the Siriidii. This is quite simple. As the question hung in the air, amidst the bewildered gazes of several onlookers, he made a flicking gesture towards J-Reiti. In an instant, a translucent white dagger shot forth from his fingertips. In less than 2 breaths, the dagger penetrated the protective barrier surrounding J-Reiti. Due to its diminutive size, the onlookers failed to witness the dagger breach the defense. However, they were astounded to see the colossal barrier enveloping J-Reiti suddenly vanish into thin air. Their mouths agape. They were left in sheer astonishment, capable of accommodating a hen's egg. Even in her feline form, Yoruichi wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had speculated that Imowen was formidable, but she never anticipated his strength to be so extraordinary. In response, Imowen remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The spiritual pressure and keto of your soul society are quite intriguing. I must admit, I am surprised that this barrier could withstand even a mere fragment of my sword intent for a fleeting moment. Although the others did not fully grasp the significance of Imowen's words, they could discern that he was indeed exceptionally powerful, truly formidable. Suddenly, Yuruchi transformed into a lithe figure, her skin a rich shade of brown. "My lord," she inquired, "you mentioned the Soul Society? Could it be that you are a denizen of the living world?" Do not question or be surprised by Yi's sudden transformation, as if he has already seen through everything. To explain it would be too cumbersome. Do not resist. I shall directly transmit fragments of my memories into your minds. Without further ado, Imowen swiftly touched the foreheads of several individuals, one by one, in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, they appeared to succumb to slumber, standing still with their eyes tightly shut, observing that they would not awaken any time soon. Imowen turned and gazed across the void towards the panicked assembly of death gods within the distant spirit court. The narrative of the Hokage has vanished. The tale of the pirates has dissipated, and thus the death gods require no narrative either. Imowen found himself reminiscing about a certain individual, feeling quite embarrassed. Alas, my apologies, Aizen, for disrupting your plans. Nevertheless, it matters not. The ninja world and the pirate world are both rather entertaining, providing ample opportunity for your machinations. Yet, I wonder if Uchiha Madara can truly contend with you. In Imowen's heart, Aizen remains superior to Uchiha Madara, as the latter's flaws are all too evident. In a certain sense, Aizen has become the epitome of a flawless antagonist. Imowen felt a profound trepidation in the absence of a system when confronting Aizen. Yet, the thought that he would soon transcend to immortality brought a smirk to his lips. He mused, Any conspiracy or scheme pales in comparison to absolute power. After a brief moment, Imowen turned his gaze toward the others nearby. The memories he imparted to them encompassed the affairs of the ninja realm, his adventures in the world of pirates, and a plethora of fabricated imagery. He elaborated on the relationships between the three realms, their formation, and certain secrets of the world of the dead. Half an hour later, all 6 individuals simultaneously opened their eyes. Within that fleeting half hour, it felt as though they had traversed centuries. Reflecting upon the myriad of images they had witnessed, each of them, convinced of their newfound understanding, exhibited varied expressions. Yuruchi murmured softly, perhaps in awe, the primordial, the ancient, the primordial era, and the ancient era? How magnificent, how brutal, how captivating. The 4 young men appeared to be awakened to their inner fervor, each wearing an expression of longing. Meanwhile, Inoue Orihime was overwhelmed with tears, touched by a poignant tale of tragic love from her memories. Just as the 6 remained lost in their respective worlds, Imowen gazed at the 14 individuals soaring above the spirit court, a light chuckle escaping his lips. You've all arrived. Chapter 93. The 13th Division of the Guardian Court. A gentle reminder regarding the Godai 13. The captains of the 13th Division are as follows. Captain Yamamoto Janri Sai Shigekuni of the 1st Division. Captain Soifin of the 2nd Division. Captain Ikamura Jin of the 3rd Division. Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th Division. Captain Aizen S. Suk of the 5th Division. Captain Yukatake J. Shur of the 6th Division. Captain Kiraka Shunsui of the 8th Division. Captain Hisagi S.H. Hei of the 9th Division. Captain Hitsugaya T. Shur of the 10th Division. Captain Kinpachi Zaraki of the 11th Division. Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri of the 12th Division, and Captain Yukatake J. Shur of the 13th Division. Note, some names may be abbreviated. 6 individuals heard the voice of the gentle reminder and promptly turned their gaze towards the Soul Society above. Upon witnessing the mobilization of all the captains of the Godai 13, they were taken aback. Moreover, in addition to the 13 captains, a vice-captain of equal strength to that of the captains was also present among them. Imowen glanced at the 6 anxious individuals and comforted them, saying, "No worries. I am here." Upon hearing his words, they were reminded that a formidable figure stood before them. In an instant, their tense emotions began to settle. After several breaths, a group of 14, led by Yamamoto Janri Sai, stood firmly in the void, approximately 20 meters away from Mo1 and the others. Upon observing Imowen leisurely fanning himself with a white fan, adorned with a subtle smile and an unusual attire, the captains of the Godai 13 completely disregarded Kurosaki Ichigo and his companions. Their gazes, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and seriousness, were fixated on Mo1. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Imo turned his attention to the legendary strongest Shinigami. A bald head, eyebrows graying and reaching the sides of his face, with a beard cascading down to his lower body. Indeed, it was the familiar Captain Yamamoto. Suddenly, Yamamoto, leaning on his dual blades, Ri-Ben, trembled slightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes, followed by a grave expression directed at Imo. "My lord, have you breached the Senkaman's veil?" His tone was firm and spirited, truly embodying the vigor of an elder in his prime. Without questioning the thoughts in her heart, she revealed a hint of embarrassment on her face. "I apologize. I had just made a transaction with several friends. If they answer a few of my questions, I shall assist them in breaking this barrier." It should be the soul-concealing membrane referred to by the old man. Imo, aside from the vice-captain, observed that the 13 individuals bore expressions as frigid as ice. He immediately cast a reassuring glance towards Yamamoto Jinryusai. "Rest assured, I shall soon establish a barrier for you," he declared. "It will possess a potency equivalent to that of the residual flame of the great sword and the power of the moonless night, ensuring that few within the realm of death can breach it." Upon hearing Imo's words, Yamamoto Jinryusai's pupils constricted, and within the crowd, Aizen's body quivered ever so slightly. While both maintained an outward demeanor of calm, a tempest of emotion surged within their hearts. Imo offered a subtle hint, cough cough. "This pit shall be filled in the world of ninjas." As for the others, though they were oblivious to the powers of the Zantade and the Wuyue, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this individual was insufferably arrogant. Upon hearing Imo's audacious declarations and witnessing him effortlessly breach the defenses of the Siriidii, a wild grin spread across the face of Kenpachi Zaraki, resembling that of a madman. The 11th Division's vice-captain, Yuichiro Kusajishi, felt the fervent battle spirit radiating from Kenpachi and emitted a childlike voice. "Kenny, this person is quite dangerous. Do not act recklessly." Without a moment's hesitation, Kenpachi, disregarding his vice-captain's warning, swiftly hoisted her and placed her beside the cold, indifferent Byakuya Kachiki. "Yuichiro, I can no longer restrain myself." The fervent Kenpachi, gripping his battered Zanpakuto, advanced step by step towards Imo. He ultimately positioned himself between the two factions. The other Soul Reaper captains were not taken aback. After all, he was Kenpachi Zaraki. It is not surprising that Imo remains unfazed, for the person opposite him is none other than Kenpachi Zaraki. Yamamoto Jinryusai did not intervene with Kenpachi Zaraki. He merely exchanged glances with several captains nearby, signaling them to prepare for action. Indeed, they all comprehended the meaning behind their captain's gaze. Kenpachi Zaraki, who had initially radiated an intense battle spirit, found his expression falter upon noticing that Imo wielded nothing more than a fan, causing his fervor for combat to diminish significantly. "Where's your blade?" Imo offered a faint smile. "I wield a sword, not a knife. However, in your world, there seems to be little distinction between the two." Gunmu Jahachi seized upon the essence of the conversation and inquired, "And what of your sword?" Upon hearing this, Imo feigned a demeanor that left them perplexed. "The sword? I am my own sword." The others were taken aback. "What do you mean? Aren't you human?" Imo, with an air of disdain towards the crowd, uttered an audacious remark. Do you really think you can compel Mr. Imo to draw his sword? Even if all 13 of you joined forces, you would not be worthy." He completely disregarded Yuichiro Kusajishi. Upon hearing Imo's words, half of the captains believed she had lost her senses. Only a few among them exhibited expressions of unease, whether out of confusion or shock. "Who is Yuichiro?" "She is Yuichiro Kusajishi, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Godei 13, the former commander of the Special Forces, and the 22nd head of one of the 4 noble families of Soul Society, the Kusajishi clan." Logic dictated that Yuichiro could not have been foolish. Yet how could she utter such absurd words? Hearing Yuichiro's declaration, Kenpachi Zaraki felt a surge of excitement, as if his very blood were about to erupt. I must make you draw your sword." Without a second thought for the individuals behind Imo, Kenpachi Zaraki vanished in an instant, appearing directly above Imo. He then swung his blade with tremendous force, aiming a powerful strike at Imo's head. Observing the energy of the Zanpakuto cleave through the air with a shrill whistle, the captains were puzzled by Imo's lack of evasion. They did not believe the enigmatic Imo could evade such a strike. However, in the next moment, they realized it was not that Imo could not evade. Rather, he did not need to. To everyone's astonishment, Imowen remained rooted in place, gazing at the assembled captains, his right hand gently waving a white fan. The only difference was that he raised his left hand, astonishingly pinching the tip of Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto between his fingers. The air fell silent for several seconds. Kenpachi Zaraki's face flushed crimson from exertion as he attempted to pull his Zanpakuto from Imowen's grip. Yet no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not extract even a sliver of his sword. Imowen's hand remained perfectly still. I refused to believe it. Kenpachi Zaraki, almost maddened, unleashed his captain-level spiritual pressure with reckless abandon. Still, it proved futile. He could not retrieve his Zanpakuto. Nor could his spiritual pressure affect Ichigo Kurosaki and the others behind Imowen. It was not due to their strength, but because Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure could not even approach them. The four young men found themselves enveloped in a transparent white barrier, their eyes fixed on Imowen, their faces radiating admiration. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Kenpachi Zaraki, seemingly possessed, hastily removed the eye patch from his left eye. In that instant, his spiritual pressure multiplied dramatically. The terrifying energy resonated through the air, causing weaker captains in the distance to break into a cold sweat. After several tense seconds, Kenpachi Zaraki, having unleashed all his spiritual pressure, still could not reclaim his Zanpakuto from Imowen's grasp, leaving him deeply disheartened and questioning his very existence. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Imowen merely shook his head at the sight before him, and with a gentle yet forceful flick of his fingertip, an audible crack resonated through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the Zanpakuto in Yamamoto Genri's size grasp shattered into pieces. The abrupt fracture of the blade caused Yamamoto to lose his footing, sliding back a considerable distance. The captains of the Godei 13 gazed in disbelief at the fragment of the blade in Imowen's hand, their faces a canvas of shock. Were Yamamoto merely an ordinary Soul Reaper, they might have dismissed it, but he was a captain-level Soul Reaper. In the next instant, Yamamoto materialized before Imowen. He glanced despondently at the broken Zanpakuto in his hand, his tone devoid of the previous madness, instead imbued with a sense of calm acceptance. You are indeed formidable. At this moment, I am unworthy of compelling you to draw your sword, but rest assured, there will come a day when I shall make you unsheath it. Imowen possessed a remarkable confidence in his demeanor. Indeed, I believe you can achieve it. Behind him stood 6 individuals, evoking a sense reminiscent of coaxing a child. However, should you wish for me to unsheath my sword, your blade, the Jean Padao, is inadequate. The captains of the Soul Reaper squad regarded Imowen as merely posturing. Yet, what transpired next shattered their perceptions entirely. The astonishment evident on their exaggerated faces indicated that this was an utterly preposterous affair. The gathered crowd beheld Imowen's left palm, where effects swirled in a dazzling display. Chapter 94. The enigmatic Imowen, before departure, in the next moment. Without question, the small blade in Imowen's hand visibly transformed at an astonishing pace into a complete Zanpakuto. As the onlookers beheld this spectacle, they were struck by the uncanny resemblance of Imowen's Zanpakuto to that wielded by Yūka Palace. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Imowen's blade emanated a terrifying glimmer of cold light. Its sharpness was evident even to the naked eye, surpassing that of any other Zanpakuto. The remarkable feat was made possible by the forging skills Imowen had acquired from the system. Such prodigious output from the system was nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone, including Yoruchi and the others, gazed in disbelief at this astonishing scene. Do not inquire about the actions taken, for they have utterly subverted their worldview and contravened their understanding. It is widely acknowledged that the Zanpakuto is forged from the very soul of the Soul Reaper. Most have never heard of anyone being capable of restoring a Zanpakuto. Even the protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, had his first Zanpakuto shattered by Byakuya Kichiki, and it was only through Urahara Kisuke's rigorous training that Ichigo was able to invoke the name of his Zanpakuto, transforming it into a new entity known as Zangetsu. A brief note: the creator of the Zanpakuto is the god of swords, Etsu Nameya of the Zero Division. He single-handedly forged all the Zanpakuto, which exist in their initial form known as Itachi. Note: since he has the ability to create Zanpakuto, it should be well within his capabilities to restore them to their Itachi state. Imowen handed the stunned Genmu Kenpachi the Zanpakuto in his hand, smiling as he spoke. For a swordsman or a swordsman, the sword in hand is the only companion one can truly rely upon. If you do not even care for it, with whom shall you share the joy of battle? This blade is still in its shallow state. I hope that a year from now you will reveal to me its true name." After Moen finished speaking, Genmu Jianba fell into deep contemplation for a considerable time, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. "It seems you possess a profound understanding of me?" Moen did not immediately return the broken Zanpakuto to Kenpachi Zaraki. Instead, he gestured for him to hand over the fractured blade. Upon receiving the shattered sword, Moen caressed its jagged edge, and profound sorrow flickered in his eyes. "I heard its lamentation. It conveyed to me that its original master had perished, and you were the one who found it. From the moment you picked it up, it has longed for you to utter its name. Yet, a millennium has passed, and you have merely regarded it as a tool for battle, leaving it battered and scarred." Kenpachi Zaraki fell into silence, realizing for the first time that the sword in his grasp had always been alive. As others were astonished by Moen's inexplicable insight, they too were filled with deep reflections. "Do not inquire, as your gaze once again rests upon the silent Kenpachi Zaraki. Have you not noticed? For a captain-level Soul Reaper, it is not a formidable challenge to shatter a Zanpakuto in its basic Shirkai state. Yet, this half-unleashed Zanpakuto has fought alongside you for millennia, and it endures still to this day. Do not inquire about the riddle's resolution, for it is an offensive-type Zanpakuto. When considering purely its physical attack capabilities, it stands as the most formidable among all Zanpakuto. Furthermore, this category of Zanpakuto is renowned for its remarkable durability." As Moen reached this point, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly transformed into a particle of light, merging seamlessly with the Zanpakuto wielded by Kenpachi Zaraki. In the next moment, a brilliant white light emanated from the sword in Kenpachi's grasp, causing the blade to tremble incessantly. Kenpachi, taken aback by this unexpected occurrence, released his hold on the Zanpakuto. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the sword soared into Moen's hand. Without surprise, Moen lifted his Zanpakuto, tenderly caressing its blade. Subsequently, he spoke to the sword, saying, "It is but a trifling effort. You need not express your gratitude." As Moen concluded his words, the Zanpakuto in his hand emitted a flash of white light. It seemed as though he understood the essence of what the Zanpakuto was conveying, and a chuckle escaped him. "Ah, do you also wish to witness the sword I wield? We shall see if Kenpachi possesses the requisite skill." Following this, Moen uttered a single phrase, and the Zanpakuto in his grasp glimmered once more. The two engaged in a seemingly casual dialogue, one person and one sword, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The captains of the Godei 13 and others, including Yoruchi, could only gaze in astonishment at this absurd scene. They had never fathomed that someone could communicate so effortlessly with a Zanpakuto, especially one that belonged to another, and in such a mere Shirkai state. The youthful captain of the 10th Division, the silver-haired Toshiro Hitsugaya, whispered to Aizen beside him, "Aizen, do you think he might be able to perform Bankai with someone else's Zanpakuto?" Aizen, ever composed and affable, adjusted his glasses and turned to Yamamoto Jinryusai. "Captain Commander, what is your perspective?" Yamamoto pondered for a moment before responding. "From the current observations, as long as this individual possesses a captain-level spiritual pressure, he should be capable of achieving Bankai with Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. However, he is not a Soul Reaper, and it remains uncertain whether he can do so. Considering he has already accomplished such extraordinary feats." The others contemplated this revelation, their minds racing. Byakugan Kachiki coldly remarked, "If even Ichigo Kurosaki can manifest in his spirit form, this person's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his mastery over the Zanpakuto is evident. It should pose no challenge for him to achieve Bankai." Aizen's eyes flickered with an indescribable light as he echoed Byakugan's thoughts. Captain Kachiki is correct. There should be no obstacle for him in performing Bankai. Yet the true issue lies in the fact that he may not need to do so at all. Captain Karinji, or rather, our captain, seems unable to even move his hand against him. It appears he has transcended the boundaries of the Soul Society. Toshiro Hitsugaya trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his features. Miss Yoruchi had just stated that collectively, they could not compel him to draw his sword. Could that truly be the case? The others turned their gazes back towards Mo1 and the unfolding events. After the dialogue between Mo1 and the Zanpakuto, he returned the sword to Janri Sai Shigekuni Yamamoto. "It yearns for battle just as you do, so cherish it well." During their conversation, Yamamoto had already shifted his previous perspective. He bowed deeply to Mo1, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly, Yuichiro appeared beside Mo1 and also bowed to him. "Thank you. From now on, you shall be my dearest friend." Mo Wenxian cast a penetrating glance at Ba Qianlu, then gently tousled her little head, uttering a phrase that only she could comprehend. Ba Qianlu, you must remember that the person you are today is truly you. Should the day come when you find yourself faced with a choice, seek me out at the Zhonghua Pavilion, and I shall assist you in resolving the dilemmas that burden you. Ba Qianlu shuddered slightly, momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yes, yes. Ba Qianlu will remember. May I inquire about your name? Do not inquire about the appearance of forgetting. Mo Wen introduced himself, saying, I am Mo1, hailing from the Shinobi world. As for the location of the Shinobi world, I shall explain it to you shortly. Just as Kenpachi Zaraki was about to question Mo when regarding any issues concerning Yuichiro Kusajishi, the voice of Yamamoto Jeanri Sai resonated. Esteemed guests, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Might I suggest we retire to the Soul Society for a more detailed discussion? Chapter 95. Departure. 5 days had elapsed since Uchiha Madara arrived in the realm of the Soul Reapers. During this time, following a series of amicable exchanges with Mo1 and the venerable Yamamoto, he finally achieved the purpose of his visit. These so-called amicable exchanges entailed Mo when besting every captain, save for Aizen and the old man, in combat. The latter two were spared due to the old man's need for dignity, while Aizen, well, as a competent antagonist, one must not easily reveal their true strength. In the conference hall of the Soul Society, all eyes, from the 13 captains to the vice-captains of various squads, were curiously fixated on the colorful portal behind Mo1. As Mo when prepared to depart, Yuichiro's spirit sank, her small face reflecting a deep sense of reluctance. One, will I truly be able to see you again in just a year? Mo when crouched down, gently ruffled her hair, and reiterated his explanation once more. Indeed, the flow of time in your world was originally hundreds of times faster than that of the ninja realm. However, 20 years ago, the time flow in the ninja realm, the realm of death, and the pirate realm synchronized. A subtle reminder, 1 million years ago, the world of the Grim Reaper gave birth to the Soul Society, while thousands of years prior, the Tsutsuki clan sowed the seeds of chakra in the world of ninjas. The notion that the flow of time differs across the three realms is nothing more than a fabrication. In truth, the passage of time is uniform, and this concept was merely concocted to create a cohesive historical backdrop among the three realms. Mo when bestowed a gentle smile, assuring, a year from now, you shall undoubtedly see me in the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Hachi Senryu revealed an innocent smile. The death god heroine, Rukia, with her short hair, approached Mo1 and deeply bowed. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your rescue, Mr. Mo. Should you have any commands in the future, I shall dutifully obey. Mo1 promptly supported her with his vital energy. Without my presence, I firmly believe that Ichigo and the others would have successfully rescued you. Therefore, there is no need for such formalities. The atmosphere turned awkward for Ichigo and his companions, who expressed their inability to contribute anything. Ever since encountering Mo1, they had merely been bystanders. Kenpachi Zaraki also approached Mo1, his fighting spirit palpable as he declared, Brother Mo, await my challenge. I shall be the third person to compel you to draw your sword. As for the other captains, I yield to none, except for you, Kenpachi Zaraki. Without inquiry. A smile revealed a secret manual in hand. This tome, titled Divine Blade of Slaughter, was crafted solely for the art of killing. Its most formidable technique, known as snow drifting through the mortal realm, exudes a palpable murderous intent. Should one master this blade technique, invincibility within the current Soul Society would be assured. However, whether this dominance could persist in the future remains uncertain. Mo when cast a fleeting glance at the numerous captains of the Death God squad before continuing his discourse. I doubt the other captains will be so easily surpassed by you. Therefore, you must exert greater effort. Upon hearing the grandiose phrase the god of death's single strike, Kenpachi Zaraki disregarded Mo Wen's subsequent remarks entirely. He eagerly seized the manual and began to peruse it in the hall, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Hitsugaya Toshiro observed this scene with evident envy. I have encountered various individuals who depend on others, but I have never seen someone who can thrive on the prowess of their own Zanpakuto. Alas, I too yearn for a tragic tale of my own Zanpakuto. The captains nearby nodded in agreement, all sharing the sentiment that Mo Wen's attention stemmed solely from Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto. Before the radiant portal, Mo Wen surveyed the assembly in the hall and, clasping his hands in gratitude, declared, I sincerely appreciate your hospitality over these past few days. A year hence, when the three realms converge, I shall reciprocate your kindness. Until we meet again. Upon finishing his words, Imoen stepped through the vibrant portal. 3 days prior, in the realm of ninjas, within the confines of Konoha village, lay the Death Forest. At that moment, the once formidable forest bore the scars of countless battles, resonating with an adrenaline-pumping soundtrack. The clan leaders of Konoha, observing from a distance, recognized that the man they were watching had entered a serious state. This soundtrack was the signature entrance music of Xiao Feng, now appropriated by Might Guy. In the arena of the Death Forest, a resounding dragon roar echoed as a towering Susanoo, over 200 meters tall and riddled with cracks, was suddenly pierced through the chest by a massive golden dragon exceeding 50 meters in length. The Susanoo staggered, hastily plunging its blue longswords, wielded by its 4 arms, into the ground to stabilize its colossal form. Inside the Susanoo, a fierce-looking man with blood-red Sharingan eyes exhibited a visage of disbelief. This extravagant appearance belonged to the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Madara, who typically exuded an air of invincibility, now found himself questioning his existence, particularly upon seeing his opponent, clad in the Hokage's cloak and a tight green suit, brandishing a speaker with skin that gleamed like gold, Might Guy. Madara could hardly fathom that this was the ninja world he once knew. Reflecting on the myriad of news he had encountered over the past few days, he began to suspect he had been transported to another realm. To understand the situation, we must go back to the night before last, in a particular cave. He had been resurrected through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei by his own disciple and a rogue named Kabuto. Upon awakening, he believed his disciple had successfully activated the Eye of the Moon plan. However, he was met with the shocking revelation that the world had changed drastically. His disciple, Uchiha Obito, mockingly informed him, "Madara, you are merely a slightly older clown. One day, I, Uchiha Obito, shall make you pay." After delivering this scornful remark, Obito used Kimui to whisk Kabuto away, leaving Madara in the cave, grappling with his newfound reality. Yet, as the formidable Uchiha Madara, could he easily place his trust in others? Thus, on that very morning, he set out for the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha, following Obito's lead, in hopes of confronting the current worker, Kaguya Black, for a face-to-face confrontation. He did find Black, but was thoroughly outmatched by Black's grandfather, who delivered a thorough beating without resistance. Following the thrashing, Black's grandfather boldly proclaimed, "Considering you are the reincarnation of my great-grandson, I shall refrain from sending you to meet your father. Yeah, just take heed. The waters of this world are far beyond your grasp, Uchiha Madara." Being so scorned by his theoretical great-grandfather, could Uchiha Madara endure such disdain? Certainly not. Thus, he resolved to vent his fury upon Konoha. Yet, now he found himself even more incensed, nearly wishing to return to the Pure Land. What manner of being is this 5th Hokage? Not only has he opened all but the 7th gate of the 8 gates, but he has also summoned a golden dragon and transformed into a golden figure. Were it not for his resurrection through the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara would scarcely know how many times he had perished. In the distance, Might Guy observed the dazed Uchiha Madara, his spirit ignited by the fervent battle music. A fierce determination surged within him, prompting a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, battling you is exhilarating. Though my dragon subduing 18 palms and indestructible Vajra technique are merely at the threshold of mastery, the fact that you can contend with me to such an extent is remarkable." With unwavering fighting spirit blazing in his eyes, Might Guy praised Uchiha Madara. "I must confess, aside from warriors, among ninjas, I, Might Guy, would declare you, Uchiha Madara, the strongest. You are worthy of compelling me to open the 8th gate of the 8 gates. The Death Gate. Are you prepared, Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Madara? How infuriating. He had envisioned this as his line. The proud Uchiha Madara was nearly driven to the brink of fury. With a sullen, icy expression, he longed to crush Might Guy. Yet he found himself unable to do so. After a moment, he stifled his rage, inhaled deeply, and subsequently dispelled the tattered Susanoo. With his eternal Manjiki Sharingan activated, Uchiha Madara fixed a piercing gaze upon Might Guy, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Konoha is formidable. You two are remarkable. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in kind on another day." After delivering his ominous words, Uchiha Madara vanished in an instant. Might Guy scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't I praising him? I meant no offense. Chapter 96. The Tsutsuki Duo, Hashirama Snow Moon City, 100 East June Mansion. Imowen had just emerged from the chaotic currents of space when he encountered his two doppelgangers, Bai Li Dongjun and Bai Yujing. 10 minutes later, after listening to Bai Li Dongjun recount the events that transpired in Konoha, Imowen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, my guy could be considered an upgraded version of Xiaofeng. Imowen's eyes shifted as if he recalled something amusing. Dongjun, when you have a moment, please deliver a copy of the Tianlong Huabin novel to Meikai. Bai Li Dongjun wore a peculiar expression. He had already grasped Imowen's intentions. Truly, you remain true to your essence, always stirring up trouble. Bai Yujing found this rather exasperating as well. A gentle reminder, a doppelganger, through self-cultivation, will gradually develop its own persona. The distinction between an independent doppelganger and this kind lies in the fact that the fruits of cultivation can be reflected back to the original self. Without paying heed to the peculiar gazes of the two, he pondered for a moment over the circumstances within the ninja world before continuing his inquiry. Dongjun, where is Senju Hashirama? Did he not undergo the reanimation jutsu alongside Uchiha Obito? He then turned to Yujing, asking, have you already paid a visit to Kaguya? Bai Li Dongjun first elucidated, Uchiha Obito intended to deceive Uchiha Madara, and therefore did not enlist Yakushi Kabuto to perform the reanimation jutsu on Senju Hashirama. However, later on, Yakushi Kabuto joined forces with Orochimaru, and together they successfully resurrected Senju Hashirama. At this very moment, it is likely that Senju Hashirama is engaged in training with Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun's explanation, Bai Yujing's countenance turned grave. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Bai Yujing, a sense of speculation arose within. Yet, what unforeseen event had transpired? Bai Yujing nodded and proceeded to recount his experiences on the moon. After I had revised Kaguya's memories and soul, I ventured into the castle on the moon in search of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Initially, I presumed that Kinshiki's age would be comparable to that of Naruto and his companions. However, I was taken aback to discover that his appearance remained strikingly identical to that depicted in the original narrative. Imowen pondered for a moment and articulated the conjecture that lingered in his heart. The Otsutsuki clan inherently possessed a lifespan spanning over a millennium, and their physical forms were immortal. Even though the bloodline purity of the descendants of Yumura may not rival that of the celestial Otsutsuki clan, living for several centuries should pose no significant challenge. Moreover, since Otsutsuki Shuren became an orphan of the branch family, his innate talent must also be commendable. It stands to reason that he cannot be too young. Bai Yujing shared this sentiment, adding, indeed, upon encountering Otsutsuki Shuren, I initially thought I would have to discipline him before he would comply. Yet, to my surprise, he not only recognized my identity, but also possessed knowledge of the affairs concerning the warriors of the ninja world entering our realm. Imowen was not taken aback by this. After all, the current Otsutsuki Shuren is still awaiting the growth of Hinata Hyuga, naturally keeping a keen eye on the movements within the ninja world. In addition to Otsutsuki Shuren, I also encountered Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had traversed through time and space. Bai Yujing's words left Imo when momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his composure, he hurriedly inquired, did you manage to capture him? Bai Yujing exhibited an expression of awkwardness. Although his strength was rather lacking, his means of escape were commendable, as he possessed the ability to traverse time and space. Do not inquire about the dark expression on my face, as I find it hard to believe. Bai Yujing, the Otsutsuki Pushi, was defeated by mere spirals. You dare to tell me that you did not detain him? Bai Yujing's countenance turned quite unnatural. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally concocted an excuse for himself. It is all the fault of that scoundrel Otsutsuki Shuren. Initially, I had intended to eliminate Otsutsuki Pushi, but Otsutsuki Shuren insisted he had matters to discuss with Otsutsuki Pushi. Consequently, he failed to keep a watchful eye on him, allowing him to escape. Do not inquire about his excuses, for they fall upon deaf ears, met only with ridicule. Bai Li Dongjun observed this scene, shaking his head slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Alas, this Bai Yujing truly brings disgrace to the body it inhabits. In a certain otherworldly dimension of the ninja realm, Uchiha Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Naruto materialized at the gates of an ancient city. Upon gazing at the grand character's sword pavilion emblazoned upon the ancient city walls, Senju Hashirama, who had initially worn a countenance of despair, suddenly radiated excitement. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke with fervor. Is this the sword pavilion of your Zhonghua pavilion, the reincarnation of Madara? In the next moment, an exquisite sword was poised at Hashirama's throat. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, his murderous intent palpable. Should you continue to address me in such a manner? Do you believe I will refrain from silencing you? Hashirama hastily chuckled. My apologies, I tend to misname you. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and took the lead into the ancient city. Uzumaki Naruto, perceiving the fury of his dear friend, cast a disdainful glance at Hashirama. Humph. I truly wish to cleave you in two. After delivering his threatening remark, Naruto followed in Sasuke's footsteps. Hashirama watched their retreating figures, murmuring softly. No wonder you are the reincarnation of Madara. Your bond mirrors that of Madara and me. Orochimaru patted Hashirama's shoulder, revealing a long-lost sinister smile. First Hokage. Let us proceed. Within the lofty confines of the Sword Pavilion, Hashirama regarded Yiguching with a face full of anticipation. Senior, what do you think? Is my talent sufficient to join the Zhonghua Pavilion? Yiguching stroked his chin, scrutinizing Hashirama before responding. The Zhonghua Pavilion comprises 3 major branches: the Sword Pavilion, the Blade Pavilion, and the Outlaws. Your talent is commendable. With diligence, you can excel in either the path of the sword or the blade. Do you wish to join the Blade Pavilion or the Sword Pavilion? After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama inquired with curiosity, what about the Outlaws? May I not join them? Yiguching met his wide-eyed gaze. To join the Outlaws, one must possess a heart as ruthless as steel, capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. Are you capable of such? Hashirama stammered. Well, in that case, I shall join the Sword Pavilion. Yiguching nodded and continued. Your talent is remarkable. You are indeed a genius in every regard. However, mere genius does not suffice to become a disciple of the Pavilion Master. Currently, 3 elders lack successors. I can recommend you. Would you accept? Hashirama scratched his head. May I ask, what is the status of an elder's disciple? Yiguching smiled at him. Presently, the Sword Pavilion has 4 sword disciples, and barring unforeseen circumstances, one of them will eventually assume the role of Pavilion Master. Thus, the status of a sword disciple is at least equivalent to that of an elder. Do you now comprehend your standing? Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment, uncertain as he inquired. So, does this mean I should refer to Sasuke and the others as my senior brothers? Before Yiguching could respond, Uchiha Sasuke interjected with a hint of displeasure. Humph, what's wrong? Are you reluctant to address us as such? Senju Hashirama offered an awkward smile. I was just contemplating whether, upon joining the Sword Pavilion, I should take Madara as my disciple. In that case, I would become his master. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned serious, gazing intently at Yiguching. Master uncle, perhaps I should send him back to the Pure Land? I fear such a person would only bring disgrace to the Sword Pavilion. Yiguching fell into deep thought, recognizing the validity of Sasuke's assertion. As Senju Hashirama observed the serious expressions on their faces, his typically jovial demeanor faltered. Chapter 97. The Battle of Cloud Hidden. A fateful encounter. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and only 1 day remained until the return of the 100 Eyes Hall to the ninja world. After a month, the existence of martial artists had already spread throughout the entire ninja realm. Thus, even before the 100 Eyes Hall descended upon the cloud-hidden village, the village, now reduced to ruins, had already become a gathering place for ninjas from all directions. By the way, several significant events occurred in the ninja world during this month. After Sunagakure acquired the small Shikaku at the Heavenly Auction House, they announced Gaara's status as an S-rank rogue ninja. However, just a few days ago, Sunagakure rescinded Gaara's rogue status. This decision stemmed from another incident. 10 days prior, Killer Bee led Gaara, Kankuro, Uzumaki Karen, Hozuki Sujetsu, Hyuga Hanabi, Zabuza Momochi, and others in a brazen assault on Cloud-Hidden Village. The 8 rogue ninjas engaged in a fierce battle with Raikage, Shimura Danzō, and Sarutobi Hisashi. The 3 were exceptionally skilled, managing to hold their own against the 8. Notably, Shimura Danzō, against all odds, faced 4 opponents and still retained the upper hand. Unfortunately, his 2 companions proved to be less than supportive. Sarutobi Hisashi, 3 years prior, had lost an arm to Uzumaki Naruto's sword, wielded by Yiguching, and now his strength barely reached 50% of what it once was, including the power of his summoning beast, Enma. After all, ninjas must perform hand seals. And since the day of his clan's annihilation, Sarutobi Hisashi had been tirelessly striving to save the Sarutobi clan, leaving his body thoroughly exhausted. Thus, achieving even 50% of his former strength was a testament to his relentless efforts. As for the Raikage, though both are one-armed, his strength has diminished only slightly. This is primarily due to his mastery of the body technique. The distinctive feature of this technique is that it allows one to harness chakra without the need for hand seals, relying predominantly on physical prowess for attacks. Thus, even after becoming one-armed, the Raikage retains a remarkable 80% of his power. Furthermore, having fallen victim to the divine illusion, he fights recklessly, disregarding his own life. Consequently, he holds the upper hand, even while facing 3 opponents. The battlefield is as follows: Sarutobi Hiruzen versus Gaara alone, Raikage against CHJR, Uzumaki Karen, and Kimimaro, and Shimura Danzō facing Zabuza, Haku, Hozuki Suigetsu, and Killer Bee. The 11 combatants engaged in battle for nearly an entire day, reducing a significant portion of the Hidden Cloud village to ruins. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's exhaustion of chakra and stamina that swayed the tide of battle. Fortunately, Danzō's presence prevented Hiruzen from falling prematurely into the afterlife. Although saved by Danzō, Hiruzen was left incapable of further combat. This development added another opponent, Gaara, to Danzō's list of adversaries. Danzō, having only recently begun mastering the evil-slaying sword technique, found himself at a disadvantage against 5 foes. In a critical moment, a lapse in focus allowed Zabuza to exploit a weakness, executing a move from the Golden Crow sword technique that severed Danzō's left arm. Thus, the battle swung once more in favor of the antagonists. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Obito, having sacrificed his own right arm, suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, he utilized Kimui to rescue 3 individuals. Faced with this space-time technique, the adversaries were rendered powerless. Thus, this grand conflict involving 11 warriors came to a close. Currently, the situation for the 4 remaining members of Danzō's faction is as follows. Sarutobi Hiruzen is without his right arm. The Raikage has lost his left arm. Uchiha Obito has sacrificed his right arm, and Danzō is missing his left arm. Obito's right arm was severed to facilitate his training in the dark soul-consuming palm. Initially intending to sacrifice his left arm, he ultimately chose his right, as the ancient text indicated that Yonggwa lacked his right arm. Thus, for the sake of caution, Obito had no choice but to sever his right arm. It must be noted that both Danzō and Obito demonstrate formidable resolve. One chose self-castration to grow stronger, while the other opted for amputation. Returning to the main narrative, after defeating Danzō and his allies, Killer Bee successfully facilitated Darui's ascension, making him the 5th Raikage. Such a significant upheaval in the Hidden Cloud village could not escape the notice of the broader Shinobi world, especially since the village did not attempt to conceal it. Consequently, within a mere 2 days, the Battle of the Hidden Cloud became a sensational topic throughout the Shinobi realm. In light of Gaara's alliance with the antagonists, the stance of the Sand Village underwent a complete reversal. The focus now returns to the present. MO1, accompanied by the swirling Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Hashirama Senju, leisurely traversed the uneven streets of the Hidden Cloud village. Hashirama surveyed the bustling crowd with curiosity. In the next moment, amidst the throng of people, he exchanged a glance with a ninja. That fleeting look ignited a rush of excitement, coloring Hashirama's face with a vibrant flush. His jubilant exclamation echoed throughout the street. "Madara? Is that you, Madara?" Disguised through a transformation technique, Uchiha Obito instantly recognized Hashirama, his expression one of astonishment. "Hashirama, is that truly you? How could you have been brought back through Edo Tensei?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hashirama's exhilaration knew no bounds. Ignoring the curious glances from those around him, he swiftly embraced Uchiha Madara, whom he had not seen in ages. "Ha ha ha, it's really you, Madara." Uchiha Madara's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, joy, embarrassment, and irritation intertwined. In the end, he could only struggle to free himself from Hashirama's embrace while shouting, "You fool! Let me go?" Moen cast a glance at the legendary Uchiha Madara and then remarked, "This is not a place for conversation." Without waiting for the others to respond, he waved his arm, and the 6 of them vanished from sight. What the hell? Where did they go? Is this some sort of ghostly apparition in broad daylight? Heh, didn't you notice the attire of the others? Those are warriors. Oh, I see. They are warriors. That makes the situation quite normal. In a pavilion within a realm apart. What in the world is this place? Uchiha Madara gazed at the dismal surroundings outside the pavilion, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Senju Hashirama, however, showed no surprise. After all, He had played a part in the devastation surrounding them. Ha, Madara. This is a separate space of the Sword Pavilion, a place for combat training. Uchiha Madara asked, what Sword Pavilion? And who are they? He regarded Mo1 and the other three with a wary expression. In that moment, the once arrogant and domineering Uchiha Madara had lost his confidence. It was evident that this month had not been kind to him. Senju Hashirama initially looked at the startled Uchiha Madara, akin to a frightened bird. Soon, however, a broad smile spread across his face. Haha, Madara, it is like this, the Sword Pavilion is. He then began to recount the tale of the Chinese pavilion to his companions. Madara, my master is exceptionally powerful. Once the matters of the 100 Knowledge Hall are resolved, I shall take you to meet him. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. Who did he think he was to need a master? Yes, you do. There was no escaping that thought. He recalled the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya, Might Guy, and Nagato. Uchiha Madara felt that his dignity had been trampled upon repeatedly, in pursuit of vengeance. To reclaim his honor, and to grow stronger, Uchiha Madara resolved to seek a mentor. He yearned to become a warrior. Chapter 98. The 100 Knowledge Hall returns. Uchiha Madara gazed at the elated Senju Hashirama, perplexed. Hashirama, aren't you supposed to be a reanimated corpse? Why do you feel so alive? Senju Hashirama pointed at Mo1 and explained. It was Master Mo who created a physical body for me and utilized secret techniques to transfer my soul into this form. The reason I still appear as a reanimated corpse is that my soul is still harmonizing with the body. After about a month, once my soul fully merges with this body, I will truly come back to life. Uchiha Madara cast a surprised glance at Mo1, astonished by the boy's remarkable abilities. Then, something struck him, and his demeanor became rather awkward. Mo1, does this mean you can resurrect the dead endlessly? Mo1 Han smiled and elucidated. The Pure Land is the domain of the Sage of Six Paths. If the rebirth merely involves the impure realm, it will scarcely affect his plans. However, should you be resurrected, you would remain within the ninja world, a circumstance that the Sage of Six Paths would naturally not permit. Your fates, that of you and Senju Hashirama, are unique. If you are brought back to life, I can employ a secret technique to bestow upon you a thread of fortune. This thread of fortune has the potential to awaken your identities as children of destiny, drawing the attention of the heavenly path once more. Although the heavenly path within the ninja world currently lies in a state of semi-slumber, once it is involved, even the Sage of Six Paths would hesitate to act against you. Uchiha Madara, though initially perplexed, ultimately grasped the notion that only he and Senju Hashirama could truly be resurrected. Without any need for inquiry, one could easily surmise the intentions of Uchiha Madara. He yearns to resurrect his beloved brother. Observing Madara lost in reminiscence, a sense of calm enveloped Mo1 as he imparted a significant revelation. There is no need for such distress. The Sage of Six Paths can guard the Pure Land for no more than a year. After that, someone will inevitably breach its sanctity. At that time, you may embark on a quest to reclaim the souls of your kin. Should you still wish to revive them then, I shall assist you in that endeavor. As Mo1 exuded an aura of tranquility and grace, Madara was simultaneously astounded by the immense and enigmatic power of Mo1, while feeling elated at the prospect of his brother's revival. Yet, a wave of absurdity washed over him. Apart from Hashirama Senju, he had always regarded himself as superior, looking down upon others. Now, however, he felt as though he were merely a frog at the bottom of a well, limited in his perspective. Casting aside the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Madara inquired with curiosity, could you enlighten me as to who intends to breach the Pure Land? Do not inquire about the mysterious smile. This matter pertains to the current appearance of the 100 Knowledge Hall. Once you have heard the reasons behind it, I shall reveal more to you. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. At noon, the 100 Knowledge Hall arrived as promised, descending upon a certain open area in Yunying Village. With the awareness of the 5 great ninja villages, everyone was familiar with the various rules of the 100 Knowledge Hall. Thus no chaos ensued. A long queue formed at the entrance of the 100 Knowledge Hall, where ninja after ninja prepared to pass through the barrier at the entrance. However, the vast majority were barred from entry, with only a select few permitted to cross the threshold. An hour later, within the grand hall of the 100 Knowledge Hall. This hall was several times larger than before, necessitated by the multitude of attendees. The hall was now filled to capacity, predominantly occupied by individuals from the 5 great ninja villages, with only a handful of wandering ninjas present. Among those gathered were Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke seated together at one table. The Akatsuki organization was represented by the four members, Konan, Tsunade, Shizen, and Orochimaru, forming another table. 3 tables, however, were rather unique. One table was occupied by the one-armed quartet, albeit in a transformed appearance. Another table hosted the 4 sisters of the Yūka Palace. The final table comprised 5 individuals, Shouta, Kurozetsu, Shbu, Hyuganiji, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As for the other warriors, after developing a persona, the avatar of Lu Xiaofeng spent his days frolicking with friends in the ninja world, leaving Mo when disinterested in his affairs. Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue were also in a state of carefree existence. The reason for not assigning the 2 as independent avatars was due to their exceptional swordsmanship talent, as Mo Wen relied on them to enhance his own strength. In Shuiyue City, with Bailey Dongjun in charge, there was no need for Mo Wen to intervene. So where is Mo Wen at this moment? Let us gaze upon the high platform. Mo Wen, by Xiao Sheng, and the unremarkable clay Buddha were presently seated upon a high platform. Below, Tsunade gazed at Hashirama Senju, her eyes brimming with joy. She had gleaned information regarding Hashirama from Orochimaru and was eager to drive away the 3 miscreants to reunite with her great-grandfather. However, it appeared that her great-grandfather favored their company instead. When she attempted to call him over, he simply replied, "Little Tsunade, I shall remain here. You should return." This response pierced her heart. Aside from Tsunade, the shinobi from the 5 great villages had also recognized Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. Yet, they remained unperturbed. As the tale of Madara's defeat at the hands of Might Guy had spread throughout the shinobi world, largely due to Konoha's efforts, Deidara, upon spotting Madara, felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly turned to the now-recovered Nagato. "Leader, I heard from Brother Scorpion that you encountered Madara 5 days ago and gave him a proper thrashing. Is that true?" Deidara's voice was loud enough for those around to hear, and they cast curious glances between the 2 factions. Madara, of course, overheard Deidara's words. Observing his companion's fierce expression, Hashirama quickly rose and directed an unfriendly gaze towards the Akatsuki members. What pride is there in defeating him with Madara's eyes? Once this Baishao Hall affair concludes, I shall challenge you to a duel. The Akatsuki members, particularly Itachi, Uchiha, and Konan, were incensed, wishing to silence Deidara. How could this fool not see that Madara was now one of the Chinese pavilion's people? The presence of the 2 fated children, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, already instilled dread in them, and the addition of Hashirama and Madara could very well lead them to their demise. Konan shot a fierce glare at Deidara, then gestured to the others, signaling them to remain silent and not accept Hashirama's challenge. Faced with Konan's intensity, none dared to defy her. They glanced around, pretending not to have heard Hashirama's words. Seeing this, Hashirama, like a victorious general, boasted to a slightly more agreeable Madara, "Madara, I have avenged you." Madara huffed in a proud yet aloof manner, saying nothing, but inwardly his hatred for Nagato deepened, now even extending to the members of Akatsuki. On the high platform, Mo Wen observed the scene, silently giving Deidara a thumbs up. Truly, Deidara exhibited remarkable courage. At that moment, Bai Shaoxing cast a sweeping glance across the hall and proclaimed in a resonant voice the purpose of the Bai Shaoxing's emergence in this realm. As I have previously stated, at the auction house of the heavens is intimately connected to the impending upheaval in the ninja world 1 year hence. Before divulging further details, allow me to present a visual recording for your observation. Upon his words, a luminous screen materialized above the trio. Chapter 99. The secret. As the screen flickered to life, the assembly below gazed with rapt curiosity at the unfolding imagery. Within the projection, a crew aboard a canine-headed warship appeared, their faces etched with terror as they fixated on a distant point. Just then, a cold and arrogant voice resonated from the depths of the scene. "In the presence of mere wind god's wrath, you are not worthy of my blade." Following that, a chilling voice echoed, "Humph. Mo Jinzi, where are you now? Do not dare to blink, lest you meet your demise." With the transition of the scene, the audience finally grasped the source of the crew's fear. They stared, transfixed, at the towering phantoms that loomed within the display, at the annihilating lightning, the sword intent that spanned the cosmos, and the colossal scarlet sword aura that pierced the heavens. In the imagery, at the moment when Mo Wen's phantom seized the canine-headed warship, the immense red sword aura abruptly cleaved through the void, shattering 3 divine phantoms in succession. Following this, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, a result of the clash between the colossal red sword aura and the torrent of lightnings. which erupted in a violent collision. As the sound of the explosion echoed, the earth trembled as if in response. The energy released transformed into a massive mushroom cloud, swiftly extending a vast sea of white energy across the boundless ocean. This white energy, akin to a primordial beast, mercilessly devoured all within its path, reducing any obstruction to mere nothingness. The scene shifted once more. Now, a dog-headed warship raced with astonishing speed as if fleeing for its life, pursued relentlessly by the encroaching white energy. The relentless chase tightened the hearts of those in the hall. Suddenly, the visuals accelerated, revealing a cataclysm of sword light, flames, and lightning that engulfed the entire sky and earth. Time seemed to stretch as the scene transitioned above a planet, where an unfathomably towering sword radiance suddenly sliced across nearly half the celestial body. Viewed from above, the terrifying sword light pierced through a quarter of the vast ocean. In the next heartbeat, the screen plunged into darkness. Just as the spectators awaited the illumination of the imagery once more, by Xiaoxing's voice resounded throughout the hall. The ensuing battles encompass various martial intents, which, even through mere visuals, are not to be witnessed by those below the rank of Chunin. Thus, the presentation concludes here. After Bai Xiaoxing finished speaking, he granted the audience a moment to absorb the information. Upon hearing that the footage had come to an end, the crowd below stared blankly at Mo1. From the visuals, they had already discerned the identities of the two combatants. One was Mo1, and the other was the cloaked figure who had sold the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. Do not inquire about matters concerning the two realms of pirates. Only the clones connected to him possess such knowledge, and no one else is privy to it. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto wore expressions of exhilaration, their faces flushed with excitement. Indeed, Brother Mo1 is the mightiest. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, however, were left in a state of disbelief. Mo1, though shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the two, has always maintained an air of gentle sophistication. They indeed believe that Mo1 possesses considerable strength. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if such strength is somewhat excessive. While a few feel joy, their faces also betray a hint of sorrow. The joy comes from: do not inquire about their master. What troubles me is, why does such a formidable individual maintain such a close relationship with those two little fiends? Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Danzō are now deeply questioning their existence. Do not inquire about their backgrounds, for they are well acquainted, especially since the three hail from Konoha. The two are currently engulfed in doubt, pondering whether their approach to martial arts is flawed, or perhaps that Mo1 possesses extraordinary abilities. After all, how could one achieve such strength in merely a few years? Uchiha Obito exhaled a long breath, relieved that he had never wronged him. Otsutsuki Shurin. Witnessing Bai Yujing effortlessly subdue Otsutsuki Pu Shur, initially thought Bai Yujing was already remarkable, yet the individuals displayed on the screen surpassed even his expectations. Han Fei felt a heavy weight upon his heart. At that moment, he was deeply concerned for the fate of the Otsutsuki clan. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Orochimaru, with a hint of excitement in his tone, shattered the silence within the hall. Mo1, this is not the ninja world, is it? Viewed from above the planet, this realm appears predominantly covered in water. Moreover, it seems significantly larger than the ninja world and does not resemble a martial artist's alternate space. Could this be the world where you previously transported the inhabitants of the Land of Waves? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, those below began to comprehend. Most had heard Bai Yujing elucidate the concept of the myriad worlds at the celestial auction house. At this moment, they too recognized that this was indeed an entirely different world. Mo1 closed the folding fan in his hand and, gazing at the curious crowd below with a smile, explained, "No, this world is called the pirate world. It is a realm entirely distinct from our own. Do not inquire further. The world of pirates is an expansive maritime realm, primarily divided into 4 seas: the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. Each of these seas is considerably larger than the ninja world, and overall, the pirate realm is approximately 5 times more vast than that of the ninja world." Mo1's subtle hint. It is indisputable that the world of pirates surpasses that of Naruto. The descriptions of the Naruto realm are scant. Here, to align with the relationships among the 3 realms, such design is employed. Do not take it too literally. Upon hearing Mo1's explanation, the crowd below gained a rudimentary understanding of the pirate world. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment, provoking the curiosity of those nearby. "Brother, what is the matter?" The individual stared incredulously at Mo1, articulating each word with gravity. One ocean is larger than the ninja world. That sword light just traversed more than one ocean. Does that mean that Master Mo could cleave the ninja world with a single strike? Even those of lesser intellect began to comprehend. They turned their gazes towards Mo1. Their expressions filled with trepidation. What if, in a fit of displeasure, Mo1 were to annihilate the ninja world with a single blow? They suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, apprehensive that they might need to relocate at any moment. After a while, Bai Shaoxing addressed the crowd below, proclaiming, "Let us set aside the world of pirates for now. I shall first share with you the history of the ninja world." The gathering was puzzled as to why the topic had shifted back to the ninja world, but upon hearing it might involve secrets, they eagerly leaned in to listen. There existed a blank period of 100,000 years prior to the ninja world, which was succeeded by the era of warriors. This warrior era is divided into 5 distinct epochs, in chronological order: the Middle Ages, the Ancient Ages, the Upper Ancient Ages, the Primordial Ages, and the beginning of time. Each epoch varied in duration, primarily determined by the extent of the evolution of heaven and earth. The more ancient the epoch, the longer the time it encompassed. The crowd below felt both bewilderment and awe. The Middle Ages lasted approximately 1 million years, the Ancient Ages around 10 million years. The Upper Ancient Ages a staggering 100 million years, the Primordial Ages 10 billion years, and the beginning of time a mind-boggling 100 billion years. Above the beginning of time lay the Chaos Era, which is unquantifiable and does not belong to the Age of Warriors. Observing the crowd's astonishment, Bai Shaoxing added a clarification. The reason we warriors can persist to this day is linked to the alternate space of warriors. Beyond the realm of immortals, the levels are not singular. The ancestors of our sects and families, who have comprehended the power of time, wield the laws of time itself. The alternate space of warriors is a creation of the ancestors using the power of time, characterized by its ability to indefinitely prolong human lifespan. The crowd below was left in a daze, their minds buzzing in disbelief. After a considerable time, they began to accept this new reality. After all, if Mo1 could cleave the ninja world, then while the warrior era might seem exaggerated, they could reconcile it after regaining their composure. Bai Shaoxing, observing the crowd's newfound calmness, continued to unveil the mysteries. The reasons we warriors choose to seclude ourselves are primarily twofold. One of the reasons is related to the great upheaval in the ninja world a year hence. The hearts of the crowd below began to race with heightened intensity. They gazed intently, holding their breath, listening with utmost seriousness, fearing they might miss a single word from Bai Shaoxing. He seemed to be lost in a reverie, only regaining his senses after a brief moment. Previously, the ninja world was vast and boundless. Even a master capable of traversing mystical realms would require thousands of years to explore the entire world. However, as martial artists grew increasingly formidable, they gradually shattered the world, causing the ninja realm to diminish in size. The most recent terrifying conflict occurred towards the end of the ancient era, during which 3 unparalleled prodigies emerged. One bore the surname An, named Ben, another, the surname Wei, named Tian, and the last, the surname Jiu, named Bao. Upon hearing the names of the 3 individuals from Bai Shaoxing, the audience felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Brother, do you not find the name and Ben strikingly familiar?" I thought I was the only one who felt that way. You too? What a coincidence. I also find it eerily familiar. As if there is a connection through blood. Bai Shaoxing noticed the peculiar shift in atmosphere and quickly cleared his throat, continuing, in every era. There are at least 2 children of destiny, and these 2 are invariably adversaries. Setting aside the primordial and ancient eras, the children of destiny in the ancient era were these 3. As Bai Shaoxing suddenly paused, someone in the crowd speculated, "Sir, could it be that among these 3, 2 are righteous children of destiny, while 1 is a villainous child?" Bai Shaoxing shook his head, his expression turning grave. "Not quite. This matter concerns the heavenly principle. Although I have mentioned the heavenly principle numerous times, I have yet to provide a concrete explanation. The heavenly principle is the will of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is the origin of the world, and it is the world itself. From the moment heaven and earth were born, the heavenly principle existed. Akin to a newborn infant, naive and pure." With a sudden shift in his discourse, Bai Shaoxing left the audience momentarily bewildered. The most intricate of all beings is humanity. Humans experience 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and shock. They possess 6 desires: the desire for food, for sensual pleasure, for knowledge, for activity, for leadership, and for possession. The heavenly principle embodies the will of heaven, earth, and humanity, while the will of heaven and earth reflects the natural laws, unaffected by the consciousness of the heavenly principle. However, human will acts like a poison, insidiously influencing the heavenly principle day by day. In the late primordial era, sects and dynasties proliferated like the stars in the sky. Among sects, daily conflicts over resources ensued, resulting in the annihilation of sects and the extermination of clans. Between the dynasties, the relentless struggle for territory led to the incessant siege of cities, casting the world into a state of despair and suffering. By the end of the primordial era, the daily death toll reached billions, enveloping the realm in a tumult of emotions and desires. There exists a saying, "The multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant." The pervasive negativity gradually tainted the way of heaven, ultimately plunging it into darkness. When the way of heaven was completely engulfed by this darkness, it transformed into the malevolent way of heaven, heralding the world's impending doom. The less astute individuals below, though not entirely comprehending, grasped the terror of the malevolent way of heaven upon hearing the words of world destruction. Byakugan continued, stating that when the way of heaven perceives its own malevolent thoughts, it typically bifurcates its will to avert the annihilation of the world. One aspect becomes the benevolent way of heaven, while the other embodies the malevolent. The purpose of the benevolent way is to thwart the malevolent from wreaking havoc upon the world. During the twilight of the primordial era, both the benevolent and malevolent ways of heaven coexisted. Their struggle spanned 2 entire epochs, from the primordial to the late ancient era, until the emergence of 3 individuals, Kanshi, Oda, and Kubo. Initially, they were all champions of righteous fortune, yet after defeating the champions of villainous fortune, they fell victim to the machinations of the malevolent way. Knowing that a great battle awaited the 3, the malevolent way sought to impede the benevolent way's interference. As Byakugan abruptly paused, the crowd below grew anxious. "Sir, did the malevolent way's plan succeed?" "Indeed, sir, please do tell." Byakugan gestured for silence, uttering a perplexing statement. The malevolent way's plan succeeded. Yet the outcome was a failure. The crowd, understandably bewildered, pondered how success could yield failure but refrained from interrupting him. Without the benevolent way's intervention, the 3 indeed engaged in a cataclysmic battle that shattered the world into 3 continents. Even after this destruction, they remained unsatisfied until a mysterious figure clad in white appeared. This enigmatic being swiftly subdued the 3 and, as punishment for their devastation of the continents, decreed that they would guard the 3 fragments for 1,000,000 years. Furthermore, the mysterious figure sealed away the malevolent way, while the benevolent way succumbed to slumber in the aftermath of the world's ruin. The crowd below struggled to fathom the extent of this deity's power, capable of subduing 3 champions of fortune and sealing the malevolent way. Eventually, one individual, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, "Sir, do you know the identity of this divine figure in white?" Byakugan smiled faintly. "I heard from the sect's elders that this person has traversed from the future to the past, though I am uncertain of their identity." Hiss. The crowd below collectively inhaled sharply. This is truly a formidable figure, defying time itself, vanquishing the chosen of fate, and suppressing the malevolent heavenly path. Goodness, their strength surpasses my imagination. I once thought that the esteemed MO was invincible across the realm, yet it seems there exists someone even more valiant. Haha. The great MO has the capability to venture into other worlds. Perhaps he too can return to the past. Oh, your words inspire a rather audacious thought. Hush. Keep that thought to yourself. The master is about to speak. Byakugan rose, first clasping his fists in respect to the Nika Buddha, then turning to the assembly to introduce. "This is my esteemed senior brother, known as Nika Buddha, renowned as a sage, capable of divining an individual's past and future. He shall now elucidate the great changes to come in a year." The crowd below responded with calmness. Compared to traversing the past or journeying to other realms, the prospect of divining one's future no longer evoked gasps of astonishment. Nika Buddha's expression was serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. As he spoke slowly, "The great war of your fragmented the world into 3 continents, each descending into different timelines, ultimately giving rise to 3 distinct worlds. The realm inhabited by Akihito is the ninja world, that of Oda is the pirate world, and Kubo dwells in the soul society." Nika Buddha then dropped a bombshell that left the crowd in stunned silence. In a year, the benevolent heavenly path will awaken. The malevolent heavenly path will break free from its seal, and the 3 realms shall merge. Hiss. They believed themselves to be seasoned ninjas, no longer susceptible to shock. Yet this news was overwhelmingly terrifying. Finally, someone could no longer contain their discontent. It is one thing for the three worlds to merge. But why must the malevolent heavenly path break its seal? What does the fusion of the three realms even mean? These are three distinct worlds. Alas, I fear for the ninja world as fate. Brother, what prompts such despair? Even if the malevolent heavenly path breaks its seal, surely there will be warriors to confront it. What is there to fear? Consider the other two worlds. One is the pirate world, and the other is the Soul Society. Their names alone suggest they are no allies. Indeed, you make a valid point, and it seems we are at a disadvantage in terms of territory as well. Alas, let us hope we are not the weakest realm. Did not the great Mo venture into the pirate world? He must know the circumstances. As the words fell, all eyes turned once more to the elevated platform. Bai Shaoxing would not disappoint the assembly, proclaiming, aside from visiting the pirate world, Mo Jianzi has also ventured into the Soul Society. This time, I have invited him here to provide you with an introduction to the circumstances of those two realms. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Mo1. Their faces adorned with expressions of admiration. Truly a remarkable figure. He has not only ventured into the pirate world, but has also traversed the realm of death. Mo1 gazed down at the expectant faces of the crowd, reflecting, "Ah, so this is the sensation of playing the part of a sage? Indeed, it is rather exhilarating." With a hint of shamelessness in his heart, Mo1 rose to his feet and offered a respectful fist salute to Bai Shaoxing. "I am honored by your invitation, and thus I shall speak candidly." Chapter 101. The popularization of pirates. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Shaoxing, Mo1 turned his attention to the eager assembly below. A bright smile gracing his lips as he began, "Let us first delve into the realm of the pirate world. As the name suggests, this world is teeming with countless pirate crews. The smaller bands may dominate a village or an island, while the larger factions wield authority over entire nations or sea territories, such as the nature of their existence. In addition to the pirates, there exists the Navy. The Navy stands as the most formidable force in the pirate world, primarily tasked with capturing these rogues. Although the Navy is powerful, its true master is even mightier. The intricate dynamics at play involve certain secrets I shall refrain from elaborating upon. As for the other factions within the pirate world, I shall not dwell on them extensively. My focus will be on elucidating the power structure of this chaotic realm. Though Mo1 shared but a fraction of the story, the audience below could already perceive the disorder that permeated the pirate world. To have a world named after thieves speaks volumes about the nature of its environment. Mo1 continued, "In the world of pirates, there exists a type of fruit known as the devil fruit. These fruits are categorized into three primary classes: paramecia, logia, and zoan. When an individual consumes a paramecia fruit, they gain a plethora of extraordinary abilities. For instance, the gold fruit allows its user to manipulate gold. The quake fruit can induce tremors, and the gravity fruit can alter gravitational forces, among others. The logia fruits grant the consumer the power to control elemental forces of nature and enable them to transform their body into the corresponding natural element, rendering them intangible and impervious to attacks. For example, the thunder fruit allows its user to wield lightning, the flame fruit permits transformation into fire, and the ice fruit can encase vast areas in frost. Lastly, we have the zoan fruits, which, as the name suggests, allow the user to transform into an animal or achieve a hybrid beast form. Those who consume these fruits not only acquire the strength of animals, but also their remarkable regenerative abilities, defensive resilience, and offensive power. Among the zoan fruits, there exists a subclass known as mythical zoan fruits. For instance, the fish fruit, mythical type, in the form of an azure dragon, enables its wielder to transform into a dragon, possessing all its inherent powers, such as cloud riding and fire breathing. Similarly, the bird fruit, mythical type, in the form of a phoenix, possesses the remarkable trait of near immortality. The devil fruits also possess two notable characteristics. Firstly, an individual can generally consume only one devil fruit. Secondly, upon the death of the user, their powers will reconstitute into a new devil fruit, which will randomly materialize somewhere in the world. The onlookers were left in astonishment, their mouths agape. After a prolonged silence, one exclaimed, "What is this world? The means of gaining strength seem almost trivial." Another lamented, "It's utterly unfair. These realms are evidently interconnected, yet the pirate world is so overtly advantageous." Jealousy brewed within them. A single devil fruit can forge a formidable warrior. Is this a jest? Indeed, the prospect of transforming into a dragon, becoming a phoenix, or commanding thunder was staggering. One mused, could it be that these devil fruits are treasures bestowed upon them by Oda? There was a possibility that these fruits could be reused, not merely single-use commodities, suggesting they were specially prepared for their benefit. Panic ensued as they realized that the pirate world likely surpassed all expectations of strength. After comprehensively absorbing this information, the one-armed quartet appeared exhilarated. Sensing they had discovered a shortcut to power, Imoen glanced down at the troubled faces of the crowd and finally delivered some good news. The devil fruit is not omnipotent. Those who consume it cannot come into contact with seawater, or they will be rendered powerless, unable to actively utilize the abilities granted by the fruit. Furthermore, the elemental transformation of the Logia-type fruits can be countered through the mastery of a particular skill in the pirate world known as armament haki, which allows one to strike against elemental users. There exists also a peculiar stone called Sea Prism Stone, which can nullify the abilities of any user upon contact. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Imoen proceeded to share some unfortunate news. Initially, the ninja world would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the pirate realm. After all, your ninjutsu cannot conjure seawater, nor do you possess the armament haki. Additionally, aside from the devil fruits, the martial arts in the pirate world are exceptionally formidable, and the 3 types of haki are essential skills for any strong individual. Without regard for whether others can retain the information, I shall expound upon the essence of the 3 forms of haki. The 3 types include observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Those who possess observation haki can sharpen their senses to an extraordinary degree, allowing them to perceive the vital information of surrounding beings and thereby anticipate and evade danger. Some exceptionally powerful users of observation haki can even glimpse into the future. Next, we turn to armament haki. This form of haki not only counters the abilities of others, but also enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, akin to an invisible armor that provides protection. Lastly, we have conqueror's haki, a manifestation of royalty that one is born with. Its wielder can instill fear in their adversaries, potentially rendering them unconscious. A more advanced application involves enveloping one's limbs in conqueror's haki, significantly amplifying their offensive strength, enabling them to strike with the force of mountains. Observing the mesmerized crowd, I continue to elaborate. Both armament haki and observation haki can be cultivated through rigorous training, whereas conqueror's haki is a rare gift, awakening in merely a handful of individuals. This phenomenon is intrinsically linked to a person's inherent spirit. In simpler terms, those who awaken conqueror's haki possess the innate qualities of a ruler. Imoen, after articulating so much, suddenly realized that the profession of Baishaosheng was indeed quite challenging and somewhat straining on the vocal cords. As he concluded his discourse, the crowd below felt an overwhelming urge to escape to another world. Upon noticing Imoen's pause, they commenced their own discussions. Indeed, this pirate world is profoundly irrational. Exceedingly so. The 3 types of haki, with their dual offensive and defensive capacities, constitute an exceptional strategy for close combat. With the powers of the devil fruit and the 3 types of haki complementing each other, there are virtually no weaknesses on land. How infuriating! If I were to consume a devil fruit and refrain from venturing into the sea, while mastering the 3 types of haki, would I not be invincible? This realm offers nothing substantial to our ninja world. Look at Oda, who has crafted such an extraordinary pirate universe. Truly, I find myself yearning for the pirate world. Our ninja realm is indeed lacking. At this moment, someone unexpectedly posed a question to Mo1. Great Mo, according to your perspective, is the pirate world truly formidable? They inquired. Indeed, the pirate world is vast. Are there many who can wield the 3 types of haki? Furthermore, are there numerous devil fruits available? Imoen signaled for silence among the crowd and elucidated. The powers of armament haki and observation haki are numerous, while the conqueror's haki is possessed by those who surpass the count of 2 hands. To date, there are 172 known devil fruits, though it is plausible that there exist undiscovered varieties. Although the weaknesses of devil fruits are apparent, they are only significant to the feeble. In the realm of pirates, there exists a man publicly recognized as the strongest, known as Whitebeard. Whitebeard, an exceptional user of the tremor fruit, has mastered its abilities to such an extent that he can shatter an island with a single punch or trigger an earthquake with a mere fist. He is a pirate and one of the 4 emperors of the sea, alongside 3 other sovereigns who are his equals in strength. The combat prowess of the 4 emperors is collectively referred to as the emperor level. The navy boasts 3 admirals whose strength is slightly inferior to that of the emperors, while a certain vice admiral and a fleet admiral are not easily outmatched by the 4 emperors. Within the pirate world, there exists an organization, the Revolutionary Army, whose leader also possesses emperor-level strength, and the world government has figures whose power transcends that of 5. Moreover, the pirate realm is populated with numerous pirates and reclusive strongmen who exhibit the combat capabilities of admirals. Without further inquiry, Imowen glanced toward Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, a smile gracing his features. The strength of the sovereign rivals that of the super shadows, akin to figures such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, while the might of the generals stands at a precarious balance of 4 to 5 against the sovereigns. The expressions of the crowd momentarily froze. Soon after, the hall was once again filled with various complaints and lamentations. Is this pirate world not exceedingly terrifying? If the strength of the 4 emperors is no less than 10 formidable warriors, then how many possess the prowess of a general? Prepare for a feast. Our shinobi world cannot possibly compare to the realm of pirates. Alas, why am I not a denizen of Oda's world? Kishimoto has left us with naught but despair. Indeed, the chakra we possess was bestowed upon us by the ancestral Kagaya, having no connection to Kishimoto whatsoever. Once the 3 realms converge, I shall undoubtedly migrate from the shinobi world to the pirate world. Orochimaru's feverish gaze shifted, revealing a sickly smile, as if he were striving to suppress the turmoil within his being. MO1. Does this pirate world harbor beings of the 6 paths caliber? Chapter 102. Void. Orochimaru's voice interrupted the discourse of the assembly. Imowen appeared to hesitate for a moment before speaking. During my time in the world of pirates, I indeed sensed an extraordinarily formidable aura. If my conjecture is correct, that individual is undoubtedly a powerful entity at the 6 paths level, and it is even possible that their strength has reached the mid or complete stage of 6 paths. Upon hearing this, the crowd below displayed expressions of agreement. It would have been rather surprising if there were no 6 paths level experts among such an abundance of formidable beings in the pirate realm. Kurizumi Mein cast a contemplative glance at her hand before regarding MO1 and the others with a puzzled expression. Gentlemen, does Otsutsuki Kagaya possess the strength of complete 6 paths? A silence enveloped the air for a few seconds. Without questioning the silence between the 2 individuals, Imowen began to unravel the mystery himself. Indeed, Otsutsuki Kagaya had attained the pinnacle of the 6 paths, yet her combat experience was woefully inadequate, enabling her to only exhibit strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the 6 paths. The audience below couldn't help but indulge in gossip once more. It was evident to all that Kagaya's ancestor lacked combat prowess. Otherwise, how could her strength and realm differ by a mere tier? Indeed, Mr. Bai Shaoxing had previously stated that the peak strength of the Sage of 6 Paths was only mid-stage, which explained how the 2 brothers managed to seal Kagaya's ancestor. This was the underlying reason. I believe we must rescue Kagaya's ancestor. Otherwise, when the 3 realms merge, our ninja world will lack even a single person to hold the fort. What? Are you not afraid that Kagaya's ancestor will transform you into a white Zetsu? Moreover, aren't there warriors? Are you foolish? The warriors existed before the era of ninjas, and in their eyes, the 3 realms are but one. Do you truly think they would side with the ninja world? I see, but Kagaya's ancestor is sealed on the moon and aside from the warriors. It seems only the hand-to-hand master can rescue her in the ninja realm, so do not harbor such thoughts. Alas, the last time the hand-to-hand master mentioned rescuing Kagaya's ancestor. Why has he yet to take action? Hand-to-hand master? Upon noticing the cautious glances directed towards him, Hand-to-hand felt a surge of indignation. You know nothing. I am merely protecting my daughter. Imowen observed the lively conversation among the crowd and cleared his throat before continuing. What I know about the world of pirates is limited to this. But now I shall share with you the realm of the Shinigami. Upon hearing Imowen's words, the crowd fell silent. Their curiosity piqued regarding the Shinigami world, which intrigued them even more than the pirate realm, for the title of Shinigami carries a divine connotation. The Shinigami world is remarkably unique, encompassing 4 distinct realms, which are. After Imowen imparted the fundamental knowledge of the realms of the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the Invisible Empire, he allowed everyone a moment to absorb the information. As the audience processed his words, they were left in a state of shock and disbelief. Eventually, one individual, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "It's confirmed. The Naruto universe is undeniably the least impressive of them all. Huh. I now seriously doubt that Kishimoto ever cared about our world." Indeed, the One Piece universe boasts the extraordinary devil fruits, and the Soul Society initially comprised merely a single continent, which has since evolved into 4 distinct realms. This transformation must certainly be attributed to Kubo's ingenuity. Alas, truly, without comparison, there can be no pain. Imoen cast a glance at the crowd. Why did he feel that their arguments held a certain merit? Ahem, you are all familiar with the fundamental aspects of the Soul Society. Now allow me to elucidate the unique characteristics of this realm. The crowd promptly ceased their grievances against a certain individual, eagerly perking up their ears to attentively absorb Imoen's forthcoming words. Upon the death of a human in the living world, they transform into spirits, souls that have separated from their physical forms. Ordinary souls may enter the Soul Society and reside in Raikage. However, those souls possessing exceptionally high spiritual energy signify potential for becoming Shinigami, making them candidates for selection by the Godai 13 for training as Soul Reapers. Noticing Imoen's pause, Uchiha Sasuke's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "Imo-1, you mentioned that ordinary souls can enter the Soul Society. Are there souls that are considered abnormal?" Imoen exhibited a gaze filled with admiration. Sasuke's words rang true. Every soul bears an intricate chain of causality upon its chest. Should a soul linger too long in the mortal realm, this chain may gradually succumb to the encroachments of selfish desires. Once the chain is wholly devoured, a gaping void manifests before the soul, rendering it hollow. The hollows of the present world not only influence ordinary souls, hastening their descent into hollowness, but also roam aimlessly, consuming other souls. Consequently, these hollows are invariably vanquished by the Shinigami, or rather, saved. For when a hollow is struck down by the Shinigami's Zanpakuto, all its transgressions as a hollow are absolved, allowing it to return to the Soul Society and await rebirth as a human. However, should a hollow have been malevolent in its previous life, upon being slain by the Zanpakuto, it is dispatched to hell to face retribution. After all, the Zanpakuto can only cleanse the sins of the hollow and cannot absolve the sins of humanity. Upon hearing Imoen's discourse, those present felt their horizons vastly broadened. Initially, upon hearing the term Shinigami, they assumed it referred to a grim reaper that harvests lives. Little did they expect that, given the Shinigami's benevolent actions for humanity, it would not be an exaggeration to deem them divine. Indeed, I initially perceived them as antagonists, only to discover they are heroes. Alas, in comparison to these two realms, the ninja world feels rather mundane. After a prolonged silence, as the crowd settled, Imoen continued, "Hollows possess the ability to consume one another. The more they devour, the stronger their power becomes, categorized into 6 distinct levels. The first level is the ordinary hollow. Ordinary hollows are the most numerous, small in stature, and capable only of wailing, yet stronger than an average human. The second level is the powerful hollow, which is considerably larger, exhibits a degree of intelligence, and can articulate human speech. The third level is the giant hollow, immense in size, towering several stories high, its strength comparable to that of the Shinigami's elite forces, if not slightly superior. The fourth level is the Jillian. Jillians represent the foot soldier tier among the vast hollows, commonly referred to as large hollows in the Soul Society. They are formed from the fusion of hundreds of ordinary hollows. Jillians are colossal, slow to react, and possess limited intelligence, rivaling the strength of a vice captain of the Shinigami in an unrestricted state. The fifth level is the Ajuchas. Ajuchas are significantly smaller than Jillians, albeit fewer in number, yet boast high intelligence, often leading numerous Jillians. Their combat prowess surpasses that of Jillians by several times, and while they are slightly below the average level of Shinigami captains, they exceed this level upon achieving their Resurrection. The sixth level is the Vasto Lord. Vasto Lords are the upper echelon of large hollows. Their forms relatively diminutive among hollows, akin to humans, and even scarcer in number, with only a handful existing within the hollow realm. The combat abilities of a Vasto Lord surpass those of Shinigami captains, and only a Shinigami captain who has undergone hollowification can stand against them. Imoen paused for a moment before explaining. The combat prowess of a death god captain in their normal state is comparable to that of a pirate admiral. However, when they enter their hollow form, they surpass even the level of a monarch. Without paying heed to the reactions of those present, Imoen waved his hand, and before each of the three, a cup of tea materialized. The audience, having absorbed Mo Wen's exposition on the levels of the hollows, was left in a state of astonishment, their expressions akin to that of constipation. They had discerned that this world of death was even more terrifying than that of the pirates. There was no cosmic justice. A captain was tantamount to a general. And this was merely the normal state of affairs. Such a calculation was inadequate. Although I am unfamiliar with the concepts of hollowification and reincarnation, it is evident that whether one is a captain of soul reapers or an espada, the ability to hollowify and become an reincarnation would place them above the kings. Does this not imply that they are invincible beneath the six paths? Alas, within the realm of Hueco Mundo, if the six paths of the ninja world do not intervene, we would stand no chance against it, not to mention the Soul Society and the Invisible Empire. One cannot help but wonder what positions lie above the captains. Should there exist even higher ranks, I surmise that even if Kagaya's ancestor were to be rescued, our fate would be dire. As Mo Wen sipped his tea, he cast a glance at the audience below. Indeed, they are all perceptive individuals. After silently commending them, Mo Wen set down his cup and resumed his discourse. Having concluded the discussion on the hollows, I shall now elaborate on the Soul Reapers. Chapter 103. Kid and Zampicut. The nature of spiritual energy in the world of the Soul Reapers is akin to chakra. While spiritual pressure serves as an indicator of the strength of one's soul and spiritual energy, whether they are Soul Reapers or hollows, their essence is that of a soul. Thus, their cultivation revolves around spiritual energy. Mo Wen paused for a moment before continuing, to return to the main topic. When discussing the Shinigami, one cannot overlook the Zanpakuto and the Kido. Let us first delve into Kido. Kido is divided into Bakudo, Heido, and Kaido. Shinigami can unleash various Kido techniques by reciting the corresponding incantations. You may perceive Kido as akin to ninjutsu in the ninja realm, albeit with a distinct method of execution. While most ninjutsu requires hand signs, Kido can be activated without incantation, though this results in diminished potency. Nevertheless, for true masters, this drawback is negligible. Kido encompasses 100 levels, with levels 1 to 10 representing basic Kido. This tier primarily involves the mastery of fundamental abilities, such as perceiving souls and controlling spiritual pressure. Levels 11 to 20 pertain to basic offensive Kido, which not only includes fundamental attack capabilities, but also the generation of elemental forces such as fire and ice. Levels 21 to 30 constitute advanced offensive Kido, characterized by greater attack strength and the adept manipulation of elements, including lightning and wind blades. Levels 31 to 40 encompass basic defensive Kido, which possesses the ability to withstand attacks, in addition to capabilities such as creating barriers and illusions. Levels 41 to 50 represent advanced defensive Kido, which not only offers superior protective measures, but also the ability to establish spatial and temporal barriers. Levels 51 to 60 are dedicated to basic healing Kido, focusing on fundamental healing abilities capable of addressing minor spiritual injuries. Levels 61 to 70 correspond to advanced healing Kido, which encompasses more sophisticated healing techniques, capable of remedying the majority of spiritual wounds. Levels 71 to 80 denote basic summoning Kido, which entails the mastery of simple summoning abilities, such as calling forth spirit beasts and specters. Levels 81 to 90 embody advanced summoning Kido, capable of summoning more formidable spirit beasts, and even the rulers and deities of the underworld. Finally, levels 91 to 100 comprise divine Kido, which entails the mastery of divine abilities, such as the creation of gateways to the underworld and the throne of the Spirit King. Mo Wen spoke in one breath, only to find himself parched once more. Alas, he lamented, if only Bai Shaoxing had been the one to speak. The audience, however, paid no heed to Mo Wen's internal grievances. Upon hearing him liken the ghost path to ninjutsu, they genuinely believed the two were indeed akin. Yet, in truth, the disparity was immense. The ghost path was astonishingly comprehensive, encompassing offense, defense, healing, and summoning, excelling in each domain without exception. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the abilities of ninjutsu, but with an air of greater mystery. While the initial elements were somewhat acceptable, the notion of summoning deities was utterly preposterous. This was merely the ghost path. One could only wonder if the Zanpakuto possessed such extraordinary capabilities. After sipping some tea to soothe his throat, Mo Wen continued his exposition. The Zanpakuto is the weapon of the Soul Reaper, often regarded as the blade of life, imbued with a soul of its own. It is crafted based on the Soul Reaper's own essence. By understanding the true name of their Zanpakuto, the Soul Reaper can engage in a profound dialogue with it, thereby unlocking its potential. In simpler terms, each Zanpakuto not only bears its own name, but also possesses distinct thoughts, souls, personalities, and abilities. Observing the captivated audience, Imoen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was merely the beginning. The initial form of the Zanpakuto is known as Shurkai. Most Shurkai, apart from their ability to annihilate souls, possess little else in terms of power. The second form, known as Bankai, can be attained when a Soul Reaper knows the true name of their Zanpakuto, allowing them to unleash its true form and strength by invoking that name. The third form is the Bankai, whose power is 5 to 10 times greater than that of Shurkai. Mastering Bankai requires a significant investment of time. And even after achieving it, decades may be necessary to fully comprehend its intricacies, though exceptions exist for prodigies. Generally, a fundamental requirement for becoming a Soul Reaper captain is the ability to perform Bankai. However, if a Soul Reaper possesses overwhelming strength, they may ascend to captaincy even without mastering Bankai. Without further hesitation, Imoen spoke. The process of achieving the Bankai of a Soul Reaper is indeed arduous. Firstly, the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure must reach the level of a captain, and subsequently, the Soul Reaper must engage in prolonged communication with their Zanpakuto. For those endowed with exceptional talent, this interaction can lead to the manifestation of the Zanpakuto. Once the Zanpakuto materializes, the Soul Reaper can enter their spiritual world and must conquer the manifested Zanpakuto to compel its surrender, thereby attaining Bankai. In addition to Soul Reapers possessing Zanpakuto, the Arrancar, particularly the Ajuchas and Vasto Lord, also wield similar blades. The initial stage of releasing an Arrancar Zanpakuto is known as Guiling, and those with remarkable talent may achieve a second stage, known as Heir Gui Ling. In summary, as long as the Zanpakuto evolves to the next stage, the strength of either the Soul Reaper or the Arrancar will increase exponentially. Below, Uchiha Sasuke caressed the exquisite sword in his hand. Puzzled, he inquired, Imoen, what abilities does this Zanpakuto possess? The others shared his curiosity. From what they had heard, they understood that the Zanpakuto was indeed wondrous, yet they remained oblivious to the true extent of its power. Imoen contemplated for a moment before elucidating. The next stage of the Uchiha clan's three-tomo Sharingan is the Manjiki Sharingan, followed by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and ultimately, the Rinnegan. The capabilities of Zanpakuto are diverse and extraordinary, with their potency at least on par with that of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In fact, some captains of the Soul Reaper ranks wield Zanpakuto whose offensive power rivals that of the Rinnegan, and there are even a few whose destructive capabilities surpass it. A collective gasp filled the air. The audience felt a shiver run down their spines. Their initial thought was that the Rinnegan represents a power level akin to that of the Six Paths. If several Zanpakuto exceed the might of the Rinnegan, does this not imply that the Soul Society harbors multiple beings of Six Paths caliber? Goodness, the Soul Society is truly formidable. With the arts of Kido and the power of Zanpakuto, it is utterly astonishing. If some weapons surpass the Rinnegan, could they possibly be above the realm of the divine? Oh dear, do not frighten me. Orochimaru, intrigued by the discourse, could not suppress his curiosity and promptly inquired, Mo1, are there many beings of Six Paths strength in the Soul Society? Furthermore, is it possible for there to be entities that transcend the Six Paths? Chapter 104. Soul Reaper Powerhouses. Observing the eager faces before him, Imoen pondered for a moment before responding. In the Soul Society, if one disregards factions, even the combined might of the strongest from the ninja world and the pirate world pales in comparison. For instance, the current 13 captains of the Godai 13, particularly Captain Yamamoto Jeanri Sai, has lived for at least 2 millennia. He is the founder and captain commander of the Godai 13, possessing unparalleled authority and formidable power. Revered as the mightiest Soul Reaper. For a millennium, none have surpassed him. His Zanpakuto, Rijin Jaka, is the oldest and most potent of the fire-type blades, acclaimed for having the strongest offensive capability in the Soul Society. The heat released upon its Shurkai activation is sufficient to reduce all it touches to ashes, while its Bankai reaches temperatures akin to that of the sun's core. Undoubtedly, Yamamoto Jeanri Sai has attained complete mastery of the Six Paths and stands among the strongest of his kind. Moreover, the other captains of the 12th Division also conceal great talents, with at least 3 possessing the potential to reach Yamamoto's heights. There is even one whose current strength might rival Yamamoto's in equal measure, and perhaps within a year, he may surpass him. Additionally, There was a former captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kasuke, whose prowess, even without using Bankai and relying solely on Kido, is immensely formidable. If he were to apply himself, his strength would not significantly lag behind that of Yamamoto Jeanri-sai. Besides the Godai 13, there exists another division in the Soul Society known as the Zero Division. The Zero Division, though comprising merely 5 individuals, wields power that surpasses the entirety of the Godai 13. In particular, the leader of the Zero Division, Jeanri-sai Shigekuni Yamamoto, is surpassed in strength by the formidable Shinji Hirako. Moreover, beyond these figures, the Soul Society harbors even mightier beings. Within the realm of ninjas, the next stage following the 6 paths is the Divine Realm. Presently, there exists an individual in the Soul Society who has attained a half-step into the Divine Realm. And in the near future, it is anticipated that 2 more will emerge. Imoen gazed at the mesmerized crowd surrounding Yama, offering a gentle smile as he summarized. Yamamoto Jeanri-sai, the enigmatic captain, alongside the formidable members of the Godai 13, possesses the complete power of the 6 realms. Urahara Kasuke and the Zero Division member Nameya Etsu both wield the mid-tier strength of the 6 realms. As for those at the initial level of the 6 realms, one might say that numerous individuals, if they were to unleash their full potential, could indeed attain such formidable power. Imoen took a sip of tea and continued. What I have described thus far merely scratches the surface of the formidable beings within the realm of the Soul Reapers. The depths of this world are profound, concealing myriad secrets that elude my comprehension. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the hall was once again filled with anguished wails. Is this truly the case? Is the realm of the Soul Reapers so overwhelmingly powerful? It is utterly bewildering. This realm and the ninja world are not even of the same dimension. How is this fair? They are ostensibly part of the same universe, yet the realm of the Soul Reapers possesses such extraordinary might. I had anticipated that the Soul Reaper world was impressive, yet it has ascended to unimaginable heights. How did Kishimoto manage to guard the ninja world without leaving us any means of defense? Just look at the pirate world. Despite having only one 6 paths level expert, it boasts numerous individuals of the Super Shadow caliber. Alas, my brother, there seems to be no future for us in the ninja world. When the worlds merge, let us venture into the pirate world or the Soul Reaper realm instead. Do not inquire. Here's a subtle hint. The Akatsuki clan does not constitute the denizens of the ninja world, but rather belongs to the universe of Hokage. The pirates merely engage in skirmishes upon the seas, while the Shinigami traverse 4 distinct realms, thereby possessing superior combat prowess. After a considerable time, witnessing the anguished expressions of those around him brought a sense of delight to Imoen's heart. Though he felt this inner joy, his tasks remained unfinished. In the realm of the Shinigami, aside from the Shinigami themselves, there exists a profession known as the Quincy. As the number of Quincies in the Shinigami world is currently scarce, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Imoen suddenly wore a serious expression. In a year, the 3 realms will merge, and the various rules governing each realm will also intertwine. For instance, in the past, when a person from the ninja realm perished, their soul would solely ascend to the Pure Land. However, thereafter, the soul will possess an additional option for its destination. Without hesitation, Mo's words lingered in the air. Lord Imo, do you imply that henceforth, those who perish from the ninja realm and the pirate realm may also find their way into the Soul Society? Imo nodded gravely, affirming the truth of the matter. Indeed, when the souls of the deceased from both realms transform, they will become hollows. The denizens of the Soul Society, though mere mortals in the present world, become a source of concern for the Shinigami once they undergo this transformation. However, if the souls of ninjas or those from the pirate navy were to undergo hollowification, their potential would be significantly greater, allowing for a more rapid evolution. In simpler terms, the stronger one was in life, the more formidable they would become after death. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was nearly paralyzed with fear. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito, having assumed a different guise, suddenly, in a fit of excitement, inquired, Lord Imo, if a soul becomes a hollow, will they still remember who they are? The onlookers regarded Uchiha Obito as if he were a fool, utterly bewildered by his naivety. Imoen was momentarily taken aback. Was Uchiha Obito truly as foolish as he appeared? Uchiha Madara, belonging to the same Uchiha clan, immediately recognized Uchiha Obito. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Madara regarded Obito with a look of disdain and remarked mockingly, my dear friend, have you left your intellect behind? If the void possessed any semblance of consciousness, do you truly believe it would still consume human souls? Do you think the Shinigami would need to take their lives? Such a simplistic question, and yet you seem utterly perplexed. Uchiha Obito's previously animated expression froze. Observing Uchiha Madara's demeanor, he felt a palpable urge to unleash his power. Humph. The proud Uchiha Obito could find no retort and merely snorted in discontent. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, responded with a dismissive smirk. Shimura Danzō scrutinized the sullen countenance of Uchiha Obito, pondering, "Obito, do you truly wish to transform into a hollow?" Obito's expression remained grim, yet he replied, "I had initially considered that path, but for now, I must abandon the notion." Indeed, he was a formidable individual. Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen were utterly astonished to learn that Uchiha Obito had even contemplated becoming a hollow in his quest for strength. Imoen had not anticipated that Uchiha Obito harbored such profound animosity towards Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. A thought crossed his mind. Recalling the man who appeared cultured and affable while wearing glasses, yet exuded an air of superiority upon their removal. "Ah, Aizen, surely Uchiha Obito would find you intriguing." Upon realizing that his own essence had been fully disseminated, Baishaoshin contemplated the promise he owed to a certain individual. He first glanced at the crowd below and proclaimed, "Well, I have completed the introductions. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave from Baishaodang. The time of our next gathering in the mortal realm remains uncertain, but it shall occur in a year's time. Should fate deem you worthy, you will surely find your way back to Baishaodang." After his words, Baishaoshin disregarded the reactions of the crowd and turned to Shoda with clasped hands, saying, "Senior Shoda, as I mentioned previously, during the existence of Baishaodang in the mortal realm, I can provide you with an answer to one question free of charge. Have you pondered what you wish to inquire?" Shoda rose and returned a bow. "Sir, last month, Mr. Imo informed me that Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Hizashi, and Niji, one of them would perish in 5 years. He also mentioned that one of them possesses a rather significant identity. I would like to ask, what is the reason behind this?" Chapter 105. The revelation of Akatsuki. The crowd, initially preparing to depart, promptly returned to their seats upon hearing Shoda's words. Such sensational news piqued their curiosity. Within the Konoha faction, Hinata Hizashi was taken aback by Shoda's statement. He never anticipated that this revelation would involve himself and his 2 daughters. The 2 leaders of the Flower Palace furrowed their brows upon learning that it concerned their beloved apprentice. The temperamental Yao Yu's expression darkened. "Baishaoshin, you must clarify this matter at once." Baishaoshin cast an irritated glance at Yao Yu before directing his attention to Enai Pusa. "Brother, might I trouble you to elucidate this matter for Senior Shoda?" Enai Pusa replied with a smile, "Of course, it is no trouble at all." He then turned his gaze towards Shoda. "Mr. Shoda, I wonder if disclosing the origins of the Akatsuki clan would cause you any inconvenience?" Shoda pondered for a moment. Could it truly cause me any inconvenience? After a lengthy contemplation, he concluded that it seemed these warriors were already well acquainted with the Akatsuki clan, and this matter appeared to pertain to his own lineage. Curiosity piqued, Shoda responded, "No matter, please proceed, sir." Imoen chuckled inwardly. "Ah, Shoda, you have brought this upon yourself." Seeing Shoda's consent, Enai Pusa slowly began to unveil the origins of the Akatsuki clan. Beyond the distant realms of the ninja world, there exists a clan known as the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki clan possesses a treasure known as the Chakra God Tree, which bears fruit of chakra. The members of the Akatsuki clan can enhance their strength by consuming chakra fruits. The effects of chakra fruits are extraordinary. Yet inducing the Chakra God Tree to bear such fruits is a formidable challenge. It is astonishing that the Mud Buddha has revealed such information. The others were taken aback. They had always believed the Akatsuki clan to be a mysterious family within the ninja world, only to discover that they were not even inhabitants of that realm. Uchiha Obito noticed the disconcerted expression on Han's face and felt a sense of satisfaction within. Observing the Mud Buddha pause in contemplation, he hastily inquired, "Sir, how difficult is it for the Chakra God Tree to bear chakra fruits?" The Mud Buddha internally commended Uchiha Obito, then continued, "The Chakra God Tree must absorb various forms of energy to produce chakra fruits. This energy encompasses natural energy, life energy, and chakra itself." Unfazed by the gravity of the situation, the Mud Buddha divulged further. Typically, the energy from an entire world is only sufficient for the Chakra God Tree to yield a single chakra fruit. Boom. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared as if struck by lightning. their faces etched with terror. Without the Mud Buddha needing to elaborate further, they could already envision the dire consequences for a world once the Chakra God tree had absorbed all its energy. If the life energy were entirely consumed, could any living beings possibly survive? They dared not meet Hand's gaze, yet in their hearts, they had already cast him as a villain. Han longed to interject, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Surely he couldn't accuse the Mud Buddha of slandering the Akatsuki clan? The Mud Buddha, oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in the minds of the audience, continued his narrative. Thousands of years ago, a meteor descended upon this land, which was the seed of the Chakra God tree sown by the Akatsuki clan in the ninja world. A millennium later, Akatsuki Kagaya and her companion Akatsuki Ishiki were dispatched to cultivate the Chakra God tree so that it might bear fruit. However, Kagaya developed feelings for humanity and, in a bid to protect her beloved, she ambushed Ishiki. Though Kagaya succeeded in her surprise attack, her lack of combat experience led to her being severely wounded by a recovering Ishiki. Fortunately, Ishiki was gravely injured, allowing Kagaya to emerge victorious in that confrontation. Yet, she ultimately failed to kill him, permitting his escape. The Mud Buddha paused for a moment before revealing another secret. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, Ishiki did not return to the Akatsuki clan. Instead, his grievous injuries caused him to parasitize a monk named Jigen, remaining hidden within the ninja world. The audience fell into stunned silence. Did this imply that there were still powerful figures lurking in the shadows of the ninja world? As the crowd had yet to fully absorb the gravity of the situation, the voice of the Mud Buddha resonated throughout the hall once more. The subsequent events, as you may have heard from my junior apprentice, Tainjizi, unfolded with great turmoil. Owing to past injuries, Akatsuki Kagaya found herself relentlessly pursued by the king. In a moment of desperation, she resorted to consuming the chakra fruit. Fearing retribution from Akatsuki Ishiki, and aware that her unilateral consumption of the fruit would not be forgiven by the Akatsuki clan, along with the potential danger posed to her two children, she took drastic measures for their protection. She began to offer sacrifices of humanity to the god tree in order to cultivate an army of white Zetsu to confront her own kin. Upon concluding her tale, the hall was enveloped in a brief silence. Suddenly, Xiaonan sprang to her feet, unable to contain the fury bubbling within her. Cursed king, cursed Akatsuki Kagaya, cursed Akatsuki clan. They are a treacherous lot, more ungrateful than a mere dog. Tsunade echoed her indignation, proclaiming, "This sage of six paths does not deserve to be the ancestor of my Senju clan." Meanwhile, Yayue, consumed by rage, shattered the table with a fierce slam. I knew no good could come from men. The others, witnessing Yoyue's violent outburst, dared not utter a word, trembling in their seats. Han, too, expressed his anger, lamenting the plight of his daughter, though he never anticipated her fate would be so dire. Once the fervor of the women had subsided, the Mud Buddha continued. Yumura was inherently indecisive, and his prolonged exposure to the formidable Akatsuki Kagaya only exacerbated his timidity. In his youth, he encountered a girl named Yuki, and upon their first meeting, he was smitten. Yet, the timid Yumura never mustered the courage to declare his affections. As time passed, he cheerfully introduced Yuki to his elder brother, only to be blindsided by the instant connection that blossomed between them. Despite the anguish it caused him, Yumura, who held deep admiration for his brother, chose to relinquish his feelings. Later, when Yuki was sacrificed to the god tree by Kagaya, a furious Yui, spurred on by the great toad sage, resolved to ascend Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu, intending to confront Kagaya. As she departed, she endeavored to persuade her brother to join her in halting their mother's heinous acts. Although Yumura had long harbored a fear of Kagaya after much internal conflict, he resolved to first attempt to dissuade her. If his efforts bore no fruit, he would acquiesce to Yui's request. Thus, as Yui journeyed to Mount Myoboku to study Senjutsu, Yumura sought out Akatsuki Kagaya, attempting to convince her to cease her rampage. However, driven by her desire to protect her children, Kagaya was not inclined to heed Yumura's entreaties. In order to thwart Kagaya Akatsuki's plans, Yu Village was ensnared by her ocular techniques. Later, upon her return, Kagaya's descendant, Hikari, realized that to liberate Yu Village from this mesmerizing control, she had no choice but to take his life. After slaying Yu, Hikari not only awakened the Rinnegan, but also successfully resurrected him using the talismans of Myobokuzen. Subsequently, the two brothers united in an epic confrontation against their mother, ultimately managing to seal her away. As the audience absorbed this narrative, they began to grasp the underlying reasons. However, Jiraiya remained perplexed. He rose and bowed to the Mud Buddha, inquiring, "Why do you suggest that it was the great Toad Sage who instigated the Sage of Six Paths?" The others, intrigued by his question, turned their curious gazes toward the Mud Buddha. The Mud Buddha tapped his fingers lightly on the wooden table before responding. The longevity of the toads of Myobokuzen is attributed to their mastery of senjutsu, which is inherently tied to the natural energy. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki had plucked the fruit of chakra, the divine tree continued to absorb energy ceaselessly. Thus, it was imperative for Myobokuzen to intervene against Kagaya, whether for the sake of the world or their own survival. The assembly finally comprehended the rationale behind these actions. They did not fault Myobokuzen. Had they been in the same position, they would have made similar choices. While the others grasped the situation, Shouter remained more bewildered. "Sir, do these events relate to the affairs of Niji and his companions?" The Mud Buddha replied with a smile. "Ah, dear Shouter, fret not. Allow me to elaborate." Chapter 106, The Great Filial Sons? During the epic clash of the three, Kagaya Otsutsuki fused with the divine tree to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, or, in other words, the Jinchuriki of the Outer Path Golem. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning, "What is this Ten Tails Jinchuriki? What is the Outer Path Golem Jinchuriki?" Observing the confusion among the crowd, the Mud Buddha pondered briefly before clarifying, "You may regard the Outer Path Golem as an alternate form of the divine tree devoid of chakra, while the Ten Tails embodies the chakra of the divine tree." Even those of lesser understanding began to unravel the complexities of the situation through this explanation. Continuing, the Mud Buddha elaborated, "When the brothers sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, they simultaneously sealed the Outer Path Golem. Fearing that the golem's overwhelming power might enable Kagaya to break free from her confinement, Hikari extracted the chakra from the golem, which is the Ten Tails. Due to the Ten Tails' malevolence and might, Hikari then divided it into 9 separate tailed beasts, which later became known as the One Tails to Nine Tails of the Shinobi world." The Mud Buddha's gaze swept over Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. The plan devised by Black Zetsu to rescue his mother involved the Akatsuki's collection of the 9-tailed beasts. To amalgamate the 9-tailed beasts into the 10 tails and subsequently summon the Outer Path Golem using Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. The arrival of the Chakra God tree can be ensured once more. The day when the Chakra God tree descends and the infinite Tsukuyami is simultaneously realized will mark the moment when Kagaya Otsutsuki breaks free from her seal. The Mud Buddha cast a gaze upon Black Zetsu, expressing admiration. "I must say, Black Zetsu's plan is remarkably flawless. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Uzumaki Nagato are intricately interconnected. If no warrior appears in this world, Black Zetsu will undoubtedly succeed in rescuing Kagaya Otsutsuki." Upon hearing the Mud Buddha's words, everyone turned to Black Zetsu with expressions of profound respect. This scheme is indeed grand and impeccable. Black Zetsu, seemingly indifferent to the admiration, was internally taken aback. While he had speculated that by Shaoxing and others might be aware of his plan, he never anticipated that the Mud Buddha would possess such extensive knowledge. The admiration in the gaze directed at Black Zetsu was palpable. "Black Zetsu, well done. You truly are the grandson of this old man." SHBU, equally astonished, couldn't help but exclaim, "Black Zetsu, I never knew you were so formidable. Rest assured, even if you are not my sister's child, I shall recognize you as my nephew." Black Zetsu, though internally grumbling, responded with a humble smile to the two. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, appeared as if he had ingested something distasteful, his countenance dark and foreboding. Despite Uchiha Obito previously informing him that he had been deceived by Black Zetsu, he remained bewildered, unclear about the entire situation. However, it became apparent that he had been manipulated by Black Zetsu all along. Uchiha Obito, observing Madara's grim expression, quietly mocked him. "Huh? Madara, merely a jester." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō exchanged disdainful glances at Uchiha Obito. "Obito, little Uchiha should not speak of great Uchiha. You are essentially of the same caliber." After a brief pause, the Mud Buddha continued. "Although Yamamura and Yui sealed their mother, the Shinobi world has already been ravaged by the 3 of them. Later, in an attempt to atone for her mistakes, Yui established the Shinobi sect, believing that chakra serves as a bond connecting people, enabling harmonious coexistence." The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Was the Sage of Six Paths truly such an idealistic individual? This notion seemed utterly fanciful. Indeed, what a naive perspective. The clay Buddha observed the reactions of the crowd, a profound smile gracing his features. This was the message conveyed to him by the Sage of Six Paths. Yet the true circumstances remained shrouded in secrecy. Gazing at the eagerly expectant faces before him, the clay Buddha offered a deliberately ambiguous response. I can only say this pertains to the Pure Land, the Soul, and the Tsutsuki clan. The crowd's eyes darted, igniting their imaginations with various grand conspiracies. Shouta felt as though he had been toyed with by the clay Buddha. This had little relevance to the question he posed. Noticing the discontent etched on Shouta's face, the clay Buddha chuckled awkwardly to himself. Alas, if you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards the original entity. Imoen felt a profound sense of injustice within. He merely wished for the clay Buddha to divulge some secrets, yet to his surprise, the clay Buddha proved to be quite verbose. Considering this, Imoen quickly shot a glance at the clay Buddha, urging it to refrain from further rambling and to get straight to the point. The clay Buddha cleared its throat twice, signaling the assembly to pay attention. After the two brothers defeated their mother, Yūka found himself increasingly burdened with guilt over sealing her away as time passed. However, he lacked the courage to release the mighty Kagaya Tsutsuki. Consequently, he confided in Yui, expressing his intention to guard the outer path statue on the moon. Although Yui believed he had extracted all the chakra from the outer path statue, rendering Kagaya's escape impossible, he did not dwell on it and readily agreed to Yūka's request. After all, he understood his brother well. Yūka was deeply fearful of their mother, especially after betraying her, making him even more hesitant to break the seal. As Yui surmised, upon arriving on the moon, Yūka initially behaved obediently. Yet, his indecisive nature led him to live in a state of internal conflict and struggle each passing day. Eventually, overwhelmed by his emotional torment, he reached out to the sealed Kagaya Tsutsuki, seeking her forgiveness. Initially, Kagaya could not forgive Yūka for his betrayal, but as he visited her more frequently, she gradually divulged the circumstances surrounding their situation. Upon learning the truth, Yūka's heart ached even more. He then proposed to Kagaya that if she refrained from employing extreme measures against the Tsutsuki clan, he would persuade Yui to release her. Kagaya had resorted to extremities solely for the sake of her two sons. Now, utterly disillusioned with them, she agreed to Yūka's proposition. Elated by Kagaya's consent, Yūka hastily relayed the good news to Yui, only to be met with an unequivocal rejection. Yui informed Yūka that he had already learned of the entire situation from the Great Toad Sage. He revealed that he had devised a strategy to confront the Tsutsuki clan, though its success was uncertain. If Kagaya were released and their plan failed, it would only endanger her further. As time passed, only the two brothers and the beings of the three great sanctuaries were aware of Kagaya's imprisonment on the moon. Should Yui's plan falter, the Tsutsuki clan would remain oblivious to Kagaya's whereabouts, thereby preserving her safety. Upon comprehending Yui's plan, Yūka recognized the wisdom in his brother's words and consented to delaying Kagaya's release. However, Kagaya failed to grasp their good intentions and, perceiving her younger son as deceitful, cursed Yūka in her fury each day. Although Yūka felt uncomfortable, he dared not reveal the truth to Kagaya. As the dormant maternal love of Kagaya Tsutsuki is awakened, it poses a grave threat not only to the ninja world but also to Kagaya herself. The onlookers find this tale exceedingly convoluted. How could two unfilial sons so swiftly transform into devoted offspring? However, upon witnessing the clay statue still speaking, they hastily retracted their bizarre thoughts. Thus, the two brothers awaited the arrival of the Tsutsuki clan day after day, until one fateful day, Hakamura sought out Hakuya, expressing his desire to contribute to their plan. Naturally, Hakuya initially opposed, yet for the first time, Hakamura's resolve was unwavering. Unable to dissuade him, Hakuya reluctantly acquiesced to Hakamura's determination. The outcome was tragic. Hakamura took his own life, becoming a spirit. Just when Hakamura believed Hakuya would utilize his soul, Hakuya, unable to bear Hakamura's suffering, sealed his memories and arranged for his reincarnation into the Hyuga clan, hoping for a happier life in the next existence. The audience was engrossed until the clay statue faltered at a crucial moment. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes gleamed, his breath quickening. Sir, could it be that one of us? Either myself or Niji is the reincarnation of Tsutsuki Hakamura? The others quickly grasped the implication, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the elevated clay statue. The statue smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Originally, Hakuya intended for Hakamura to be born into the main branch of the Hyuga clan. However, upon observation, he discerned that Hyuga Hizashi possessed a gentler disposition than Hyuga Hayashi. Having never experienced paternal love, after much deliberation, Hakuya ultimately chose Hisashi. The clay statue's gaze fell upon the stunned Niji Hyuga. The clan leader's speculation was indeed accurate. Niji was the reincarnation of Hakamura. Chapter 107. The dust settles. Handwritten notes revealed a sense of bewilderment. So my grandson is right beside me. Black Zetsu was equally perplexed. So have I transformed from the ancestor of Niji Hyuga into his third brother? SHBU was in a daze. So, in the end, the lovers become nephew and aunt? Kagaya Tsutsuki was astonished. So this kid beside me is my ancestor? Hyuga Hayashi's mind was in disarray. What should I call Niji from now on? Nephew? Or ancestor? Niji Hyuga was oblivious to the mental storm brewing among the others. He seemed to have his soul drawn away, murmuring numbly, I am the reincarnation of Tsutsuki Hakamura? I am the reincarnation of Tsutsuki Hakamura. The surrounding individuals, witnessing their dazed expressions, scratched their heads in confusion. What is wrong with them? Have they gone mad with joy? Perhaps so. After all, he is Tsutsuki Hakamura. Why are you not the least bit astonished? He is Tsutsuki Hakamura. Is he merely Tsutsuki Hakamura? Is that more terrifying than the fusion of the three realms? More dreadful than the resurrection of the malevolent heavenly path? Hiss! I have underestimated the magnitude of this situation. Have you discerned the intentions of the Sage of Six Paths? The members of Akatsuki pondered this question, yet found themselves unable to unravel its mystery. Ultimately, their gazes shifted towards Uchiha Itachi and Konan. Itachi, accustomed to such scrutiny, exhibited an expression that conveyed the truth of the matter. The Sage of Six Paths plan undoubtedly pertains to the realm of souls. He must be devising a strategy to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Konan's expression soured slightly, acknowledging that, to some extent, the sage and his brother possessed a semblance of conscience. However, the audacity to manipulate souls indicated that my suspicions from 3 years ago were not unfounded. The sage's objective in establishing the Pure Land was indeed to harvest souls. As for the others, it seems Konan harbors significant discontent towards the Sage of Six Paths. Shouta turned his gaze toward the figure of the Mud Buddha on the high platform, perplexed, and inquired, Sir, logically speaking, Niji was the son of destiny from the previous generation. Why did he perish 5 years later? The Mud Buddha replied succinctly, the demise of a child of fate can occur through 3 potential avenues. The first, akin to Uyama, is the choice of suicide. The second involves being slain by another child of fate. The third arises from the depletion of one's own fortune, leading to death at the hands of others. Shouta recalled the words of Moen from their last encounter. Sir, does this imply that Niji falls under the third possibility? The Mud Buddha nodded affirmatively. Indeed. When Uyama chose to end his own life, he became, in the eyes of heaven, akin to a burden. Despite efforts to empower him, his choice to take his own life meant he willingly relinquished his identity as a child of destiny. Had there been no current child of fate, heaven might have forgiven Uyama's actions. However, with a superior alternative available, heaven naturally withdrew Niji's fortune to bestow it upon its more favored children of fate. The gathered crowd was once again enlightened. Heaven bears resemblance to parents, they mused. Hadn't Mr. Bai Shaoxing proclaimed that a child of fate is akin to heaven's offspring? Thus, they are akin to parents. From heaven's perspective, this is quite equitable. After all, it was Otsutsuki Uyama who voluntarily abandoned that identity, and thus, it is not unjust for heaven to favor its other children. Shouta and his companions grasped this reasoning. Yet the pressing concern remains, it is not Otsutsuki Uyama facing death, but rather Hyuga Niji. Shuga gazed at Shouta, worry etched upon her face. Father, please think of a solution. Niji is merely 13 now. He will only be 18 in 5 years. Niji managed to muster a smile. Lady Shuga, fear not. Since encountering our ancestors, I have ceased to believe in fate. I shall undoubtedly be fine in 5 years. Shouta regarded Niji with profound satisfaction. What a splendid grandson. In both talent and character, he could not be more pleased. Resolving to act, Shouta rose swiftly and performed a deep bow to the Mud Buddha. Sir, is there a way to save Niji? I can procure 10 S-rank ninjutsu. Should that prove insufficient, I am willing to offer more. Hiss. The others cast astonished glances at the hand, surprised that this nefarious figure would go to such lengths for his grandson. Hinata Niji, upon hearing the words of his ancestor, was moved to tears. Observing Niji as he wiped away his tears, hesitating to speak, the hand revealed a gentle smile. Niji, henceforth, refrain from calling me ancestor. Simply refer to me as grandfather. Niji's heart swelled with emotion, and he choked out, Grandfather. Beside him, SHBU lamented. Has my love ended before it even began? The hand, oblivious to his daughter's inner musings, offered a few comforting words to Niji before casting an expectant gaze once more towards the high platform. On the platform, the Mud Buddha first looked at MO1. Upon receiving a nod from MO1, he turned to the hand and stated, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are in a situation akin to Hinata Niji's. They were resurrected by MO Jianzi. I have already sought MO Jianzi's consent. After the meeting, you may take Hinata Niji to seek MO Jianzi. He possesses the means to save Niji's life. The hand's face lit up with joy. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen. The others, upon learning that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had been resurrected by MO1, felt their admiration for him deepen. Truly, my revered MO is remarkable, traversing worlds, reviving the deceased. Rescuing the forsaken child of destiny, he seems capable of anything. Indeed, the thought of resurrecting the dead is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Alas, I yearn to bring back my loved ones, but first, I must survive the impending upheaval a year from now. Yes, the thought of that fateful year sends shivers down my spine. Pirates, the navy, death gods, hollows, none are to be trifled with. I have decided to become a pirate a year from now. If I happen to perish, I shall then pursue becoming a death god. The people around him brightened at this notion. Hiss, what a splendid idea. Wouldn't that allow one to experience two lives? A single remark from someone immediately diverted the crowd's focus. Hearing this, Hayden's eyes gleamed with fervor. Could a death god transform into an evil deity? Surely. That must be possible. Undoubtedly so. Conan shot him a glare and admonished. Focus on your martial training, rather than pondering such frivolous matters. Hayden's maniacal grin instantly froze. Deidara, unable to contain himself, murmured softly, Is there any fault in pursuing art? Conan's unkind gaze fell upon Deidara, exuding a hint of menace. What are you mumbling about, Deidara? I have yet to settle the score with you for provoking the wrath of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Just wait until we return. Deidara? The other individuals cast sympathetic glances at Deidara before hastily averting their eyes. Chapter 108. The Three Elders? Observing the departing crowd, Tsunade and her companions from Konoha located Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, in an exceedingly foul mood, glared at the approaching watermelon-haired Hokage, neglecting to greet Hashirama, and instead accompanied Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke in search of MO1. Madara? Wait for me. Upon witnessing the trio's departure, Hashirama promptly rose to follow them. Great-grandfather. Tsunade's furious shout brought Hashirama to a halt, his expression one of confusion. What is the matter, Tsunade? She was visibly agitated, her temples throbbing with anger. Great-grandfather. Do not walk alongside those three. Each one is more wicked than the last. On the stage, MO1 and Bai Shaoxing exchanged pleasantries before turning their attention to Uchiha Madara with faint smiles. Madara, please hold on for a moment. Allow me to resolve the matter concerning Hyuga Niji, and then I shall escort you to meet the elders of the Sword Pavilion. Madara's typically aloof demeanor softened slightly. It is of no consequence. There is no rush. As the five from Shouta hurriedly approached upon seeing MO1 and his companions descend from the high platform, MO1 observed the trembling hands of Uchiha Madara, and upon noticing the murderous intent in the expressions of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki towards Kaguya, he hastily addressed the trio. Naruto, Sasuke, please escort Madara back to the Sword Pavilion. I shall attend to my matters and join you shortly. After a moment's hesitation, the two acquiesced and departed with Uchiha Madara from the 100 Knowledge Hall. As the three left, Shouta's expression darkened as he regarded Kaguya. Kaguya, do you have a grievance with Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki? Kaguya offered an awkward smile in response. It is all the fault of Uchiha Obito. He not only caused the demise of Naruto's parents, but also conspired with Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Fearing repercussions for his own misdeeds, Kaguya fervently assured, these two matters are in no way connected to me. They are solely the actions of Uchiha Obito. MO1 rolled his eyes at Shoda and Heiju, both of whom were exceptionally skilled in their performances. He could hardly believe that Shoda was unaware of the Uchiha clan's massacre or the truth behind the demise of Naruto Uzumaki's parents. He had no desire to witness their charade. Niji, the reason I have consented to rescue you lies in the contributions made by Tsutsuki Kaguya for the sake of the Shinobi world. Today, you have also heard the words of the Mud Buddha. It is essential to understand the true nature of the Tsutsuki clan. I hope you can recognize your own position. Hinata Niji, with a solemn expression, bowed deeply to MO1. Rest assured, my lord, Niji comprehends. My grandfather is not like the others of the Tsutsuki clan. He would never endanger the shinobi world. Imowen nodded slightly, then instructed, extend your hand. Hinata Niji, without a trace of doubt, complied in the next moment. Without inquiry, Imowen's eyes suddenly emitted two streams of black and white aura. Subsequently, he formed a complex hand seal with his right hand, and a few wisps of white mist began to swirl around his arm. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Imowen's fingertip gently touched the palm of Hyuga Niji. Without asking, the white energy from Imowen flowed along his fingertips and entered the palm of Hyuga Niji. When Imowen withdrew his right hand, a white rune had mysteriously appeared in Niji's palm. After completing this act, Imowen explained, this rune not only can lock the fortune that disperses within and outside your body, but it can also gather the errant fortune surrounding you. Over the next year, you will gradually regain the memories of the Tsutsuki clan. Once your memories are fully restored, the entirety of your past and present will merge seamlessly. At that moment, the rune in your palm will vanish, and your fortune will be sufficiently potent to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. If fortune favors you, the identity of the child of destiny may be reactivated. As for the future entanglements of your fate, they will naturally be resolved. Upon hearing Imowen's explanation, Hyuga Niji instantly comprehended the benefits bestowed upon him. Thank you, my lord, for today's grace. Should you require anything in the future, I shall obey your command without hesitation. The thought of Niji possibly regaining the identity of the child of destiny filled his heart with overwhelming joy. Thank you, Mr. Imo, for your assistance. Imowen signaled that the two need not act in such a manner. He then conversed briefly with several individuals before sending them on their way. Senju Hashirama and the members of Konoha observed every move made by Imo-1 and Shouta with keen interest. As Imo-1 approached them, Senju Hashirama exclaimed with excitement, "Ha! It truly feels as though Master Imo is capable of anything." Tsunade and the Konoha crowd wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Imo-1's prowess seemed almost otherworldly. Imo asked with a shake of his head and a smile, "Hashirama, do you wish to return to the Sword Pavilion with me, or join our friends from Konoha?" Without a moment's hesitation, Senju Hashirama replied, "Naturally, I wish to return to the Sword Pavilion. Master Imo, let us depart at once. I am eager to embrace my role as Madara's elder brother." Tsunade cast a helpless glance at her grandfather. What is it about Uchiha Madara that has captivated him so? How has he become so attached to him? It is not surprising to question the choice of Senju Hashirama, as companions should indeed always be together to enjoy their time. "Master Imo, are you acquainted with the senior known as the Fiery Cloud Evil God?" "Do not inquire." Imowen gazed at the sorrowful eyes of Might Guy and feigned confusion, inquiring, "Lord Hokage, might you enlighten me on the nature of your relationship with the Fiery Cloud Evil God?" Might Guy's eager gaze fixated on Imo-1, his face suffused with deep longing. "The Fiery Cloud Evil God is my esteemed mentor. I yearn to see him once more. Lord Imo, do you know where my mentor might be?" Imo displayed an expression of understanding, and then a book materialized in his palm. "While I am acquainted with the formidable Fire Cloud Evil God, I am uncertain of his whereabouts. The book is titled Demigods and Semi-Devils, which I happened to receive from Fire Cloud Evil God a few days ago. He entrusted me with the task of delivering this book to his disciple. However, before I could inquire about the identity of his disciple, he departed. In retrospect, it seems that the disciple spoken of by Fire Cloud Evil God must be you." Without further ado, Imowen solemnly placed the book into Maite Kai's hands. As Maite Kai received Tianlong Babu, his eyes brimmed with heartfelt tears. "Oh, how benevolent Master Huayun Xieshin has been towards me." Hinata Hizashi and Nara Shikaku exchanged a moment of awkwardness. Indeed, not only is he the most powerful Hokage in history, but he is also the most emotional Hokage. Imo-1, observing Might Guy in such a state, found himself at a loss for words and could only turn his gaze towards Hashirama Senju. "Hashirama, let us depart," he said, as they made their way to the Sword Pavilion, Imo-1's residence. Upon the return of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly made their way to the scene. Hashirama observed Madara, whose calm faade belied an inner turmoil, and advised Madara, "You must choose my master when the time comes." Before he could finish, a voice, both aged and audacious, echoed through the hall. "Hashirama, do you hold me and Brother Tsubai in contempt?" As the voice faded, three figures entered through the hall's entrance. Curiosity piqued within Madara as he beheld one man, seemingly in his 50s, clad in a flowing blue robe, wielding with disheveled hair cascading to his shoulders. Notably, tufts of hair adorned both his upper lip and chin. The second figure, with graying hair swept back yet still somewhat unkempt, bore few wrinkles, though his eyebrows and the beard that reached his chest had turned white. Despite his aged appearance, Madara felt as though his very soul was ensnared in a whirlpool of swords, causing an excruciating ache as he met the old man's penetrating gaze. Daring not to maintain eye contact, Madara swiftly diverted his attention to the third individual. The final figure was also an elder, but his hair, attire, and beard were all black, projecting an air of cleanliness and order far superior to that of the preceding two. Gazing into the elder's serene and inscrutable eyes, Madara sensed a profound disconnect. He appeared to be above the fray, indifferent to the world around him. Chapter 109. Madara seeks a mentor. Upon spotting the figure in the blue robe, Hashirama exhibited palpable excitement. Master, this is Madara. What do you think? Can he be your disciple? The figure in blue disregarded Hashirama's enthusiasm and instead offered a fist bump to Mo1. Mo Jinzi, was your journey smooth? Mo1 offered a respectful bow and replied with a smile. Indeed, nothing unexpected has occurred. Upon concluding his words, Mo1 proceeded to introduce Ban. This is the elder of the heavenly sword, Wuming. The sword technique I previously employed in the world of pirates, known as 10,000 swords to the emperor, was imparted to me by Elder Wuming. Senju Hashirama promptly echoed, Indeed. My master's most formidable technique is all swords return to the origin. Madara, you must take him as your mentor. Uchiha Madara, disregarding Hashirama, performed a respectful bow to Wuming. Ban, I have the honor of meeting the elder of the heavenly sword. Wuming smiled and nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Mo1 then gestured toward the white-haired elder. This is the sword saint elder, Dugujian. He has created a unique sword technique known as the Holy Spirit sword technique. Should you take him as your master, upon reaching the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, you will be able to wield your sword and, with a mortal body, defy the heavens and slay immortals. Uchiha Madara, sensing the profundity of the statement, quickly bowed to Dugujian as well. Ban, I have the honor of meeting the sword saint elder. Dugujian responded with a detached hum, leaving the conversation at that. Mo1 pointed to the last person. This individual is the sword demon elder, known as Duguchiyobai. Uchiha Madara's body trembled. Hiss, such a name, how imposing. Mo1 observed the flustered Uchiha Madara, a smile creeping into his heart, and continued. The name of the sword demon elder is derived from his unparalleled dominance over an era. The Xian iron heavy sword that Orochimaru mentioned earlier is one of the legacies left by the sword demon elder. Thus, Yangwa can be considered half a disciple of the sword demon elder. A tumultuous wave surged within Uchiha Madara's heart. Orochimaru had informed him that Yangwa hailed from the ancient era. How many years had the sword demon elder lived? More terrifyingly, he had managed to dominate an entire age. Uchiha Madara, now aware of the time scale of the martial artist era, understood that it spanned no less than 1,000,000 years. As Uchiha Madara stood in stunned silence, a voice, weary and solitary, suddenly reached his ears. Uchiha Madara, do you wish to take me as your master? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. However, upon regaining his senses, he was overwhelmed with joy. But in the next instant, he thought, no, Madara can only take my master as his teacher. The displeased voice of Senju Hashirama shattered Uchiha Madara's blissful mood. Uchiha Madara cast a disapproving glance at his companion, wishing to unleash his Susanoo upon Senju Hashirama. With a darkened expression, the nameless figure bellowed, Hashirama, if you continue to babble, you can forget about learning to fly with a sword. Senju Hashirama trembled, his expression immediately falling. He appeared apologetic toward Uchiha Madara. Madara, I'm sorry, but I must learn to fly with a sword. Uchiha Madara thought, you're directing your apologies in the wrong direction. My opportunity was almost ruined by this foolishness. Seeing Senju Hashirama walk away, Uchiha Madara recalled Mo1's earlier instructions and hurriedly performed a bow of apprenticeship to Duguchiyobai. Madara pays respects to master. The smile on Duguchiyobai's face vanished in an instant. Rise. The reason I accept you as my disciple is that you once possessed an indomitable will, although your resolve is now shattered. As the saying goes, one must break to stand anew. As long as you reclaim your will, a bright future awaits. Uchiha Madara pondered deeply, recalling the humiliations brought upon him by Might Guy, and Nagato. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Thank you for your guidance, master. Duguchiyobai nodded in satisfaction. You are my first genuine disciple. I hope that one day, you will uphold the name of Duguchiyobai. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face flushed with excitement. He felt a surge of passion within him, a flame of determination igniting fiercely in his heart. Uchiha Madara, with a resolute expression, declared firmly, Madara shall not fail to meet Master S expectations. On one side, Imoen gazed at the spirited Uchiha Obito and thought of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. No wonder you could deceive Uchiha Obito. He is indeed quite easily swayed. At the entrance of the residence, one should not inquire. As Imoen observed the 5 departing figures, he jestingly remarked, Hashirama, Madara, you two must exert yourselves this year. Naruto and Sasuke are on the verge of stepping into the mid-stage of the blissful realm. Uchiha Madara cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Sasuke. A mere junior. Hardly worthy of my attention. Uchiha Sasuke, the second pillar, was even more arrogant, not bothering to acknowledge Madara. Defeating an old man holds no excitement for me. I am far more eager to see the fated children of the Pirate and Soul Reaper worlds. I hope they are not too weak, or it shall be utterly tedious. Uchiha Madara retorted, what did you call me? An old man. Witnessing the palpable tension between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, the stoic Hashirama Senju contemplated delivering a sharp retort. However, after much deliberation, he could only muster, haha, Naruto, just wait. Next time, I shall definitely bring you all to serve as my sparring partners. Naruto Uzumaki remained silent, slowly resting his hand on the hilt of his blood drinker, causing Hashirama's expression to falter. In the next instant, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind an echoing remark. By the way, Master, I shall be off to train now. Don't forget to come find me. As they watched Hashirama's retreating figure, Uchiha Sasuke scoffed. Heh, what a fool. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in agreement. Uchiha Madara, witnessing the disdainful attitude of the two towards his companions, felt an urge to confront them. Yet, considering that there were 2 adversaries and his lack of martial training, he could only muse, humph, a year from now, I shall make those 2 brats pay. With a few harsh words echoing in his mind, Uchiha Madara departed in a fury, accompanied by the solitary Guchiobai. Once the 5 had left, Imoen turned to his 2 disciples, producing a tome from his hand. Naruto, Sasuke, this technique is called Maha Wulyang, a combined martial art practiced by Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng. In their era, it was among the finest techniques. Now, I bestow it upon both of you. Make sure to cultivate diligently. Once you achieve mastery, regardless of the merging of the 3 realms, you shall have the world at your feet. Uchiha Sasuke, touched, accepted Maha Wulyang with utmost reverence, cradling it as a treasured possession. Indeed, Brother Imoen has always treated us the best. Thank you, Brother Imoen. I will take Naruto to train right away. Naruto Uzumaki likewise assured, Brother Imoen, I will certainly train hard. Imoen nodded with a smile, and then produced a tome, presenting it to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this technique is known as the Ice Heart Formula, a treasured inner cultivation method passed down in the Nye family. The Ice Heart Formula not only helps to suppress the bloodthirsty impulses within you, but also mitigates the influence of the demon blade on your being. When you have the opportunity, do make haste to study the Ice Heart Formula. Last time it was the bloodthirsty blade, and this time it is the Ice Heart Formula. Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback, realizing that Imoen had once again gone out of his way to find a solution to counter the demon blade. Thank you, Brother Imoen. Imoen gently tousled his hair, then shyly cast a glance at Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, I apologize. I currently do not possess a suitable technique for you. I shall make amends next time. Uchiha Sasuke responded with a radiant smile. It's all right, Brother Imoen. I have yet to fully master the skills from our master. Moreover, I still have a copy of Maha Wulyang, which is more than sufficient for Naruto and me to learn. Without inquiry, Imoen appeared to experience a moment of epiphany. Indeed, as Sasuke wisely observed, my impatience was my undoing. Chapter 110. A year later, the fusion of the 3 realms a year swiftly passed. In the vast expanse of space beyond the ninja world, Imoen gazed down at the planets below, erupting into gleeful laughter. System, activate the formation. As Imoen's words resonated, the previously bright skies of the ninja realm were suddenly engulfed in an impenetrable darkness of eternal night. In the next instant, a deafening roar reverberated across the pitch-black heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Moments later, daylight once again graced the ninja realm. However, the inhabitants, be they commoners or ninjas, stood with vacant expressions, their eyes turned skyward. The heavens of the ninja world had split apart. The onlookers beheld a gaping chasm, 100 feet wide, soaring into the sky, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. When a resounding voice echoed from the 9 heavens above the ninja realm, the fusion of the 3 realms occurs today. The Soul Society will merge with the ninja world at an altitude of 90,000 feet. The calm belt of the pirate world will connect to the waters beyond the land of water. In 3 years, the Soul Society shall transform into the heavens, while the ninja realm and the pirate world shall become the earth. Outside the Hokage office in the village hidden in the leaves, Might Guy stared at the gaping hole in the sky, scratching his head in confusion. How can Lord Mo's voice be heard from the heavens? Beside him, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. From Lord Mo's words, it seems that the chasm is indeed the entrance to the Soul Society, while the calm belt will connect to the seas of the land of water. Hinata Hizashi, uncertain, remarked, Nara clan leader. Does that last statement imply that the 3 realms are not yet fully fused, and we must wait 3 years for complete integration? After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku affirmed, it seems so. Furthermore, at that time, the Soul Society will transform into the sky of this planet, while the pirate world and ninja realm will form its land. In a separate dimension, within an icy palace, Lingxing handed a token to the troubled Terumi Mei, instructing, Xiao Mei, take this token. If you find yourself in peril, shatter it, and I shall come to your side. Terumi Mei, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the token and bowed deeply to Lingxing. Thank you, second princess. If all is well in Kirigakure, I shall return to the Hidden Flower Palace at once. In the rock village, Inoki beheld his granddaughter, who had just returned from the Hidden Flower Palace, a proud smile gracing his features. How was it, Kurozetsu? Did you acquire any skills at the Hidden Flower Palace? Kurozetsu, with a hint of pride, replied, of course. I am on the verge of mastering the complete Diamond Realm. Inoki's aged visage brightened even further, yet soon after, his expression turned grave. Half a year ago, the 5 great ninja villages officially formed an alliance, and now the 3 realms have begun to merge. Haitu, prepare yourself. We shall depart for Konoha and Sunagakure immediately. Much like Noki, Rasha gazed at his daughter, Tamari, with a sense of pride. Tamari, how have you fared during your time with the evil cult? Tamari, rarely returning to the village, appeared quite elated. Lord Wuching has treated me exceptionally well. 2 months ago, the Eastern leader also emerged alongside the main body of the evil cult. An expression of admiration graced Tamari's face. Father, I must tell you, the Eastern leader exudes such charisma. In Kumobikure, the miscreant Karabi entered the room of the Raikage, observing his elder brother, who lay on a bed swathed in bandages. Karabi expressed his farewells. Brother, the leader has issued a mission. I am soon to depart from Kumobikure. The Raikage, with only his eyes and mouth visible, suddenly found his breath quickening, his lips moving slightly. Kira, you're not handsome. Karabi, gazing at his brother reduced to a shadow of his former self, sighed inwardly. I understand. I will be sure to express my gratitude to the leader for saving you. After offering a few more words of comfort to his ailing brother, Karabi slowly exited the room. The Raikage turned his head with great difficulty, watching his